Chapter 351. Oh, the game is getting more and more exciting. Nemo played the role of referee very competently. Charizard lost its ability to fight. Yuriko won. Mr. Naoki, do you want to change the next Pokemon? Naoki glanced at Watari and said, change it. It's a good opportunity for the ancient Flutterfair to experience the modern Pokemon battle. Then, the third battle is about to begin. Nemo raised the flag in her hand high. At the same time, Professor Oak, who was chatting with other researchers at the other side of the banquet, was invited by several trainers. They said there were many Pokemon they had never seen before, and they wanted Professor Oak to help them take a look and introduce them to them. At first, Professor Oak was a little confused. But as soon as he squeezed into the crowd, he saw several Pokemon he had never seen before next to one of the trainers. A blue Pokemon with a mask on its face, jumping around in place. A strange Pokemon with a small hammer and a cape and pink fur. An unknown Pokemon with a scarlet body and strong muscles all over its body, and a mysterious Pokemon with fierce eyes and a look similar to a dream demon, but much larger than a dream demon. What kind of Pokemon is that? Professor Oak was surprised. Is it a very exaggeratedly developed dream demon? However, no one around could answer him. Although everyone could see that the Pokemon had some connection with the dream demon, it was obvious that its appearance was very different from the dream demon that everyone was familiar with. That was not a dream demon. That Pokemon was. Flutterhair, I leave it to you, Naoki said. Dream. Flutter opened its mouth and responded silently. Its eyes turned to the strange Pokemon with a gray body and a ferocious face on the opposite side. The third battle, Flutter versus Pterosaur, officially began. This time, Dew made the decision first. Pterosaur, scary face. Ouch. The Pterosaur opened its blood-spraying mouth, revealing the ferocious face of an ancient predator, and an invisible pressure swept over it instantly. Flutter felt as if he had returned to a long time ago, when he faced the Guillardin, who had robbed his territory. The pressure on the flapping wings doubled, and for a moment, he was stunned by the fossil pterosaur and stood still. Calm down, flapping wings, Naoki quickly reminded him. But Dew did not give it a chance to adjust. Flapping wings, primitive power. Ouch. The fossil pterosaur roared, and large stones covered with purple light instantly appeared around its body. Under its control, these stones smashed towards the flapping wings like meteorites. Seeing this, Naoki hurriedly said, Flapping wings, get out of the way. Surprise attack. Flutter finally recovered from the fright, but because of the negative impact of the scary face, it was a step slower in dodging, and was hit by the pterosaur's primitive power. The pain made Flutter more sober and angry. It opened its mouth, showing its little tiger teeth, and roared again and again. Power Gem, Naoki ordered. Flutter immediately took action, and a beam of light shining like a gem burst out from its body, shooting towards the pterosaur opposite. The fossil pterosaur was already alert. It spread its wings and flew straight up to the sky, avoiding the power gem. Keep going, Dew said in a deep voice. The fossil pterosaur in the sky summoned the original power again, and condensed it into several meteorites, smashing towards the flapping wings below. Sublime attack. The moment he saw the fossil pterosaur raise his hand, Naoki reacted. This time, the flapping wings were not affected by the negative state. It used the sublime attack in time, and successfully avoided the original power of the fossil pterosaur. Stay alert. Seeing that the flapping wing disappeared, Dew immediately warned. The fossil pterosaur looked around vigilantly, trying to catch the figure of the flapping wing. However, the next second, the flapping wing suddenly attacked from behind it. The huge body of the flapping wing rushed into the fossil pterosaur like a calf. The fossil pterosaur staggered and was directly knocked out, almost being knocked out of the battlefield. Fortunately, it stabilized its body at the critical moment and flew up again. Go! Wu said in a deep voice. Use wings to attack. Be careful to dodge, Naoki immediately reminded. However, the next second, he discovered something terrible. It was too late, because the speed of the fossil pterosaur became faster. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately had the answer in his mind. It was the original power that enhanced all the abilities of the fossil pterosaur. In midair, the speed of the fossil pterosaur seemed to have surpassed the flapping wings. Its wings were covered with a layer of white light, and then it suddenly hit the flapping wings. Flutter was knocked out. The pterosaur didn't stop at all and immediately chased after Flutter. A ghost-type Pokemon? In that case, let's use this trick, Dew shouted, bite it. Roar! The pterosaur roared, then opened its blood-spraying mouth and bit Flutter fiercely. Flutter felt pain and fell to the ground in embarrassment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Flutter couldn't get up again and lost the battle with the pterosaur. Nemo went forward to check the condition of Flutterhair, and then announced, Flutterhair has lost its ability to fight. This battle was won by Pterosaur. Naoki took Flutterhair back into the poke ball to rest, and then admired. It seems that this is your true strength too. Tu was still calm and composed. The opponent is such a powerful trainer. If I don't take it seriously, I will be defeated. Naoki, To be honest, the Pokemon he brought with him this time really restrained Tu's Pokemon in terms of attributes. Yuriko, Babudu, Dragonite, Glowton, Glacian, Frostmalax, and Du's Pokemon are all flying and Dragon-type Pokemon. If you remember correctly, in the Masters tournament during the journey, Du was also eliminated by Kalun's Mega Gardevoir, which had attributes that restrained him. However, the battle is not over yet. The fourth game, Babudu vs Pteranodon. After the previous few battles, Du had a preliminary understanding of Babudu, a strange Pokemon. This time, he did not let the pterosaur go head-on with Babutubo, but used his speed advantage and adopted guerrilla tactics. Use high-speed movement, just like that. Use speed to distance yourself from it, and then find the right time to use the original force to counterattack. Du commanded calmly. The pterosaur was very lucky. In the process of the two original forces just now, it triggered the effect of improving its ability twice at once, plus the improvement brought by high-speed movement. This also made the flying speed of the pterosaur exceptionally fast now. The electric ball of Babutubo was completely unable to hit the opponent, and all were missed by the pterosaur. On the field, the two Pokemon kept chasing each other, and the physical strength of both was gradually fading. The scene fell into a stalemate for a while. Du was concentrating on the situation on the field. Once Babutubo showed a flaw, he would immediately let the pterosaur use the original power to attack. Fortunately, Babutubo reacted quickly and accelerated the flying speed in time to avoid the big rocks that were thrown at him. It seems that Du has successfully found a way to deal with Babutubo. Looking at this scene, Naoki couldn't help but curl his lips. However, they are not completely without a way to deal with it. Babutubo! Naoki shouted, Thor's hammer. Babutubo had never used this move before, but when he heard Naoki's words, he instantly understood it. Bammo! Babutubo's slightly tired eyes were immediately filled with fighting spirit, and he looked up at the fossil pterosaur hovering in the air. A new move? Du's expression became serious and he warned, Stay alert. The fossil pterosaur immediately focused. At the same time, a strong electric current burst out from Babutubo's body. At this moment, all the electric energy in its body began to flow madly into the silver hammer. There was a crackling sound in the air, and in an instant, the metal hammer flashed with electricity. That is, the trainers watching immediately turned their eyes to the hammer. The next second, Babutubo threw the hammer with all his might. The hammer, which was covered with terrifying electric current, instantly circled and flew towards the pterosaur. The pterosaur's attention had always been on Babutubo. When it saw it take action, the pterosaur immediately reacted. It dodged the attack in time. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. The move didn't hit, and the use failed. Looking at Babutubo, who was exhausted and out of breath from using the move, the pterosaur relaxed a little in his heart and body. Du looked at this scene and felt relieved. He glanced at Naoki from the corner of his eye, but he didn't see any disappointment on his face. Instead, he looked very energetic, as if he was expecting something. Du? ? Something is wrong. Suddenly, he heard Naoki shouting, Now, collect! Bammo! Babutubo's originally clenched pink fist suddenly opened its 5 fingers and stretched forward. Everyone was confused and didn't know what happened. However, the next second, someone noticed an incredible scene. What happened? The hammer flew back automatically. The other trainers also looked over there. The hammer that was thrown far away by Babutubo was returning at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, the pterosaur was shocked and subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, this move was unexpected. Before it could react, the spinning hammer hit its back with a bang. The fossil pterosaur was hit hard in an instant, and its huge body rushed forward, then fell to the ground with a bang, losing its ability to fight. Du stared at the scene in a daze. Lose. What was that move just now? No, I want to know how that Babutubo did it. Not only can it fly, but it can also use weapons and add electric energy to the hammer. Outrageous. Compared to the shocked people, ADK's eyes were much more exciting. He clapped his hands and praised, What a wonderful battle. At the edge of the field, Professor Oak finally shifted his gaze from those strange Pokemon to the trainer. As a Kanto native, Professor Oak naturally knew Du, and knew that he was a very powerful Pokemon trainer. And now, to use 3 Pokemon, but only defeated one of the opponent's Pokemon. This trainer named Naoki is extraordinary. I really want to end the battle quickly. He wants to take a good look at those strange Pokemon. On the second floor of the manor, Katla, Wanlong and Sirona were lying on the terrace watching the lively scene below. Seeing Babu Tubo defeat the dominant fossil pterosaur, Katla showed a look of surprise. Wanlong, who was wearing glasses and holding a novel manuscript, felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. Maybe she could write a novel about an unknown trainer who defeated the strongest champion in a competition and became a Pokemon master. Juan, what do you think? Wanlong subconsciously discussed with Sirona beside him. Sirona looked at the scene below and said softly, "Electricity, water dragon." Yulongdu's Pokemon is completely at a disadvantage, but it can be seen that he has not yet used his full strength. After all, Yulongdu's most proud ace Pokemon has not yet appeared. But Sirona turned her eyes to the young man on the other side of the venue, and the mysterious Pokemon beside him, with a slight hesitation in her eyes. The trainer named Naoki didn't seem to be using his full strength either. "Mr. Sakaki? Mr. Sakaki, are you listening?" Beside the garden fountain, a middle-aged man with a plump figure looked at the cold man in front of him and called out. Sakaki turned around and nodded indifferently. "Yeah." The middle-aged man smiled and apologized. "Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot that you are also a powerful Pokemon trainer. It must be hard to be a gym leader, right?" "Do your job, it's not hard," Sakaki said calmly and confidently. "Only people with insufficient ability will find that kind of work hard." "Oh, that's good, that's good." The middle-aged man smiled and apologized, as expected of Mr. Sakaki. On the battlefield, after waiting for about 30 seconds, Nimmo stepped forward to check the condition of the fossil pterosaur, and then excitedly raised his hand and announced, "The fossil pterosaur has lost its ability to fight. This battle is won by Babu Tubo." Bammo! Babu Tubo was so happy that he immediately flew back and high-fived Naoki. Du on the opposite side looked helpless. He took out the Pokeball and put the fossil pterosaur back into the Pokeball, took a deep breath, and then said to Naoki, "Come on, there is one last battle." Naoki was slightly stunned. Du showed an apology on his face. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring all my main Pokemon this time. So far, I only have one Pokemon that can fight." As he said that, Du took out the last Pokeball. "This Pokemon has been with me since the beginning, and it is also the most powerful Pokemon around me. Don't give up at any time, that's the creed this guy told me." "Naoki, you know that too, right?" Naoki looked at Du across from him, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Du is going to send out his trump card. It's obvious that it's that Dragonite, in that case. Naoki nodded gently. "Yeah, I know." He asked Babu Tubo to rest aside, and then took out a brand new Pokeball from his waist. "I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time." Naoki clenched the Pokeball of Dragonite in his hand. Seeing that he chose to change Pokemon again, Du was not surprised, but the light in his eyes became more determined. He threw the last Pokeball with force, and in the dazzling white light, a Dragonite with eyes as firm and calm as a trainer appeared in front of Du. Du looked through Dragonite's shoulder and looked at the opposite side, and then said in a deep voice, "Dragon Envoy Du, come up." Chapter 352. In the courtyard of the villa, surrounded by people, the battlefield. 2 Dragonites with completely different looks stood facing each other, looking at each other with fighting spirit. Is it Dragonite 2? Warari didn't expect that Naoki would send out Dragonite in this last battle like him. The many trainers and doctors watching also showed surprised looks. 2 Dragonites. Dr. Oak's eyes wandered over the 2 Dragonites, thinking that this was going to be interesting. As we all know, the dragon family is best at the dragon attribute of Pokemon. When it comes to the cultivation and training of dragon attribute Pokemon, few trainers in the world can match them. And now, another trainer took out the same Pokemon to fight against the Dragon King. Professor Oak didn't want to study those Pokemon he had never seen before. He suddenly became curious about the result of this competition. Wow! That person also sent out Dragonite. On the second floor of the manor, Wanlong, who had always been paying attention to the battle below, had bright eyes. She used her hands to support her eyes, and her attention was completely focused on the upcoming battle. Katla showed an interested look in her eyes. "The champion of the Padilla region? Julan, have you heard of him?" Sirona on the side shook her head. "No. Padilla is too far away from the Sinnoh region, and the connection between the 2 regions is not as close as that between Kanto and Johto. Who do you think will win?" Catlet changed the question. Hearing this, Sirona cast her eyes on the two Dragonites warming up below, and then shook her head truthfully. I can't tell, but there will be an answer soon. Because the little girl who served as the referee had already raised the flag in her hand high, and then blew the whistle. Swoosh. Nemo's eyes were shining. The final battle, Dragonite versus Dragonite, officially begins. Dragonite, it's time to test the results of your special training. The opponent is a very famous figure in the Kanto region, so go all out. Naoki stretched out his hand and pointed at the Dragonite on the opposite side. Ouch. Dragonite responded. It clearly felt Naoki's mood. The hard training in the past 2 years has made it a different person now. Naoki, come on, greet your opponent with your super speed. Ouch. Dragonite's body instantly turned into a white light. The experience accumulated over the years made it very familiar with this move. Everyone saw a flash of white light, and Naoki's Dragonite came in front of Du's Dragonite. Du's Dragonite was alerted in advance, and quickly crossed his arms in front of him to try to defend himself. But he was still knocked off balance by Dragonite. Are you full of fighting spirit? Du's eyes did not change at all. Before Naoki's Dragonite could get away, he immediately gave the order, throw it. Roar. Dragonite, which was knocked back several steps, suddenly adjusted its body shape, flapped its wings behind it quickly, and rushed above Dragonite. A white light surged from its long tail, and then it slapped Dragonite's face. Snap. With a crisp sound, Dragonite took a few steps back, but soon, it stabilized its body and rushed towards the Dragonite on the opposite side. Lightning Fist. Naoki's command was interspersed in it. Dragonite clenched its right claw into a fist, and the power of lightning quickly surged up and swung it hard at the opponent. Facing this blow straight to the face, Du's Dragonite played the advantage of its rich combat experience. It slightly tilted its head, and the fist with the power of lightning brushed past its body and smashed. The strength is enough, but the combat experience is insufficient. Du, who was very familiar with Dragon Attribute Pokemon, immediately saw the disadvantage of the Dragonite through the contact just now. When he saw that the lightning punch missed, he calmly ordered, Fire Punch. The fist covered with scorching flames hit Dragonite's abdomen with a bang. Dragonite felt pain and retreated repeatedly, gasping violently. No, the actual combat experience gap between Dragonite and the opponent is too big. Seeing this scene, Naoki frowned slightly. Dragonite's close combat was obviously no match for that Dragonite. He quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. What if he used praying for rain and thunder? After all, thunder is a surefire move on rainy days. If it is operated properly, it may give the opponent a fatal blow in one go. No, Du's Dragonite can also thunder. Once Dragonite uses praying for rain, with his experience, he will definitely react immediately, and then Dragonite may be counterattacked. Naoki immediately rejected this idea. But the other side of Du did not intend to give them a chance to breathe. Dragonite, destroy the Death Ray. Roar. After the order was given, the Dragonite with a determined look immediately opened its mouth, and a milky white beam of light filled with a deadly atmosphere quickly condensed in it, and then turned into a thick beam of light, which shot out fiercely. Get out of the way. Naoki was forced to stop thinking and command Dragonite to try to dodge. No, it's not just Dragonite's combat experience. Compared to what Ari, his own command experience is also much worse. Dragonite was a little nervous at the moment. It looked at the oncoming destruction Death Ray, and subconsciously flew upwards. The next second after it left the ground, the destructive death light passed by the place where it had just been. Dragonite dodged this move very narrowly, and then turned around and shouted, Ouch! Naoki immediately understood what Dragonite meant. It wanted to use its best move. Not now, the best time has not come yet. Naoki shook his head immediately. At least he had to consume a little more of the opponent's physical strength, otherwise, the thunder could not give the Dragonite a fatal blow, and then they would inevitably be counterattacked. Just like when Ultraman fights small monsters, he always consumes their physical strength before using the finishing move. The killer move must be saved for the last. As for now, Naoki remained calm. 100,000 volts. Although Dragonite didn't understand why Naoki didn't let it pray for rain, it still obeyed the command obediently, mobilized the electrical energy in its body, released a strong current, and flew towards Du's Dragonite. Facing the electric current in the sky, Du and Dragonite's expressions did not change at all. Dragon Dance. Wu's voice was calm. Roar. The Dragonite responded, its eyes fixed on the oncoming electric current, and then it suddenly spun at high speed on the spot. It spun so fast that the electric current in the sky was ejected one after another. Looking at this scene, The spectators were slightly surprised. Blocked. Can Dragon Dance still be used like this? Everything on the battlefield was reflected in Professor Oak's eyes, and he couldn't help but murmured, if this is the full strength of the Dragonite, it is dangerous. Use Dragon Dance to bounce back energy-type attacks? Naoki suddenly remembered that this technique seemed to have appeared in anime. The 100,000 volts ended, and so did Dragon Dance. Adu looked at the panting, wounded Dragonite on the opposite side, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It's time to end, Dragonite, reverse scale burst. Roar. After receiving the command, Dragonite suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying momentum, and the scales on its body suddenly stood up, and then pounced on the opponent. Seeing this scene, Naoki's heart was instantly alarmed. Be careful to avoid it. Fly up. Move at high speed. Dragonite also sensed the danger. It did not dare to neglect, and used all its strength to use the high-speed movement honed from daily delivery, and flew high into the sky. Adu's Dragonite followed closely behind. Its attack was random, but every punch and every collision was full of irresistible power. That was the reverse scale, a dragon attribute move with a power of up to 120, and it was the reverse scale that had been strengthened by the Dragon Dance. Once hit, coupled with the attribute restraint, Dragonite would definitely lose its combat ability. Now, Naoki can only pin his hopes on Dragonite. As long as he can withstand this attack, the Dragonite will fall into the negative state caused by overusing the reverse scale. At that time, it will be the best time for them to turn defeat into victory. In the sky, above the manor, two dragon attribute Pokemon are chasing each other at a very fast speed. Naoki looked at the scene, and his heart was raised to his throat. Come on! Dragonite. The airflow of Dragonite kept surging, and its speed was at its fastest, which barely pulled away from the Dragonite behind it. Time passed by minute. At this moment, all the people attending the dinner were watching the two Pokemon competing in the sky. A storm began to blow. A strong wind suddenly blew in the sky, and the milky white air flow kept surging. A terrible storm was brewing. Some ladies' hats were blown away by the wind, and they were so scared that they quickly covered their expensive evening dresses. Is that a storm? Some trainers noticed the changes in the surrounding environment, and their tone was full of shock and confusion. But how is it possible? Why is the influence of the storm of that Dragonite so exaggerated? Du's Dragonite used the reverse scale, and will only use the reverse scale in the next period of time. This means that the Dragonite that used the storm must be the Dragonite that is being chased. The storm slightly blocked the pursuit of Adu's Dragonite. Naoki took the time to look at Adu on the opposite side, and found that Du's expression on his face was also extremely solemn at the moment. He didn't seem to expect things to happen to this situation. The physical strength, speed, and endurance of that Dragonite are really too exaggerated. Naoki guessed what was in Du's mind, and couldn't help but grin. It seems that he didn't let Dragonite deliver milk every day in vain. In the sky, the erected scales on Du's Dragonite slowly drooped. Dragonite successfully dragged out the duration of the reverse scales. It flew quickly in the airflow that was favorable to it, and looked back at its opponent from time to time. This action was no different from a provocation to Du's Dragonite. At this moment, it was a little angry after chasing for so long. It was very angry, and used its speed on its own to attack the Dragonite in front of it, and then it slammed into it. Dragonite staggered and began to fall directly from midair. Fortunately, it managed to stabilize itself just before landing. Du's Dragonite landed in front of Du right after it. Its body was scratched by the fierce airflow just now, and it looked very embarrassed. Both Dragonites were panting and looked at each other across the battlefield, as if they were back to the beginning of the battle. Looking at this scene, Naoki's eyes sparkled. Almost there. Next, it was time to lure Du to attack. Naoki shouted, Dragonite, are you tired? Hold on a little longer. Hearing this, Du immediately determined that the physical strength of the Dragonite on the other side was close to the limit. The chase just now consumed a lot of its endurance, and now it can no longer react as quickly as before in a short period of time. Therefore, Du waved his hand and issued the last order, Dragonite, give it the last blow, and use another destruction ray. Take the bait. The terrifying white energy quickly gathered in Dragonite's mouth. Looking at this scene, Naoto immediately shouted, now! Dragonite understood instantly. Its eyes revealed an excited light, and its usually gentle eyes suddenly became firm, looking up and locking onto the white beam coming towards it. At the moment when it was about to be hit, Dragonite flew up high and flew into the air. Looking at this scene, Du's heart tightened, and his face was shocked. How is it possible? How could it still have the strength to dodge? But the next second, the scene that worried him the most happened. It suddenly rained heavily in the sky. Some trainers didn't know what happened, because Dragonite's rain prayer had reached a superb level. He didn't need to raise his hand, just a thought, and he could make rain fall from the sky. But there were still people with sharp eyes who realized what happened. Professor Oak looked at the Dragonite in surprise, muttering, "I didn't expect it to be so proficient in the rain prayer move." Boom! Thunderclouds surged in the sky, and terrifying lightning and thunder were brewing wildly in it. It was too late, and Dew's mood instantly sank to the bottom. Naoki looked at the Dragonite opposite, and a smile appeared on his face. "General." A loud thunder exploded, and a thick thunderstorm fell straight down, and the dazzling lightning instantly submerged the Dragonite below. The strong electric current penetrated into the Dragonite's body through the gaps in its scales, and a strong sense of paralysis instantly spread throughout its body. Dragonite immediately lost consciousness, and his huge body fell to the ground, unable to get up. At this moment, all the audience stood up suddenly, shocked and speechless. The heavy rain stopped, and the thunderclouds dispersed. Sakaki, whose suit was wet by the rain, retracted his gaze and turned to walk into the manor. On the second floor of the manor, Katla, who was originally sitting on a chair watching the competition, was also shocked and stood up, muttering in disbelief. He really won. Wan Long, who was standing by, adjusted the frame of her glasses, with a gleam in her eyes. "Excellent. Did you use the combat technique of using rainy days to improve the hit rate of thunder? It didn't use it at the beginning. Could it be because you were worried that the Dragonite of Dew would also use thunder? That Dragonite's proficiency in the move of praying for rain has probably reached a superb level. I never thought that there would be a trainer who would let Pokemon practice this move specifically." Sharona murmured. Katla nodded in agreement. Not only that, the Dragonite's endurance is also beyond ordinary people. These advantages just make up for its disadvantage of lack of practical experience. It's really surprising. Dragonite lost its ability to fight. Mr. Naoki won this battle. On the field, Nemo excitedly announced the result of the battle. It was indeed a championship-level Pokemon battle. She learned a lot from it. I will use these things on my Pokemon later, Nemo thought. Dragonite ran back happily, with a look of praise on his face. Naoki smiled and touched its head, then took out a bottle of goat milk from his backpack and fed it. "Great, take a good rest next." "Awooh!" Dragonite raised its head and drank the goat milk, then licked the milk stains on its mouth with its tongue, and was taken back into the Pokeball by Naoki like a good baby. And Dew on the opposite side also took back his Dragonite. He looked at Naoki with admiration. "I lost. It's incredible. I don't feel sad now." Dew thought for a moment, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. "It must be that I feel happier to be able to fight with excellent trainers than to be upset about failure." "Me too." Naoki thought Dew was quite approachable and easy to get along with. He smiled, walked forward with Gulton and the others, and took out a few bottles of goat milk and gave them to Dew. "Feed them to the Pokemon. These things can help them heal their injuries and recover their health." Chapter 353. After a wonderful battle, many guests and trainers went to their rooms to change their clothes that were soaked by the rain. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but feel ashamed. Dragonite was so excited that he forgot to control the range of the rain prayer. But fortunately, no one blamed him. Everyone was used to this kind of thing, and left here with laughter and chat. Dew was not in a hurry to change his clothes. He released the injured Pokemon, and fed them the bottles of goat milk. As several bottles of goat milk were swallowed, the weak Dragonite opened their eyes one after another, and the injuries on their bodies began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Wait a minute, he was a little surprised. He had never seen such a significant medicine. The goat milk, a specialty of my ranch, is very effective for injured Pokemon. Naoki replied with a smile. Goat milk. Wait a minute, he looked at the remaining bottle of goat milk, and was a little stunned. On the transparent glass bottle were cute avatars of 3 little sheep. The 3 little sheep put their heads together, with innocent smiles on their faces, looking very cute. The bottle was filled with milky white liquid, gently shaking under the moonlight. At this time, a careless voice came from the side. Hey, hey, hey! You just gave him such precious goat milk? I spent a lot of money to buy it. What Ari retracted his gaze from the goat milk, and turned his head with Naoki, and saw ADK, Ju Lauda and Nemo's father walking towards them. ADK said sourly, I don't even get such treatment. Naoki, The Vulcan moth beside him cried out, reminding ADK that it had recovered thanks to the goat milk given by Naoki. ADK laughed. Just kidding, long time no see, adieu. Du nodded at ADK and said hello, me too, Mr. ADK. Dad, This is Mr. Naoki who runs a ranch and delivers goods with a large group of Dragonite that I told you about before. Little Nemo ran over and threw herself into her father's arms. Nicker nodded repeatedly. I know, of course Dad remembers. Not only does he remember, he also got a deeper understanding of the young man through ADK. Seeing that they had finished fighting, Nicker's eyes lit up, and he finally had the opportunity to ask the question he wanted to know. Hello, Naoki, I am Nicker, the boss of Rotom Technology Company. Are you the author of this plan for the Rotom mobile phone? Yes. Naoki's heart moved slightly, and he asked, with the current technology, can this kind of electronic device be manufactured? Although Nicker was very tempted, he couldn't give a definite answer yet. I haven't decided on the specific situation yet. I have to wait until I go back and study with everyone in the R&D department before I can come to a conclusion. Is that so? Naoki nodded thoughtfully, but he was not surprised. Nicker coughed lightly, his tone a little excited. Are you really going to hand over this plan to our company? Cooperate with us? Many big bosses gathered at the dinner, including some guys who developed electronic equipment in other regions. Rotom mobile phones have great development prospects. If they are successful, their company will definitely occupy a place in the world in the future. Naoki didn't think about those twists and turns. He just wanted to play with smartphones as soon as possible, so he nodded and said, because we are all pageant people. Nickel immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I know, please leave me a contact number. When we have research results, we will contact you immediately and discuss your share of the reward at that time. Naoki nodded politely, and did not refuse. Seeing that the trainer still had something to say, Nicker did not bother them, and left the place very simply. Suddenly, only Naoki, Nemo, ADK, What Ari and Boss Kiku were left here. They all heard the conversation just now, and ADK couldn't help but ask curiously, Rotom phone? He thought of the Rotom devices that had been developed, and asked, is it the same appliance as the Rotom washing machine? Boss Kiku, who was standing by, also cast a curious look over here. Naoki thought for a moment, and then explained, yes and no, it is different from a washing machine, it is not a piece of furniture, but a portable communicator similar to a video phone. Boss Kiku, What Ari and ADK immediately turned into curious babies. Although they are the owners and champions, there are still many things in this world that they don't know. Seeing this, Naoki could only continue. In addition to basic communication functions, it also has many other functions, such as online shopping, positioning and navigation through satellite signals, video communication, etc. Positioning and video communication are easy to understand. But what is online shopping? Nemo asked innocently. What is online shopping? Is it shopping on the spider web woven by Alitos? Naoki. No, online shopping is to use the internet to connect each region, and then contact people in other regions through functions such as sending messages, and then you can buy the items you need from them. When Nemo heard this, her eyes lit up. Wow, so magical. Then can I buy fresh milk and vegetables from Naoki Ranch at home? Naoki thought little Nemo was so cute that he couldn't help but rub her head with his hand, and nodded with a smile. Yes, when I see the news, I will ask Dragonite to deliver the things you ordered to where you are. The remaining 3 people, ADK, What Ari and Kiku, are still limited by the times. They can't imagine the scene described by Naoki. And what the hell is it to ask Dragonite to deliver goods? Boss Kiku couldn't help but cast a confused look at Naoki. Are there really so many Dragonites in that ranch? Adik on the side smiled and explained. Yes, I have witnessed that scene with my own eyes. Many Dragonites flew to the town with small bags tied around their necks, delivering milk and vegetables from the ranch to the townspeople. Nemo also nodded and said, yes. Boss Kiku was shocked. Wu was also very surprised. He looked at the Dragonite and the Pokemon named Golden, and finally couldn't help but ask, you are also from the Dragon Master family? He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a Dragon Master family in the Padilla region. Naoki was stunned for a moment before he understood what Du said. He shook his head. No, I don't know any Dragon Master family. I met those Dragonites by chance. Du nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He understood. ADK was still surprised by the topic just now. He thought about the picture carefully in his mind, and then asked, if I buy milk in the Unova region, can Dragonite also deliver it to me across regions? This involves the issue of regional security. If Dragonite comes to help deliver goods, and then is forcibly liberated and robbed by the Plasma team as a poor Pokemon that has been exploited, that would be bad. Naoki thought for a moment, and did not tell anyone about this matter. Instead, he said tactfully, those are just my ideas. I don't know if they can be developed. I understand. ADK nodded and grinned. Although I don't understand this, if you need anything, you can contact me. Oh, by the way, the Rotom Cell must need a Pokemon like the Rotom washing machine, right? You can come to me then, and I take you to the Tourmaline Cave, where many Plasma Rotoms live. Then I trouble you, Naoki said with a smile. If you plan to equip Giratina and the others with a Rotom Cell, you really need a Pokemon like Rotom. Because the ordinary Rotom Cell is just a smartphone that looks similar to Rotom, but there is no Rotom inside. Only when a wild Rotom enters it, the Rotom phone will become a real Rotom phone. The function of Rotom is equivalent to that of smart AI such as Xiao AI and Xiao Du, which can translate and transcode the text of Pokemon and convey the content on the phone to Giratina and others. In addition, it can also perform smart touch according to the meaning of using Pokemon, so that they can also surf the internet like humans. Hearing these words, Boss Kiku became very interested in the young man in front of him. He wanted to say something more, but as the host of the banquet, there were still many people waiting for him to entertain. Helplessly, Boss Kiku had to say goodbye to ADK and Naoki, and turned to talk to other guests. ADK wanted to stay here with Naoki, but many people from the United Alliance discovered his arrival and were very surprised, and then a large group of people came to drink with him. Seeing this, ADK wanted to refuse, but thinking of his irresponsible departure from the Pokemon League and leaving the affairs to the 4 Heavenly Kings, he immediately and decisively gave up the idea. Now that he has returned, it is time to take up the responsibility of the champion again. So, ADK asked Naoki to stay here, and he went to communicate with those people about the latest situation of the United Alliance. Not long after, Nimmo was also captured by her father. Before leaving, Nimmo reluctantly said that after she returned to the Padilla area, she would go to Naoki Ranch to buy fresh milk and vegetables. Naoki, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Nimmo was not interested in this. Dude didn't leave. He looked at Golden and Babuto and asked, "Are they Pokemon from the Padilla region?" Naoki looked at his Pokemon playing in the garden, and nodded with a smile, yes. There are no such Pokemon in Kanto and Johto. Dude said truthfully, "Today is the first time I have seen them. To be honest, I couldn't tell their attributes at first." Naoki pointed at several Pokemon and introduced them. The pink one is called Babuto, and it is an electric and fighting Pokemon. The one over there that looks like a dream demon is called Flutterhair, and it is a Pokemon with ghost and fairy attributes. This one over here is called Golden, and it is a Pokemon with dragon and fighting attributes. They are Pokemon unique to the Padilla region and are hard to find in other regions. Du's eyes swept over Babutubo and Flutterhair, and finally stopped at Golden, who was muscular and strong. Du's eyes gradually became eager, as if he was looking at some holy object. Naoki, ? Wu praised, "What a perfect and sacred Pokemon." Golden, "Ah ga." Wu asked, "Naoki, you also like Dragon attribute Pokemon, right?" Naoki was slightly startled, then looked at Golden and Dragonite, and nodded, "Yeah." Wu seemed to have found a like-minded person, and then shared his views on this kind of Pokemon. Dragons are sacred legendary creatures. Although they are not easy to catch, as long as they are carefully cultivated, they can be invincible in the world. It's the best to be a partner, but... Wu didn't say too much, but Dragon-type Pokemon are very afraid of cold, which is one of their few weaknesses, right? So every time the cold winter comes, I will stay close to Dragonite and others to keep warm. Naoki, Naoki finally understood that Wu is a senior dragon lover. But he really wanted to say that although Charizard and Pteranodon have dragon in their names, they don't have dragon attributes. Will you also stay close to Gul'dan and others to keep warm? Adu looked at Golden and asked. Naoki, in my ranch, we light the fireplace in winter. At that time, the whole house will become warm, not cold at all. If you stick together, you will sweat profusely. Golden once did this, running to the bed while he was sleeping. The result was that he pressed down the quilt, making him sweat profusely, but unable to kick off the quilt, and he was almost suffocated to death. That's right. Du came back to his senses, and a shy smile appeared on his handsome face. I almost forgot that you were running a ranch, and I often encounter such situations because I travel around outside. Naoki sometimes envied this kind of adventurous life. When he watched anime before, he liked the plot where Ash and his Pokemon ran to a cave to hide on a snowy mountain. Therefore Naoki asked curiously, do you hide in a cave on a snowy day? Yes. Wu recalled, at that time, I often thought, if there was a kotatsu that dragon Pokemon could enter, then Pokemon and trainers could get in together to keep warm. Ahaha, how big would that kotatsu be? It's really hard to imagine. Naoki imagined the scene, and couldn't help laughing. That's great. Huh? Hearing his tone, Du was a little surprised. Naoki, haven't you experienced this kind of thing? No. Naoki shook his head. I have been running a ranch in the Padilla area and have hardly traveled. Du looked at the Pokemon and said, then you can also go traveling and try it. It feels great to be with Pokemon in the natural environment, to keep each other warm, and accompany each other. Naoki thought about it, and shook his head. Forget it. The Pokemon at home will miss me. There is gain and loss, and he is very satisfied with his current life. And he can't let go of his family. Every time he goes out for a few days, he will think about going back to the ranch, thinking about the farmland at home, thinking about the Pokemon at home, and thinking about whether the baby bear and Dream have sent letters home. This feeling is probably the same as the feeling of those old people who originally lived in the countryside in his previous life, who left their hometown for the city, and always miss going home. The only difference is that the old people are worried about the chickens and ducks at home being left unfed, and the big yellow dog at home being hungry. Is that so? What Ari can roughly understand that feeling. There are Pokemon waiting for you to go home, and this feeling of concern is really nostalgic. Yes. Naoki looked up at the night sky and nodded with a smile. The night sky is beautiful today, the moon is round, emitting a bright and soft light. Many Pokemon in the ranch like this scene. At this moment, maybe they are also looking at the moon above their heads like him. At this time, a middle-aged uncle walked over here. Looking at the familiar face, a name immediately emerged in Naoki's mind, Professor Oak. Perhaps because he had just been caught in the rain, Professor Oak took off his white coat, leaving only a round-neck sweater on his body, revealing an approachable and peaceful temperament. Du recognized Professor Oak and greeted him politely. Dr. Oak. Dr. Oak nodded to Du, and then looked at Naoki with a smile. Hello, trainer from Padilla. I am Professor Oak from Pallet Town. Chapter 354. Naoki had already recognized Professor Oak. Even if he had no memory of his previous life, he had seen the program Professor Oak's Pokemon lecture on TV when he was at the ranch. Therefore, Naoki said, I've seen you on TV. Hello, Professor Oak. Professor Oak understood as soon as he heard this, and he nodded with a smile. That's because the TV station invited me to attend the lecture. These programs are to introduce Pokemon to children who are not yet 10 years old. Since he is an authority in the field of Pokemon research, almost all regions will introduce this program to broadcast on TV to guide and educate those children. After a few simple chats, Professor Oak could not wait to shift the topic to the Pokemon next to him. No Pokemon doctor can refuse this kind of Pokemon that he has never seen before. After getting Naoki's permission, Professor Oak immediately came forward and carefully observed these Pokemon. This Pokemon is so strong. It has dense red scales on its body. Is that a tire on its chest? Professor Oak lay on the ground without any image, stretched out his hand to poke the air bag on Golden's chest, and asked curiously. Golden felt that this posture was too weird, and it took 2 steps back with a look of fear, and then subconsciously changed its form, turning into a tall and mighty fighting form. Ah, gah! Seeing this scene, Professor Oak and Du were all shocked. It looks changed. After a brief surprise, a strong light flashed in Professor Oak's eyes, and he developed a strong interest in studying this Pokemon he had never seen before. Naoki stepped forward helplessly, patted Golden's shoulder, and Golden obediently changed back to his mount form. Naoki. It's called Golden, and it's also a very rare Pokemon in the Padilla region. It was discovered and named by Dr. Olin and Dr. Futu in the Padilla region. Galton. Professor Oak murmured, and then asked, Is its name Galton? August. Galton nodded loudly. Professor Oak's ears were buzzing from its roar, and he quickly protected his ears. Okay, I know a little Agassi. Galton stopped talking. Professor Oak breathed a sigh of relief and said to Naoki with a smile, It seems that this is a Pokemon with a very strong personality. Akira and Babbitt were laughing on the side. Professor Oak turned his gaze to them again. Thinking of what happened in the battle just now, he asked, This Pokemon can change its attributes through the mask it wears. Am I right? Naoki nodded. It's called Miraculous. The mask has a magical energy called Taijing energy from the Padilla region. After Miraculous wears the mask, it can use this power to change its attributes. Taijing energy? Professor Oak felt that this was a term he had never heard of. The ability to change Pokemon's attributes. I didn't expect that the Padilla region actually had this power. Kanto and Padilla are too far apart, so there is basically no contact between the regions. Professor Oak knows very little about everything over there. Bony. Seeing Professor Oak looking at him, Erky greeted him lively. Professor Oak smiled and replied, Hello to you too, Erky. Bony. Erky was even happier. It didn't expect that the people in this place didn't hate it either. The joy and excitement in its heart made Urki happily circle around the few people. Looking at this scene, Naoki couldn't help but think of what happened to Eruption before, and his heart was a little complicated for a while. But no matter what, those things have passed, and grasping the present is the most important thing. At this time, Dr. Oak cast his eyes on Babu Tubo, who was wearing a cape and holding a hammer, dressed as a superhero. Dr. Oak had also seen this series of movies before, and recognized this dress at a glance. He smiled and greeted, "Hello, little hero." Hearing this stranger calling him a hero, Babu Tubo was stunned, and then a shy expression appeared on his face. It flew behind Naoki in a whoosh, and it was embarrassed. Naoki smiled, "This Pokemon is Babudu, and I made all these costumes for it specially." Professor Oak, Babudu. Wow, it looks very energetic. After introducing several Pokemon outside, Professor Oak suddenly turned around and looked around, and then asked, "Where is the Pokemon that looked like a dream demon just now? I think it was still here just now." Naoki was stunned, then turned around and looked around, and then found that Flutterbone had disappeared without a trace. He quickly looked around and asked several Pokemon if they had seen where Flutterfat had gone, but they were just chatting with Professor Oak and didn't notice Flutterfat at all. This is bad. Naoki couldn't help but frown. Noticing the expression on his face, Professor Oak was a little surprised. "What's wrong? That Pokemon shouldn't run too far. We just need to look for it in a manner." Naoki. "No, the situation of that Pokemon is a little special. Its personality is different from other Pokemon. I'm worried that it will be scared by something and hurt others. After all, this is a completely unfamiliar environment for Flutter." After a little thought, Naoki calmly said to Babu Tubo, "Babu Tubo, fly over the manor and see if you can find Flutter. Pay attention to the dark corners." "Babu." Babu Tubo nodded and flew into the sky immediately. Although Professor Oak and Watari didn't quite understand what happened, they still said, "Then let us help you find it." So, the group and the Pokemon began to search the manor in a hurry. At the same time, on the third floor of the manor, in a dark room far away from the hustle and bustle, a low cry was heard, like the cry of a baby. Zenifa, who was a little hungry, and went to find meat, was attracted by the sound. The window of the room was wide open, and the wind blew the curtains constantly, and the atmosphere looked very strange. Zenifa floated to the window following the sound, and the crying sound inside suddenly became clearer. Zenifa's eyes swept through the room, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. There was no one in the room, so where did the voice come from? With doubt in mind, Fluttering Wings floated into the room. It seemed that it heard someone coming in. The voice stopped for a moment, and then it cried loudly, as if attracting the intruder to go and find out. As an ancient hunter, Fluttering Wings immediately sensed the other party's intention. Obviously, this was a trap. Its figure quietly sneaked into the shadows, and then came to the back of the European-style sofa in a very concealed manner. The next second, Flutter saw a strange Pokemon with a dark green body, hair like phosphorescent fire, and a string of conspicuous red beads hanging around its neck. No, it can't be said to be strange. Because this Pokemon looks a bit like it. It's just like a smaller version of it. The other party was hiding behind the sofa, and although he was crying, his face didn't show any sadness at all. Instead, he looked quirky, as if waiting for his prey to take the bait. Flutter silently emerged from the shadows. The crying stopped abruptly. The Pokemon finally realized something, and turned its head. The next second, two completely different eyes met. Flutter, Dream Monster. Shock. The Dream Monster, who wanted to scare humans with a prank, turned around and ran away. In panic, it knocked over the vase in the room, and the vase fell to the ground with a loud noise. Flutter looked at the cub calmly. As a Pokemon who has lived alone for a long time, Flutter has no interest in other cubs in the group. It wanted to ignore it, but Naoki suddenly appeared in its mind. If it were Naoki, he would definitely take this immature cub back to take care of it, right? During this period of time, Zenifa could feel that Naoki and Gillerton were trying hard to teach it about the world and help it integrate into this place. In order to live up to their trust, it has been studying hard. And now, it is time to test its learning results. Zenifa chased after it. So when the Dream Demon ran a distance and looked back, it saw the scary big guy following closely behind it. The Dream Demon felt that it was about to urinate. "Mom, help!" It quickly floated in the air, trying to escape. However, the big guy was one step faster than it, and the winged claws on its head grabbed it. The Dream Demon was so scared that it dared not move. The flapping wings did not move either. It was thinking about how to take care of the cub. After a long time, The dream demon gradually calmed down, and it finally realized that the big guy did not seem to want to hurt it. The dream demon, who was gradually getting bolder, asked tentatively, "Dream? What do you want to do?" Flutter remembered the program Pokemon World that he had watched with the crown of buds on the ranch before, on that TV called TV. It told the whole process of how some wild Pokemon met and fell in love, laid eggs, hatched cubs, and took care of the cubs. The Pokemon in it, how did they do it? Just at this moment, the dream demon's stomach made a gurgling sound. The dream monster shivered and said, "Dream? I'm hungry." It originally wanted to scare a few humans through a prank, and then absorb the fear generated by them to fill its stomach. In the end, it didn't expect to attract people, but attracted this strange big guy. Hearing this, Flutter looked at it, and it remembered. The first step to take care of the cub is to feed its stomach. So Flutter took out the tree fruit he had hidden, and took care of this little dream monster like Naoki took care of other Pokemon, and fed it the tree fruit. The dream demon felt a little flattered. Although it didn't like the taste of the fruit, it still ate it. Seeing that the cub had eaten the fruit, Zenifa was satisfied. He let go of the dream demon and stared at its movements without blinking. The dream demon didn't dare to move. At this time, Zenifa suddenly heard Babu Tubo calling him. He looked in that direction, then turned back to signal the dream demon to follow. The dream demon didn't dare to run. It could feel that the big guy in front of it was a very scary existence. If it ran away, it would probably be caught back immediately. In this case, it is better not to provoke it. So, when Babu Tubo brought Flutter back to Naoki, Naoki saw a timid dream monster following Flutter. Naoki was stunned. "What is it?" "Flutter, dream." Professor Oak on the side observed the actions of the two Pokemon, and then said with interest, This Pokemon named Flutter seems to take care of this dream monster as a cub." Naoki was stunned, and looked at Flutter in front of him with an incredible face, with a calm face and small tiger teeth showing. Cub? Impossible. After all, as far as he knew, paradoxical Pokemon like Flutter cannot lay eggs. But looking at Flutter, it seems to know. About the cub, at this moment, a guess suddenly popped up in Naoki's mind. Could it be that paradoxical Pokemon are not imaginary creatures, nor are they fantasy creatures created by Talabagos according to human wishes? Each paradoxical Pokemon may be a real creature that existed, just like the dinosaurs in the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. But later, for some reason, they all became extinct, and the remaining paradox species gradually evolved into the modern appearance. Or there is another possibility. Could these paradox species Pokemon not belong to this world at all? Is it possible that the time machine summoned the paradox species from another dimension, another time and space, and each paradox species has a different egg set, so it cannot lay eggs in the game? Otherwise, the paradox Pokemon that cannot lay eggs will directly die on their own. Professor Oak stared at the flapping hair and murmured, "Flapping hair? Is it a special form of the dream demon in the Padilla region? It's really interesting. It looks twice as big as the ordinary dream demon." Naoki had no way to answer this question. He thought about it, took out a piece of translation melon seed crisp from his backpack and ate it, then asked, "Flapping hair, what's the matter with this dream demon?" Flapping hair couldn't express his meaning coherently. Dream. A cub, alone, crying, I helped it. Naoki looked at the dream monster that wanted to hide far away, and then heard the dream monster say miserably, "Dream. It's not crying, I was teasing people, and this guy came and caught me." Naoki, He understood, and his face showed a speechless expression. He explained to Flutter, "It's not a cub. Although you look alike, you are not the same kind of Pokemon." Flutter showed a confused expression on his face. "Dream? No, a cub?" Naoki nodded. "It's called a dream demon, and it's just like this." Naoki apologized to the little dream demon on behalf of the winged hare. "I'm very sorry. There seems to be a misunderstanding between you and the winged hare. It has no ill intentions, but it just thought you were a newborn baby and wanted to help you, so it did that to you." The dream demon looked angry, and seeing that this human was quite easy to talk to, it gradually became bolder. "Dream. I'm not a baby, but since you didn't mean it, I forgive you." After saying that, the dream demon flew away. Flutter did not stop it, but just looked at its back in confusion, as if he didn't quite understand what Naoki had just said. Wario and Professor Oak, who witnessed the whole process, were surprised. "Professor Oak, were you talking to a Pokemon just now?" Naoki nodded without blushing. "This is my ability." Ability. Professor Oak immediately thought of the power of the evergreen in the Kanto region. It is said that some people born near the evergreen forest will be blessed by the evergreen forest. These people will have the ability to sense Pokemon's dreams and heal Pokemon's injuries. What Du thought of was the legendary power of Dragon Control. There is an ancient legend in the Dragon Control family. It is said that those who awaken the power of Dragon Control will be born Dragon Messengers. This ability will greatly increase the affinity of Dragon-attributed Pokemon, so as to better control them. Chapter 355. Seeing that Professor Oak and Watari quickly accepted the fact that he could understand Pokemon, Naoki couldn't help but mutter in his heart that this was indeed the Pokemon world. It seemed that anything could happen in this world. The dinner gradually came to an end, and the sound of many guests toasting and laughing gradually became quieter. Naoki glanced at the time and found that it was already 10:30 in the evening. This time passed too quickly, didn't it? Frosty Milk Fairy and Bubble Tread were yawning sleepily. Seeing this, Naoki took a few Pokemon back into the Pokeball and let them go to sleep. As the host of the banquet, Boss Kiku began to see off the guests. Watari and Professor Oak were also ready to leave. As the champion of the Kanto League, Watari's daily work was not easy. In addition to handling various affairs of the league, he also had to work part-time as a justice investigator to investigate the rocket team active in various parts of Kanto. After saying goodbye to Naoki, Watari casually threw his cloak behind him and turned to walk into the dark night. Professor Oak looked at the Gulton next to Naoki and invited him. Naoki, if you have time in the future, you can go to Professor Oak's institute in Pallet Town in the Kanto region to play. I will treat you and the little Agassi well. Pallet Town? Hearing this, Naoki's heart moved. That is a famous place in the anime, Xiaoji's hometown. He really wanted to check in and visit it. But thinking about it carefully, the Kanto region is on the other side of the planet. It will take a lot of time to go there. Let's wait and see it later. Thinking this in his heart, Naoki responded politely. Okay, I will bring everyone in the ranch to visit you when the time comes. Professor Oak immediately laughed happily. The Pokemon in Naoki's ranch must be Pokemon that are not available in the Kanto region. As a doctor who specializes in Pokemon research, Dr. Oak can't refuse such a thing. If Naoki didn't have a ranch at home that could accommodate so many Pokemon, he would even want to invite Naoki to send the captured Pokemon to the Research Institute for him to help take care of them. Dr. Oak, okay, let's stop here today. I have to go back to Pallet Town too. I have to go to the Johto region to attend a Pokemon lecture in a few days. You should go back and rest early. Naoki nodded, and watched Professor Oak turn and leave, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Professor Oak, who studies Pokemon. The authority in the Pokemon research community. If I bring Budcrest to visit him, and then have Professor Oak upload Budcrest's appearance and information to the Pokemon Encyclopedia, or publish it in the form of a paper. Would that allow more people to know about Budcrest's existence, and thereby increase more faith in Budcrest? The answer is obvious, it is feasible. It's a pity that the King of the Crown of Flowers didn't come this time. Thinking of this, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But it doesn't matter. There will be many opportunities to carry forward the Church of the Crown of Flowers in the future. Naoki turned his head and looked around. He didn't see ADK. He probably went to chat with others. He didn't have anything to do, so he simply leaned on Golden and waited for ADK. Sirona and Katla seemed to have left, and Nemo and her father were nowhere to be seen. Naoki looked around, and then saw Sakaki, who had changed into a suit, walking by not far away. Sakaki changed into a brown suit, with deep facial features and sharp eyebrows and eyes. He looked very elite, like a powerful entrepreneur. He did not stop, but walked straight out of the manor with powerful steps. Looking at Sakaki's back, Naoki sighed. Tisk, the aura is so strong. What do you mean by strong? At this time, ADK finally finished his work and came to find Naoki. Nothing, I just think that person has a strong aura. Naoki retracted his gaze from Sakaki. ADK followed his gaze, and saw only a strange figure from behind, but could not recognize the person's identity. Are you done? Naoki asked. ADK nodded, took Naoki out of the manor, and got into a taxi to the hotel. On the way, he asked, It's over. Are you going to go back to Padia directly? Or are you going to stay in Unova for a few more days? Naoki thought of the legendary Pokemon in the Unova region. The one he could most easily come into contact with at the moment was Kyurem, who lived in the giant cave. After a little thought, Naoki asked, Is Kamo Town far from Fanba City? Kamo Town? ADK was a little surprised. That place is in the northeast of Unova. It's still a long way from Fanba City. What's wrong? Where do you want to go? Naoki explained. I've heard of the stories circulating in Kamo Town. I'm very interested in that story, so I want to go there and take a look. The story circulating in Kagome Town? At first, ADK was a little confused, but soon he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. Are you talking about the legend of the man-eating beast? It is said that a long time ago, a meteorite fell from space and landed in the endless towering mountains in the north of Kagome Town. There is a ferocious and terrifying beast in the meteorite. It is said that the beast will appear in the town at night, accompanied by cold wind, and take away people and Pokemon and eat them. In order to prevent such things from happening again, the residents of the town built a wall to surround Kagome Town, and also established regulations prohibiting people from going out at night, and encouraging people to stay at home. In modern times, even though some townspeople no longer believe in this story, they still stay at home at night and rarely go out. Does Mr. ADK know that story? Naoki asked. ADK hummed and replied with a smile. Before I became the champion of the Unova League, I was traveling around the Unova region like those trainers. You are interested in the man-eating monster in the story, right? Naoki asked with interest. Do you think that monster is a Pokemon? I don't know about that. ADK spread his hands. After all, no one has ever seen the giant beast, and some people say that the story was made up by adults to scare children and make them go home and sleep after dark. Naoki has never been to the real Kame Town. He thought of the wall surrounding Kame Town in the legend and asked, is Kame Town really surrounded by a wall? ADK shook his head. No, maybe there was, but it was demolished later. The current Kame Town is just an ordinary small town, no different from the town of Jichin. I see. Naoki didn't say anything. The taxi stopped beside the hotel. ADK looked at Naoki and Gillerton and said with a smile, let's have a good sleep first. We can make a decision after we wake up tomorrow. Okay. Naoki nodded, then said goodbye to ADK and took the hotel elevator to his room. After a simple wash, he lay on the bed and thought about his next plan. It has been almost a week since this trip. If we go to Kagome Town, plus the rush and search, I don't know how long it will take. The most important thing is that there is a continuous high mountain range to the north of Kagome Town, which is extremely vast. If you go in and explore blindly, it is basically difficult to find the specific location of the giant cave. And Kurim and the ranch are not very compatible. Thinking of this, Naoki had the answer in his mind. Forget it, this trip has already been very fruitful. Not only did I learn how to make energy blocks, I also sent out the Rotom plan. If it drags on, it feels like it will take a month to finish. With such a long time, everyone at the ranch might be worried to death. The food left in the refrigerator was probably almost eaten by several Pokemon. Although the AI Guancher brothers and sisters were good at doing housework and managing the ranch, it was still too difficult for them to take the money to the town to buy food. And the barrels of fruit wine brewed in the wine cellar last month should be ripe. He had to go home. With the answer in his mind, Naoki's heart settled down. He closed his eyes with peace of mind and prepared to take a boat directly from Fanba City to Padilla tomorrow. After a night of silence, Naoki told ADK about his plan the next morning. In response, ADK looked regretful. I wanted to take you for a good walk in Unova and have some Fayun ice cream. Naoki smiled and said, next time there is a chance, but I can't come here. Mr. ADK can go to Padilla as a guest. Hearing this, ADK immediately laughed bitterly. Maybe there will be no time later. When the four guys heard that I was back, they all gave up and left a lot of things to me to deal with. Katla took Wanlong and Sharona to her villa for vacation last night. Naoki, why does he feel that compared with Yessie and ADK, Sharona, as the champion of Sinnoh, has it so easy? The same goes for Daigo. Let alone Karuno, who still has time to go to the movies and have afternoon tea. Naoki patted ADK on the shoulder and said sympathetically, you've worked hard. ADK sighed, alas, this championship is really not for humans. If someone can beat me, I will learn from you in the future and take Bulk and Moth and the others back to my hometown to live a leisurely life. Naoki smiled slightly. Soon, maybe in a few years, a new champion of Unova will be born. According to the time, Alice will soon be 10 years old. Good luck to you. ADK sent Naoki to the dock, bought him a ticket to Padilla, and sent him on board. A melodious whistle sounded, accompanied by bursts of white smoke spraying into the blue sky, and the luxury cruise ship docked at the dock gradually sailed towards the sea. Naoki stood on the deck and waved goodbye to ADK. Goodbye, Mr. ADK. ADK crossed his arms and watched the ship go away. Goodbye, my friend. When the ship gradually disappeared into the sea, ADK withdrew his gaze. He looked at the Vulcan moth beside him, which was as warm and dazzling as the sun, and his gratitude to Naoki turned into thousands of words. If Naoki had not extended a helping hand to them, according to the situation of the Vulcan moth at that time, I am afraid that it would not have survived until this moment. As if it could feel the mood of the trainer, the Vulcan moth gently flapped its wings and silently comforted ADK. ADK closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were clear. It's time to go, old friend. We have to be serious and do what only we can do. The relationship between trainers and Pokemon is definitely not just about endless battles. In addition, trainers should pay more attention to maintaining the relationship with their Pokemon companions. The first thing ADK did after returning to the Unova Alliance was to hold an exchange meeting for all trainers in the Unova region through a TV station. In the studio, ADK and Vulcan Moth faced the camera and told the story of themselves and Vulcan Moth with a sincere tone. When I saw Vulcan Moth, which had accompanied me for many years, become so weak, I felt that my life was ruined. ADK said. The relationship between trainers and Pokemon is definitely not just about endless battles. As a person who has experienced it, I want to tell you that I hope every trainer in the Unova region can treat their Pokemon companions well. If nothing goes wrong, they will accompany you for the rest of your life. They are the beings in this world who will accompany you the longest, except for your parents. Nothing will remain strong forever, and the lives of Pokemon are not eternal, but the time and memories of living with them are the eternal happiness for us. Adik's words were sincere and heartfelt. Some trainers who watched the show were so moved that they shed tears uncontrollably. These young boys and girls, who were not even 20 years old, turned their heads to look at the Pokemon around them. After the champion's words, they quickly realized the importance of the Pokemon they had captured during their travels. They would accompany each other and spend their lives together. This relationship and bond, in a way, even surpassed that of a partner. The ship that Naoki was on had not yet left the Unova region. Through the satellite equipment in space, the TV on the ship successfully received the program signal from the Unova region. Looking at ADK and Vulcan Moth on the screen, Naoki and the group of Pokemon around him were also affected by the sincere words and were slightly moved. But soon, Naoki thought of something more interesting. The plot of the Unova region was changed. Because of his intervention, Vulcan Moth did not die, and ADK not only did not sink, but became more focused on maintaining the feelings and ties between humans and Pokemon. From his actions today, it can be seen that in the future, ADK will definitely convey his feelings and beliefs to every trainer in the Unova region. I wonder if Plasma Team's Liberate Pokemon speech can still have as big an impact as in the game under such circumstances. If ADK's strength had not declined, he would not necessarily lose to N in that championship match, where he gambled his faith. Perhaps one of the real Dragon Res Hiram and the ideal Dragon Zekrom will choose ADK. What will the future of the Unova region look like? It's really exciting. In front of a convenience store on the street in Karakusa town, a man with fair skin, long light green hair, and a black cap on his head stood in front of the glass window of the store. He looked through the glass window at the TV screen on the wall of the store that was playing a program. After a moment, the man lowered his head slightly, and the shadow cast by the brim of his hat covered his face, making it difficult to see clearly, and then he turned and left. Chapter 356. April 5th, 199th year of the Alliance calendar. The ship arrived at the Padilla region smoothly. The white long-winged gulls flew across the sky with cries and landed on the top of the lighthouse. The golden beach, the blue sea, the modern high-rise buildings. This is Nyangwang City, the most technologically advanced and commercially prosperous Nyangwang City in the Padilla region. Naoki brought Golden to this city again. Back to his hometown, he felt that his whole body relaxed. Looking around happily, Naoki said to Golden, "Let's go. Let's go to the mall and buy some gifts to bring back for everyone." "Ah," Golden replied in the same cheerful voice. This time, Naoki did not call the ranch to report. He was going to give everyone a surprise quietly. Passing through the bustling streets, Naoki came straight to a tall building. This is the most prosperous and lively mall in Nyangwang City. From furniture and electrical appliances, to vegetables and fruits, to food, clothing, housing, transportation, and even things for Pokemon, everything is available. Naoki had been here several times before, and was already familiar with the environment here. Before going to choose gifts for everyone, he went to the mall on the 3rd floor, and bought a fruit mixer there to make energy cubes. Then he took the elevator all the way up to the gift area on the 12th floor. In order not to attract attention, Naoki released his Pokemon in 2 groups. The first group of members was Frostmilk, Glacian, Yuriko, and Babudog. Several Pokemon immediately lined up, with Frosty the fairy carried on Babutub's head, and they looked at Naoki together. As the head of the Pokemons, Naoki introduced them to the Pokemons with a smile. Go, this is a place that specializes in selling Pokemon toys. If you see anything you like, just go and get it back, and I pay for you later. Bammo! Mama! Boney! All the Pokemons cheered together, and then dispersed like children, wandering between the shelves, picking out the things they liked. Naoki followed them with a smile while pushing the cart. He saw Frosty the fairy standing with her hands on her hips in front of a can of delicate candy, and then turned around and pointed at the candy can. Naoki immediately stepped forward to help Frosty the fairy throw the candy can into the cart. Frosty the fairy also jumped over and jumped into the basket of the cart, letting Naoki push it. Soon, Babutubo also flew back with a can of cereal. When it saw Frosty the fairy sitting in the cart, it was immediately attracted, and then it casually put the cereal into the cart and sat down next to Frosty the fairy. The two Pokemon looked ahead with great joy, cheering. Mama! Bammo! Two little fools, Naoki said with a smile, and then looked at Glacian, who ran back with a small dinosaur doll in his mouth. Glacian looked at the two Pokemon on the cart, and seemed to want to sit on it. But due to his personality, he was a little embarrassed to speak. Seeing this, Naoki picked up Glacian from the ground and put it into the cart with a cry. Golden, who was standing by, was excited. He leaned his big head over, and wanted to sit on it. Naoki was furious and pushed Golden's big face with his hands. No, you will damage the car. Hearing this, Golden's head immediately drooped down, and his face showed a wronged expression. Ah, gah! Naoki's heart softened, and after thinking about it, he changed his words. Not this time. I will buy a pickup truck when I get home, and then I will drive you out together. Ah, Golden was easy to coax. The dark clouds above his head immediately turned clear, revealing a dazzling and bright sun. At this time, Yuriko came back with a Pikachu mask. When he saw that Babudog and the others were very happy in the cart, his face immediately showed an eager expression. Boney! Naoki, He observed the structure of the cart, and then asked Yuriko to push the second one over. Naoki directed Yuriko to sit in, and then transferred Frostmilk, Babudog and Glacian to his side and arms. The cart with the goods was given to Golden to push, while Naoki pushed a group of Pokemon to stroll slowly between the shelves. He recalled the preferences of the Pokemon in the ranch while selecting gifts for them. This Pokemon nest is very good. Buy a few more to use as nests for motor lizards. This set of Christmas series of L cats is very cute. I bought them for Dragonite and Haxorus. Ah, are these Boshi glasses? They are calm and mature, and seem to be the style that my brother, Ayaka, would like. In that case, I give this blue silk scarf to my sister, Ayakashi, as a gift. This thing seems to be charcoal that fire attribute Pokemon will like. Buy it back, and give it to Lavaworm. After walking around for a few rounds, Naoki finally selected the gifts for everyone. Golden's cart was already full. Seeing that Babutubo and Eruption were a little tired from playing, Naoki put them back into the Pokeball, and replaced them with Dragonite, Motor Lizard and Twister. Naoki repeated what he had just said to Babutubo. The three Pokemon ran out happily. Finally, Dragonite picked a salted fish doll, and planned to sleep with it. Motor Lizard looked around and finally picked a box of snacks. There were a lot of delicious food in it. It could share it with everyone after returning. Motor Lizard had a happy smile on its face. And Flutter followed the smell and floated downstairs along the escalator. It stopped in front of a vegetable market selling meat, and looked at the fresh steaks and bones with a faint gaze. The butcher was startled by this Pokemon. Naoki ran after it, and saw Flutterfat's appearance, and quickly pushed it back. These things can be bought at home, so there is no need to buy them from here. Dream. Flutterfat seemed to understand, then turned around and floated back with a special large bone for dog Pokemon to grind their teeth. Naoki reached out to take it, read the introduction on it, and then looked at the two sharp little canine teeth in Flutterfat's mouth, and his face suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It seems that Flutterfat wants to sharpen his teeth. After arriving at the ranch, Flutterfat has been eating cooked food all the time, and he hardly has to hunt alone anymore. This also caused it to not bite prey for a long time, and its teeth could not be sharpened by hunting, so it felt a little itchy, which made Flutterfat a little uncomfortable. This was his negligence, Naoki thought. In that case, I pack this big bone, Naoki said. Flutterfat responded lightly, and then took the initiative to run back to the Pokeball. Naoki took out the Pokeballs of Dragonite and Motor Lizard and said to them expectantly, "We have finished shopping, it's time to go home." The two Pokemon naturally had no objection, and returned to the Pokeball obediently. "What about you?" Is there anything you want? Naoki looked at Golden, who had been following him, and asked with a smile. Everyone is chosen, and now you are the only one left. Ah gah. Golden shook his head with a smile. It didn't want anything. Seeing this, Naoki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Really? Gillerton shook his head honestly. Ah gah. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Gillerton, however, walked out with his head on his back. Naoki now understood what Gillerton meant. It wanted to go home. If you miss this time, you may not have a chance later. Naoki said another sentence before leaving. Gillerton thought to himself that it didn't believe it. Okay, then I study the energy cube for you when I get back. In desperation, Naoki had to pay the bill and stuff the things into his travel backpack. He barely managed to fit them until he almost broke the backpack. After finishing all this, it was already noon. Golden's stomach was growling. Naoki was a little hungry. After thinking about it, he decided to fill his stomach in Yangwang City before going back. One person and one Pokemon walked on the streets of Yangwang City. Golden beside him was very eye-catching, attracting passers-by to cast their eyes in this direction. Naoki is used to this kind of thing now. He ignores those looks and prepares to find a Chinese restaurant to taste the hometown food of Pattaya. However, when he passed by a dessert shop, he suddenly heard a familiar voice with a hint of surprise from inside the shop. Huh? Mr. Naoki? Naoki turned around and saw Chishu standing not far away with a surprised look on his face with Magnemite on his head. Is it really you? I thought I recognized the wrong person just now. Chishu's eyes lit up. Mr. Naoki, why did you suddenly come to Yangwang City? Naoki, I just came back from the Unova region. You know, only Brewing City has a ferry that goes directly to the Unova region. Chishu understood immediately. She looked at Golden and asked quickly, have you had lunch? If not, I treat you. Just consider it as a thank you for your hospitality last time. Naoki thought that he had too many Pokemon here, and it might be inconvenient, so he wanted to say that he had eaten. However, before he opened his mouth, he heard Golden's stomach growling. Naoki, Chishu laughed, showing his white teeth. It seems you haven't eaten yet. That's right, I haven't eaten either. I know a Chinese restaurant with great food. Naoki, Chishu is really enthusiastic. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation, so he had to agree, and under Chishu's guidance, he went to a Chinese restaurant in the city center. Chishu wrote and drew on the menu with full energy. Mr. Naoki, do you want to eat mapo tofu? Sure. What about shredded pork with green pepper? That's fine too. What about baked eggs? I'm not picky. Chishu, that's good, that's good. In that case, we have these dishes. Waiter, 5 more bowls of rice, and snacks for the Pokemons. Okay. The waiter took the menu, and saw that the lady had ordered all the dishes on their menu. The waiter looked shocked. Ma'am, isn't this a bit too much? Can you two finish it? Hearing this, Naoki looked puzzled. The waiter saw his expression, and handed him the menu. It would have been better if Naoki hadn't looked at it, but when he looked at it, he found that Chishu had marked all the dishes. We probably can't finish it, right? Naoki said speechlessly. Chishu smiled embarrassedly. Because I don't know what you like to eat, Mr. Naoki, so I ordered all the dishes, and there are more than just the two of us, there are also Pokemon. Naoki thought about it, and felt that he could almost finish it, so Litten and Flutterwing were 2 big eaters. Okay, let's do it this way for now. The waiter took the menu, and left tremblingly. Chishu talked about the ranch trial. She asked with anticipation, by the way, Mr. Naoki, after my challenge, did other gym leaders visit your ranch? I don't think so. There weren't any before I left the ranch. Naoki shook his head, but I'm not sure, because I haven't been back for a week. Chishu felt a little regretful. I want to see the expressions on their faces. Naoki was speechless. It's not that exaggerated, right? It just sounds a bit bluffing. If you are familiar with the content of the trial, and use the attribute restraint, it is possible to pass it. Just like the previous Dondi, the Mount Goat was completely restrained by his Charizard. As expected, the Charizard broke through the green grass trial. If Dandy's Charizard can do it, ADK's Vulcan Moth can definitely do it. After all, the Vulcan Moth with insect and fire attributes also restrained the Mount Goat. It was just that ADK was still frightened at the time, and he couldn't bear to let Volcano go to fight other Pokemon right after it recovered. Chishu had a look of despair on his face, but most gym leaders are only proficient in Pokemon of one attribute. If Haidai, the gym leader of the Bottle Gym, challenged the green grass trial, I'm afraid his fate would be worse than mine. You can't cultivate Pokemon of other attributes just to participate in the trial, right? Hearing this, Naoki thought to himself, And then a capitalist smile appeared on his face. I will gradually improve this point later, and add more trials with different attributes. At that time, challengers can choose the trials to participate in according to their own situation. Jishu, She had no choice but to change the subject, and cast her eyes on Jishu's hairstyle, and asked with a smile, Mr. Jishu, did you cut your hair? You don't have a beard anymore. Hearing this, Jishu immediately perked up, sat up straight, and asked proudly, You don't look that old now, do you? He still minded people calling him uncle. It's okay for a child of a few years old, but not for a peer like Jishu. After all, he is only 4 years older than Jishu. Jishu gave a thumbs up. Great. Gillerton also echoed, Ah gah. Hee hee. Jishu thought Jishu was a pretty good person, so he said, Just call me Jishu from now on, don't call me Mr., it sounds weird. Whether in the previous life or this life, others just called him by his name, without any uncle or brother at the end. Hearing that proud hum, Jishu suddenly felt that Jishu's personality was quite cute. She smiled happily and said energetically, Okay, I got it. Chapter 357. Soon, the waiter brought up dishes one after another until the entire table was filled. Spicy and fragrant mapo tofu, stir-fried green pepper and pork shreds, brown and tender big bowl of baked eggs, tender and bright red braised pork, fragrant white radish and pork rib soup. Then, the waiter brought more than a dozen snacks and sandwiches for Pokemon. The two released their Pokemon and feasted around the table together. Babu Tubo and the others had seen these Pokemon of Jishu before, so when they met again, several electric Pokemon came together in a friendly manner and rubbed their cheeks together, greeting each other through alternating electricity. Jishu's Rankin cat was lying on the floor, with a plate of biscuits and snacks similar to both placed between its two big paws. It buried its face in it and ate it. Ice Edie stood beside it, and was shocked by the Rankin cat's unrefined eating style. Then, thinking that he couldn't do that, he lowered his head elegantly and chewed slowly. Fluttering Wings looked at the Dream Demon, that was also floating up with a confused look on his face. The Dream Demon noticed its gaze, and turned to look at it in confusion. The two Pokemon stared at each other, and neither of them looked away first. Looking at the table full of food in front of him, Jishu grinned and said in a lively tone, I'm going to eat. Naoki looked at Jishu's eating with a smile in his eyes, and then he started eating as usual. While eating, he cast his eyes on the Pokemon next to him. This is Naoki's habit. When eating, he will check if Pokemon needs help. For example, if they want to eat a certain dish, he will help them get it. As a result, he didn't see the Pokemon who needed help, but instead saw a scene of Pokemon living in harmony. They seemed to get along well, eating delicious food. Jishu looked satisfied. It's delicious. Naoki retracted his gaze from the Pokemon and turned to look at Jishu. Did you meet another trainer to challenge the gym this morning? Jishu's mouth was full, like a hamster. Yeah, we received 3 trainers at once this morning, and Dream Demon and Frog were almost exhausted. It's really hard. Naoki suddenly felt that the gym leaders and kings in the Padilla region were so busy. Hee hee. Jishu smiled. It's not bad. Gym leaders also have time to rest occasionally. It's not like you think that they stay in the gym all day to accept challenges. That's too boring. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. He remembered that among all the gym leaders in the Padilla region, Jishu was not very strong. No, perhaps she paid more attention to the audience's reaction than fighting the challenger wholeheartedly. But now Jishu has not become a live broadcaster. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly became curious, so he asked, Do you like your current job? Current job? Jishu mumbled and answered, Being a gym leader, right? I like it very much. Every time I see the audience cheering for our battle, I feel very happy. No wonder. Naoki suddenly realized that as far as he knew, the salary of the alliance was very generous, and the gym owner would not be short of money at all. Jishu's live broadcast should be just because of interest or simply like. However, when thinking of live broadcast and editing videos and posting them online, Naoki got a new idea from Jishu. Perhaps in the future he can also create a personal channel and put short videos of the ranch on it to promote his own agricultural products and fruits. Like a channel like Naoki's Farm Orchard. What about Naoki? Jishu asked back. Me? Naoki was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and replied with a smile. I also like my current job. I always feel that life in a big city like this is not suitable for me. The small rooms in the high-rise buildings are like pigeon cages, not as leisurely and comfortable as on the ranch. But it is undeniable that life in a big city is very convenient. However, since there are riding Pokemon that can replace vehicles in the Pokemon world, Naoki feels that there is no difference between the two. Let alone Golden. With the speed of Dragonite, he only needs more than 10 minutes to reach the destination if he wants to go to the next city. Chishu imagined that kind of life, and couldn't help but sigh. I always feel that you and I are completely opposite people. Chishu raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. You don't eat out every day, do you? Chishu immediately showed an embarrassed smile on his face. No, just occasionally, once in a while. I am also very good at cooking. Naoki was skeptical about this. Chishu had to compromise. Okay. My cooking skills are not very good, but I am still good at some basic dishes. But Dream Demon and Electric Belly Frog don't like to eat, so I can only eat out and cook for myself occasionally. Okay. Naoki nodded. This is indeed very convenient for living in the city. Isn't it? Hee. Chishu immediately nodded in agreement. Naoki laughed helplessly, and the atmosphere was harmonious for a while. After finishing the meal, Chishu rushed to pay the bill before Chishu. Chishu was speechless. The education he received since childhood made him subconsciously think that this kind of thing should be done by him, not to mention that he was 4 years older than Chishu. Letting a little girl pay the bill was an indescribable feeling. Chishu turned around and saw his expression, and said with a smile, It's okay, we agreed that I will pay this time. If you feel embarrassed, Chishu, then next time I go to the ranch for a trial on my day off, you can pay it back. Naoki looked at Chishu's eyes, and nodded helplessly for a long time. Okay, then I will definitely treat you well. Hee, then it's settled. After lunch, Naoki said goodbye to Chishu and rode Golden to leave Nyangwang City. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Golden flew over Zichin town and landed in the ranch. Butterfree was the first to discover him, and then a large group of Pokemon surrounded him. Naoki smiled and touched this and that. Without the lively and cheerful little group pets like Frosty and Glacian, the atmosphere in the ranch was very sluggish, and many Pokemon seemed listless. Seeing this, Naruto immediately released all the Pokemon in the Pokeball, and then said to Frosty and Baboon, Go and play with everyone, because you are not here. No one will play with Saltstone and the others. Hearing this, Frosty turned around and looked at the 5 big Pokemon standing in a row in front of him. Their once upright figures now all looked pitiful, like being bullied. Frost Milk Fairy couldn't bear to see this, and felt so distressed that she immediately jumped onto the Saltstone Giant Spirit and went to play with them. Okay, you guys go play too. Naoki turned around and touched the motorcycle lizard's head, then put the backpack full of gifts in the living room. After saying hello to the Rape Crown King who was watching TV, his brother Ai Guancher came to report on the situation at the ranch these days. Naoki ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp, and heard his brother, Ai Guancher, say, Ai. Nothing unsolvable happened in the ranch these days, except that a few fences on the other side of the river were accidentally destroyed by a few wild Pokemon. Ai. Also, the day before yesterday, a girl named Guluxia came to the ranch, but she left after hearing that you were out. Guluxia, girl? Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. The elder brother Ai Guancher was a little confused. Naoki understood instantly and said with a smile, So you distinguish the gender of people by their hairstyle and appearance. The elder brother Ai Guancher looked confused. Ai, huh? Did I see it wrong? Naoki nodded. Gurusha is not a girl, he is the owner of the Shimishin Gym, a real man, just like me. The elder brother Ai Guancher. Naoki couldn't help laughing. He didn't care about it. Anyway, Gurusha would definitely come again in the future. He opened the travel backpack and took out all the gifts prepared for Pokemon. Naoki picked out glasses and scarves and gave them to the brother and sister in front of him. These are your gifts. Do you like them? The brother and sister took them with happy expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Naoki knew that he had chosen the right gift. He gave the gift prepared for the Bud Crown to the Bud Crown, and then said to the Bud Crown, It's done. The information of the mobile phone has been sent out. I believe it won't be long before we can use the mobile phone. The eyes of the Bud Crown King showed an expectant light. I'm waiting for that day to come. Yeah. Returning to the ranch, Naoki felt very excited and couldn't rest for a moment. You watch here. I go check the fence. As he said, Naoki went out, crossed the stream to the other side, and checked the nearby wooden fence along the border of the ranch. As expected, he found several signs of damage. After all, the ranch is located in the wild, and it is common for wild Pokemon to appear and damage farmland fences. Naoki was not surprised. He turned back to the utility room and took out tools and some wooden boards to repair the damaged areas. When everything was done, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. Zack came to the ranch on time to collect the goods. When he saw Naoki, he was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "You are back?" "Yeah." Naoki nodded. Zack loaded today's milk and vegetables into the car and praised, "Your Pokemon is really capable. Those two housekeepers have kept this place in perfect order. I am so envious. If they lay eggs, remember to leave one for me to take care of. I also want a housekeeper." Naoki was very confused. They are brother and sister. What? I thought they were a couple. Zack was startled, then scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. "I am so sorry, I was wrong." Naoki looked back at his sister, the housekeeper, who was watering the flowers, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't hear what he said. Zack didn't stay any longer. After loading the goods onto the car, he said goodbye to Naoki and drove away from the ranch. However, sometimes what you say is true. Just as Naoki was about to cook, he saw a strong light suddenly burst out from the two working Dragonites, who were about to leave the ranch and return to Dragonite Island. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of a large group of Pokemon. Naoki thought that Dragonite was going to super evolve, so he ran over to check the situation. But when he arrived at the place, he saw that the light on the two working Dragonites gradually dimmed. No, to be precise, the two beams of light came out from the two Dragonites, merged into one on the grass in front of them, and turned into an egg-shaped energy body. When the light completely disappeared, an orange-yellow patterned Pokemon egg appeared in front of the Pokemon. Naoki, damn, Dragonite laid an egg. What's going on? It turns out that Pokemon don't need to combine to lay eggs, but their energy bodies merge into one and interweave into an egg. This is too magical. Looking at the scene in front of him, Naoki stood there for a while. No! How come these two working Dragonites fell in love with each other and suddenly became husband and wife? Didn't he remember that they were just ordinary friends? Could it be that they suddenly fell in love with each other while delivering goods? Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment, until one of the two Dragonites picked up the egg. The Dragonite looked down at the dragon egg in its arms, then looked at its partner, and then the two dragons cast their eyes on the egg in their arms. What's going on? Should I take the egg back to Dragonite Island? Naoki wondered. However, the next second, he saw the Dragonite walking towards him with the egg in its arms, blinking its big eyes, and stuffing the egg into his arms. Naoki? ? He was a little overwhelmed holding the egg. What should he do? The female Dragonite, who had just laid an egg, didn't think too much. To it, Naoki was a trustworthy human who was very friendly to Pokemon, so Dragonite felt that it was 10,000 times better to give the egg to him to take care of than to take it back to Dragonite Island for natural hatching. Anyway, they have to come to the ranch to eat Pofin every day, so it is too inconvenient to send the eggs back to Dragonite Island. Instead of doing that, it is better to give the eggs to Naoki to take care of them, and they will feel relieved. It is just right that when the baby hatches in the future, it can be delivered with them, and eat Pofin here together. So, after giving the eggs to Naoki, Dragonite, and Haxorus waved their claws at him, and turned around and flew away. Naoki and a group of Pokemon were left staring at the newly laid eggs. Naoki, who had never had any experience in hatching eggs, looked around and asked tentatively, "How do I hatch this?" However, none of the Pokemon in the ranch had ever laid eggs, and they knew nothing about this kind of thing. Naoki could only call Dragonite, thinking that its fellows might know something. Dragonite was also shocked when it learned that the egg was laid by the two working Dragonites. Naoki ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp and asked, "Have you ever laid eggs?" Dragonite shook his head. "Awoo. No, I can't lay eggs. What should I do?" Naoki was in a dilemma. Dragonite carefully recalled the scene he had seen on Dragonite Island before, and said to Naoki, "Awoo. Just throw it on the grass, and let it hatch by itself." Naoki, isn't that too casual? He thought carefully for a moment, and then took the Dragonite egg back to the living room. Seeing the egg, his sister AI Guancher was a little confused. AI, huh? What is this? Naoki was speechless. Dragonite laid the egg, they gave it to me right after they laid it, and I can't hatch it. Hearing this, the sister AI Guancher smiled. AI, I see, then let me and my brother take care of it. Naoki was a little surprised. His eyes lit up. Huh? Can you do it? The sister AI Guancher nodded and explained softly. AI. Before coming to the ranch, my parents taught me and my brother that not only Pokemon cubs, but also if you have a baby in the future, we can help you take care of the baby. Chapter 358. Take care of the baby. Naoki was speechless for a moment, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, saying, "There is no rush for this matter, and the way we humans and Pokemon lay eggs is different. We need to go through many rituals before we can give birth to a baby, such as confession, love, wedding, but the most important thing is to have someone you like first. Sister AI Butler put the Dragonite egg on the crib, and then accompanied Naoki to cook. AI? I know. My parents have told me, and my brother about this before. So, Master, do you have someone you like now? Naoki, It always feels weird to talk about this with Pokemon. He thought about it carefully and shook his head. I'm always at the ranch, where do I have the time? For this kind of thing, Naoki's attitude is to see fate. If there is no suitable one, he would rather spend his whole life with Pokemon. AI. Sister AI Guancher nodded solemnly. After thinking about it, she put away her gossiping eyes and concentrated on preparing food. Before leaving, Naoki prepared several days' worth of fruit platter for Onion Duck. But it ate all of them. But it hadn't learned the moves it wanted yet, so it could only continue to eat. Looking at Onion Duck showing off the fruit platter, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. There is a long way to go. After 3 days of separation, Onion Duck was almost a fat duck with thick fat. The next morning, Naoki moved the fruit mixer to the kitchen and put it away. But he didn't start studying the energy cube right away. Instead, he planned to go to the town's vehicle management office to take a driver's license test, and then buy a pickup truck to go back to the ranch to transport fruit. In addition to this, he also had to buy some ingredients and seasonings to replenish the stock. During the days he was away, the food at home was eaten up by the Pokemon. Riding the motorcycle lizard out of the door, Naoki went straight to the town's vehicle management office. After paying the test fee to the staff, a man in a blue uniform took him to the test area. Compared to the previous life, the driving license test in the Pokemon world is not that complicated. As long as you show your driving ability and answer some questions during driving, you can get a driver's license. Naoki passed the test smoothly without any trouble. He put the driver's license that had just been printed out and smelled of fresh ink in it, and then took the motorcycle lizard straight to the car sales place. There were many cars on display at the exhibition, including business cars, sedans, luxury stretch cars, all kinds of them. Due to the existence of Pokemon, cars in this world are not very valuable. A car with good performance can be bought with hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins. Those luxury cars are not a necessity for Naoki, so he skipped them directly and finally spent 120,000 Alliance coins to buy a brand new white pickup truck. After paying the money, the car was completely under his name. Naoki patted the cargo box at the back and said with a smile, "Get in." Motor Lizard looked at the car in front of him with surprise and jumped in. "Sit tight, don't move." Naoki gave some instructions, and then got into the cab. Beep beep. The pickup truck started successfully, and Naoki drove the car, carrying Motor Lizard back to Jichin Town. This time, he came to buy a crib for Dragonite in response to his sister AI Guancher's request. Naoki asked Motor Lizard to wait in the car, and he walked into the furniture store and came out after a while. "Put it up there." Naoki pointed to the car compartment, and the two strong men lifted the crib up together. The car was already filled with the food and daily necessities he had bought before, plus a motorcycle lizard. Naoki looked around and thought it was quite convenient. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to carry large items when he went out in the future. The motorcycle lizard sitting on it saw Naoki happy, and it also smiled foolishly. Seeing that everything he needed to do on this trip was done, Naoki clapped his hands and said to the motorcycle lizard, "Let's go back." "Gaw." "Oh, right." Naoki then remembered that there was one thing he hadn't done. He had to go buy some books about Pokemon eggs. He had only hatched Pokemon eggs in games before, and the eggs hatched by themselves while he was walking. In reality, it might not be that simple. He needed to know in advance the time it takes for Pokemon eggs to hatch, and how to take care of newly hatched Pokemon. Although the AI Guancher brothers and sisters would take care of the cubs, he also had to learn about it so that he would feel more at ease. What if another Pokemon in the ranch falls in love with each other and lays eggs? So Naoki returned to Jichin Town and went into the bookstore. Under the guidance of the clerk, he quickly found 2 books suitable for him. Pokemon Breeding Guide, written by Dr. Sora. Pokemon Egg Hatching and Care, written by Dr. Sora. The clerk looked at him and introduced with a smile. These 2 books record how to make 2 Pokemon combine to lay eggs. They are very popular in the breeding house. A breeding house? Naoki was a little surprised. Was it the kind of breeding house he knew? The clerk nodded. Yes, there is a Pokemon breeding house near the town of Jichin. Trainers can leave their captured Pokemon there, and let the owner of the breeding house take care of them. In addition, the breeding house will also specialize in breeding Pokemon. If there are trainers who have just turned 10 and want Pokemon, they can give them a little adoption fee, and then choose a newly hatched Pokemon as the initial Pokemon to take away and take care of. Sure enough, Naoki understood. He nodded, without asking any more questions, took the 2 books, and drove the pickup truck back to the ranch. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted a group of curious Pokemon to gather around. Naoki smiled and introduced them to them. This is the car I told you about before, now I can also take you. Boney! Hargairo's face was full of expectation. Naoki smiled slightly, and then he and Motor Lizard moved the goods in the car down. He patted the car and said to the Pokemon, "Get in." A group of Pokemon including Freshmilk, Eruption, Bubblehead, Butterfree, Gulton, Hakron, Dratini and others immediately swarmed in and filled the cargo box. Naoki took the opportunity to take a look at the load capacity of the pickup truck and unexpectedly found that it was quite capable of carrying things, and it could hold so many Pokemon. But there were still some Pokemon that could not get on the truck because there was no room for them. 5 big Saltstone Gens looked at everyone with envy. Naoki, He thought about it carefully and then said, "I take you with me when the next batch comes." So the Saltstone Giant stayed in the center of the ranch, watching Naoki driving a group of Pokemon around the ranch. After driving a group of Pokemon around for a few times, Naoki parked the car next to the house, got out of the car, and said to the Pokemon, "Okay, go play, I still have something to do." The Pokemon agreed happily, then jumped out of the car and continued to play on the grass. Naoki helped his sister AI Guancher to carry the crib to the 2nd floor and put it in their room. Sister AI Guancher happily spread the soft blanket on the crib. After the bed was made, Brother AI Guancher carefully put the egg in his arms. Done. Sister AI Guancher looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Naoki sat on the chair and began to read the 2 books in his arms. The authors of these 2 books are Dr. Saraki from the Johto region, Professor Sora, a junior of Professor Oak. Unlike Professor Oak, this Professor Sora's research topic is Pokemon cultivation and Pokemon eggs. He was the first to discover that Pikachu had a pre-evolutionary form, and he also researched the egg group. In addition, Professor Sora also studied the characteristics and evolution of Pokemon and discovered a lot of amazing things. Because of his outstanding ability, Professor Oak once praised Professor Sora as a top researcher in Pokemon evolution. With all the things about Professor Sora emerging in his mind, Naoki opened the book in front of him. The so-called breeding of Pokemon is the whole process of 2 Pokemon of the opposite sex with the same egg group combining with each other to give birth to the crystallization of love. In addition, there is a special case. Ditto can combine with all Pokemon to lay eggs. The offspring Pokemon hatched from eggs have a certain probability of inheriting the appearance, characteristics, moves, and abilities of the parent Pokemon, which is generally called inheritance. Studies have shown that the stronger the parent Pokemon is, the better the children born will be. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as I know. Naoki continued to look through, and soon found the egg groups that Professor Sora had divided into for different Pokemon. There are Monster Group, Insect Group, Fairy Group, Flying Group, Land Group, Humanoid Group, etc. There are some sample Pokemon in each group. For example, Pokemon like Long-Eared Rabbit belong to the Humanoid Group, while Dragonite belongs to the Aquatic Group 1 and the Dragon Group. Naoki continued to look down. The hatching time of eggs laid by Pokemon of different races is also very different. For Pokemon eggs like Caterpillar, it often only takes more than 10 days from birth to hatching. The hatching time of some Dragon-type Pokemon eggs is dozens of times longer than that of caterpillars, such as the long-lived and powerful Dragonite. The hatching time of this Pokemon egg is about 5 to 10 months. It is speculated that the reason for this may be that the growth cycle of Dragon-type Pokemon is relatively slow. 5 to 10 months. That's a lot of waiting. No wonder Dragonite said before that Dragonite on Dragon Island would throw the eggs on the grass after laying them. Then, Naoki read the book for a while and memorized some information. In mid-April, with the arrival of summer, the temperature outside gradually became hotter. At night, you can hear the rapid chirping of cicadas from the back mountain. People took off their thick coats and sweaters, and put on lighter and cooler short-sleeved shirts. This morning, Naoki was watering and fertilizing the world tree that had grown a lot in the ranch. Suddenly, a strange visitor came to the ranch. Naoki turned around and saw a girl dressed in a rustic style, standing outside the ranch. Seeing someone noticed her, the girl asked quickly, "Hello, is this Naoki Ranch?" Naoki stood up and replied, "Yes." He looked the girl up and down and found that she didn't have a Pokeball on her waist, and didn't look like a trainer who came to challenge the trial. Thinking for a moment, Naoki asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The girl nodded. I want to ask if you have any tree fruits for sale?" "Tree berries?" This surprised Naoki. If he wanted tree berries or something, he could just go to the town to buy them, right? The girl saw his confusion and quickly explained, No, I want to buy a large number of tree berries. I'm from the neighboring Sunshine Town, where they are planning to hold a bug-catching event, but the tree berries used to make snacks were all eaten by a greedy Snorlax. Without tree berries, we won't be able to make snacks that attract bug-attribute Pokemon, and the bug-catching event won't be held. I just went to several other farms, and didn't see any orchards there. Insect catching competition? The Sunshine Town next door? Naoki had heard from Mayor Thomas before that their harvest last year was not very good. Naoki hesitated a little, and looked back at his orchard. He had saved all the fruit, and planned to use it to develop energy blocks. But after thinking about it carefully, he was not in a hurry, not to mention that with the Bud Crown King, even if the fruit was sold, it would grow back soon. In this case, he would do the other party a favor. Thinking of this, Naoki nodded and said, "Yes, I just collected a batch of tree fruits a few days ago, and haven't sold them yet. See how many you want." Hearing this, the girl was relieved, the more the better. Naoki, He simply took the girl to his warehouse. Looking at the pile of tree fruits inside, the girl waved her hand and said, "I want them all." Naoki was surprised and said, "Can so many tree fruits be used up in the bug-catching competition?" He knew that the bug-catching competition was a competition to see who could catch the rarest and precious insect attribute Pokemon. The girl nodded shyly. "Yes, I can, because there are many trainers in the town these 2 days. They are all eager to try and participate in this insect catching competition." Okay. Naoki roughly calculated the price of this batch of tree fruits in his mind and asked, "Do you have a car to pick it up?" The girl was a little embarrassed. "We don't have a car." Naoki, He had no choice but to compromise, and then asked, "How long does it take to get from Sunshine Town to Jichin Town?" "Girl, it will take about 20 minutes if we drive." 20 minutes? That's pretty close. Naoki nodded and said simply, "Then I drive you there." The girl was full of gratitude. "Please." Because she had something else to do in Sunshine Town, the girl hurriedly paid the deposit and rode a motorcycle lizard back. Naoki led a group of Pokemon to pack the fruits, and then loaded the boxes of fruits onto the pickup truck. When everything was done, Naoki sat in the driver's seat and honked twice. "I'm going out. Is there anyone willing to go with me?" As soon as the words fell, several Pokemon came running over. Yuriko sat happily on the passenger seat, and the small-sized Frostmilk jumped onto the center console, with its little face pressed against the windshield, looking forward mischievously. The furry Babudride and Glacian, as well as several Hacken, got into the back seat, leaning on the backrest and looking forward. Modelid and Golden sat in the back compartment. Flutterbear and Dragonite did not go with him, and after Naoki greeted them, he started the car and took a car full of Pokemon out to deliver goods. On the way, the Pokemon shouts and laughter intertwined into songs, and Naoki suddenly felt like he was taking a group of kindergarten children out for a spring outing. Naoki glanced at the group of Pokemon through the rearview mirror. With them, he would never feel bored on this trip again. Chapter 359. It was 9:25 in the morning. The weather was clear and sunny. Above was a blue sky dotted with a few cotton-like clouds, which were gently floating in the breeze. A pickup truck loaded with a full load of fruit and Pokemon was driving on an empty country road. A car CD was playing in the car. It was said that the performer of this song was a Jigglypuff who liked to sing. The frosty fairies followed the beat and howled. For a moment, the car was filled with a lively atmosphere. Naoki drove the car attentively, recalling the situation of Sunshine Town in his mind. Sunshine Town, located in the south of Jichin Town, is a typical rural town. The residents of the town make a living from agriculture. Compared with Jichin Town, it seems a bit backward, but it is said that the town is rich in sunflowers. It is for this reason that the town is named Sunshine Town. The distance between the two towns is not far. 10 minutes after starting from the ranch, Naoki saw a golden sunflower field beginning to appear in the field ahead. Some Pokemon that looked like sunflowers mixed in, and looked up at the sun with the sunflowers around them. Sunflower Monster. The name of that Pokemon emerged in Naoki's mind. As they approached the town, some vehicles and trainers with Pokemon appeared on the road. Naoki took a look at these young children, and guessed that they should all be attracted by the insect catching competition, just like the Cherry Blossom Wine Party held in Jichin Town. The car drove into the town, and Naoki retracted his gaze to the outside, and drove the car all the way to the center of the town according to the location given by the girl. The girl who had gone to the ranch to order the fruit was standing there chatting with another girl. Seeing him coming, the girl immediately ran back, waving her hand and saying, "This way, this way." Naoki drove the car over, turned off the engine, opened the door, and jumped out. Babu Tubo and Haxorus also squeezed to the window, poked their heads out of the window, and looked at the situation outside curiously. The girl saw such a large group of Pokemon, and her face immediately showed a surprised expression. So many Pokemon. Wow, are those the legendary Haxorus? So many rare Pokemon. Naoki smiled. Yes, they are all mine. How enviable. Naoki turned to the Pokemon in the car and said, "Okay, Gultron, Motor Lizard, start moving the berries ordered by the customers. Ergue Babbit, you can also jump down and play, but you can't run around. Just play next to the car. Bony. Bammo." Several Pokemon nodded excitedly and agreed. They also ran out of the car, looking at this strange town with curiosity. Naoki began to move the fruits in the car to the ground with Gullerton and Motor Lizard. Soon, all the fruits in the car were moved down. The girl counted the number, paid the balance, and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Mr. Rancher. Thanks to your help, this insect catching meeting can be held smoothly. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Naoki laughed softly. "Ah! By the way." The girl suddenly remembered something and invited, "Mr. Rancher, do you want to stay and participate in the insect catching competition in the town?" Naoki was slightly stunned. "Can I?" The girl nodded gently. "Of course. Normally, you need to pay a registration fee to participate in the insect catching competition, but since you have helped us so much, you can participate in this competition for free." Naoki couldn't help but hesitate. To be honest, he was not as interested in bug-type Pokemon as furry Pokemon. But the bug-catching competition sounded quite interesting. After a little thought, Naoki had the answer in his mind. He wanted to come and experience the life of a bug catcher. "Do I need to prepare anything?" Naoki asked. The girl shook her head. "No, because the town will provide snacks to attract bug-type Pokemon for the participating trainers. Oh, by the way, one thing you need to pay attention to is that when you participate in the tournament, you cannot use your own Pokemon to fight against those bug-attribute Pokemon." "Naoki, can you only capture them with snacks?" The girl nodded gently. "Yes, but in addition to snacks, it also depends on the personal charm of the trainer. Those bug-attribute Pokemon are very smart, and they will choose the humans they like to follow." "Naoki, I understand." "Girl, the tournament will be held at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the venue will be in the natural park south of the town. You can go there directly. Today we will make all these tree fruits into Pokemon snacks." "Okay, I come back tomorrow." Naoki nodded, indicating that he understood. He called a group of Pokemon to get in the car, then drove out of Sunshine Town and returned to the ranch. In the afternoon, Naoki officially began to plan the new area on the other side of the river. He rode Dragonite to the sky, took out a pen and paper, and drew a topographic map of the area. Then, Naoki used a pen to draw several straight roads starting from the stone bridge, and divided the land into several main areas in a few seconds. Looking at the largest piece of land in the upper left corner, Naoki thought in his mind, "Well, this grassland is used to raise woolly sheep. The flat land is connected with the sloping land, and there is no shelter around it. The sun can shine into every corner, allowing the grass to grow luxuriantly. This kind of place is very suitable for opening a woolly sheep ranch." As for why the mare sheep, which can also produce wool, is not raised, it is because the Pokemon mare sheep will have no hair on its body after evolving into a dragon. This piece of land here can be used to raise some other productive Pokemon. After a brief thought, several figures appeared in Naoki's mind. Tropical Dragon that can produce bananas, for seasons deer and sprouting deer that can produce tea. Tropical Dragon is a Pokemon he wanted to raise from the beginning, but unfortunately he never encountered it. There is no such Pokemon in the ranch store in the town, because the profit that Tropical Dragon can bring is too little, far less than other productive Pokemon. Thinking of this, Naoki wrote the names of Tropical Dragon and Sprouting Deer on the other two plots of land. The black tea made from the leaves on Sprouting Deer's head is very delicious, and it just so happens that he and several Pokemon in the ranch like to drink black tea. Moreover, the brewed black tea can also be used to increase the weight of Lai Bei Cha and Busi Pot, which is a three-pronged approach. Naoki plans to leave the remaining 1 or 2 plots there first to see if there is a suitable Pokemon. If not, he will build a children's park there. Install toys such as seesaws, slides, and sand pits for Pokemon to play with. As for the other side of the road, Naoki plans to open it up as agricultural land to grow some fruits. For example, red apples. After planning the new area, Naoki patted Dragonite on the back and said to it, "Okay, come down first." "Awoo." Dragonite landed obediently. Naoki immediately found Diglett, called it to the other side of the river, pointed to the land and said to it, "I leave this place to you." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The three moles took a glance, and then began to work hard. After the evolution, the work efficiency of the three moles has been greatly improved. In addition, the long-term cultivation of the land has made it more and more proficient in the skill of cultivating the land. So soon, a complete piece of plowed land appeared in front of Naoki. "Thank you for your hard work." Naoki touched the head of the three moles. "I will make new snacks for you later. For example, the energy cubes that the three moles love the most." Squeak, squeak. Hearing this, the eyes of the three hamsters instantly became bright. It was looking forward to it. Back in the living room, Naoki counted his small treasury. After buying the pickup truck, he still had some money left, which was just enough to buy a batch of apple saplings to plant first. As for Pokemon such as Tropical Dragon and Sprout, go back to explore the Big Pot Lake to see if you can encounter wild ones, and then bring them back to the ranch like taming the Mount Goats. I'm going to town, and will be back in about half an hour. You guys can play at home. Naoki waved to a group of Pokemon and drove out in his pickup truck. Arriving at Shichin Town, he parked the car on the side of the road and pushed open the door of Arrow's seed store. After learning about Naoki's purpose, Arrow immediately took him to the backyard and laughed. "You came at the right time. The store just received a batch of new apple saplings. Take a look. How many do you want?" Naoki took a quick look and found that there were about 100 saplings here. He roughly calculated the size of the field that the three moles had opened up, and then said, 30 trees. "Okay." Arrow asked again, "I send it to you later?" Naoki shook his head and smiled. "I won't bother you this time. I can do it myself." Arrow was slightly stunned, and when he saw the pickup truck parked on the side of the road, he understood what Naoki meant. Arrow was surprised and said, "You bought a car? When did you buy it?" Naoki, "Just a few days ago, mainly because the ranch is getting bigger and bigger, it's more convenient to have a car. We can't always let Golden and the others to transport the goods." Arrow smiled. "That's right, very good, then I move it up for you." Pulling a cart of saplings back to the ranch, Naoki took Golden and Motor Lizard and used an afternoon to plant these apple saplings in the field. When the sun set, a brand new apple orchard was opened up by them. Naoki washed his hands in the river, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said contentedly, "Okay, it's done. Next, let these apple trees grow slowly. By next year, there will be a large red apple orchard here. I just don't know if there will be worms on the apple trees. Pokemon like the fruitworm will eat the flesh of the apple, and hide inside to disguise as an apple. For fruit farmers, this Pokemon is completely harmful, and is not conducive to the growth of apples. Forget it, we talk about it later." Naoki didn't mind attracting this kind of Pokemon to the apple orchard, and thought it would enrich the Pokemon ecology in the ranch. He glanced at the dirty Gulton and Motor Lizard, then waved his hand and said to them, "Let's go home, I give you a bath." Naoki asked his sister Ai Guancher to prepare dinner today, and he took Gulton and Motor Lizard to the bathroom, and took the shower to give them a bath. The two Pokemon stood obediently under the shower, allowing Naoki to help them wash their bodies. Wash off the mud stuck on the field, apply a layer of fragrant shower gel, and then use a bath ball to rub out bubbles. Motorcycle Lizard accidentally got the bubbles into its nose, and it sneezed several times because of the stimulation before it stopped. Gulton on the side had a look of disgust in his eyes. "Aw, hiss." The next second, along with its breath, it also inhaled a mouthful of bubbles into its nasal cavity, and then sneezed closely following Motorcycle Lizard's steps. "Puff, ha ha." Naoki laughed heartlessly, and calmly picked up the shower head to help the two Pokemon clean the bubbles on their bodies. "Do you still dislike Motorcycle Lizard now?" Gulton, The Motorcycle Lizard had a silly smile on its face. "Geo." Gulton stared at the Motorcycle Lizard in front of him, flicked its big tail, turned around and ignored him. "This is a temper tantrum." Naoki was not in a hurry to coax it. He first helped the Motorcycle Lizard to rinse off the foam, then took a bath towel to help it dry its body, went up to smell it, and praised, "It smells delicious. Okay, go to the living room and wait for dinner." Gale. The Motorcycle Lizard ran away happily. Gulton couldn't help but glance back. Naoki was sitting on the bench and shouted, "Okay, come here. I help you rinse off the foam on your body." Gullerton came over honestly. Naoki picked up the shower head and said while showering, "Why do you dislike Motor Lizard? Motor Lizard is not even 2 years old yet. For us humans, it is still a baby at this age." "Ah, gah." Gillerton didn't know what to say. Everyone knows nothing at the beginning. Naoki felt that he should help Motor Lizard to ease Gillerton's view of it. Motor Lizard is still young now. Give it a few more years, it will become smarter and more powerful. I have a feeling that it will grow into a very powerful Pokemon in the future. After all, the effect of birthday cakes takes time to take effect. However, after hearing this, Golden felt even more complicated. Naoki. So you think highly of it and trust it? Now it seems that it has lived up to Naoki's trust, and has indeed become a very powerful Pokemon, a Pokemon that is powerful enough to protect Naoki and his past self. All the things in the past emerged in his mind, and Golden reluctantly let Naoki help it dry its body. "Okay, you go downstairs and wait for dinner." Naoki smiled, and touched Golden's head. Golden responded numbly, walked downstairs, and looked at the silly motorcycle lizard. It was very entangled in its heart, because Naoki could understand its speech now, which meant that it could tell Naoki what would happen in the future. But if it did so, there might be terrible consequences. Golden's mind flashed with the conversations he had heard from Naoki, Dr. Olin, and Dr. Futa before. At that time, they were talking about time travel. Gulliton clearly remembered that Dr. Olin said, "If someone in the future travels back in time and stops his grandmother and grandfather from getting married, then that person in the future will disappear and never appear." At that time, it was still a motorcycle lizard and was puzzled by these words. Naoki even explained these contents to it in detail. You play with time, and time will play with you. And now, that kind of thing happened to it. If it told Naoki about the future, then the next thing would change, and Naoki would definitely stop that from happening. Then, if the motor lizard hadn't fallen into the time machine, it would not have been born. So the present one would have disappeared with it. Golden didn't want to disappear. It wanted to stay with Naoki forever. But looking at his past self, Golden felt a little reluctant. If he didn't say it, his past self would have experienced those terrible and painful things just like his present self. A tangled look appeared in Golden's golden eyes, and he looked at his past self in silence. At least, let it stay with Naoki for a while longer, Golden thought sadly. Chapter 360. The next morning, Naoki rode on a motorcycle lizard, put on a straw hat, put on a short-sleeved shirt, dressed up as a bug-catching boy in the forest, and went to the neighboring Sunshine Town to watch the bug-catching competition in a very low-key manner. When he arrived at the natural park south of Sunshine Town, a large group of trainers had already gathered there. Among them were some boys and girls dressed the same as him. Looking at those boys holding bug nets, Naoki shouted in his heart. They appeared, the bug-catching boy and the boy in shorts. Naoki blended in without any pressure, standing at the sign in front of the entrance of the nature park and reading the detailed introduction written on it. The nature park is a paradise for insect-type Pokemon and grass-type Pokemon. It covers a very large area and is home to countless wild Pokemon. This place is a bit similar to nature reserves in other regions. However, in order to protect the Pokemon ecology in the nature park, it is usually not open to the public, and trainers are not allowed to capture wild Pokemon in it. But in order to prevent the wild insect attribute Pokemon here from spreading, Sunshine Town holds 2 insect catching competitions every year, allowing passing trainers to come and catch these insect attribute Pokemon. Further down, there are the Pokemon species that live in this natural park. Basic green caterpillars, hairballs, orb spinners, ariados, electric fireflies, sweet fireflies, butterflies, cute flies, bead spiders, bean crickets, and bug rolls. And some relatively rare insect attribute Pokemon, like ultrasonic larvae, Heracross, giant claw mantis, flying mantis, big armor, etc. It's a pity that there is no Pokemon like Huhu. Naoki felt a little regretful, otherwise he could capture some Huhu and bring them back to the ranch to help make juice. Huhu, a fermentation Pokemon, has a shell that can decompose tree fruits and ferment them into sticky and delicious juice, which is very convenient. But if Naoki remembered correctly, there seemed to be no Pokemon like Huhu in the Padilla region. The crowd around was bustling, and the faces of the insect-catching boys holding insect nets showed a look of determination. Some people even made bets, competing with their friends to see who can catch the rarer and more uncommon bug attribute Pokemon. Some bad boys deliberately used bug attribute Pokemon to scare the girls, who came with their friends to participate in the bug-catching competition, and scared them so much that they screamed. Naoki looked at this scene speechlessly. These childish children. Hey, the bug-catching competition is about to begin. All trainers participating in this competition, please come to the entrance. We will open the entrance to the nature park soon. A notification came from the broadcast at the venue. In addition, please prepare in advance before entering the nature park, and prepare sufficient hunting balls and snacks to attract Pokemon. The crowd gradually rushed to the entrance of the nature park. With the opening of the entrance, the enthusiastic insect-catching boys immediately plunged in, and then scattered to various places to look for rare insect-attribute Pokemon. Naoki walked to the counter in front of the entrance without panic, preparing to buy a few packs of Pokemon snacks from here. The staff member in charge of selling snacks was the girl who went to his ranch yesterday to order tree fruits. The girl recognized him and was surprised. "You are here?" Naoki smiled and nodded, looked down at the empty counter in front of him, and asked, "Do you have any snacks and hunting balls?" "There are still some left. Please wait a moment. I will help you get them." After that, the girl turned and went into the tent behind. Naoki waited patiently outside, and he reached out to touch the head of the motorcycle lizard next to him. "Golden didn't come with me this time. I don't know what happened. It looked listless since last night. It didn't tell me what happened." This morning, Naoki wanted to bring it here to play, but Golden refused. Naoki wondered if Golden got angry because of what he said about the motorcycle lizard when he was taking a bath yesterday. No, Golden is not the kind of person who gets angry easily. It doesn't look like it's angry, but rather like it's struggling with something. Naoki had never seen Golden like this before. Influenced by Golden, he also looked uninterested today. Recalling how Golden stared at the motor lizard from time to time last night, Naoki was confused. What was it struggling with? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the tent in front of him. "Ah!" The motor lizard instantly became alert. "Gah!" Naoki also came to his senses, thinking that something bad had happened, and hurriedly followed him into the tent. A huge Snorlax was lying in the huge tent. It was sleeping soundly on the ground, and its paws were contentedly stroking its bulging belly in its sleep. Next to the Snorlax, there were several damaged empty boxes. Naoki was slightly stunned. The girl was very angry. "It's Snorlax. The Snorlax that stole all our fruit the day before yesterday. Damn it. Now all the Pokemon snacks we prepared have been eaten by it. Snorlax has fallen asleep." The girl was a little mad. "Ah, you glutton." She angrily patted Snorlax's elastic round belly. Snorlax, Naoki, Facing such a Pokemon, the girl couldn't do anything. She took a deep breath helplessly, turned around and said to Naoki, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Rancher, there are no snacks for the meeting." Naoki had no interest in catching bug-type Pokemon. He just came to join in the fun. He didn't care, but looked at the Snorlax in front of him with interest. "Is this Snorlax a Pokemon captured by a trainer?" Naoki asked. "Huh?" The girl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "This kid has no trainer. It has always lived in this town." The girl recalled as she spoke, "It was about 3 months ago, right? The weather was still very cold at that time, and this Snorlax came to the town. It was starving at the time, and the people in the town felt sorry for it, so they gave it a lot of food. Since then, Snorlax has lived in the town and lived with everyone, but because of its greedy habits, it causes a lot of trouble to the people in the town almost every day. We once asked trainers to see if they could capture this Snorlax, but the results were not satisfactory. Some trainers couldn't beat this Snorlax. Even if they used all their strength to attack, they couldn't wake it up and put it into the Pokeball. Some trainers captured it, but there was not enough food to feed it, so the trainer who had eaten up all the food sent it back. Although there are still some trainers who can provide enough food, this Snorlax sleeps almost 23 hours a day and doesn't help the trainers fight at all, so the trainer also sent Snorlax back." Naoki automatically added to the girl's unfinished words in his mind. He looked at the Snorlax in front of him, and felt that it was very suitable for him. It just so happened that when he was learning about energy blocks, he got a Big Eater energy block formula from Yu Hui, and used that formula to develop special food for Snorlax. Only one of this special energy block is needed to make Snorlax full. Although Snorlax is the evolution of Snorlax, as long as you feed it a few more, it will definitely be able to fill its stomach. Moreover, he is not a professional trainer, but just a rancher, and he does not need Pokemon to fight in the ranch. Of course, what makes Naoki even more excited is the stomach of Pokemon like Snorlax. As a famous Pokemon with a big appetite, Snorlax's stomach can digest anything. It has a strong stomach, and it can eat even some moldy food without any care, and it will not get an upset stomach at all, because the digested juice in Snorlax's stomach can digest any poison, so it is no problem even if it eats something that falls on the ground. What's even more exaggerated is that even the poison of the stinky mud is just a seasoning for Snorlax's tongue. It just so happened that the ranch was short of a taster. Thinking of this, Naoki's mind moved. Are you still looking for a trainer for this Snorlax? The girl nodded, and then suddenly realized, are you planning to capture this Snorlax? Naoki hummed, I want to take it back to my ranch. Of course. The girl hurriedly said, then I leave it to you. He looked like he wanted to send this Snorlax away immediately. Naoki, This thought is understandable. After all, in ancient times, Snorlax was regarded as a natural disaster. Because in ancient times when productivity was backward, Snorlax would suddenly appear in the village and clear out the rice warehouse in a blink of an eye. It is only now that humans and Pokemon have gradually merged, productivity has been improved, and there is no need to worry about going hungry, that people have begun to accept Pokemon like Snorlax. But how do you plan to tame Snorlax? The girl hesitated again, because she knew very well how difficult Snorlax was. Naoki thought about it carefully, and then asked, have those trainers fought against this Snorlax before? The girl nodded. Snorlax has thick skin and flesh. Even if the attack hits it, it can only tickle it. Those people lure Snorlax into the Pokeball with food. I know. In that case, he might as well use food temptation. Naoki looked around and happened to notice a fruit mixer. Recalling the formula for the Big Eater Energy Cube he had developed before, Naoki asked, are there any fruit left here? I need 2 peach fruits, 1 orange fruit, 1 blackberry fruit, 2 tomato fruits, and 1 banana fruit. Yes. The girl nodded quickly. She went to the cardboard box next to her and looked around. Soon she found all the ingredients she needed. These are the fruit left over from making snacks. Naoki took it and started making the energy cubes. About half an hour later, a pot of steaming energy cubes came out of the oven. Primary Big Eater Energy Cube, C+ Cooking Effect, Big Eater, is an energy cube that can make Pokemon feel full. Only one is needed to make Pokemon like Snorlax full. Done. Naoki took out the 6 energy cubes. He was about to turn around, but suddenly felt a huge black shadow covering him. Naoki turned around and saw that Snorlax had woken up at some point, and was looking at the energy cube in his hand with squinting eyes. Do you want to eat it? Naoki asked as he picked up an energy cube and handed it over. Snorlax looked down, then caught it with his claws, and threw it directly into his mouth. Chewed. The energy cube was chewed and swallowed into the stomach, and the compressed energy contained in it immediately expanded, and Snorlax soon felt a sense of relief from having a full stomach. Its eyes lit up, and it continued to look at the food in the human's hand. Naoki did not give it to it immediately, but stretched out his hand to Snorlax, wanting to touch it. Although Snorlax was lazy and greedy, it was not a fool. Facing this scene, it directly stretched out an arm, hugged the human, held him in his arms, and let him sit on his arm. Naoki was startled. But soon he found that Snorlax had no ill intentions. The girl next to him also smiled and said, don't worry, this Snorlax is very gentle. Even if the children in the town use its big belly as a playground, it will not be angry. Open your mouth. Naoki demonstrated, ah. Snorlax opened his mouth wide. Naoki threw the energy cube in. Snorlax continued to chew. After eating a few energy cubes, Snorlax felt full. He yawned lazily, rubbed his eyes, and then sat on the ground, lying on his back, and put Naoki on his belly and continued to sleep. Naoki, He took advantage of Snorlax not falling asleep, knelt on its belly and asked, Hey Snorlax, do you want to go with me? Come live at my place. I will make this kind of food for you every day. But Snorlax has fallen asleep. Naoki tried, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Snorlax was snoring. The girl thought of Snorlax's reaction just now, and said with a smile, It seems that it likes you very much. Snorlax has never treated the previous trainers like this. Looking at the sleeping Snorlax, Naoki felt very complicated. He took out an empty red and white ball from his pocket, and then tried to aim it at Snorlax's forehead. The next second, Snorlax's body, which was like a small mountain, turned into a red light, and was collected into the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook slightly twice, and then stopped. This means that it was successfully captured. Seeing that the Pokeball stopped shaking so quickly, Naoki was a little unable to react for a while. So this is how Snorlax was captured? Forget it. Anyway, it's good to be captured successfully. Naoki stood up from the ground with Snorlax's Pokeball. The girl looked at the Pokeball with some worry on her face. Mr. Rancher. What's wrong? Naoki noticed the expression on her face. The girl pursed her lips and said, This Snorlax will have a big appetite and may scare you. If you regret it at that time, Please do not release Snorlax into the wild and be sure to send it back to us. Although it is very greedy and often brings a lot of trouble to the people in the town, and will break into the store and eat up all the food, but no one wants to hurt it. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly startled, and then smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will take good care of Snorlax. Chapter 361. After collecting Snorlax's Pokeball, Naoki remembered the purpose of coming to Sunshine Town. The girl looked at the empty snack box eaten by Snorlax and apologized. I'm so sorry, the snacks for the insect catching competition have been eaten by Snorlax. If I use the remaining fruit to make it again, it will probably take an hour to make it. At this time, the first batch of insect catching boys who entered the nature park may have returned with the insect attribute Pokemon they caught. Naoki naturally saw this situation. He came here to join in the fun and experience the atmosphere of the insect catching competition. He didn't have to capture insect attribute Pokemon. In that case, forget it. No need to make extra Pokemon snacks, Naoki said. The girl still looked apologetic. It was obviously her who invited others to participate in the insect catching competition, but something went wrong on their side. To make up for it, the girl said, I'm very sorry, but we will hold 2 insect catching competitions a year. In addition to today's one, there will be another one in the fall. I will write to your ranch and invite you to participate. Naoki smiled and nodded. Okay, I come back then. With something on his mind, Naoki didn't stay here for long. He glanced at the empty entrance to the natural park, and then said to the motor lizard beside him, let's go back. Gao. The motor lizard nodded obediently, and obediently carried Naoki out of Sunshine Town and back to the ranch. The ranch was still full of life. Naoki got off the motor lizard and saw Golden sleeping in the sun on the grass. He walked forward and tried to call it, Guillerton? Guillerton immediately raised his head and looked over here when he heard the voice. Are you feeling better? Naoki sat beside it and asked softly. Guillerton was stunned for a moment and didn't expect Naoki to notice its emotions. The whole dragon suddenly became a little depressed. Ah, hiss. Naoki deliberately ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp, then touched Guillerton's head and said, if you have anything unhappy, you can tell me. Did you get angry because I favored the motor lizard when we were taking a bath last night? Golden opened his eyes wide, a little dazed, and shook his head after a while. Ah. No. What's the reason? Naoki coaxed. Did I do something wrong? Golden, No. It drooped its head on its paws, with a melancholy expression on its face. How to say such a thing? Golden said in a depressed mood. I want to be with Naoki forever. Pictures of the past flashed through its mind. The little motorcycle lizard looked at it quietly from a distance, looking at it with envy. Although the little motorcycle lizard was very afraid of it, it still tried hard to get close to it and become good friends. The little motorcycle lizard shared the gift that Naoki bought outside with it. When the little motorcycle lizard heard that it had no mother, it was willing to share its mother with it, although that was also its former mother. It was so weak and ignorant in the past. I can't let it fall into that machine like me and go to that world full of dangers, so Litten thought. Although it has always disliked the little motorcycle lizard, Golden didn't want to see it encounter that kind of thing. It wanted to protect its past self. Golden made a decision in its heart. It planned to tell Naoki about this matter. But not now. If it told what would happen in the future, it would disappear. It couldn't tell it now, because it wanted to accompany Naoki more. Naoki didn't expect Golden to be troubled by this matter. He was stunned, and the thoughts in his head were slightly off track. Then he guessed. Did you see the news on TV that humans died, and only Pokemon were left living alone in this world, so you feel sad? Gul'dan looked at him, blinked, and then began to lie. Agas. Yes. Little fool, but you are not an ordinary Pokemon. Naoki felt relieved and touched Golden's head with a smile. I haven't told you before. Humans do not disappear from this world immediately after death. Their souls will leave their bodies and wander around the places where they used to stay before they died. Until the gatekeeper of the spirit world, the night demon, arrives and leads the soul into the spirit world, allowing it to reincarnate again. When the time comes, if the night demon comes to catch me, you will have to protect me. I will achieve immortality in the form of a soul, and then be with you forever, Naoki said. Guillerton listened to these words carefully. Naoki had never told it these things before. But soon, it remembered that it could not stay with Naoki forever. When it said those things, it would leave. At that time, no one could protect Naoki. Ah, Gul'dan. Realizing this, Gul'dan stood up suddenly, turning around in a panic. This won't do. But what should it do? Soon, A good idea came to Gulton's mind. Got it. Should it teach some of its past skills, so that it can protect Naoki? Seeing Gulton's anxious look, Naoki said speechlessly, Calm down. It's too early to talk about that now. I can still live for a long time. It's too unlucky to talk about death now. Naoki quickly stopped the topic. Stop. Gillerton stopped. Naoki took a deep breath and said, Now you know, right? You don't have to worry about that kind of thing. Gillerton nodded obediently. Got it. Seeing that Gillerton's mood had recovered a little, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief, and was very happy. He stretched out his hand to block Gillerton's nostrils, and said to it, Okay, I sleep on the floor with you tonight. He could only use this method to make Gulton feel more at ease. Just as ADK realized, it was unknown what would happen in the future. For them, the most important thing was to grasp the present and enjoy every moment spent with the Pokemon. Hearing this, Gulton's eyes lit up, and then he pounced on Naoki with one claw and stretched out his big tongue to help him brush his face. Naoki, who was smeared with saliva, said, It's okay, as long as Gulton is happy. After Gulton finished licking, Naoki stood up and said, Okay, go play with everyone. I just brought a new Pokemon back from outside, and now I have to help it find a place to live. Gulton nodded. Naoki said goodbye to it, and prepared to find a suitable place for Snorlax in the ranch. Gulton came to the side of the motor lizard and looked at it. A suitable place for Snorlax in the ranch. In fact, Pokemon like Snorlax have very easygoing living habits, and don't care about food and housing at all. As long as it is not in an extreme place, like an ice field or volcano, it can just lie on the ground and sleep soundly. Naoki looked around the pasture, looked at the open space on the other side of the river, and thought of Snorlax's characteristics, and soon had an answer in his mind. Slide, seesaw, sand pit, tree swing, Snorlax's belly, trampoline. Naoki immediately came to the other side of the river, looked at the open space in front of him, then took out Snorlax's Pokeball, and released it. With a flash of white light, Snorlax appeared on the grass. It was still lying on the grass and sleeping soundly, not waking up. It has a gentle temperament. Its belly can be used as a trampoline. Naoki thought for a moment, and then carefully began to climb up Snorlax's big belly. Soon, he was completely on Snorlax's big belly, which was elastic and as soft as a waterbed. Snorlax, It's still sleeping soundly. Naoki tried to jump twice, but Snorlax didn't care at all, and didn't move at all. Blue sky, white clouds, breeze, looking around, you can see the vast wilderness. Naoki lay on Snorlax's belly with a curious look on his face, treating it as an open-air bed. 2 words, comfortable. Not only children, but adults also like Snorlax. After lying for a while, Naoki reluctantly got up from Snorlax's belly. He looked at the grass around him, and began to plan this area automatically in his mind. First, a big tree should be planted next to Snorlax, and a wooden swing frame can be placed under the big tree. On weekdays, he and Pokemon can swing here while enjoying the breeze. Secondly, a big pit can be dug on the grass and filled with a thick layer of golden sand, which can be used to build sand castles and bask in the sun. Finally, a slide and a seesaw can be installed on the other side. In this way, a relaxing park centered on Snorlax is ready. Sand pits and swings are easy to solve. As long as you have money, you can buy them, and you can directly ask the Bud Crown to help ripen the big trees. As soon as he said it, Naoki drove to Carry that afternoon to order a batch of wood, and bought a tall and big sapling from Arrow's seed store. Then, Naoki went to the department store, and bought a slide and a seesaw. In order to lay the sand pit, he drove to the beach, and pulled a truck of sand back to the ranch. After all the materials were ready, Naoki began to lead a group of Pokemon to start the construction work. Use a hammer and screws to install the slide and seesaw on the grass. Dig a big hole with a shovel, and pour the truck of sand into it. Then, Naoki planted the sapling on the grass and invited the Bud Crown. A strong light flashed by, and the sapling disappeared, replaced by a sturdy tree nearly 8 meters tall. The last step was to assemble the swing frame and fix it under the tree. In the evening, the sky was full of haze, and Naoki led a group of Pokemon to the small park centered on Snorlax. Okay, from now on you can come here to play. Naoki waved his hand and announced loudly. Before he could finish his words, a group of excited Pokemon had already run to the amusement park. Eruption was very interested in the swing. After exploring it for a while, it sat on it and swung on it without any instruction. The Hackrons were very interested in the children's slide. They flew to it and slid down the slide. As they slid, they made a humming sound from their mouths, which seemed very excited. And Babu Tudger and Frust Milk surrounded Snorlax. After some careful testing and Naoki's nod, they climbed up and used Snorlax's belly as a trampoline, jumping and playing on it. Just watching these Pokemon playing in the amusement park he built, Naoki felt extremely happy. In order to bring the Pokemon and Snorlax closer, he went back to the house, found the fruit, made 2 boxes of Big Eater energy cubes, and then gave these energy cubes to Babu Tuba. As a thank you for letting you play on your stomach, give this gift to Snorlax. Naoki smiled and said, don't forget to say thank you to it. Bammo! Babu Tuba nodded his little head, took the 2 boxes of energy cubes, and flew back to Snorlax with them. Snorlax opened his sleepy eyes after smelling the fragrance. Then, he saw a group of cute little Pokemon standing in front of him, saying thank you to him and handing him delicious food. Snorlax opened his mouth, obviously stunned by this sudden scene. But soon, he came to his senses, took the 2 boxes of energy cubes, and swallowed them in one gulp. After filling his stomach, Snorlax was contented and laid down on the grass again to sleep. Before going to sleep, he stretched out his body, exposing his big belly, so that the petite Pokemon could play on it. Naoki stood not far away and watched the scene, and couldn't help but smile. Very good, the amusement park was also completed. Next, it was time to build a woolly sheep ranch to raise soft woolly sheep. But before that, he had to have a good sleep. After a busy day, Naoki returned home and prepared to enjoy the delicious dinner prepared by his sister Ai Guancher. At the same time, in the Johto region, there is a sea city called Odomar. After a long sea flight, the Hero Expedition team arrived here. This is an extremely beautiful water city. The small canals in the town are intricate. With the rising of the sun, the whole city is shrouded in the soft morning light. The people living in this place and Pokemon paddled flat-bottomed boats on the canals in the town and started a new day. The noisy hawking in the market, the sound of flowing water, and the bells of the cathedral in the city center rang together, interweaving a strong atmosphere of life. On the top of the cathedral, no one noticed that there was a bird Pokemon with a shoulder bag, sharp eyes, and yellow feathers. Next to this bird Pokemon stood 2 cute and petite Pokemon. The baby bear stood on the top of the cathedral, listening to the melodious and slightly dull bells below, overlooking the entire metropolis, with a strange look in his eyes. "Eemi! So pretty!" The blue eyes of Dream flickered slightly, and it cast its gaze on the Pokemon running on the street and the shops selling food on both sides of the road, and then said, "Meow. Let's go get some food." Baby Bear naturally had no objection. So the 2 Pokemon turned to look at Zapdos. Zapdos was silent for a moment, and then a helpless expression appeared in its eyes. "Chew. Go, I wait for you to come back here. Its body is too big, so it's better to stay here and wait in order not to attract attention." Meow. Meow. Meow and Baby Bear nodded happily, and then took out a few fruits they had picked in the wild from the satchel of Zapdos, and flew down quietly. Before landing, Meow changed its appearance silently, turning into a small little crocodile, and mixed with Baby Bear into the crowd, running on the stone road. They came to the store selling delicious food, raised their heads, and looked eagerly at the delicious food on the counter. The owner of the store was a gray-haired old man. Seeing the appearance of the 2 Pokemon, a smile appeared on his face. "2 cute little guys, are you hungry? Do you want to eat the candied haws I made? Come on, eat." She handed out 2 strings of candied haws. Bear Baby and Dreamy took them, and then put the berries and a few small pearls they prepared on the counter. Naoki said, "This is an exchange. If you want something in a human town, you can't steal it, you have to exchange it with the owner for precious things." Seeing the actions of these 2 Pokemon, the old lady was slightly stunned, and then a happier smile appeared on her face. "Ah, are you paying for the candied haws? What cute little guys. Here, these candied haws are for you to eat." Such a cute and sensible Pokemon, the old lady felt a surge of love in her heart. She packed the other 2 candied haws, and gave them to the baby bear with a loving face. After buying the things, Mew and the baby bear happily said goodbye to this human and turned and ran away. They ran to an empty alley, and were about to go back to find Zapdos, but the baby bear suddenly became alert and turned around to look behind him. Meow? Meow had just returned to its original form, and was a little confused by the bear's behavior. Then he turned his head, and saw a girl in a short skirt standing not far away, looking at this side curiously. The 2 Pokemon were slightly stunned. But the girl suddenly ran towards them, put her face close to Meow, and observed her carefully. Meow! Meow was startled. The bear murmured, "What?" But the next second, the girl in front of him smiled. Then, its appearance also changed. From a human girl, it turned into a mysterious Pokemon with a streamlined body. The back half of this Pokemon's body is red, with wings like jet wings, feet like fish fins, and a blue triangle mark on the chest. The upper half of its body is white, the face is red, with triangular ears, and a white pentagonal pattern on the forehead. This Pokemon blinked, and then showed an innocent and happy smile on its face. Seeing this scene, Dream and Baby Bear were instantly frozen in place. Chapter 362. Odomar, the Mysterious Garden. Mew and Baby Bear rode on Zapdos, and followed the Pokemon that could transform into a human form through a secret passage and arrived at this quiet garden deep in the city. The fountain in the garden flowed, and the sun shone on the lush trees, giving this place a dreamy hazy color. Looking at this dreamlike scene, the three Pokemon of the Heroes Expedition team were completely shocked. Latias, who was flying in front, smiled happily and squinted his eyes, and uttered a melodious cry. "Woo! Isn't it beautiful? This is my brother and I's secret base, me." Baby Bear nodded repeatedly, praising the beauty of this place. At this moment, another mysterious Pokemon suddenly flew out from the depths of the garden. Dream and his group immediately looked over there. After seeing the figure clearly, they immediately stayed where they were. Because that Pokemon looked like Latios, who sensed a strange breath entering the secret garden, was alert until he saw the Pokemon following his sister. The alertness on his face disappeared. Latias also hurriedly introduced them to his brother. "Woo! Brother, they are the Great Hero Expedition team." Dreamy nodded immediately. "Meow. That's right. We are the Great Hero Expedition team that travels around the world and helps Pokemon in need everywhere." Baby Bear also said, "Meow meow." "That's right." The lightning bird behind him raised its head proudly. "Chew." After they introduced themselves, Latias turned back and introduced them to Mew. "Woo! Hero Expedition team, this is my brother, his name is Latios." Latios, who witnessed the whole process, looked at the three strange Pokemon with a little curiosity. As the guardian of Odomar, it has never seen such Pokemon here. The way Pokemon get along with each other is simple and direct. After introducing each other, Latias, the younger sister, began to curiously ask what the Great Hero Expedition team was. So, on this sunny morning, Dreamy and Baby Bear sat on the grass and happily told Latias and Latios about the good things the Great Hero Expedition team had done before. They helped a giant Dragonite find a partner. They helped the Ninetales fulfill its wish. They met the confused Mewo. They helped the mosquito repellent find its mother. There was a new light in Latias' eyes. It was undoubtedly full of interest in these deeds. The more mature Latios on the side also showed a look of surprise. It looked at the three Pokemon in front of it uncertainly and asked, "Woo! The Great Hero Expedition team? Can you do this with the power of Pokemon alone?" Hearing this, Dreamy blinked and said nothing. The Baby Bear said with a firm look in his eyes, Ime. The power of a single Pokemon may be weak, but as long as everyone unites, any difficulty can be overcome." Meow nodded happily. "Meow. That's right." The figures of Latias and Latios were reflected in its azure eyes, and it continued, "Meow. And it's not just us. There's also Naoki who's been helping us." Latias and Latios looked curious. "Woo! Naoki?" The Baby Bear nodded, thinking that they had become good friends with Latias and Latios in front of them. So it said, "Meow meow. Naoki is the best person in the world. He also planted a world tree that many Pokemon can live on." Latias asked curiously, "Woo? World tree? What is that?" Baby Bear spread his arms exaggeratedly. "Immo. It's a very big tree, big enough to accommodate the Pokemon friends we met on the road." "Immo. Naoki said that if we meet friends, who we don't want to part with during our travels, we can invite them to live on the world tree. In that case, we can meet anytime and anywhere in the future." Latias was very excited. "Woo! Great, we are good friends now, right? Can my brother and I go there to play too?" Meow, who was standing by, also added happily. "Meow, of course, but we still have to continue our journey. We can't go back to the world tree yet, and the tree hasn't grown up yet, so there are no Pokemon living there." Latias turned around excitedly and acted like a spoiled child to his brother. "Woo! Brother, when the world tree grows up, let's go there to play with Meow and the others." Latios, It said to its sister earnestly, "Woo! We can't leave Altomare casually. Because they are the guardian gods here, we must protect this island." Hearing this, Latias' face was immediately full of disappointment. Seeing this, Latios was silent for a moment, and then added, "Woo! But then you can go over there and play with Dream." Latios asked hurriedly. Woo? What about my brother? Latios, woo. I will stay to protect the drop of kindness, so that it will not be taken away by bad people. Latios understood what her brother meant, and immediately let out a cheer, and acted coquettishly to her brother intimately. Brother is the best. Latios also licked his sister's forehead affectionately. Then, Latios's figure changed back to the short-haired girl. It looked at Dream and Baby Bear with a happy face, and said to them, Woo! Is this your first time in Alto Mare? Let's go play together. I take you to visit this beautiful town. Dream and Baby Bear were excited. Zapdos had no interest in going out to play, because wherever it went, it would attract a large group of annoying humans. Therefore, without waiting for Baby Bear and Dream to speak, it expressed its intention to stay here and wait for them to come back. Dream and Baby Bear were already used to Zapdos, so they nodded and told Zapdos that they would bring it some delicious food later. Then it transformed into Latios's Pokemon and followed it through the tunnel connecting the secret garden to the outside world, and went to play in the town. In order not to attract attention, Dream transformed into a small Piku this time, and stood on Latios's shoulder. The Baby Bear was held in Latios's arms. The three Pokemon happily traveled through the streets and alleys in this way. At this time, the town was holding the annual Pokemon Water Race. Participants from other places and athletes in the town were driving water attribute Pokemon and chasing fiercely on the water. Latios took Mew and the Baby Bear into the crowd to watch. They did not notice that a flag monitor was floating above, closely following the figure of Latios, who had transformed into a human. Found it. The female thief Lian looked at the figure on the monitor, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The legendary infinite Pokemon, Latios. Another female thief Sana was excited. As expected, the body temperature of Latios transformed into a human is much lower than that of a normal human. Wow, Lian, we are going to make a fortune this time. Humph, the legendary Pokemon is just like this. No matter how powerful it is, it will become the possession of Lian, the #1 thief in the thief world. The female thief named Lian put away the observation device, got on the speedboat, and said to her accomplice Sana, Get ready for action. Chapter 363. The next morning, the energy consumed by the King of Buds to ripen the World Tree was completely restored. He found Naoki, who was pruning the garden, and said to him, My power has been restored, and I can continue to cultivate the World Tree. Huh? Naoki was a little surprised. So fast? He remembered that it seemed that less than a month had passed since the last ripening. The King of Buds nodded slightly. That's because there are more and more believers in me on this land, and the power of faith they provide to me is also becoming more and more powerful. As he said that, the Bud Crown turned around and looked at the back mountain. I can sense that the shrine dedicated to me is also providing me with a steady stream of faith. This situation has far exceeded my expectations, and it really amazes me. Hearing this, Shishu immediately understood. Unknowingly, the shrine on the back mountain has become a landmark building in the town of Jichin. Almost every day, it attracts groups of passing trainers to visit the shrine and learn about the deeds of the Bud Crown. This situation should be similar to those popular check-in spots. After all, it is something related to legendary Pokemon, and few trainers are not curious. Let's get started. When it comes to cultivating the World Tree, Naoki is also full of expectations. He put down the gardening shears in his hand, called a group of Pokemon in the ranch, and brought them to the World Tree to watch the Bud Crown give birth to the World Tree. This process is familiar to every Pokemon in the ranch. The superpowers of the Bud Crown surged, and he floated in the air, facing the World Tree, and his energy surged. Then, the Bud Crown King raised his arm and activated his ability. The next second, an unprecedentedly strong energy surged out like a tide, all poured into the World Tree. Then, the trunk, branches, leaves, and every part of the World Tree began to emit a bright green light. In this light, the trunk of the World Tree began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The ground under his feet was shaking, and strange buzzing sounds came from all directions. Not only the exposed parts, but also the roots buried deep in the soil are growing continuously. Naoki looked at the World Tree in front of him and observed its changes. World Tree, juvenile stage, a seed sapling that has absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on which it rides, it has undergone a mutation during its growth process. A great vitality is brewing in it, and it finally breaks out of the ground. It is said that it can support a world and nourish all things in the world with natural energy. It will take another 84,054 years to grow. 83,612 years. 82,560 years. 80,000 in 10 years. The number finally settled on 80010. As the energy of the Bud Crown was exhausted, the light covering the World Tree also completely disappeared. The appearance of the World Tree in front of Naoki and many Pokemon has changed again. It is thicker, more prosperous, more majestic and magnificent, and more vibrant. No, these words can no longer be used to describe it. Because the height of this World Tree has exceeded 30 meters. Its scale can already be compared with the giant tree on the Giant Tree Hill in the northern part of the Crown Snowfield in the Galar region. The surrounding Pokemon were also shocked by the World Tree. Several flying Pokemon looked at this scene in disbelief, and flew around the World Tree, entered the dense bushes, ran to the thick branches, and observed the giant tree from top to bottom. Naoki had expected it in his heart, so he was not too surprised. He looked at the shortened growth period of the World Tree this time, and murmured, "It shortened the time by 4,000 years in an instant." It seems that the extra faith was not in vain, and it directly doubled the power of the Bud Crown King. Naoki remembered that the original Bud Crown King could only shorten the growth time of the World Tree by 2,000 years at a time. But now it can shorten the growth time by 4,000 years at a time. At this rate, the World Tree can be fully grown in less than 2 years. 1/5 of the 100,000 years of growth time has passed, and there are still 80,000 years to go. In the past, Naoki could not even imagine it. But there is another problem. The World Tree is so big, if it comes a few more times, the ranch may not be able to accommodate it. If he forced the ripening without paying attention to the surrounding environment, then the pasture he and the Pokemon had worked so hard to build would be destroyed by the expansion of the World Tree. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He turned his head to look at the Bud Crown, who looked a little weak due to consuming a lot of energy, and asked, "By the way, Bud Crown, I remember you said before that in the future you saw the World Tree left the earth, flew to the sky, and finally floated in the sky?" The Bud Crown King nodded slightly. "Yes, that's the future I saw." "This is difficult." Naoki had a headache. Could it be that the future him installed some black technology in the World Tree, which made the World Tree technology soar? No, that's impossible. I don't have that kind of technology. Naoki has a very clear self-awareness of himself. Then, could it be Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu who made the time machine? This idea seems unlikely, because as far as Naoki knows, the research content of these two doctors does not include anti-gravity systems. Then, there is only one possibility left. Relying on the power of Pokemon. As for the Pokemon that can do this, Giratina immediately appeared in Naoki's mind. 3 minutes later, the world was reversed, above the sky island of flowers. Giratina, who was lying in the flowers, smelling the fragrance of flowers, basking in the sun, and occasionally eating a few tree fruits, looked at Naoki, who suddenly came, feeling very puzzled. "Why did you suddenly come here today?" The long-term retirement life made its temperament become casual. Naoki stared at Giratina in front of him, looking up and down at its big head. Giratina, ? It looked irritable and yelled rudely, "What are you doing?" Naoki wiped the saliva sprayed by Giratina on his face. "Very good, this is the Giratina I know." Giratina was immediately full of black lines. Naoki then started to talk about business. "By the way, Giratina, can you make things fly? For example, a certain stone in the real world, you can use your reverse power to make it not restricted by gravity, so that it can fly into the sky." "That's it?" Giratina looked at him with disdain. "What else did it think it was, Naoki, Seeing this, Naoki was filled with thoughts. Could it be that Giratina really did the thing that made the World Tree float in the air? But the next second, Giratina showed regret. "I can't help you." Naoki was stunned. "Why?" "Because I can't interfere with the other world. This is a warning from that existence when it expelled me to this world." Giratina's voice was low, but Naoki could still hear the anger and unwillingness in it. It was Arceus. Naoki pondered for a moment, and then asked sincerely, "Why did you join forces with Wang Luo to do that hundreds of years ago?" Giratina showed a nasty smile on his face. "At that time, I didn't interfere with the other world. I just used my power to make Dialga and Palkia go berserk." Naoki understood it instantly. Giratina was taking revenge on the real world and Arceus, influencing the twin gods of time and space behind the scenes, causing them to riot. The consequence of this incident was that the time and space of the entire Washi area became extremely unstable, resulting in a terrifying time and space rift, destroying the Washi area. Chapter 364. As an alien, Naoki can separate himself from all events and look at them from a third-person perspective. Arceus banished Giratina to the reverse world, and the angry Giratina tried every means to make trouble. including but not limited to using the power of reversal to affect the twin gods of time and space, causing them to fall into rage, thus affecting the real world. Faced with this situation, what did Arceus do? He called people from another time and space, and called Xiaoyao or Mingyao, and gave them Arceus mobile phones, asking them to solve the crisis of the time and space rift. But Arceus must know about what the troublemaker Giratina did. Then why didn't he contact Giratina directly? Just when Naoki was lost in thought, Giratina suddenly asked, "Have you thought it through? If you want me to help, it means you have to join forces with me. If that person is discovered by that existence, you will have to face him together with me. To you humans, that guy should be the Sinnoh Great Lord who created the world, right? Do you have the guts to face God?" Naoki was confused by Giratina. Wait, I'm not going to join hands with you to destroy the world, so what if Arceus finds out? After all, Giratina did such bad things before and Arceus ignored him. He just wanted to create a unique flying tree in the world. How could Arceus summon people from other time and space like Terra to stop him? Giratina didn't care about that. It roared fiercely. "If I help you, how are you going to thank me?" Naoki thought of the fish Giratina had taken from him before and said, "Can I catch you a few more tuna to eat?" "No." Giratina looked at Naoki excitedly. "I want you to join hands with me to avenge him together." Naoki, He wanted to say goodbye to Giratina directly. But on second thought, it seems that there is still a chance to avenge Arceus. Because in a few years, when Arceus, who fell into a deep sleep due to human greed, wakes up, he will punish those humans. This is the plot of the movie Arceus Overcomes Time and Space. At that time, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina will join forces to stop Arceus from destroying the world. If he and Giratina secretly beat Arceus up at that time, would he be able to fulfill Giratina's wish of revenge on Arceus? And the stone tablets on Arceus' body at that time were not complete. The 5 stone tablets of water, grass, lightning, dragon, and ground that make up the life gem are missing. Dragon attributes can be immune to fairy attributes, which means that water, grass, lightning and ground attributes can cause damage to Arceus. Grass attributes include Bud Crest, the Goat Mount, Yuriko. Electric attributes include Babu Dragon and Dragonite, and water attributes can be covered by Yuriko with a water mask. Add to that the help of the Spacetime Twin Dragons and Giratina, and the life milk that restores physical strength and other good luck dishes, and there may be a chance. It's just a matter of size. Of course, it doesn't mean that Arceus must be beaten violently. It's impossible to think about it. After all, Arceus is a top-level existence of LV100 in this world. They just need to pretend to be strong for Giratina to see. As the saying goes, it's a fake match. Thinking of this, Naoki stayed and asked, "How do you plan to take revenge on him?" Giratina didn't think about it for a while. Naoki made a decision for it. "Then let's put it this way. I have a hunch that the opportunity to take revenge on Arceus will come soon, at most in 2 years. Before that, you should prepare well and improve your strength." "Okay." Giratina agreed readily. "It's only 2 years. It only needs a nap for a creature that has lived in this world for tens of millions of years." Naoki was speechless, then turned and left the reversed world. When he returned to the living room, the Crown of Flowers asked casually, "Have you found a solution?" Maybe?" Naoki also had a headache. He told the Crown of Flowers in detail what had just happened. At the end, he asked, "Am I too naive? After all, he is the god who created the world. The Bud Crown Queen has never seen Arceus, nor has she heard of him. But in order to protect the world tree and the pasture, he said, 'The god who created the world, I wonder who is stronger between him and Dark Knight. I can try it.' Dark Knight should refer to the Infinite Tana in the Galar region." Naoki said, "Infinite Tana should not be his opponent, because he carries the tablet of creation on his body, and no attribute attack in this world can cause damage to him." Hearing this, the King of the Flower Crown immediately fell into deep thought. After a moment, he spoke, "If that's the case, then we must prepare well." Naoki was slightly stunned. "Prepare?" The King of the Flower Crown cast his eyes outside. "Now is the time. My power has long been restored to its original peak. Now I can bestow the power of the king on Babutubo." Just like the coronation ceremony he held for Zongxiang and Zongmarant in the Crown Temple that year. At that time, he injected the king's power into the sword and shield. The 2 warriors who carried the sword and shield could transform into the King of Sword and the King of Shield. Hearing what the Bud Crown said, Naoki was even more confused. Is the Bud Crown going to enchant Babutubo's Thor's hammer? As if sensing Naoki's inner shock at the moment, the Bud Crown explained, "The child has a brave and innocent heart. With the king's power, it will become a true hero. But before that, I have to test it. When it passes the test, it means that it has obtained the qualification to possess the power of the king. Test? Naoki asked incredulously. But Crown nodded slightly. Leave it to me, you don't have to worry. Naoki has calmed down. What are you going to do? But Crown said concisely, I will use my power to create an illusion. Naoki understood instantly. After all, But Crown is also a Pokemon with psychic attributes. It is also very easy for him to interfere with the mind and create illusions. I understand. Naoki said sincerely. Then I leave it to you. The Bud Crown showed a loving smile on his face, and floated up from the sofa, floated out of the living room, and came to the ranch. Naoki followed him out, and then called Babu Tubo, who was playing with Glacian and the others. Hearing Naoki's voice, Babu Tubo immediately ran over. Bamo? Naoki asked it solemnly. Babu Tubo, do you want to be a real superhero? Bamo. Babu Tubo stood up without hesitation and nodded. Then show your courage and heart to the King of the Flower Crown, Naoki said. The King of the Flower Crown looked at Babu Tubo gently, and his voice was transmitted through telepathy. You don't need to be nervous. Next, I will test you. When you pass, I will give you the power of the king that matches your courage. Bamo? Babu Tubo seemed to understand. It looked at Naoki, and Naoki nodded to it encouragingly. Then Babu Tubo's eyes began to be full of fighting spirit. Bamo! The King of the Flower Crown nodded with satisfaction. Then, the test begins. Chapter 365. As soon as the words of the King of the Flower Crown fell, a superpower, as if it were real, surged out of him. The dazzling light instantly submerged the Babu Tubo standing on the grass. The next second, a faint blue halo appeared around Babu Tubo, and it closed its eyes, and its body slowly floated up. It looked quiet, as if it had fallen asleep. Looking at this scene, Naoki knew that the illusion test of the King of the Flower Crown had officially begun. I wonder what kind of things Babu Tubo will encounter, Naoki thought to himself. But that was Babu Tubo's test. He couldn't see it, and he couldn't participate in it, so he could only stay outside and wait silently. Naoki didn't know what the power of the king was. But he knew that the power could turn Song Xiang and Zhang Marant, who were brave warriors of 100 battles, into the invincible king of sword and shield. And their racial value would also be increased from the original 670 to 720. You know, the racial value of Arceus's clone is only 720. Obviously, this power is an extremely huge improvement for Pokemon. The Thunder God effect of the special dish Lightning Bun, plus the King's power of the Bud-Up. What realm can Babida break through to? Quasi-God? Mythical Beast? Or the realm of legendary Pokemon? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Naoki's eyes. He and Bud-Up are creating a god. The trees are lush, the soil is fertile, the green treetops cover the sky, and the deep tree trunks are covered with green moss, which together, with the deep grass growing on the land, form a vibrant forest. The air was filled with the fragrance of soul, and the sun shone through the gaps between the leaves into the forest, turning into a clear beam of light shining on a stone. A little Budo sleeping on the stone slowly opened his eyes. When it saw the surroundings clearly, the Budo couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion on its face. Bamo? Isn't this where it lived before? Huh? Why do you say before? With a confused mind, Budo looked up at the sky in a daze, and it felt like it had a very long dream. In the dream, it was carried by a bird Pokemon with a big mouth and flew very far, and finally landed on a human ranch and was taken in by a human. The human trained it, taught it to fly, and made a small hammer for it. Thinking of this, Bubo vigorously rubbed the electric sac on his face with the paw, wanting to release a powerful electric current like in the dream. Bamo. Hiss. After its vigorous rubbing, a weak electric current emerged from its claws. So weak. Is it really a dream? For some reason, Bubo felt a sense of loss. Bamo Bamo? At this time, two calls came from the bushes in the distance. Then, two ordinary Babu Tubo came out from the rustling tall grass and looked at their children. Bamo, Bamo. You are here? You scared us. It's time to go back and eat. Bubo was stunned, and suddenly felt the urge to cry in his eyes, and he shouted, Bamo! Dad, Mom. Mother Babu Tubo looked at her child with a loving face. Bamo, we are here. Let's go home together. Bubo nodded, jumped down from the big rock, and followed his parents back home. Their home is under a withered tree. A warm and dry tree hole was dug out at the bottom of the tree trunk, and there was a passage leading to the underground in the tree hole. Bubo remembered that it was a cave dug out by his parents with great effort. There are two passages inside the cave, connecting the food storage room and the bedroom. The food storage room is a place for food. Babu Tubo's parents stored a lot of tree fruits and grains there, preparing to use them to survive the winter. The bedroom is a more spacious cave, where the three of them would huddle together and fall asleep every day. That night, Bubu lay in his parents' arms and slept very peacefully. The next morning, he said goodbye to his parents and went to play in the forest. There is a very tall tree in this forest. Some older Pokemon in the forest said that this tree has been here for a very long time. Buddha likes to climb up the tree and stay on the top of the tree to look at the blue sky and white clouds and the world outside the forest. Today, Buddha came here again. He looked at the world outside the forest and wondered what it would be like there. Suddenly, a Pokemon screamed from below. Accompanied by a shrill shout, Buddha quickly looked down at the source of the sound. In the dense woods, a small Caracara was running madly. Behind it, a ferocious and scary Pokemon was following closely. Bubo knew that Pokemon, its parents had told it countless times. That was Vulture Na, a very bad Pokemon. Every day, it would fly in circles in the sky, observing the ground from the air, and once it found weak prey, it would attack, grab the prey with its claws, and bring it back to the bone nest. This Pokemon is very cruel. Not only does it like to eat Pokemon, it also uses the bones of its prey to make a nest and decorate its body. It has a very violent temperament and is a well-known bully in the forest. Looking at the Vulture Nana chasing the Caracara excitedly, Bubo was filled with fear. What should it do? Should it help the Caracara? But it is so weak now, and the electricity it releases is so weak. Moreover, if it is discovered by the Vulture Nana, it will not be able to escape at all. At that time, it will be taken back to the nest together with the Caracara as prey, and only the bones will be eaten. When he thought of this, Bubo couldn't help showing a look of fear on his face. Fear occupied his heart, and the threat of the Vulture Na made him stiffen in place and dare not move. While he was in a daze, the Vulture Na had caught up with Caracara, pressed Caracara to the ground with its powerful claws, and pecked at it with its sharp beak. Caracara screamed in pain. This sound awakened Bubo, who was in a daze. Seeing that Caracara was about to be caught, Bubo took a deep breath, took out a small stone from the side, and threw it at the Vulture Na. Bammo! The provoked Vulture Na immediately locked onto the tiny Bubo with her dark pupils. It angrily dropped Caracara and flapped its wings to fly straight towards Bubo on the tree. Bubo was terrified and turned around subconsciously and began to shuttle quickly through the forest. Vulture Na followed closely behind, chasing him very hard. It was unknown how long it had been, but just when Bubo's physical strength was about to be exhausted, a cliff suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no way out. Bubo quickly stopped and looked back at the Vulture Na, who was catching up slowly. Vulture Na narrowed her eyes and let out a harsh cry, as if she was mocking the little guy's arrogance. Such a weak Pokemon should be eaten by them. Vulture Na immediately accelerated and dived towards Bubo. Bubo's heart was beating wildly due to nervousness. A trace of cold sweat appeared on its forehead, but its claws were rubbing the electric sac vigorously, trying to release electricity to protect itself. But it was too weak. The Vulture Na was very fast. Before Bubo could rub out electricity, it was knocked away by Vulture Na. The fear in his heart reached its limit at this moment, and the weightlessness made Bubo scream uncontrollably. Bammo! The intense pain spread throughout his body, and Bubo felt that he was dead. But strangely, he could still think. Everything around him suddenly darkened, and time and space seemed to be still. A majestic voice sounded from all directions. "Aren't you afraid?" Hearing this voice, Bubo looked around vigilantly, but saw nothing. It shouted loudly to give itself courage. Bammo! Scared. The voice continued to sound, and the tone seemed to have a hint of confusion. If you are afraid, why do you want to attract the attention of that Pokemon? But shook his head repeatedly, trying to wake himself up. Bammo! 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 That Caracara will be eaten. I can't watch it being eaten. Even if it requires sacrificing yourself? The voice continued to ask. Bud was a little confused. It stretched out its paw and looked at the pink and tender pads. It always felt that something was missing here. In a trance, some fragments emerged in Bubo's mind. It seemed that someone handed it a hammer and said to it, "From now on, you are a righteous superhero. Go, use this hammer to protect the weak Pokemon." Thinking of this, Bubo's heart surged with courage. Bammo! I am a righteous superhero. The voice was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then you know that the Vulture Na captured you to raise its children. To it, what you did is not justice." Hearing this, Bubo was dumbfounded. Bammo! It was at a loss. Did the bad Pokemon capture it and Caracara to raise its own children? If it stopped the vulture from hunting, Would the cubs waiting for their mother to come back from hunting starve to death in the nest? Bubo didn't know what to do for a while. What would you do? The voice asked again, seeming very curious. Bubo didn't know, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Pokemon need food to grow up healthily, but they don't want to be eaten as food. The voice didn't rush, patiently waiting for its answer. Buddha thought of himself, his parents, and the distant dream he had yesterday. After a long time, he found an answer of his own. Buddha raised his head, his young face full of seriousness. Bamo. I will share my fruit with it. Let it take it back to feed its children, so that they won't go hungry. Hearing this answer, the voice seemed very surprised. Is this your answer? Bubba nodded seriously. Bamo. Yes. If that's the case, then show me how to do it. As soon as the words fell, everything around him began to retreat. Bubba opened his eyes, and found himself back to that time. In the forest below, the vulture Na was chasing a Caracara. Looking at this scene, Bubo's heart gradually became firm. It was no longer confused because it had found the answer to the dilemma in front of it. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged out from its heart. Feeling the full power in its body, Bubo was very surprised. But soon, it adapted to this power, took the initiative to jump down, blocked in front of the vulture, and protected Caracara behind it. Bamo! Don't hurt it! Seeing this weak Pokemon blocking the way, Vulture made a sharp cry. Bubo did not give in at all. Seeing this, Vulture spread its wings directly, and used the divine bird to attack Bubo. Faced with this situation, Bubo still insisted on the answer he found. A dazzling electric light burst out from its body, and then it rushed towards Vulture Na. The two Pokemon collided violently in midair. The aggressive Vulture Na was finally defeated and knocked to the ground. It looked at the seemingly weak Pokemon with fear. Just when Vulture Na thought that the other party would kill her, she saw that the Pokemon took out a dozen fruit from somewhere and piled them in front of her. Bubo, Bamo! Take it back and feed it to your children. Vulture Na was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the Pokemon in front of her in disbelief. After a moment of silence, it gave up hunting the Caracara, got up and flew back to the nest with the fruits. Looking at the figure of Vulture Na going away, Bubo finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the mysterious voice sounded again. It seems that you have found your way. Bamo? Budo looked around in doubt. However, everything around him was slowly fading away. The voice continued, even if you lose everything and become the weak Pokemon you were at the beginning, you still have the courage to face strong enemies, and the kindness to help them. I recognize your original intention. Stay firm on your own path, find your own answer, I feel your faith. You are a well-deserved hero. Come on, Pokemon, accept this king's power. From now on, use it to help Pokemon in need. As soon as the words fell, Babutubo escaped from the illusion and returned to reality. He stared blankly at everything around him. Naoki's smile, the majestic Bud Crown King, the worry on his companions' faces. It seems that you have passed the test, Naoki said softly. Bamo. Babutubo threw himself into his arms, hugged Naoki tightly, and cried sadly. Naoki was confused. What's wrong? Babutubo wiped his tears, and said aggrievedly, Bamo. It thought that all this was really a dream. It's so good that it's not a dream. It's so good to meet Naoki. Budora smiled at the side. It thinks everything it experienced with you is a dream. Naoki understood instantly. He smiled and touched the head of Babutubo. It's not a dream. How could it be a dream? Babutubo's mood recovered, and it wiped its tears a little embarrassedly. Bamo. Naoki patted its head gently and said, You are very powerful. You passed the test of Badora. As far as I know, there are only 2 Pokemon in the world who passed the test of Badora. They have now become the legendary kings of a region. Speaking of which, Song Xiang and Zong Marant are still Babutubo's senior brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Babutubo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't believe it. Is it so powerful? Naoki smiled and said, Okay, go quickly, the coronation ceremony is next. Babutubo nodded, his little face full of seriousness. It landed in front of the Bud Crown and looked up at this majestic Pokemon. Bud Crown lowered its head slightly and looked at it. Raise your hammer. Babutubo held the silver hammer in both hands and held it in front of the King of the Flower Crown. The King of the Flower Crown looked at the hammer with dignity and then stretched out his right hand and covered it. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from his body and then all poured into the hammer. The originally silver hammer was dyed into a sacred and majestic gold at a speed visible to the naked eye, and noble kingly lines appeared on it. Bamo! Looking at this scene, Babutubo cried out in surprise. The next second, The golden light spread to his whole body. Babu Tubo felt that his whole body was bathed in a hot energy, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. In the light, Babu Tubo's appearance changed rapidly. The golden energy automatically condensed into the king's helmet on his head, and metal armor also appeared on his body. The armor was connected to the red cloak tied behind Babu Tubo, forming a whole. The powerful energy made the cape rustle, and the Babudoku wearing the golden king's helmet looked so majestic. It held the golden hammer tightly in its hand, and a majestic king's aura spread from Babudoku to the surroundings. Naoki and the Pokemon looked at this scene in shock. Babudoku's Hammer King form was born. Chapter 366. Is this the power of the king? Naoki looked at the changes in Babu Tubo in disbelief. Just like Song Xiang's Sword King form and Zhong Marant's Shield King form, Babu Tubo, who has obtained the power of the king, is also covered with a metal crown like a helmet. This is the fully armed look. Naoki suddenly thought of something very interesting. When Song Xiang and Zhong Marant transform into the king form, the attributes will change from a single fairy and fighting attribute to a dual attribute of fairy steel and fighting steel. So the question is, have the current attributes of Babu Tubo changed? Has it become electric plus steel, or fighting plus steel? In addition, there is another thing that Naoki is more concerned about. That is the characteristics of Babu Tubo. The characteristic of the Sword King Song Xiang is the indomitable sword that increases attack. The characteristic of the Shield King Zangmarant is the indomitable shield that increases defense. Then will the characteristics of Babu Tubo in the Hammer King form change accordingly? If it really changes, then it is very likely to be a characteristic that has never appeared in the Pokemon world. For words immediately appeared in Naoki's mind, Hammer of Unfear. However, Naoki could not confirm the above conjectures. After all, reality is not a game, and he cannot open his backpack to check the detailed panel of Pokemon anytime and anywhere. How do you feel? Naoki asked. Unexpectedly, Babu Tubo, who had gained new power, did not show the same excitement as before. On the contrary, it gave people a calm and mature temperament. Babu Tubo had a firm look in his eyes and replied, Bamo. The Bud Crown King beside him smiled. It seems that you have also grown in that illusion. After saying this, Naoki became more curious about the specific content of the illusion trial. So, he pulled Babu Tubo, ate a few pieces of translation melon seed crisps, and listened to it talk about the contents of the illusion. Became Bubo, returned to the place where he lived before, saw his parents, met Vulture Na, and protected Caracalla. At the end, the mature expression on Babu Tubo's face was a little bit unbearable. Bamo. Fortunately, I'm not dreaming now. Naoki smiled and asked again, Are you happy now? Babu Tubo looked at him and nodded happily. Bamo bamo. Happy. After saying that, Babu Tubo felt a sense of loss again. Bamo. I don't know how my parents are doing now. Everything in the illusion is the same as the real thing. At the beginning, it really thought it had returned to its hometown, to the cave that the three of them dug together. Noticing Babu Tubo's depressed mood, Naoki reached out and touched its head, comforting it. Don't worry, it will be fine. I have asked the guests in the tavern to help find it. Maybe there will be news in a while. Then I will go back to the forest with you. Bring your parents to the ranch, and live with us. How about it? Bamo. Babu Tubo was very moved, and threw himself into Naoki's arms and acted coquettishly to him. Bamo. Okay. Naoki smiled and hugged Babudu. After all, he had raised Babudu since he was a child. Outside, he was the Hammer King, but inside the ranch, he was just as Babudu, his chicken coop manager. Then next, can you let me see the power you have gained? Naoki asked. Bamo. Babuda's eyes lit up, and he nodded. They came to the ranch, and Babuda flew into the air, looked down at his hammer, and then called out to Naoki and the Pokemon such as Frostmilk, signaling them to move away. Seeing this, Naoki was a little surprised. It seemed that the move that Babu Tubo was about to use was very powerful. He picked up Glacian with one hand and Frostmilk with the other, and retreated a distance with Urako and Haxorus. Seeing that it was almost done, Babu Tubo nodded. He clenched the small hammer in his hand, and his eyes suddenly became extremely determined. The next second, a magical scene happened. I saw that the delicate and small golden hammer suddenly became extremely huge. Babu Tubo swung it up with both hands. Bamo. Then, it smashed down suddenly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the earth seemed to tremble. Frostmilk Fairy and the others were shocked. And Naoki's eyes were burning. It appeared, the same move as Song Xiang and Zhong Marant. Obviously, this is the power of the king's power. The third move of the Giant Beast series after Giant Beast Slash and Giant Beast Bullet. What should it be called? Giant Beast Hammer? Naoki thought it was very appropriate. After the display, Babu Tuta flew back. It saw the big guy's shocked and admiring eyes, and showed an embarrassed expression. The next second, a light flashed on its body, and it returned to its normal state from the Hammer King form. Can you control this power to change the form at will? Naoki asked curiously. Babu Tubo gave a positive answer. Bammo. Yes. Awesome. Naoki praised excitedly. Very good, from now on, when your senior brothers and sisters fight Wuji Taina, I will send you to support them. At that time, Song Xiang and Zong Marant will be surprised. At the same time, in the Johto region, the water city of Otomar, Ben Gray, the owner of the secret garden, is handing over the female thieves Sauna and Lien, who are trying to capture Latias and Latios and steal the hard drop to Miss June Shaw. Miss June Shaw, I leave these two female thieves in your care. Last night, these two guys broke into the secret garden and almost took away the hard drop. Fortunately, there were 3 new Pokemon friends of Latias, which stopped their evil plan in time. Early in the morning, Ben Gray called the police. When Miss Junsha came over, she recognized the identities of the 2 female thieves at a glance. They were the top thieves in the thief world, Sauna and Lien. I will make them receive the punishment they deserve. Miss Junsha saluted Ben Gray, and then led the 2 female thieves who were caught by the bear cub to the police car. The police car drove away. Ben Gray breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Latias, who had turned into a girl, and the 2 very special Pokemon beside him. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Baby Bear and... Oh, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Ben Gray looked at Dream and asked. Dream happily covered her mouth. Meow. Meow? Ben Gray smiled and said, Your name is Meow. Then to thank you for your help, please follow me to the secret garden to enjoy a hearty lunch. Hearing this, Baby Bear and Dream immediately jumped up happily. Meow. Me. In the corner, the 3 members of Team Rocket were observing the situation over there stealthily. Musashi murmured in disbelief. Those Pokemon are really amazing. They actually caught the top thieves in the thief world, Sauna and Lien. Hey Meowth, translate quickly, what were those 2 Pokemon talking about just now? Kojiro looked at Meowth beside him. Meowth murmured, They said they are the Great Hero Expedition Team, Meow. Bone Gray led a few Pokemon through the tunnel and returned to the secret garden. Latios and Zapdos, his older brother, were waiting there. Mew and Baby Bear ran forward and happily high-fived Zapdos. It was great that the Great Hero Expedition Team successfully helped the Pokemon in need again. Zapdos was also very happy. Unconsciously, it had become accustomed to this kind of traveling life, which was much more interesting than its previous stay in the power plant. What? At this time, Baby Bear suddenly remembered something. Wow! Latias came over curiously. I saw Baby Bear jump on Zapdos and take out a camera from the bag it was carrying with his little hands. Next, it was time to take pictures. Ben Gray was surprised to see that these Pokemon were so well equipped. Could it be that there was a human behind them preparing these things for them? That person must be their trainer, right? But what puzzled Ben Gray was how a trainer could let his Pokemon travel alone. But he couldn't speak the language, so he had no way to ask. So, he could only take the initiative to take the camera and take a picture of these Pokemon. Latias and Latios also entered the photo with a curious look on their faces. With a click, the picture froze. The baby bear looked at the photo with satisfaction, then found the mud and pressed his paw prints on the back with a dreamy lightning bird. Me. The next step is to send this photo to Naoki. Woo! Latias looked at this scene in confusion, and it thought it was very interesting, so it also left its handprints on it. The lightning bird nodded and said, Chiu. In that case, you stay here and wait. I go back to the ranch and give this photo to Naoki, and then come back to find you. Meow. Dream nodded happily. Latias, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but feel very curious about the human named Naoki. Latias, woo. Naoki? Is he your trainer? Dream and Bear Baby didn't know how to answer this question, because Naoki is a little different from other trainers. To be precise, he doesn't seem to be their trainer. After a brief thought, Baby Bear replied, 1. Naoki is also a member of the Great Hero Expedition Team. He is the only human. Latias became even more curious about Naoki, and asked more about him. For example, what kind of human is he? How did you meet him? And did he make that delicious pofin? He also wanted to meet such a powerful person. Baby Bear and Dream picked out what they knew and answered one by one, but there were some places that they were not very clear about. Therefore, both Pokemon were a little embarrassed. Baby Bear thought carefully, and then suddenly came up with a good idea. Independent Main, I mean me. Since you want to see Naoki, why not take this opportunity to go with Zapdos, and after seeing Naoki, you can come back together. Hearing this, Latia's eyes lit up. Woo! This is a good idea. It quickly turned around and looked at its brother, wanting to ask for his consent. Latios, things have come to this point. Can it still give a reason to refuse? So it said, woo! Go, I and you are waiting for you here. Latias was very happy, and intimately rubbed his brother's neck. Woo! So, after enjoying the Pokemon feast prepared by Ben Gray, Zapdos and Latias set off to the Padilla region. The next afternoon, Naoki was injecting black tea into the bodies of the Sad Tea and the Buse Pot, but suddenly received a call. Lai Beicha and Busihu, who were very happy to be poured with black tea, felt relaxed. They looked up and saw Naoki put down the black tea and went to answer the phone. The screen showed a strange number. Naoki was very surprised. Who would call? He pressed the answer button, and the next second, Nemo's face appeared on the screen. Hey, Mr. Naoki, do you remember me? I'm Nemo. Nemo showed a bright smile on her face. Of course I remember, Naoki said with a smile. Nicker behind her looked helpless. Nemo, go to the side quickly, let me talk to Naoki. Okay, Mr. Naoki, I will go to your ranch to challenge you soon. You must be ready before I go, Nemo said with high morale, and then gave up the position. Nicker had the opportunity to come forward and talk to Naoki. He looked helpless. Nemo is really a girl. When she heard that I wanted to contact you, she ran over immediately, just like a monkey monster. Hearing this description, Naoki couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nemo's voice came from not far away. Hey, Dad, I heard it. Nickel coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. It's like this. This time I'm looking for you about the Rotom phone. Rotom phone? Naoki's mind moved. With your technology, can you develop such a device? Nickel shook his head. Not yet, there is a key technology missing. Naoki suddenly felt a little disappointed. These two technologies should be the ones developed by Hitron later, right? Seeing his expression, Nicker smiled and said, but don't worry, I have summoned all the top technicians in the company to come and study this technology. I believe there will be progress soon. Next, we plan to make Rotom mobile phones the highlight of our company. Naoki nodded. In addition to trusting those technicians, he had no other choice. In that case, I wish you all the best. Good luck. Nickel nodded with a smile. I will tell you the news as soon as this research makes progress. Okay. Naoki nodded. Then, the two hung up the phone. Naoki went back to the sofa and lay down, watching TV with the Bud crown. It seems that it will take a long time to play with a smartphone. Forget it, he is not in a hurry anyway. Naoki calmed down and began to think about when to set off to the Big Pot Lake to find tropical dragons to bring back to the ranch. At this moment, a familiar cry suddenly came from outside. It's Zapdos. Naoki was a little surprised, but soon calmed down. Calculating the time, it's time for the Great Hero Expedition team to send postcards back to the ranch. Last time they invited Farfetch'd to the ranch. I wonder what kind of Pokemon they will invite this time. Thinking of this, Naoki got up from the sofa and walked out the door expectantly. When he saw the figure following Zapdos clearly, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. Streamlined body, wings like jet wings. Is that Pokemon Latias? Chapter 367. Naoki looked at the Latias following Zapdos in surprise. What's going on? Is this Latias a new friend invited back by the Great Hero Expedition team? As we all know, legendary Pokemon like Latias and Latios have their own tribes, and they are not the only ones. There are some in the Johto region and in the Hoenn region. So the question is, which Latias is this Latias from? When Naoki looked at Latias, Latias was also looking at this human curiously. Is he the Naoki that Mew and Baby Bear were talking about? At this time, the Zapdos that landed in the pasture lowered its head and took out a photo from its bag with its beak and handed it to Naoki. Naoki reached out to take it, lowered his head and took a look, and immediately knew the origin of this Latias. It is the Latias in the movie Guardians of Water City, Latias and Latios. Baby Bear and the others are still traveling in the Johto area now. This thought popped up in Naoki's mind. Because the place where this movie takes place is in the Johto region, in a water town called Altomare. Naoki still remembers the plot of that movie. Two female thieves captured Latios in order to steal the treasure of the water city, the Hard Drop. As a result, the pure Hard Drop was polluted by their dirty hearts. causing a terrible disaster that almost submerged the entire city. At the critical moment, Latios, as the elder brother, sacrificed himself and turned into a brand new hard drop to protect the island. Naoki looked at the photo in his hand. The background of the photo was a garden with a mysterious atmosphere, with trees, grass, and a beautiful fountain behind it. Mew and Baby Bear stood in the center of the photo, with the taller Zapdos standing behind them. Latias and Latios poked their heads out from the left and right sides, participating in the shooting process of this photo. The Great Hero Expedition team participated in this theatrical version. I wonder what role they played in it, and whether they prevented the disaster from happening. Out of curiosity, Naoki welcomed the two Pokemon into the living room, let them rest for a while, and took out juice and snacks for them. Naoki himself ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp. He looked at the curious Latias and asked, "Is your brother, Latios, okay?" Hearing this, Latias was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Wow! How do you know about your brother?" Naoki smiled and said, "Not only do I know, I also know that you are the guardians of Otamar, and have been guarding the hard drops in the secret garden." There was no way to hide the surprise in Latia's eyes. "Woo! Amazing! Is this Naoki?" As the Dream Bear baby said, he is a human who knows a lot of things. "Is Latios okay?" Naoki smiled and continued to ask. Latias looked confused, as if he didn't know what Naoki meant, but after thinking about it, he still said, "Woo, woo. Brother is of course okay? He should be sleeping on the big tree in the secret garden now." "Is that so?" Naoki didn't know if the plot had happened, so he asked again, "Has the bad guy been caught?" Bad guy? Latias immediately thought of the two humans, who wanted to steal the hard drop. It nodded repeatedly, very curious. "Woo, woo. Caught." Ben Gray handed them over to Miss Junshaw. "But how did you know this, Naoki?" "This is my secret." Naoki kept it secret. Latias immediately felt that this human was even more powerful. Naoki looked at the photo, and realized that it must be the Heroes Expedition team that accidentally changed the plot. The Latios that was supposed to sacrifice itself to protect the island did not die, but survived. Hero. It is worthy of being the Hero Expedition team. Naoki looked at Latias, who was still unaware, and a smile appeared on his face. Latias did not understand what Naoki meant, but seeing that Naoki asked so many questions about his brother, he thought that Naoki liked his brother very much. Latias said sympathetically, "Woo! My brother is protecting the city. It can't leave there yet. If Naoki wants to see his brother, you can go to Otamar." "No." Naoki smiled and shook his head. "I feel relieved knowing that it is safe and sound. You are qualified guardians." Latias blinked in confusion. It felt that it began to not understand the meaning of Naoki's words. Naoki did not say much. He stood up, put the commemorative photo into the photo frame, and then turned around and said, "Zapdos, the world tree should be habitable now. Do you want to go and see it?" I saw it. When Zapdos was in the sky just now, he saw the world tree that had grown a lot. Although it has not reached the point that Baby Bear and Dream said, the current world tree can already accommodate it. "Then do you want to stay?" Naoki asked. Zapdos shook his head. "Chirp. Not for now. I want to be with Baby Bear and the others." "Okay." Naoki respected Zapdos' choice. Latias, who was standing by, was very curious about the world tree. So Naoki took him outside and introduced the big tree to Latias. "This is the world tree. A few months ago, it was just a small seedling. Thanks to the cultivation of the Bud Crown King and the goats, it has grown to this size now. Latias has heard about the world tree from Dream and Baby Bear. It knows that this tree will grow very big. In the future, the Hero Expedition team will build a secret base on it, and invite good friends made during the travel to live on the tree. Everyone lives on the tree, so there is no need to worry about never seeing each other again after separation." Thinking of this, Latia's eyes sparkled. "So dreamy," it asked quickly. "Woo? Can my brother and I come to play on the world tree?" Naoki was slightly stunned, then smiled. Of course. If he remembered correctly, Latias and Latios are very good at flying, and their speed can reach Mach 4, surpassing jet planes. It should be easy for them to travel back and forth between Alto Mare and the World Tree. But as the guardians of the Water City, these two Pokemon should not move their homes here directly like Zapdos. With Naoki's permission, Latias felt very happy. It cheered and wanted to go back immediately to share everything it saw in the ranch with its brother. Zapdos' strength had been restored, and it also wanted to return to Mew and Baby Bear as soon as possible to continue its journey. So the two Pokemon did not stay in the ranch for long. Naoki naturally knew what they were thinking. He said goodbye to them after replenishing the consumed supplies for the expedition team. Be careful on the way, stay safe. Chirp. Zappos nodded slightly. Latias also responded happily. Woo! Naoki, we will meet again in the future. Naoki smiled. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Watching the two Pokemon disappear into the sky, Naoki retracted his gaze. Thinking about Latias and Latios in his mind, Naoki suddenly had a very strange feeling in his heart. Is this a chain reaction? He left the baby bear behind, and the baby bear met Mew. Then, the two Pokemon began to travel together, and formed the Great Warrior Expedition team. To this day, even Latios' fate has been changed by them. We have to admit that the influence of the Great Warrior Expedition team is really getting bigger and bigger now. Who would have thought that the baby bear, who used his cute appearance to cheat for food and drink, would become what it is now, just like Babu Tudger. After obtaining the power of the king, it has become more mature and stable than before. Now, Babu Tubo has taken the initiative to help Naoki take on the role of farm manager. Manage Glacian, Frostmilks, Psyduck, and Miltank. Play with them, and mediate the conflict between Psyduck and the village head Bulbasaur, just like Xiaoji's village head Bulbasaur. Golden will not do these things, nor will Buckround. Dragonite and the others eat, work, and sleep all day, and will not do these things. Although Urakyr is very powerful, his mentality is not much different from Frostmilk's. He plays around in the ranch all day, just like a child. Looking at the current Pokemon, who would have thought that it was just a weak Pokemon that only dared to steal chicken feed when everyone was sleeping? Usually, Naoki didn't feel anything when he was with them all day, but now that he thought about it carefully, Naoki suddenly realized that the Pokemon around him were also growing. The fact that the World Tree was getting bigger and bigger was almost impossible to hide in the town of Jachin. That evening, Zack came to the ranch to collect the goods, and he noticed at first glance that there was suddenly a very conspicuous big tree in the ranch. Zack was startled. He looked up at the giant tree from a distance and said in surprise, "When did the tree appear? I remember it didn't exist yesterday." Naoki, this is complicated. In short, all this is the power of Pokemon. Zack knew that Naoki had captured Bud Crown, and he immediately reacted, "Is it the power of Bud Crown?" "Yes." Naoki said, "I want to make a huge tree house and tree hole for Pokemon to live and play, so I asked Bud Crown to help cultivate this tree." "I see." Zack understood, but was still shocked. "But it's too big, isn't it? Will this tree grow longer? Will there be no more room for crops in the ranch?" "Well, that's a problem." Naoki thought of his agreement with Giratina and said, "But I find a way to move it when the time comes." But where to move it is also a problem. Besides, if the tree is moved, what will happen to the goats and Oliva who stay under the tree all day? At this moment, Naoki wanted to borrow Doraemon's magical item, the shrinking light, to shrink the world tree, and then restore it to its original size after it grows up, and move it to another place. Okay. Zack was still a little confused. He muttered that it was too big while loading the milk onto the truck. Not only the people in the town, but also some passing trainers were attracted by the giant tree, and came here to investigate. Naoki finally sent away a group of trainers, but he welcomed a group of students from Padilla Academy. Naoki's eyes went dark. He seemed to see the horrible scene of a steady stream of visitors being attracted to the ranch, and the world tree becoming a tourist attraction. No, this cannot go on. That afternoon, Naoki found Giratina and asked it if it could move the world tree into the reverse world to cultivate it first. Giratina had no idea what the world tree was. So Naoki took it to the ranch and pointed at the tall tree and said, "See it? That's it." Giratina froze in place after just one glance. Because it felt a natural energy and life breath as majestic as a mountain or an ocean from the tree. The life level of that tree far exceeded all the flowers, plants and trees in this world. "What is that?" Giratina's eyes widened, and his tone was quite shocked. "The world tree." Naoki answered honestly, "I just wanted to ask you to let it fly to the sky." Giratina was silent. It looked at the big tree, and could almost foresee what kind of changes it would bring to the world when it was fully grown. "No, not only this world. I'm afraid that its reverse world will also be affected and evolve in a positive direction." Giratina fell into silence for a rare time, and he didn't say a word quietly, which looked quite intimidating. Naoki, ? After a long time, Giratina spoke. "Although I don't know where it came from, this tree will change the rules of this world, and you will be targeted by him." Naoki was a little confused at first. Who? He just planted a tree, who would target him? But soon, Naoki realized who the he in Giratina's words was. It was Arceus, the god of creation. Giratina, this world and us were all created by him. Although it was unwilling to admit it, this was the fact. Time, space, emotion, wisdom, will, and the antimatter it represents that supports the real world. Everything, the source is that existence. Naoki was stunned, a little unbelievable. Arceus shouldn't come out to punish me just because I planted a tree, right? This god of creation is too stingy. Naoki couldn't help but complain. According to Giratina, this world tree will probably cause the planet to evolve after it grows up. For example, more natural resources will be created, more Pokemon will appear, etc. Giratina didn't know how Arceus would react to this matter, but thinking that he could make things difficult for him, Giratina was happy to help Naoki. So it transformed into a dark shadow, and came under the world tree. The next second, a magical scene happened. The shadow looked like a lake, and the world tree in it was slowly sinking. The goats were shocked to see this scene, and they all stood up to stop it. Naoki saw this, and quickly grabbed them. Don't worry, the world tree didn't disappear, it was just moved to another place. The goats stopped. Soon, the world tree was completely swallowed by the shadow, leaving only an empty grassland, as if nothing had happened. Naoki blinked his eyes, thinking that Giratina's ability was quite powerful. Come on, I take you over there to have a look. Naoki led the three goats into the reverse world. As soon as they arrived there, they saw a huge tree standing in the void. The world tree was now rooted on a huge floating island, and there was a waterfall flowing upstream on the island that could provide water for the world tree. The goats ran up to it affectionately, surrounded the world tree, and cultivated it with grass energy. Naoki observed the world tree thoughtfully, and only felt relieved when he saw that the world tree showed no signs of withering and decay. If you think about it carefully, it is true. If the world tree needs to absorb nutrients from the soil to grow, then given its size, the entire pasture may not be enough for it to absorb. The grass energy of the Mount Goat and the fertility power of the Bud Crown King are enough to provide sufficient energy and nutrients for the world tree. But there is another thing that Naoki is more concerned about. That is, the reversal power of the reverse world will turn the world tree full of life into the tree of destruction? As if seeing his thoughts, Giratina, who was not far away, suddenly said, the life level of this tree is far beyond my understanding. Even my power cannot change its nature. Naoki understood it as soon as he heard it. He was completely relieved and said to Giratina, in this case, the world tree will be fostered here with you for a maximum of 2 years. By the way, the gate connecting the two worlds should not be closed. The Mount Goat and the Bud Crown King will come in regularly to cultivate the world tree and help it grow. The reverse world has soil and water to provide basic nutrients for the world tree, and the sunlight is also provided by the special crop sunflower that mutated from the sunflower. It is a special crop that can regularly produce sunlight to illuminate the surroundings, which is just in handy in this situation. Giratina is in a very complicated mood at the moment. Although it has a bad temper, it will definitely do what it promised to others. Therefore, it nodded to show that it understood. However, Naoki is still a little worried. In order to provide a better growth environment for the world tree, he returned to the ranch to find the 3 moles, and asked them to use the farmland on the huge island where the world tree was located, so that the world tree could grow better. In addition, Naoki transplanted more than a dozen sunflowers, and fed his Mount Goat lucky pudding that could improve luck. Naoki, okay, next, use your grass energy to cultivate these sunflowers, and see if you can mutate them all into sunflowers. After learning that the sunlight produced by the sunflower can help provide nutrients for the world tree, the Mount Goats immediately became full of fighting spirit. Me? They directly released the green grass field, and the dazzling green light instantly enveloped the entire sky island, the world tree, and the sunflowers were all enveloped in it. Perhaps God favored the Mount Goats. Soon, one of the sunflowers began to mutate, and turned into a special sunflower that radiated warm light. Sunflower, a special crop, originally an ordinary sunflower, after being cultivated by the Mount Goats, some magical changes occurred, and it can regularly produce sunlight, illuminate a certain area, and provide it with temperature and light. The dishes made with its fruit will have the effect of sunstone. Chapter 368. The problem of the world tree has been solved, and Naoki can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, just let the world tree grow slowly in the reverse world. As for Giratina's talk about changing the rules of the world and being noticed by Arceus, Naoki feels that Arceus, as the god of creation, can't be so stingy, not to mention that the world tree is beneficial to the world and harmless, so there is no need to worry about it. Without the tree, Fewer and fewer trainers came to visit the ranch, and Naoki's life returned to its original state. The development of the ranch will continue. This morning, after finishing his daily work on the ranch, Naoki set off for the ranch store in the town to purchase a batch of woolen sheep for production. However, when Naoki arrived there, he found that only Xiaomei was in the store. This surprised Naoki, and he asked casually, "Where is your grandfather?" Xiaomei replied, "Grandpa went to the Carlos area to attend a funeral. One of his friends passed away a few days ago. I am now in charge of the store." "I see." Naoki nodded and said nothing more. Xiaomei smiled and said, "So Mr. Naoki, are there any Pokemon you want to bring back to the ranch today? Xiaomei can also help you solve it." "Braided sheep. Do you have any braided sheep?" Naoki asked. "Yes." Xiaomei nodded, turned around and opened the back door. "Please follow me." The back door of the store is connected to a spacious ranch, where a large number of production Pokemon live. Naoki has been here several times before, and still remembers the layout here. The buzzing bats living in the woods, the big milk tank on the grass, the saltstone treasure in the cave, the Minifu in the grass, etc. Along the way, in addition to these production Pokemon, Naoki also saw a lot of ordinary Pokemon that could not be produced. For example, the fighting-type arm strength, the rock-type tree monster, the flower leaf stalk holding a flower, etc. This surprised Naoki. "What are these Pokemon?" he asked. Xiaomei turned her head and took a look, and introduced softly, "Those are the Pokemon that Grandpa rescued in the wild before." Mr. Naoki still remembered the fire that happened on the back mountain last year? Naoki suddenly realized. Xiaomei continued, "Of course, many people in the town also went to help. My grandfather and I also went there and rescued a lot of Pokemon. Grandpa originally planned to send them back after their injuries recovered, but these Pokemon seemed to be curious about the human world. So Grandpa kept them and planned to see if he could help them find a trainer, or send them to the farm to help the farmer." "I see," Naoki said. He was very clear about the nature of this ranch store. After all, it was not a black market like the Pokemon Hunter, so the Pokemon sold here were very cheap. They were sold for adoption, and the buyers only had to pay a little adoption fee. Xiaomei asked again, "Then Mr. Naoki, do you want to take a look at these Pokemon?" Looking at those Pokemon, Naoki stopped. Xiaomei smiled and waved, and the Pokemon that were originally on the grass ran over. Armstrong, tree, flowery, walking grass, mosquito, Eevee. Naoki looked at the furry Eevee. Feeling his gaze, the Eevee also raised its head and greeted him happily. "Eevee. It's an outgoing Eevee." Naoki thought, "It's completely different from the ice Eevee at home." Xiaomei walked to the front of those Pokemon and introduced them one by one. "This is Armstrong. It has great strength and can easily help move things." As if to prove that he was very strong, wrist strength stretched out his arm and showed off his muscles. Xiaomei walked towards the second Pokemon. "This is Tree Monster. Well, although it can't help move things like monster strength, it can be used as a landscape potted plant in the ranch. Haha, this Pokemon is very afraid of water and will hide when it encounters water." Tree Monster immediately froze in place and did not move. At first glance, it looked like a real big tree. Bonsai. Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment, but he remembered that some people really like the tree. There is even a special magazine about the tree, and its fans are very particular about the length and angle of its arms. It is said that for those people, the bigger the green part of the tree, the more popular it is. This is the flower leaf pedicles here. Although it is small, it is very good at taking care of flowers. Xiaomei smiled and touched the little head of the flower leaf pedicles. Naoki looked at the flower petal, and the first thing that came to his mind was Azi's eternal flower petal. That was a special individual of the flower petal with terrifying power. There was only one in the world, and there was no way to obtain it even in the game. Xiaomei continued, "This one here is the walking grass. Although it is a weed Pokemon, the beautiful flower it evolved into is very beautiful. Walking grass, stinky flower, beautiful flower." Naoki was a little tempted, but when he thought of the characteristics of the stinky flower, he gave up the idea. Because the secretion of the stinky flower is so smelly that it can even float 2 kilometers away, and it is serious enough to make people faint. Mosquito, a water-attributed Pokemon, is very good at using a water gun and can help water the farmland. However, this Pokemon has already been reserved by a farmer, so we can't give it to you, Mr. Naoki. Xiaomei looked apologetic. Naoki didn't think it was a big deal. "It's okay, I also have a Pokemon in my ranch that specializes in watering." He was referring to his own Dragonite. Then, There's only one left. May squatted down and touched the Eevee's head. This kid also came from the back mountain. He has a lively and cheerful personality, and is easy to get along with. I've seen that. Naoki squatted down and greeted the Eevee while observing it closely. The Eevee in the real world looks similar to a fox. Most of the fur on Eevee's body is brown, and the fluffy fur around the neck and the tip of the tail is cream-colored, which looks very cute. It has 4 furry legs, each with 3 toes and pink paw pads, long ears like a rabbit, a pair of very lively brown eyes, and a small black nose under the eyes. Eevee. At this moment, this Eevee was squatting on the grass, gently shaking the fluffy tail behind it, tilting its head to look over, and its big eyes were full of innocence. Boom! Naoki felt as if his heart was shot by Cupid's arrow of love, and it started beating. He wants this Eevee. Xiaomei saw his intention and smiled softly. It seems that Mr. Naoki also likes Pokemon like Eevee. Hello, Eevee, my name is Naoki, nice to meet you. Naoki began to greet Eevee. Eevee, Xiaomei lowered her head and asked, Eevee, Mr. Naoki is a very kind person. Are you willing to live with him on his ranch? Eevee nodded and said happily, Eevee. It seems that Eevee likes you too. A smile appeared on Mei's face. Then Mr. Naoki, I leave this Eevee to you from now on. Yes. Naoki nodded heavily. He squatted down, patted his shoulder, and said to Eevee, come here. The little Eevee looked at the position, and then jumped up happily, standing on Naoki's shoulder, just like Xiaoji's Pikachu. Be good, I still have something to do, and I take you back to the ranch after I finish it. Naoki turned his head and said, his neck rubbed against the soft fur on Eevee's body, and he felt very happy. Eevee naturally had no objection, and stood obediently on Naoki's shoulder, and went to the habitat of the braided sheep with him. On the grassland surrounded by fences, a large group of white braided sheep were leisurely staying there to bask in the sun. The braided sheep has a black body, covered with white fur all over the body, and looks like a big round white ball, and its appearance is also very cute. Xiaomei, Mr. Naoki, how many braided sheep do you plan to buy? Naoki thought for a moment, and then said, 8. If there are more, the land and the ranch will seem a bit crowded. I know. Xiaomei walked forward, opened the gate of the fence, and let Naoki go in to choose 8. The braided sheep bred by artificial breeding are very docile, and have long been accustomed to the presence of humans, so they are not panicked by the arrival of Naoki, a stranger. Naoki looked at these braided sheep that seemed to be copied and pasted, and felt that each one was exactly the same. He simply didn't choose, and directly ordered the 8 in front. Anyway, they would be healthy and plump after they got to the ranch, so it didn't matter if they were thin now. Xiaomei nodded, and then called out the 8 braided sheep. Do you want me to help deliver them to the ranch? Naoki smiled and shook his head. No, I drive over. Okay. Xiaomei nodded. She brought the 8 braided sheep to the outside of the store, and took out a wooden board to connect the carriage to the ground. Then, the 8 braided sheep automatically walked up along the wooden board. The 8 braided sheep filled the pickup truck. Naoki paid. Before leaving, Xiaomei asked again, by the way, Mr. Naoki, do you know how to raise braided sheep? Naoki, feed them with grass and tree fruits, let them bask in the sun on the grass more often, and help shear their wool regularly. Xiaomei nodded. Yes, the white wool covering the braided sheep's body will continue to grow throughout its life. Even if the wool is shaved clean, it will only take 3 months to return to its original appearance. But it should be noted that if the hair on their bodies grows too long, they will be unable to move. So Mr. Naoki, you should pay more attention to the growth of the wool. Once it grows well, you should cut it off. Naoki knew this. He nodded and said, I remember. Zack also collects wool. The wool of braided sheep is a high-quality material. The clothes and carpets made from it are very strong and are very popular everywhere. After saying goodbye to Xiaomei, Naoki pulled a cart of braided sheep and set off on the road back to the ranch. This time, neither Golden nor Motolizard followed, because Golden was teaching Motolizard how to practice moves. When Naoki first saw the scene, he was still very surprised, but he soon felt happy for the friendship between these two Pokemon. Golden must have been moved by Motolizard's perseverance and recognized Motolizard, so he taught it moves, huh? In this case, he can't fall behind. Naoki drove the car and took a look at the little Eevee, who was sitting on the passenger seat with a seat belt fastened. Which Eevee should this Eevee evolve into in the future? There is already a Glacian at home, so Glacian will be the first. Then, Flame, Vape, Jolpo, or Leafeon? All these forms of Eevee can be evolved directly, because there are a bunch of evolution stones that Bear Baby picked up before. Fire Stone, Water Stone, Thunder Stone, and Leaf Stone. In addition to these 4 evolution forms, there are also Sun Eevee, Luna Eevee, and Sylveon. There were too many types, and Naoki was a little undecided for a while. He looked at this Eevee and found that the pattern on its tail was heart-shaped. This means that this Eevee is female, while the tail pattern of a male Eevee is zigzag-shaped. It's a pity that it's not a male. Naoki felt a little regretful. If it was a male Eevee, maybe it could fall in love with a Glacian at home and lay a bunch of Eevee eggs. Just like the part-time Dragonite. Because of the imbalance of Pokemon like Eevee and the unstable genetic inheritance, the number of wild Eevee in the wild is extremely rare. Naoki plans to form an Eevee army, gathering Eevee with all attributes, and only 2 Eevee are not enough. Forget it, let's live with this Eevee for a while, and see what kind of Eevee it wants to evolve into. Naoki plans to respect Eevee's choice, and see what kind of Eevee it wants to evolve into. The pickup truck drove into the ranch, and Naoki honked the horn twice, signaling the Pokemon on the road to make way, and then drove the car all the way to the land on the other side of the river. He had already built the fence of the Braided Sheep Ranch in advance. The fence enclosed the small hillside. Now he just needed to put the braided sheep in. As for why the fence was set up, that's because Pokemon like braided sheep would use rolling to hit the fence, and it would be bad if they ran out. Just like the braided sheep that ran into the We Sleep Forest at the beginning of the Sword and Shield plot. Opposite the Braided Sheep Ranch is the apple orchard, but the apple trees have not grown up yet. Naoki was not in a hurry, so he did not ask Budcrest to ripen them all at once. After all, what was important was the process of planting fruit trees with Pokemon, not the results. Not to mention that the ranch was not short of funds now. After settling the braided sheep, Naoki took the little Eevee back to the other side of the river. He found Frostmilk and Glacian, and introduced them to everyone with a smile. This Pokemon is Eevee, and from today on, it will also live with us on the ranch. Frostmilks, Yuriko, and Babudog immediately welcomed them happily. The little Eevee seemed very happy to see everyone's actions. Its character was very innocent and lively, so after a while, it played with Frostmilks and Yuriko and the others who were equally cheerful and lively. Looking at this scene, Naoki smiled. Then you should get along well. Not far away, Glacian looked at the Eevee who had just joined and played with everyone, and suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. And more importantly, it was so proactive in flirting with Naoki, and even asked Naoki to hold it, this kind of thing. It had never done this kind of thing before. Will Naoki like that Eevee more? Glacian couldn't help but have this terrible thought in his mind. Not far away, Gul'dan, who was lying on the grass basking in the sun, looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Ah, gah. Finally, a Pokemon understood its original feelings. Chapter 369. In the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, the weather was fine in early May. The summer was hot, and a breeze with a hint of heat blew across the vibrant farmland. The ranch had ushered in the harvest season, with the fragrance of fruit and the fragrance of grass. In the morning, Naoki put on a straw hat, picked up an electric trimmer, and went to help the braided sheep trim their wool. It had been nearly half a month since their arrival, and the wool of the braided sheep grew very fast, and now it had grown to a thick layer. Coupled with the hot weather, the group of woolly sheep were all depressed. Naoki opened the fence gate at the entrance of the woolly sheep, and cut the thick and dense wool on the woolly sheep one by one. At the beginning, Naoki's skills were still very unfamiliar, so he specially asked the rancher next door, who raised woolly sheep. After hard practice, he finally mastered the wool trimming skills. First, prepare the special electric clipper in advance. Then let the sheep sit down. Start from the heel of the front leg, then push along the thigh to the belly, and then push all the way down to the heel of the hind leg. After trimming the abdomen, trim the waist upwards, from the lower back all the way to the neck of the sheep. In this way, a complete sheep wool is trimmed. Naoki still remembers that the old rancher next door told him that the more complete the trimmed wool is, the more valuable it is. If it is broken in the middle, it will not be sold at a good price. Therefore, he had to be alert and focused throughout the whole process, and he couldn't cut the wool. The trimming work seemed simple, but it was actually very tedious and meticulous. After trimming the wool of 8 braided sheep with full concentration, Naoki felt that his waist was almost broken by fatigue. He looked at the time, and the whole process lasted for nearly 2 hours. If there were a few more, he might really die. However, after trimming, Naoki was very happy looking at the group of clean and refreshing braided sheep in front of him. After the thick wool was cut off, the braided sheep felt lighter and less stuffy, which made them more active. The trimming is done, Go and have fun, Naoki said with a smile. 8 braided sheep lined up and walked on the hillside in a uniform posture, like a formation of soldiers. This is the characteristic of the braided sheep Pokemon. They usually act in groups, and like to imitate the behavior of their owners or the boss of the group. The green fields are full of vitality. Fertile pasture, blooming wildflowers, woolly sheep and wooden fences, butterflies attracted by the fragrance of flowers. Looking at this scene, Naoki sighed softly. What a beautiful picture! He smiled, then returned to the front holding the wool on the ground. In some big cities in the Padia region, handmade wool products like this are very expensive and can often be sold at a good price in the market. It's a pity that Naoki didn't master this skill and couldn't make handmade wool carpets and scarves, so he could only sell the cut wool. Although the price is not as high as those handmade products, it is also a very good income for the ranch. After putting the wool into the warehouse, Naoki returned to the living room, ready to rest for a while, drink a glass of water, and then do other work. As soon as he entered the house, several Pokemon rushed over. Naoki touched their heads one by one, then walked to a corner of the living room, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of iced soda from it, and gulped it down. When Naoki sat on the sofa, the little Eevee jumped onto his shoulder skillfully and acted coquettishly to him intimately. Naoki was the most impressed by this. He immediately picked up Eevee by its front paws and started playing with it. In a corner of the living room, Glacian hid behind the wall. Only half of his face was exposed to observe secretly. It didn't feel anything when there was no Pokemon of the same kind before, but now there was suddenly another Eevee in the ranch, and Glacian immediately felt a different atmosphere. It turns out that Naoki would treat Eevee like that, but why didn't he treat it like that? It had never received that kind of treatment. Glacian also wanted Naoki to play with it like that, but it felt that it was already a mature big Eevee, and it would be too embarrassing for it to do that again. Naoki didn't notice the ice Eevee in the corner. On weekdays, his Pokemon would go to various places to play, and they could be seen in some corners. For example, in the dim basement, under the bed on the second floor, behind the TV, and on the roof of the house. Therefore, even if one of them suddenly disappeared, Naoki was already used to it, unless they didn't come back at dinner time. Naoki found the Eevee encyclopedia he bought in the bookstore before, which is a book that records various Eevees. Its author is an Eevee fan named Eevee Fan. Holding Eevee in his arms, Naoki opened the book and read the contents with Eevee. Take a look. What kind of Eevee do you want to become in the future? Naoki asked. Eevee looked puzzled. Eevee? Naoki thought for a moment and explained. It can be regarded as choosing your growth direction in advance. After you choose, I will help you move towards that goal, or do you want to stay as you are now and not evolve? Hearing this, Eevee immediately shook his head. Boy! It still wants to evolve into a more powerful Eevee. Naoki couldn't help laughing and said, then let's take a look. So far, you can choose a total of 8 evolution directions. Eevee lowered his head to read the book. Naoki pointed to the 8 evolutions of Eevee above and introduced them one by one. Flame Eevee, a fire attribute Pokemon that can spit out hot flames from its mouth to burn its opponents. Boy? Eevee showed an interested look and seemed a little curious about this Flareon. Naoki continued, Vape, a water attribute Pokemon, can blend into the water so that others cannot see it, but after it evolves, it will have no hair on its body and will become smooth, like a fish in the water. Eevee shuddered and immediately shook its head. It didn't want to become like this. This is Jolteon, which can spit out powerful electric currents from its mouth. When stimulated, its hair will stand up. The book says that because of the stimulation of the electric current, Jolteon will become a little neurotic and difficult to get along with. Eevee didn't seem to be very interested in Jolteon. Then take a look at this Leafeon. It's a grass-type Pokemon, and after evolving, it can use photosynthesis to replenish nutrients, so it doesn't have to look for food anymore. Eevee's eyes lit up, but thinking of the delicious food, it shook its head. It didn't want to become like this. Naoki smiled slightly and continued to look at the next one. This is Glacian, an ice-type Pokemon, with a cold body that can condense ice and snow to freeze the enemy. Speaking of which, we also have a Glacian at home. You should have seen it, right? Naoki asked. Ibrahimovic immediately thought of the cold and difficult-looking Glacian. Boy. Naoki saw what Ibrahimovic was thinking. Actually, it's a very kind-hearted Eevee, but it won't show it. It lives in the small igloo at the back. At this point, Naoki suddenly raised his head, and his eyes met with the Glacian, who was secretly observing in the corner. Glacian looked flustered and immediately retracted his head. However, Naoki didn't intend to let it go. He stood up and picked up Glacian, letting it sit on his lap with Eevee. The two EVs made eye contact. The little EV blinked and then greeted it in a friendly way. "Bu." Glacian's face didn't show any expression change, and it looked cold. It turned away and didn't look at EV. "Bu?" EV's tone was very lost. Hearing EV's sad cry, Glacian's heart moved, and he couldn't help thinking, will it hurt the little EV's heart? It looks so young. It must be sad to be treated so coldly, right? Thinking of this, Glacian turned around hesitantly and responded softly, "Bui." The little EV's eyes immediately showed a happy light, and he took the initiative to rub against Glacian. Glacian was slightly startled by being treated like this suddenly. Such a warm little EV, a bit like frost milk. In this way, it doesn't seem so annoying. The interaction between the two Pokemon was seen by Naoki. He introduced the origin of little EV to Glacian. This EV survived the forest fire last year. It lost its home and can only live in the town. Glacian knew about the fire. It participated in it at that time and saw many dead Pokemon. Thinking of this, Glacian's face was moved. He looked at Eevee with sympathy and felt that this little guy was quite pitiful. Little Eevee didn't seem to feel it. It tilted its head and looked at the Glacian in front of it. It realized that this Glacian didn't hate it so much, and it immediately shouted happily, "Eevee!" Naoki touched the heads of the two EVs and said with a smile, "Okay, let's continue reading. Next, I'm going to introduce you to Soul EV. Unlike the previous EVs, Soul EV can use superpowers to fight. The red beads on its forehead can absorb sunlight and convert it into mental power, but Soul EV is not good at fighting at night." Eevee and Glacian looked down at the photo of their own kind in the book. They had never heard of Soul EV before. The black one below is the opposite of Sun EV. It's called Moon EV. It's an EV that evolves at night and can use the power of moonlight. "Bu?" Eevee murmured. It didn't like black hair and didn't want to become like this. Glacian didn't feel much because it had already evolved. At this time, Eevee suddenly noticed the special Eevee below. It patted the photo with its paw pads and asked, "Bu Bu?" Naoki looked over and smiled. "This is Sylveon. It's cute, isn't it? Once a human wrote a beautiful fairy tale based on Sylveon." Hearing this, Eevee and Ice Eevee immediately became curious about this fairy tale. "Bu?" The two EVs asked in unison. Naoki raised his eyebrows. "Do you want to hear it?" "Bu?" They nodded in unison. "Okay, then I tell you about it." Naoki cleared his throat, leaned back on the sofa, and began to tell the two EVs a fairy tale he had heard from the Galar region. A long time ago, there was a small town called Apple Town, where people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and lived happily. Until one day, a very scary dragon Pokemon came to the town. It robbed the mayor's daughter, and destroyed the apple trees in the town, making people very scared. At this time, a beautiful and kind fairy Eevee came to the town. It heard about the troubles of the townspeople, and bravely embarked on a journey to defeat the evil dragon. After some efforts, the beautiful Sylveon successfully rescued the mayor's daughter, and helped people fight off the terrible dragon attribute Pokemon. After that, Sylveon and people lived happily together. After listening to this fairy tale, Eevee and Glacian couldn't help but look longing. "Bui!" However, this was also heard by several dragon attribute Pokemon nearby. Dragonite argued loudly, "Awoo! Dragon attribute Pokemon are not bad guys. It is also a dragon-type Pokemon, and has never done such a thing." "Gah!" Motor Lizard hesitated, but he also felt that Dragonite was right. Golden also came to join in the fun. "Ah gah!" The three dragon-type Pokemon stood on a united front, and were determined to ask Naoki for an explanation. Naoki, this is just a fairy tale. If you want to hear it, I can also tell the story of a brave dragon Pokemon defeating the bad guys, and saving the world," he said. "Agassi." Golden immediately said that they would listen to it at night. Naoki had no choice but to agree. Okay, I tell you at night." The few Pokemon with dragon attributes that were blackened were satisfied. Naoki looked at Eevee with bright eyes and asked, "Have you thought about it? What kind of Eevee do you want to become in the future?" Eevee stretched out his meat pad without hesitation, and patted the photo of the fairy Eevee. "Bu Bu." Naoki, It seems that little Eevee still has a heart to slay dragons. "Have you decided?" Naoki asked. Eevee nodded repeatedly. "Bu." "Okay, then I will help you cultivate towards Sylveon in the future," Naoki said, while recalling the evolution method of Sylveon in the game. "It seems that you need to reach a certain level of friendship with the trainer, and then learn a fairy attribute move before you can evolve. In this case, it will take some effort. But for Naoki, it doesn't matter. They had plenty of time. After resting for a while, Naoki let the two Eevees play for a while, and he took Gulton and Motor Lizard out to the orchard. In more than 10 days, a new batch of fruits have grown. Looking at the round and plump fruits on the fruit trees, Naoki planned to use them all to make energy cubes. There were a lot of fruits, but thanks to the help of Pokemon, the picking went very smoothly. The picked fruits were put into the baskets, and the fruits of the entire orchard filled 6 large baskets. What surprised Naoki even more was that there were 2 dyed fruits in the fruit this time. Dyed fruit, a special ingredient. After eating, the color of the Pokemon will change accordingly. It can be eaten directly or cooked. Last time, Babudagu ate this thing and turned into a shiny Babudagu. And now it means that in addition to Babudagu, there can be 2 more shiny Pokemon in the ranch. Who should I give it to? Gullerton? He remembered that the shiny Gullerton was black, giving people a very cool and handsome feeling. Or Eevee, because if I give it to Eevee, the fairy Eevee it evolves into will become shiny fairy Eevee, and the color will change from pink to blue, which will look even cuter. It's decided, one of them will be given to Eevee, then the remaining one. Just when Naoki was thinking about who to give it to, he suddenly saw the Haxorus that followed him and played in the orchard. Naoki's eyes were cast on one of the unique pink Haxorus. As we all know, after shiny Haxorus evolves into Dragonite, its color will turn into a terrifying green. These Haxorus will definitely evolve at that time. Dragonite with green color matching is too scary. After a little thought, Naoki waved at the Haxorus. Woo! The Haxorus flew over curiously. Naoki handed the remaining dyed fruit to the pink Haxorus. This fruit can help you become like everyone else. Do you want to eat it? The heterochromatic Hakron blinked, then opened its mouth and ate the dyed fruit in one gulp. The next second, a burst of light burst out from its body. In the light, the color of the Hakron changed rapidly, from its original pink color to the same color as everyone else. The Hakrons nearby were extremely surprised to see this scene, and they kept whining and circling around their companion. The Hakron, who had become the same as everyone else, was full of disbelief. But the expression on its face showed that it was very happy and excited, and it didn't feel sad at all because it became an ordinary Haxorus. Sure enough, looking at this scene, Naoki knew that he had done nothing wrong. He reached out and touched the heads of the Haxorus and said, "Okay, you guys continue to play, I have to work." The Haxorus surrounded him, and then said excitedly that they also wanted to help with the work, just like the Dragonites who helped Naoki. Woo! Looking at the expectant faces of the Haxorus, Naoki could not help but fall into silence. He turned his head and glanced at the baskets of fruit beside him. Haxorus has no hands, so there is no way for him to help carry the fruit, right? Although he can use his mouth to hold the fruit, it is too inconvenient. After such hesitation, Golden and Motor Lizard had already moved the fruit to the last basket. Looking at Golden coming over and picking up the last basket of fruit, Naoki could only say to the Haxorus, "I feel your kindness, but you are too young now. Wait until you become big dragons before you come to help." Woo! The Haxorus looked disappointed. Becoming a big dragon. Does it mean evolving into a Dragonite? Yes. When they evolve into Dragonite, they can help Naoki, just like those Dragonites. The Haxorus quickly cheered up, and their hearts were full of fighting spirit. It's decided. They will work hard to become stronger to help Naoki. Naoki didn't know what the Haxorus were going to do. Seeing that they cheered up, he smiled and said, "You guys continue to play. I'm going to deliver these fruit to the house." Gullerton and Motor Lizard had already run to the car, and Naoki sat in the driver's seat and drove the pickup truck full of tree fruits all the way to the front of the house. Then, he and the 2 Pokemon began to move the tree fruits into the living room and put them in the kitchen. Some of them were reserved for making Pofin and tree juice, and Naoki planned to use the rest for researching energy cubes. Researching energy cubes is an extremely complicated task. Some rare energy cube formulas will not be sold to others, so Naoki can only research them by himself. At present, he only has a few recipes for energy blocks. Used to attract Poison Baby, used to feed Snorlax. But these are not enough. Therefore, Naoki plans to use today's time to develop a new type of energy block. After all, there is the big eater Snorlax in the ranch, but he is not worried that the energy blocks he makes will not be eaten up and wasted. First, he wants to improve the Snorlax food that Yuhui gave him. Snorlax is the initial form of Snorlax. After evolving into Snorlax, not only the size, but also the appetite of Snorlax has increased significantly. This makes the original energy cube insufficient. Recalling the fruit recipe of the little Snorlax's food in his mind, Naoki selected several kinds of fruit from the box. After evolution, Snorlax's appetite increased, and the previous energy cubes could no longer satisfy it. Well, if you want to improve it, you need to not only increase the fruit, but also replace some special fruit. Change the cranberry fruit to the velvet fruit. Compared with the cranberry fruit, the velvet fruit contains more energy and calories. Only in this way can the needs of Snorlax be met. There are also berries for seasoning. Naoki thought of Snorlax's unique taste, which could even make Snorlax's poison rice bowl taste good. This kind of fruit tastes sweet, which can be effective for humans and other Pokemon, but it is a bit tasteless for Snorlax. Therefore, Naoki replaced the berries with the higher calorie exotic fruit. In addition, the amount of fruit should be increased. Thinking about it, Naoki began to work. Although the process of making energy cubes by hand is not as convenient as the fruit mixer, it is more operable and has a higher upper limit. Peel the fruit, mix, heat, stir. Finally, a batch of special energy cubes with black color are freshly baked. Naoki took a look and found that it was a failure with no effect. Failed? Naoki was not too surprised, but began to think about what went wrong. After thinking for a while, he started his second attempt. Then, the third time, the fourth time. On the fifth time, the color of the energy cubes produced did not turn black, but instead showed a strange indigo purple. Naoki realized that these energy cubes were unusual, and immediately couldn't wait to check their information. Snorlax food, special energy cubes for Snorlax. Using advanced tree fruit compression technology, dozens of high-energy tree fruits are compressed into one special energy cube. Only one piece is needed to make Snorlax full. Note: ordinary Pokemon are strictly prohibited from eating. Success? Looking at the energy cube in front of him, Naoki was delighted. His research direction was indeed correct. In this way, the problem of raising Snorlax will become much simpler. Naoki immediately washed his hands, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down the recipe of this energy cube. Naoki has two notebooks. One is Cooking Encyclopedia, which records in detail the ingredients and preparation methods required for those special dishes, as well as the specific effects. The other is Energy Cube and Pofin Encyclopedia, which records the recipes and preparation methods of Pofin and energy cubes, as well as the special effects of energy cubes. Now, there is one more recipe in this notebook. After recording, Naoki started the next step of research with great interest. This time he had no research direction, and he focused on doing it casually, arranging and combining any tree fruits to make energy cubes. Time passed by minute, the sun rose high, and then sank into the distant skyline. After a hard day's research, although he was not as good as those powerful breeders, Naoki also figured out some basic energy cube formulas by himself. For example, Grass Energy Cube used to attract grass attribute Pokemon. If placed in the wild, it will definitely attract grass attribute Pokemon. Bug Snack Energy Cube used to attract bug attribute. Its taste is very popular with bug attribute Pokemon. If placed in the wild, it will definitely attract bug attribute Pokemon. It can barely be used. Looking at these energy cubes, Naoki felt a little regretful because there were no energy cubes with magical effects and supernatural effects. After a brief thought, he shared these energy cubes with Butterfree, Mount Goat, Oliva, and Tribe, which are Pokemon with insect and grass attributes. The result was well received by everyone. Naoki was very happy, which at least showed that his day was not wasted. After dark, Naoki planned to go to bed early after dinner. But before he could go to bed, he was stopped by several dragon Pokemon in the ranch. Naoki, that's all. Come with me, Naoki said. In the living room, Bud Crown was watching TV, so Naoki took a few Pokemon outside and sat down by the river where fireflies were flying. Gulton, Motor Lizard and Dragonite looked over expectantly. Naoki said he would tell them the story of the heroic dragon Pokemon who defeated evil and saved the world in the evening. The story of dragon attribute Pokemon. Naoki didn't know where to start for a moment. After all, there is a fairy tale in the Galar region about Sylveon repelling dragon Pokemon. After thinking for a while, Naoki suddenly had a good idea in his mind. Got it. Since Dragonite and the others wanted to listen, he would tell the story of how Rayquaza stopped the war between Groudon and Kyogre and saved the world. After all, Rayquaza is also a dragon-type Pokemon. Thinking of this, Naoki slowly said, "A long time ago." Chapter 370. A long time ago, there were two Pokemon named Groudon and Kyogre in this world. One of them represents the Earth, and the other represents the ocean. The two Pokemon have been fighting for thousands of years to expand their territory. Their power is so strong that under the influence of Groudon and Kyogre, heavy rains fell all over the world, and the sky was full of dark clouds. When people living in the world saw this situation, They thought the end of the world was coming, so they prayed to the sky, praying that someone would come to save them. Perhaps the heavens heard their prayers, and suddenly the dark clouds broke apart, and bright light shone through the clouds. A powerful and brave dragon-type Pokemon descended. It was very powerful, and it fought a great battle with Groudon and Kyogre, and successfully stopped their fight. In the end, Groudon, who was severely punished by the dragon Pokemon, returned to sleep in the volcano, and Kyogre went to sleep in an underwater cave deep in the sea. The name of that dragon Pokemon is Rayquaza. The humans who witnessed the war built a sky tower to commemorate Rayquaza in gratitude, and also used murals in the tower to record its heroic figure of saving the world. After the story was told, Naoki saw that the 3 dragon attribute Pokemon in front of him all showed admiring eyes. Motor Lizard, Geo. So awesome. Golden was also moved. Dragonite has completely immersed itself in the story, and it seems to feel that it has become the hero who saved the world in the story. Naoki looked at Dragonite, and suddenly remembered that Dragonite seemed to have seen 2 of the 3 gods of Fengyuan. But seeing that Dragonite didn't remember, Naoki reminded him, Dragonite, you have actually seen Rayquaza and Kyogre before. Ouch? Dragonite asked quickly. Naoki, last year, didn't you say you met a black dragon Pokemon in the eye of a typhoon at sea? Hearing this, a dark and mysterious figure immediately appeared in Dragonite's mind. A small light bulb lit up in its head. Ouch! It remembered. That Pokemon is Rayquaza. Naoki paused and continued. And the blue Pokemon that fought with you in the sea and defeated you before was Kyogre, the god of the sea. Ouch! Dragonite seemed a little bit unbelievable. At that time, the Pokemon did not tell it its name, so it always thought it was just a powerful big fish Pokemon. Seeing Dragonite's reaction, Naoki smiled and said, speaking of which, you are really lucky. You know, some humans and Pokemon will never see a legendary Pokemon once in their lifetime, and you have already seen 2. No, more than 2. There are also Zapdos, Giratina, Buckround and his 2 horses. Dragonite is very excited. It turns out that the 2 Pokemon are Rayquaza and Kyogre. Okay, the story is over, now it's time to go back to bed. Dragonite was so excited that it couldn't sleep, so after Naoki went to sleep, it wanted to take Gulton and Motorcycle to find the great hero Rayquaza, who saved the world from Groudon and Kyogre. Gulton didn't know what he was thinking about, and his expression was a little weird, and he said, "Ah gah." It seemed that he thought this was very boring. Gulton didn't want to go, and Dragonite looked at Motorcycle again and asked, "Ah woo?" Motorcycle looked distressed, "Gah." Although it wanted to go, it had no wings and could not fly. Ah woo. This was indeed a problem. Dragonite carefully helped Motor Lizard think of a solution. Soon, it came up with a good idea. That was to let Motor Lizard enter its Pokeball, and then it would carry a small backpack and set off with the Pokeball. Dragonite immediately told Motor Lizard about this proposal. Gale. Motor Lizard was very tempted, but Naoki would be worried about them when he thought about leaving the ranch to go to the outside world. In response, Dragonite promised earnestly, "Awoo. Don't be afraid, I fly very fast, and will be back before dawn tomorrow. When Naoki wakes up, we will be back." Seeing Dragonite's confident look, Motor Lizard's eyes lit up, and thought this was a good idea. So it ran back to the living room, where the crown of the flower was still watching TV. He caught a glimpse of Motor Lizard's sneaky figure, and was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. Motor Lizard found his Pokeball from the Pokeball rack, and ran out of the door quickly. Motor Lizard felt very nervous and excited when he carried Naoki on his back for the first time. There were still Pokemon in the ranch that hadn't slept. Yuriko was chatting with Butterfree on the grass. When he saw that Motor Lizard and Dragonite seemed to be about to do something, he immediately shouted, "Bony!" Motor Lizard and Dragonite turned around, and Dragonite excitedly told Yuriko and Butterfree the story that Naoki had just told them. Knowing that they were going to look for the great hero Rayquaza, Yuriko-chan, who was full of curiosity and desire for adventure, immediately became interested. "Bony! I want to go too!" Yuriko-chan's starry eyes were very bright. Butterfree on the side was also very excited. It had never seen such a thing before, having lived in the pasture. Dragonite patted his chest and said like a boss, "Awoo. Okay, but you have to listen to me on the way." Yuriko-chan and Butterfree had no objection. So, the two of them followed Motor Lizard's steps, stole their own Pokeballs from the living room, and then ran into the Pokeballs. Dragonite put on its milk delivery bag, put 3 Pokeballs in it, and then said goodbye to Golden, and embarked on a journey alone to find the great hero Rayquaza. Golden sighed softly, as he watched their figures disappear into the night sky. Ah, gah! Dragonite's journey was not smooth. The first place it went to was the sea where it first saw Rayquaza. There were clouds floating in the night sky, a bright moon hanging high in the sky, and the sea was calm. Occasionally, a wave broke the silence of the night, but it would soon return to calm. There was no typhoon here now, and there was no Rayquaza. Dragonite blinked, thinking of the scene of Rayquaza flying high in the sky, and then flew higher. They passed through the clouds, and came under the majestic dome. Dragonite sped up, trying to find the trace of Rayquaza in this place. However, Dragonite felt that it had circled half of the planet, and had not seen Rayquaza. This made Dragonite feel a little depressed. Where did Senior Rayquaza go? Just when Dragonite was about to give up the search and return to the ranch, the whistling wind in the sky suddenly gave it a new inspiration. Dragonite remembered that after eating the storm bun given to it by Naoki, it could feel everything around it through the flow of air. So now, can it use this method to search for the location of Senior Rayquaza? Thinking of this, Dragonite immediately took action. While flying, it sensed the surroundings through the flow of air. Time passed by minute, and when the morning light was dim, Dragonite suddenly opened its eyes. The breeze brought a message that there was a strong and familiar breath in the northeast of this place. Dragonite's eyes lit up and immediately flew in that direction. The surrounding sky gradually began to turn white, and a touch of red clouds appeared in the distant horizon, while the sky on the other side was still shrouded in the night. When Dragonite passed through the thick clouds and came under the deep blue dome, all the sounds around seemed to disappear. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and looking ahead, there was a vast expanse of white clouds. On a white cloud not far away, a black dragon-shaped Pokémon was curled up there, with its eyes closed, as if sleeping. It was the great hero Rayquaza, who saved the world. Dragonite's eyes lit up, and he felt extremely excited. It immediately flew over there. As if sensing someone approaching, the sleeping Rayquaza suddenly opened its eyes. Its golden pupils locked onto the Pokémon that had entered its territory. Rayquaza's aura suddenly rose, and a pressure that seemed to be able to suppress the heaven and earth quickly swept in all directions. Dragonite felt this pressure, and couldn't help but flinch, and cautiously asked, Rayquaza Senior? Don't you remember me? At this time, Rayquaza had completely woken up. It looked at the Pokémon and couldn't help but look puzzled when it heard its words. Dragonite took the initiative to explain, I am Dragonite. We met last year. I saw you in the typhoon. Rayquaza recalled a little, and finally a figure emerged in his mind that kept hitting the eye of the typhoon and didn't give up even if it was cut by the fierce airflow. At that time, it was moved by the perseverance of Dragonite, so it stayed and watched it for a while. After thinking for a while, Rayquaza asked, Why did you come to see me? Seeing that Rayquaza recognized him, Dragonite was very happy. It immediately landed on the magical cloud under Rayquaza that he could stand on, and then told Rayquaza why he came here. Naoki told us the story of how you, Rayquaza-senpai, defeated Groudon and Kyogre and saved the world, so we wanted to come and see you. Dragonite's tone was full of admiration. Ouch! Senior Rayquaza is a hero who saved the world. Rayquaza was surprised and shocked by this. But what is certain is that the Pokémon in front of him has no intention of invading his territory, and seems to just want to see him. Just as Rayquaza was about to say something, he saw the Pokémon named Dragonite take out 3 Pokeballs from his bag. With flashes of white light, 3 more ordinary Pokémon appeared above the clouds. Ermer, Butterfree and Motor Lizard looked at the tall and majestic figure in front of them, thinking of the dragon who saved the world in the story, and couldn't help but admire it. Boney? Is this the dragon Rayquaza that saved the world? So awesome. Ergire's starry eyes burst into a beam of light, and he admired Boney. You are so awesome. Motor Lizard also raised his head and looked at the figure of Rayquaza, and his heart was shocked. Gale. So awesome. Butterfree was shocked by the terrifying pressure, and was completely speechless. The power of this Pokémon is really too strong. Dragonite followed the 3 Pokémon and nodded excitedly. Yes, it's really awesome. Listening to these flattering words, and looking at these admiring eyes, Rayquaza can clearly feel that these Pokémon really think it's awesome. Rayquaza is very happy to be flattered. It has never felt this way before, and no Pokémon has ever treated it like this. Rayquaza has completely lost its morning mood. It looks at the Pokémon in front of it, and happily says, Roar. Those are all things in the past. I just felt the human's prayers at the time, so I stepped in to stop those 2 guys. Wow! A group of Pokémon exclaimed, so awesome. Rayquaza laughed out loud, as if he had opened a chatterbox, and told the Pokemon who admired him about the past. Dragonite and Motorbike listened excitedly. Dragonite thought with high morale, as expected of Rayquaza Sr., Groudon and Kyogre combined are no match for him, and he will become a dragon like Rayquaza Sr. in the future. Motorbike's eyes revealed a glow of admiration. Rayquaza is so awesome, Butterfree, as the weakest Pokemon, didn't dare to speak to such a great being, so he just stood aside and listened silently. Eruption is outgoing and courageous, and from time to time he asked Rayquaza about the details of the original incident, such as what moves Rayquaza used to defeat the two Pokemon. Rayquaza also answered one by one, such as its best move is called the finishing touch. When it releases this move, its body will turn into a green straight line that runs through the sky. As if he felt that talking was not enough, Rayquaza also demonstrated it to several Pokemon. The sky gradually brightened, and the Pokemon who were chatting happily with Senior Rayquaza completely forgot about returning to the ranch before dawn. Padia Region, Zichin Town, Naoki Ranch. When the sun rose from the east, Naoki got up and prepared to start a new day of work. But soon, he discovered something incredible. Several Pokemon in the ranch disappeared. Naoki quickly counted the Pokemon in the ranch, and finally found that the missing Pokemon were Dragonite, Motor Lizard, Butterfree and Eruption. Oh my god, Naoki was shocked, and countless possibilities emerged in his mind. Could it be that some terrible existence broke into the ranch in the middle of the night, and took these Pokemon away? Gulton on the side was speechless. Ah gah. Seeing that Gulton seemed to know where they were, Naoki quickly ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp. Then Gulton said ah gah. They went to find Rayquaza. Naoki was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "Go to find Rayquaza?" Gulton nodded helplessly. Naoki immediately thought that it might be because of the story about Rayquaza he told last night. These Pokemon. Naoki suddenly felt a headache and asked, who led the way? How come even the most honest Motor Lizard was tricked out? Gulton hesitated and didn't say anything, trying to help conceal it. However, Naoki saw through it at a glance. It must be Dragonite. At that time, only Motor Lizard Gulton and Dragonite were listening to the story. Motor Lizard's personality would never do such a thing, and Gulton didn't go, so it must be Dragonite who suggested it. Thinking of this, Naoki turned around and checked the Pokeball rack at home, and sure enough, he found that there were 3 Pokeballs missing from it. Quite smart. Knowing to use Pokeballs to take Pokemon that can't fly out. Above the clouds. When the midday sun shone on the face of the Motor Lizard finally came back to its senses from its excitement. It suddenly remembered something and then said, "Gale? We should go back, right?" After it said this, the Pokemon next to it suddenly realized that it was getting late. So Dragonite stood up and said goodbye to Senior Rayquaza with a reluctant look on his face. "Awoo! We should go back, otherwise Naoki will be worried." Rayquaza looked at it and asked, "How?" "Naoki?" Dragonite nodded happily. "Awoo! That's right. That's our trainer. We live with him on the ranch. It was Naoki who told us about the deeds of Rayquaza Sr." Rayquaza nodded, thinking that the human actually made it a hero who saved the world in the story. Thinking of this, looking at the Pokemon that were about to leave, Rayquaza took out something from his body without hesitation. It was a dark dragon scale, with a strange luster on the scale, which looked extremely magical. Rayquaza handed the scale to Dragonite with his claws. Dragonite took it and looked down at the scale, a little puzzled. "Awoo? What is this?" Rayquaza replied, "Roar. This is a scale that I shed. You can use it to call me, and then I will come to meet you." Chapter 371. The scorching sun spread across the pasture, and the air was filled with a hot summer air. Naoki stood beside the stable of the snowstorm horse to enjoy the cool air, and his eyes were cast on the onion duck that kept shuttling between the wooden mannequins. Onion Duck concentrated and held his breath, holding the root of the onion in his right hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. Sheathing the sword, seeing the knife, ascending the dragon. The next second, its figure turned into a white light and rushed out suddenly. Bang 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 bang. Several dense beating sounds rang out one after another. Under the superb onion skills of Onion Duck, several already broken mannequins were directly split in half. The white light disappeared, and Onion Duck appeared with his back to the dummy, sheathing his sword, and his every move revealed a full swordsman style. Pa. Naoki, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but applaud. "It seems that your sword skills are getting better and better." Could it be that in the process of constantly forgetting and re-understanding, Onion Duck has a deeper understanding and insight into the original moves? Naoki suddenly had a feeling of it can actually be like this. The onion duck turned around and nodded slightly. Ga. It looked down at the onion in its hand, with a distressed expression on its face. After long-term practice, its proud weapon was seriously worn out. Now it seemed that the onion was not very useful. Naoki noticed the onion duck's entanglement and raised his eyebrows curiously. Is there something wrong with the onion? As we all know, onions are a very important weapon for onion duck. Without onions, they would not be able to survive in the wild. So when facing Pokemon that want to snatch green onions, Farfetch'd will fight them desperately until they defeat them. However, some scholars have pointed out that the quality of green onions held by different Farfetch'd seems to be good or bad. Good green onions can be used for a long time, while bad green onions can only be used for a period of time before they go bad. Because of this, wild Farfetch'd often fight each other for good green onions. Hearing Naoki's words, Farfetch'd waved the green onion in his hand. Ga. Naoki soon saw the problem. That green onion was not suitable for the current onion duck. He looked at the onion duck, which had changed a lot compared to when it first came to the ranch. The nutritious food and constant exercise made the onion duck stronger and bigger. This also made the originally suitable green onion a little small, like an adult holding a child's toy. What would onion duck do at this time? The answer to this question came quickly. After lunch, onion duck found him and seemed to want to say something. Naoki ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp, and then heard onion duck say goodbye to him seriously. Ga. Naoki, I'm leaving. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then thought of a possibility. Sure enough, onion duck's next words verified his guess. Onion duck, Ga. This scallion is not suitable for me. I will go out to find a suitable scallion. Thank you for your help during this period. Naoki asked curiously, don't you want to learn that kind of powerful sword skills? Lion duck shook his head and said seriously, Ga, I have tried many times, but I still haven't learned it. Maybe that kind of power does not belong to me. Ga, however, I have also gained a lot during this period of time. I have mastered the original moves to perfection, and their power is even greater. Is that so? These changes were within Naoki's expectations. He looked at the Farfetch'd in front of him, and he suddenly felt reluctant to leave, because the Farfetch'd's personality was quite to his liking. After a little thought, Naoki asked, where are you going to find the green onions? As far as he knew, there was no Pokemon like Farfetch'd in Padia, and he didn't know if there would be such roots in this land. Farfetch'd, Ga, go out and look for it, you can always find it. Finding green onions is a skill that every Farfetch'd is born with. Naoki nodded. Speaking of green onions, he remembered that there were green onion seeds for sale in Jichin Town. If he helped Onion Duck grow green onions, would Onion Duck stay? Thinking of this, Naoki asked, how about this? I build an onion garden in the ranch, plant green onions in it, and then let you choose a weapon that suits you, so you don't have to leave the ranch. Onion Duck was surprised. Huh? Can this be done? Naoki nodded with certainty. Of course, by then, maybe I can cultivate a better variety of green onions, which will be even more tough and powerful. Hearing this, the Onion Duck was a little moved. But it was also a little puzzled. Why did Naoki help it so much and treat it so well? Huh? The Onion Duck asked doubtfully. Naoki saw what it meant and replied with a smile. Of course, I want you to stay on the ranch and live with us. I was thinking, if I help you grow green onions, you don't have to go out to the forest to look for green onions. Hearing this, the Onion Duck couldn't help but be moved. In the past, it was just a wild Farfetch'd, with few friends in the wild, and spent the whole day practicing swordsmanship under the waterfall. Farfetch'd didn't feel anything at that time, but now if it were to return to that kind of life, it would only find it extremely boring. And if it stayed in the ranch? Farfetch'd turned its head and looked at the two Butler brothers and sisters who brought it a fruit platter every day. Coincidentally, the two Pokemon were also looking at this side. The elder Butler had a calm expression, like an adult, and nodded at it. The sister AI Guancher smiled, AI. The Onion Duck lowered its head and fell into deep thought. After a moment, it nodded seriously. Quack. That's right. Naoki reached out and touched the Onion Duck's head and asked, then let's go now and buy onion seeds for you in the town. The Onion Duck nodded gratefully. Quack. Naoki smiled slightly. It happened that he had nothing to do this afternoon, so he could build an onion garden for the Onion Duck in the ranch. The green onions grown can not only be used as weapons for Farfetch'd Duck, but also used to make dishes. For example, pancakes with green onions. Naoki went outside and drove his pickup truck out, ready to take Farfetch'd Duck to the town to buy seeds. Just as Naoki was starting the car, Dragonite came back. What time is it? You still remember to come back? Naoki looked at Dragonite seriously. Dragonite felt very guilty. Naoki, where are Eureka and Butterfree? Dragonite quickly took out the Pokeballs of several Pokemon and released Eureka, Butterfree and Motor Lizard. Naoki took a quick look and saw that all the Pokemon were safe and sound, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not get out of the car, but looked at Dragonite and said to it, "I tell you when I come back." After that, he drove away from the ranch. The Pokemon were left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. Butterfree and Motor Lizard looked worried, and Eureka was no longer as happy as before. Could it be that Naoki is angry? Several Pokemon were at a loss, like children, who had done something wrong. Euphorbia, Motor Lizard and Butterfree stayed where they were, and waited for Naoki to come back. Pokemon such as Baboo, Glacian and Frostmilk, who had not seen them all morning, came over to ask about the situation. Dragonite found Golden with a guilty conscience and asked it for information. Golden was speechless. Naoki drove all the way to Jichin town and bought a batch of green onion seeds from the Arrow Seed store. On the way back, Naoki looked at the onion duck beside him and thought, it would be a good thing for the ranch if onion duck's swordsmanship became more advanced. Shearing the wool of the braided sheep is a very tedious job. Maybe he could ask Onion Duck to help trim the wool of the braided sheep. With Onion Duck's current skills, a picture appeared in Naoki's mind. In the braided sheep ranch, Onion Duck held a green onion and faced a group of braided sheep coldly. The next second, it raised its hand slightly, and a white light flashed, and a braided sheep was naked and bleated shyly. The cut wool slowly fell on the grass beside him. Puff! Naoki couldn't help laughing. Onion Duck beside him turned around and looked over. Huh? Naoki asked, Onion Duck, can you trim wool? Trimming wool? Onion Duck looked puzzled. Naoki explained, it's to trim the wool of the woolen sheep. If the wool on their bodies is too long, they will feel uncomfortable, so you have to trim them regularly, such as using your swordsmanship. The Farfetch'd understood. It imagined the appearance of the braided sheep in its mind, and then nodded and said, quack. This kind of thing is still very easy for it. Really? Naoki was shocked. In order to repay Naoki, it patted its chest and promised, quack. Let it do this in the future. Naoki had never seen Farfetch'd trimming wool, and he wanted to let Farfetch'd try it when he returned to the ranch. But then he thought, he had just trimmed the braided sheep's wool these 2 days, and the new wool had not grown yet. Then I let you try it next time, Naoki said. Farfetch'd said it was no problem. Soon, the car drove into the ranch. Naoki turned off the car and got out with Farfetch'd. He turned around and saw the Pokemon standing in a row, admitting their mistakes. Naoki's heart softened. He took out a piece of translation melon seed crisp and ate it, and asked, do you know where you went wrong? Dragonite lowered his head and replied pitifully, you shouldn't have run out. Naoki, He looked at Motor Lizard and asked, where's Motor Lizard? Motor Lizard, gah. We shouldn't do dangerous things. Naoki looked at Eureka and Butterfree again. Butterfree, phooey. I was wrong. Urku carefully observed Naoki's expression. Bony. Bony. We know we were wrong. Naoki, don't be angry. We will never do this again. Naoki held his forehead helplessly. I'm not angry because you guys went out to play, he said. Several Pokemon looked over. Naoki continued, but the premise is that you are not allowed to sneak out. You must tell me before you leave. For example, if you tell me that you want to go to Dragonite Island to play with the Dragonites, I will certainly let you go. Not only will I support you with both hands and feet, but I will also give you some snacks to share with the Dragonites. If you sneak out without telling me, it will only make people worry. Do you understand? Seeing that Naoki was not angry, several Pokemon nodded repeatedly, indicating that they understood. Naoki waved his hand. Okay, you haven't eaten all night, right? Go find your sister to get you something to eat. Dragon hugged Naoki and ran away happily. But soon, it seemed to suddenly remember something, turned back, took something out of its small bag and handed it over. Naoki subconsciously reached out to take it. What is this? He looked down and saw a pitch-black scale lying on his palm. The scale was shining with a strange luster, and the texture was cold and hard to the touch. Dragonite explained excitedly, It's the scale that Rayquaza gave us. It said we can use this scale to call it, and then it will come to play with us. Naoki, ? Wait, what did you say? Naoki was stunned for a moment. Dragonite looked puzzled, but still repeated it. Naoki's heart was suddenly filled with a storm. He looked at the scale in his hand in shock and asked in disbelief, Rayquaza's dragon scale. Did you find it? Ergire, Bony Bony. Rayquaza is a very good Pokemon. It chatted with us for a long time and showed us its special skills to defeat Groudon and Kyogre. Motorilo looked admiring. Gah! So awesome. Butterfree also nodded. Phewy. That's right. Naoki, His first reaction was that after chatting with these Pokemon for a whole night and a whole morning, how boring must Rayquaza be? But soon, Naoki was amazed at Dragonite's incredible luck. First, he ran to the underwater cave to find Kyogre, and then he went to find Rayquaza because he heard about Rayquaza's deeds, and even got in touch with him. Then the question is, what if he introduces other legendary Pokemon to Dragonite? Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly became interested and said to Dragonite, I tell you the legend of Arceus, and you can go and see if you can find Arceus back later. Dragonite, No, Arceus is probably still sleeping in another dimension. Naoki shook his head. What if it was Ho and Lugia? If possible, he would have to tell Dragonite the legend of Ho and the Rainbow Hero, but obviously, this is not very realistic. Looking at the scales in his hand, thinking of the feathers of Zapdos and Lugia before, Naoki began to think about making Rayquaza's dragon scales into food to feed Pokemon. But he looked at Dragonite, and thought that this thing might be quite important to Dragonite. After all, it was a proof of the friendship between Rayquaza and Dragonite. Moreover, since Rayquaza said that Dragonite could summon it through this thing, it meant that Rayquaza could sense this dragon scale. In this case, if he were to grind the dragon scale into powder and cook it, he probably didn't know what Rayquaza would think of him. He might think that Dragonite destroyed the token of their friendship, and then blocked Dragonite. In more serious cases, it might even come over in anger and hit someone. After a brief thought, Naoki gave up the idea of cooking it, and handed the dragon scale back to Dragonite. Keep it well. Dragonite stretched out its claws to take it. Awoo? Naoki suddenly thought of something very interesting. He said to Dragonite, if you meet Kyogre again next time, if it attacks you again, you can use this scale to summon Rayquaza to help. Chapter 372. Okay, go play. Naoki waved at several Pokemon, and then he brought the green onion seeds and Farfetch'd to a field. This field was originally planted with spinach. He had just harvested the mature spinach a few days ago, and had not had time to plant the next crop. It was just right to use it to build a green onion garden for Farfetch'd. He called the Diglett, and asked it to help plow the land. The Diglett squeaked, and then quickly started his work. It plowed the land in front, and Naoki followed behind to plant green onions. Soon, the whole farmland was planted with green onions. Naoki patted the mud on his hands, looked back at the onion duck, and asked, Are you in a hurry to change your weapons? Onion Duck looked down at the green onion in his hand and shook his head. Quack! This old green onion can still be used for a while. That's it for now. Naoki nodded and said, Then we need to water and fertilize these green onions regularly every day. It won't be long before they grow out. Onion Duck looked expectantly. Quack! Seeing this, Naoki smiled, then called the goats, and asked them to use grass energy to help Onion Duck cultivate onions. The goats readily agreed, and then surrounded the onion garden, releasing green grass energy from their bodies, to cultivate the onions buried in the soil. Onion Duck was now thinking about onions, and simply stopped practicing onion skills. Growing onions by itself was something it had never thought of. In the past, there was a food crisis in the forest where Onion Duck lived. In order to deal with the crisis, it ate the emergency green onion in its hand, and then ran a long way before it found the second green onion. Wild onion ducks are like this. When the green onion is bad, they will go to find it, and they will never think of planting it themselves. Now, it has the opportunity to see so many green onions growing at the same time. When all the green onions are mature, it can select the strongest green onion from them to serve as a new weapon. Just thinking about it, Onion Duck feels extremely happy. Quack! It's decided. It wants to ask Naoki how to grow green onions and cultivate them by itself. Therefore, as soon as Naoki returned to the house, he saw Farfetch'd coming over. After hearing its idea, Naoki thought for a moment and said, Watering is Dragonite's job, and the Mount Goat will also help cultivate green onions. Farfetch'd was a little disappointed. Then is there nothing it can do? Naoki thought about it carefully and suggested, You can use your green onion skills to guard the green onion garden to prevent some wild Pokemon from coming to destroy it. Previously, there were some wild bird Pokemon in the ranch that sneaked into the farmland to eat corn and wheat. At first, Naoki even set up a scarecrow in the farmland. But he found that the scarecrow had no effect on those bird Pokemon, because they were too smart compared to ordinary birds. Later, it was Gillerton who drove away wild Pokemon. It didn't need to do anything special. It just lay on the grass next to the farmland and released the pressure of the dragon attribute Pokemon on its body, and those bird Pokemon didn't dare to approach. As for Gulden, it just happened to lie there and bask in the sun. Hearing that there was still something he could do, the onion duck immediately patted his chest and promised, "Quack. Then leave this matter to it. It will definitely guard the farmland." In order to thank Naoki for his help, the onion duck also included other fields in its patrol range. "Thank you for your hard work." Naoki smiled. The onion duck left with the onions. From that day on, the onion duck began to guard the farmland. In order to protect the beloved green onions and let them grow healthily, the onion duck carried green onions and carefully patrolled the ridges from morning to night. Life on the ranch continued. The onion duck's problem was solved, and the hacklins that played on the ranch all day found Naoki and asked for help. The next morning, Naoki was repairing the fence knocked down by the braided sheep in the braided sheep ranch. Several hacklins whined to each other, but he didn't understand a word. "Wait a minute." Naoki stopped what he was doing and ate a piece of melon seed biscuit that could understand Pokemon's speech. Then he continued, "Okay, go ahead." The Hacken's eyes were bright. "Woo! Naoki, we want special training too." "Huh?" Naoki was surprised to hear this. The weather was a bit hot, and he asked while drinking ice water, "What's wrong? You guys are not very happy with your life now. Why do you suddenly want special training? That's really hard." The Dragonites all shook their heads, their faces full of fighting spirit. One of them said, "Woo! We are not afraid." The other nodded, "Woo! That's right. We also want to become Dragonite and grow hands, because then we can help Naoki." Puff. Naoki almost couldn't help but spit out the water in his mouth. He looked at the Dragonites in front of him with an incredible look. Although he did have the idea of letting the Dragonites and the working Dragonites deliver goods together after they evolved, he never thought that they would come up with this idea themselves. "What's this? Hacken dragons are so conscious?" Several Hacken dragons looked at each other, as if they were a little puzzled by Naoki's reaction. Naoki wiped his mouth, put down the water bottle, and asked in surprise, "Why do you suddenly want to help me work?" Hacken dragons blinked their eyes, answered innocently and happily, "Oh woo woo woo. That's because Naoki makes delicious bofin and snacks for us every day. Naoki is so nice, and we also want to help Naoki." Naoki understood that the Hacken dragons were thanking him. Hearing such sincere words, Naoki was deeply moved. Pokemon. This is Pokemon. They are simple by nature and know how to repay kindness. If you treat them well, they will try their best to treat you well. Naoki took a deep breath, reached out, and touched the heads of the Haxorus in front of him one by one, and said with emotion, "Good children, I know, I have received your kindness." Woo! The Haxorus rubbed their heads affectionately. Naoki grinned. "It's decided. From now on, the Haxorus family is his favorite quasi-god Pokemon. In order to respond to the kindness of the 5 Haxorus, Naoki immediately placed them in the tutoring class that Golden opened for Motor Lizard. "Golden, I leave the Haxorus in your care. Teach them some dragon attribute moves and help them grow. Motor Lizard, from now on, the Haxorus are your classmates. Golden, and you have too much strength difference. You can learn from these Haxorus and gain experience through fighting. I will come here often to urge you." Golden looked helpless. Gah. Motor Lizard was very happy. It looked at the few Haxorus and welcomed them. Gah. At the same time, in the Snorlax Park on the other side of the river, Dragonite, Urako, Butterfree, Glacian, Eevee, Babu, Frostmilk and other Pokemon were gathered here. They stood beside the sleeping Snorlax, forming a circle and looking at the black scale on Dragonite's claws. Bammo. Bubblebot had a confused look on his face. Could he really call over the great hero Pokemon that saved the world through this scale? Yesterday afternoon, Dragonite and Urako told him and Glacian about their adventure that night and the story of the great hero Rayquaza. Bubblebot and Glacian were very curious about this. In order to prove it to them, after watering the farmland, Dragonite called several Pokemon to Snorlax Park. It was going to call Senior Rayquaza and invite him to visit the ranch to renew their past relationship. Chapter 373. They left in a hurry that day, and they still had a lot of things to tell Rayquaza-senpai. Not only that, Rayquaza also told them that he had always lived in the sky. At that time, several Pokemon felt that Rayquaza-senpai was really pitiful. A Pokemon lived alone in the sky, without food to eat, no soft bed to sleep on, exposed to the wind and sun, and had to stay outside even in the cold winter. When hungry, he could only chew on stones floating above the stars. Therefore, after several Pokemon discussed together, Dragonite and Yuriko decided to invite Senior Rayquaza to the ranch. They have prepared a rich meal to entertain Senior Rayquaza. On the grass of Snorlax Park, there is a blue checkered picnic blanket, on which are placed a pile of colorful fruits and a pile of food made by Naoki. There are sweet energy cubes, sweet and crispy puffin, small cookies full of cream aroma, and cakes baked with eggs and moo milk. The picnic blanket was what Yuriko asked his brother, Aegis Steward. The fruit was picked by Dragonite from the orchard. The energy cubes and boffins were taken from the refrigerator by Babuta Dog. The cookies and cakes were brought by the Saltstone Giants at the request of Frosty Milk Fairy. Now, all the preparations were completed, and the only thing left was to call Senior Rayquaza over. Thinking of this, Yuriko and Babuta Dog turned their eyes to Dragonite. Dragonite held the scales, stared, and tried very hard to sense the scales with his mind, and tried hard to call Senior Rayquaza. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a day passed, and there was no response from the scales. Dragonite was very disappointed. Because when Senior Rayquaza gave it the scales, he didn't tell it how to use them. Seeing this, the other Pokemon didn't know what to do. They looked up at the sky and murmured, "Mama, will Senior Rayquaza come?" "Bony, I don't know," Babuta said with regret. "Bamo. That's the hero who saved the world. It would be nice if I could meet him." At the same time, in the Hoenn region, Green Ridge City, the satellite at the center of the Green Ridge universe suddenly detected a strong magnetic field fluctuation. In order to prevent the satellite from being destroyed and to observe the mysterious universe, each satellite that goes into space is equipped with an energy camera that can capture real-time images of the surroundings. As soon as the magnetic field fluctuation appeared, the monitor sitting in front of the center console immediately called up the real-time satellite image. The next second, a picture appeared on the electronic screen in front of the monitor. The figure on the screen was in outer space. In the distance was the vast and mysterious universe, and below was a beautiful blue planet. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the satellite image. The creature flew to a meteorite and began to eat. Looking at the scene on the screen, the monitor immediately exclaimed, "That Pokemon is." Senior officials of the Green Ridge Universe Center appeared one after another. They looked at the pitch-black Pokemon, and soon someone recognized the mysterious Pokemon. That figure. Could it be the legendary Pokemon, the god of the sky, Rayquaza? Living in the ozone layer, with the ability to go to outer space at will, that's it. It's amazing. What a magnificent figure. What is it doing? Is it eating? In the universe, Rayquaza absorbed the energy from the meteorite while looking up at the floating machine in the distance. It knew what it was. It was something made by humans, flying from the Earth into space. At first, Rayquaza was attracted by it, thinking it was an enemy invading the sky. But it soon found that it was no threat to it at all, so it simply ignored it and let these machines rise into the universe. At this moment, Rayquaza's action of eating meteorites suddenly paused. It seemed to sense something, and turned around to look at the blue planet below. The scales were trembling, as if responding to something. Someone on Earth was calling it. After a moment's hesitation, Rayquaza stopped eating, then turned around and rushed in that direction. In the center of the Green Ridge universe, the astronauts looked at the legendary Pokemon with confusion and shock on their faces. It stopped eating. Look at it, has it discovered something? What exactly could have stopped Rayquaza from eating? A senior cadre thought for a moment, and then ordered, "Track Rayquaza's movements." The Green Ridge Space Center is not only responsible for exploring the universe, but also the security alarm center of the Hoenn region. Unlike other regions, the Hoenn region has been facing threats at any time since ancient times. In order to deal with that disaster, the Hoenn Alliance set up a special department in the Green Ridge Space Center to monitor the situation in the Hoenn region in real time around the clock. For example, earthquakes, tsunamis. Once the legend comes true and the god of the earth and the god of the sea wake up and start fighting, they can detect it in the first time, so as to formulate a response strategy and send champions to stop it. The satellite tracked the magnetic field fluctuations of Rayquaza back to the planet. On the radar detection map on the screen, the small red dot representing Rayquaza was moving at a very fast speed. It passed through the Hoenn region and crossed the Unova region, but Rayquaza still did not stop. Report, it has reached the limit. Rayquaza has exceeded the maximum detection range of the radar, the monitor reported. On the screen, the small red dot representing Rayquaza disappeared. A group of senior officials looked shocked and confused. According to the information recorded in the legend, Rayquaza, the Pokemon, does not come to the Earth casually on weekdays. It has always lived in the sky and rarely shows up. It only comes to the earth to stop the two Pokemon when Groudon, the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea, start fighting. But now, Rayquaza has left space. What is attracting Rayquaza? Padia region, Jichin town, Naoki ranch. On the grass, Haxorus is having an exciting Pokemon battle with Motor Lizard. At this time, the battle has reached a white-hot stage. Haxorus opened his mouth, and purple energy surged in his mouth, trying to defeat Motor Lizard with this move Dragon's Fury. But Motor Lizard's combat experience is obviously richer than Haxorus. It directly used the magic skill Dodge, then raised the dragon's tail and hit Haxorus. Very good, Motor Lizard. This move of Dragon's Tail is beautiful. Haxorus, don't give up. Hold on. Naoki watched the competition between Haxorus and Motor Lizards while cheering for several Pokemon. But at this moment, Naoki suddenly saw the figure of the Bud Crown flash and appear in front of him. The Bud Crown had a serious face. Huh? Naoki looked over. What's wrong? The Bud Crown looked up at the sky and replied, I sense a strong breath approaching. Naoki was stunned, his face full of confusion. What's going on? The Pokemon who were sparring behind him stopped in confusion. Golden walked to Naoki and looked up at the sky with him. Ah, gah! The next second, the sea of clouds in the sky surged, and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. An extremely huge black figure came here with a strong wind. Chapter 374. Rayquaza! It's Rayquaza! Naoki recognized the flying dragon Pokemon that suddenly appeared at a glance, and it was shiny. Rayquaza was extremely large, and its sight quickly swept across the pasture. Naoki clearly felt Rayquaza's gaze in this direction, and the terrifying pressure that seemed to be real made his spirit tense instantly. What on earth is going on? Why is Rayquaza here? He obviously didn't make that scale into a dish. However, Naoki soon found out the answer to this question. Because he saw Dragonite flying over from the other side of the river, howling at Rayquaza. Hearing Dragonite's voice, Rayquaza turned his eyes away from them, and then turned his head to look at Dragonite. Then, it twisted its black body and flew towards Dragonite, and then landed in Snorlax Park with Dragonite, and no one knew what it was doing. Naoki, Well, now he knew why Rayquaza came to the ranch. Naoki was speechless about Dragonite's behavior. It actually called Rayquaza over, and it was only half a day and a night, not even 24 hours in total. When it saw Rayquaza, Motor Lizard was immediately attracted. It looked in the direction of Snorlax Park with a look of eagerness, as if it also wanted to go there to play. Motor Lizard looked at Naoki eagerly. Go! Naoki waved his hand helplessly. Go, go! Motor Lizard ran away happily. The Hackrons followed closely behind with curiosity. Suddenly, only Naoki, Gurdon and Bud Crown were left on the grass. Gurdon did not show any surprise, nor did he want to go over and play. But Crown was the same. He looked at the scene over there, and couldn't help but recall the future he had seen in his mind. On the world tree standing in the sky, a black flying dragon Pokemon was hovering. Didn't expect it to come now? The Bud Crown was a little surprised. He had thought that it would take a long time for the other party to come. I was really shocked, Naoki said helplessly. He didn't expect that the Rayquaza in this world was so honest and so free. But if you think about it carefully, Rayquaza doesn't have much to do on weekdays, except eating and sleeping, and his life is very boring. In this case, suddenly a few Pokemon who worship it found it, praised it, and wanted to hear more stories about it. It is normal for Rayquaza to have such a reaction. Seeing that there was nothing to do here, the Bud Crown floated back to the living room and prepared to continue watching TV. Naoki stood there, looking at the Snorlax Park on the other side of the river, not knowing what to do next. Rayquaza's visit was beyond his expectations, and disrupted Naoki's original plan. Rayquaza, that's the legendary Rayquaza, a legendary Pokemon that most humans will never see once in their lifetime. Naoki was very curious about what those Pokemon would talk about with Rayquaza. He thought about it, then ate a few pieces of translation melon seed cakes, took Gulton, and prepared to go to the apple orchard to weed, secretly watching the gathering of Rayquaza and several Pokemon. Naoki put on a straw hat, and went to the other side of the river. At the same time, Frosty Milkman, Bubblehead, and other Pokemon, who had never seen Rayquaza were using flattery on Rayquaza. Mama! So awesome! Bamo bamo! I want to work hard to become a great hero. Boy! Little Eevee's eyes were bright. It looked at the dragon Pokemon in front of it, and felt that dragon Pokemon didn't seem to be as evil as described in Naoki's story. And Senior Rayquaza saved the world, which was really amazing. It also wanted to be so amazing, But could Eevee evolve into a dragon Pokemon? Little Eevee didn't know, so it quickly turned around and asked Glacian, "Bew Bew?" Bew? Glacian shook his head, indicating that he hadn't heard of it either. After a brief thought, he suggested, "Bew. You can ask Naoki later." Eevee's eyes lit up. A group of Pokemon sat around the blue checkered picnic blanket, and Dragonite pointed at the food on it, signaling Rayquaza to eat. Ouch. So when Naoki came over, he saw Rayquaza lowered his head, and picked up an energy cube from the picnic blanket with his mouth and ate it. Looking at this scene, Naoki didn't know what to feel for a moment. Rayquaza actually ate the food he made. Are Dragonite and the others treating Rayquaza? Naoki suddenly noticed the picnic blanket and food that the group of Pokemon were surrounding. Seeing Rayquaza eating the energy cube, the other Pokemon also picked up the fruit and Poffin in front of them, and happily enjoyed them. Under the warm hospitality of Dragonite and Yuriko, Rayquaza also ate a lot, and soon the food in front of him was eaten up. At this time, a Pokemon finally noticed Naoki and Gulden. Frostmilk ran over happily and said, "Mama. Naoki, you're here." "Yes, I'm here to take care of the apple saplings." Naoki's expression remained unchanged, and he kept smiling. "Are you entertaining Rayquaza?" "Mama." Frosty Milk Fairy nodded, and then asked, "Mama? Naoki, can you make some more delicious food? Rayquaza Sr. is too big, it doesn't seem to be full." Naoki looked at Rayquaza with a complicated expression. As if afraid of being heard by Rayquaza, Frosty Milk Fairy jumped onto Naoki's shoulder and whispered to him, "Mama, Mama, Rayquaza-senpai is so pitiful. It has been living in the sky all the time, and can only eat hard stones when hungry. Naoki, let's make delicious cream cake for Rayquaza-senpai." Naoki, He really wanted to say that Rayquaza's food is not stone, but the energy in meteorites. But looking at the eager eyes of Frostmilk, Naoki had no way to say no. His Frostmilk was really kind. "Okay, then you wait, I make it for you," Naoki said. "Ma!" Frosty Milk Fairy cheered. There was still a lot of cream left at home, so there was no need for Frosty Milk Fairy to help. Naoki asked Frosty Milk Fairy to continue playing, and he turned back to the room and started making cream cakes. Little Eevee followed secretly. Naoki was beating eggs when he saw little Eevee running to his legs and shouting expectantly, "Boo! Boo? Naoki, can I evolve into a dragon Pokemon?" Naoki was stunned for a second, and didn't quite hear. "What did you say, dragon Pokemon?" Little Eevee nodded vigorously. "Boe. That's right, a great hero dragon Pokemon like Rayquaza." Naoki understood. Eevee was attracted by the story of Rayquaza saving the world. "I don't want to evolve into a Sylveon that fights off dragons. I want to evolve into a more powerful Dragon Eevee. But the problem is, there is no such Pokemon as Dragon Eevee now." Before he crossed over, GF had not yet released a dragon-attributed Eevee. Even if Eevee could really evolve into a Dragon Eevee, he had no idea how to do it. After a little thought, Naoki shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not, because as of now, there is no Dragon Eevee in this world." "Eevee." The little Eevee was so disappointed. Naoki comforted him, "Don't be sad." Eevee looked up at him. Naoki smiled and said, "As long as you have a heart to be a hero, no matter what you evolve into, you can save the world and protect others. Sylveon can, Leafeon can, and Sunny can. Even if you don't evolve, you can still protect others." "Bew." The little Eevee looked silly and cute. After a moment, it seemed to have figured it out, and nodded excitedly, "Bew. I understand." After that, Eevee ran out of the door in a hurry. "This kid." Naoki smiled helplessly, and then concentrated on baking desserts to entertain Rayquaza. Time passed by minute, and after an unknown amount of time, with a ding sound, the fragrant cream cake came out of the oven. The cream, as white as mutton fat, was dotted with a few bright red cherries. Cutting it in the middle with a knife revealed the soft and golden cake inside. The cake had 2 layers, and the middle was filled with fruit pulp to increase its flavor and taste. Naoki divided the cream cake into several pieces, and then took out some Poffin, juice, milk, and other foods from the refrigerator, and sent them to Snorlax Park. Seeing him coming, all the Pokemon immediately let out a cheer. Naoki could sense that Rayquaza was looking at him. He also heard Yuriko happily introducing him to Rayquaza. Boni! Rayquaza-senpai, this is Naoki. It was Naoki who told us that you saved the world." Naoki, He swore that he really just picked a story about a dragon Pokemon to tell Dragonite and the others. After hearing what Eruption said, Rayquaza looked over again, then opened his mouth and let out a deep cry. Naoki heard it say, "Not bad." Naoki was a little surprised. Was Rayquaza saying he was good? He put the food he had just prepared on the picnic blanket and said to the Pokemon, "Enjoy it slowly." The Pokemon cheered. Naoki stood by and watched for a while. He heard Dragonite and the others asking Rayquaza questions one after another. For example, has Rayquaza always lived in the sky? Are there many stars in the sky? Does Rayquaza eat the moon? Questions like that. Rayquaza answered them one by one in a very down-to-earth manner. Yes, I have always lived in the sky. Stars? There are many stars. They are all outside this planet. I don't eat the moon. The moon is very big. Every time Rayquaza finished a sentence, a Pokemon would say with admiration, "Senior Rayquaza is so awesome." Rayquaza was very happy to be praised, and it relaxed all over. While enjoying the food it had never eaten before, it chatted with these Pokemon who admired it. Naoki was getting sleepy listening to what they were saying. The questions the Pokemon were asking were too simple. Later, he simply went home and didn't bother Rayquaza's reception. The reception lasted until the afternoon. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Rayquaza left the ranch with Dragonite and the others saying goodbye, and turned around and flew into the sky. It was over. Naoki withdrew his gaze from the sky, breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Dragonite and asked, "How did you think of calling Rayquaza over?" Dragonite looked innocent. Ouch. Because everyone wants to meet Rayquaza Sr. Naoki, forget it, Pokemon are not human after all, and Rayquaza was probably not being polite to Dragonite when he gave it Dragon Scale. Dragonite can really be found when there is something wrong, and now it seems that it can also be found when there is nothing wrong. Okay. Naoki took a deep breath and was about to go back to the house to eat, but he felt a familiar air flow again. He looked up and saw that Rayquaza had returned. It was holding a yellow glowing star in its claws. Rayquaza landed in the pasture, gave the star to several Pokemon, and then turned and flew into the sky. This time it was completely gone. Looking at the star in Dragonite's claws, Naoki was a little confused. Dragonite and several Pokemon were also confused. But soon, Naoki reacted. This was Rayquaza's return gift for the hospitality. Because a Pokemon asked about stars before, Rayquaza picked a star directly. However, what made Naoki unable to complain was that the thing was not a real star. It was a small meteorite, and a small meteorite with a yellow core. Small meteorite, a shooting star Pokemon. It looks like a shining star, born in the stratosphere and living in the ozone layer. It is a Pokemon born from the mutation of nanoparticles. It lives by absorbing the dust particles around it, and is the food of more powerful Pokemon. This powerful Pokemon is probably Rayquaza, which also lives in the ozone layer. When he thought of this, Naoki felt very complicated for a while. But soon, he didn't want to think about these things, because the light of this yellow meteorite was getting weaker. This is the characteristic of this Pokemon. If their core is always exposed to the outside, it will soon dissipate until it disappears completely from this world. Seeing that this little meteorite was about to be reduced to ashes, Naoki hurried back to the room to find a new red and white ball, and put it in. The Pokeball shook a few times, and then it became quiet. Awah! Seeing Naoki's actions, the Pokemon in front of him looked puzzled. Naoki explained to them, "This is not a star, it is a Pokemon called Meteorite. Without a shell, they cannot be exposed to the air for a long time, otherwise they will disappear and lose their lives. Only in the Pokeball can it survive." Hearing this, Dragonite was shocked. The stars in the sky are actually Pokemon. At this time, there was a sound of a vehicle driving behind him. Naoki turned his head and saw Zack driving to the ranch. He jumped out of the car as soon as he stopped, widened his eyes, and looked at the top of the ranch in shock. Did something fly out of the ranch just now? Yes. Naoki said concisely. It was a Pokemon, and it came to visit the ranch. So that's it. Zack recalled the black figure he saw on the road just now, and murmured, "It scared me. I have never seen a Pokemon like that. I'm glad it's okay. I'm glad it's okay." Chapter 375. At night, the moonlight shines into the room through the curtains. Above the dim room, a star emitting a faint light is floating. Naoki sits on the bed and looks at the little meteorite with Babu Tubo. This is the first time he has seen a Pokemon like Little Meteorite. Unlike other Pokemon living on land, Little Meteorite doesn't seem to understand human speech. Although it will gently turn its body to respond when it is touched or called, Naoki doesn't know whether it is a response of its own will or an unconscious action. Because of this, the disposal of this little meteorite has become a problem. As a gift from Rayquaza to Dragonite, if the little meteorite is placed in the pasture, it will probably just be locked in the Pokeball. After all, The ecological habits of this Pokemon make it impossible for it to be exposed to the air for a long time. In the past, there have been cases where a little meteorite streaked across the sky and fell to the ground, but eventually disappeared. Moreover, the food of the little meteorite is also very different from that of other Pokemon. As a Pokemon born from the mutation of nanoparticles, little meteorite survives by absorbing dust floating in the ozone layer. In summary, little meteorite is not suitable for living on land. Thinking of this, Naoki said to Babutubo and Gulton, "Let's see if we can send this little meteorite back to the sky tomorrow." Gulton had no objection, and made a hissing sound as a response. Babutubo also nodded. It heard about this Pokemon from Naoki, and knew that it could not stay on the ground for a long time, otherwise it would die. So they wanted to send this little meteorite to the sky. The next morning, Naoki found Dragonite, and gave it the Pokeball containing the little meteorite, asking it to send the little meteorite home with Babutubo, and told it, "The little meteorite can't live on the ranch, so I leave it to you, send it to the sky." Dragonite and Babutubo nodded. Awoo! Bammo! The two Pokemon flew away, and Naoki started a new day's work. Milking the goat, collecting rock salt from the salt rock giant, weeding the farmland, collecting honey, feeding the Snorlax. Dragonite and Babutudger didn't come back until 10 o'clock. After Naoki confirmed with him that the meteorite had returned to the ozone layer, he was relieved. "That's fine." Naoki breathed a sigh of relief and said to the two Pokemon, "Thank you for your hard work. Go play for a while, and then you can have lunch." Bammo! Awoo! Seeing that the two Pokemon were about to run away, Naoki suddenly remembered that he had something to say. He quickly called Dragonite down and said, "One more thing." Awoo! Dragonite looked puzzled. "Naoki, next time if you see Rayquaza, remember to ask it not to send Pokemon like Meteorite." Dragonite understood Naoki's words and nodded in agreement. Awoo! "Okay, let's put it this way first. I go to the town to buy some vegetables, and you guys go play." Naoki touched Dragonite's head and said goodbye to it. Gulton was instructing Motor Lizard and Haxorus to practice moves. Naoki didn't disturb them. Instead, he called a goat, hung 2 bags on its back, and rode it to the town of Jichin. Dragonite took Naoki's words to heart. So it turned around and called Senior Rayquaza over with its dragon scales. After a while, Rayquaza's huge figure appeared again on the ranch. Several Pokemon surrounded Rayquaza and told it that the little meteorite was not a star, but a Pokemon. Dragonite said, "Awoo, awoo, awoo." Naoki said that if the little meteorite stayed on the land, it would die. It was so pitiful, so we just sent it back to the sky. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Rayquaza's face. Because it occasionally catches some small meteorites and eats their shells. The shells have the same energy as meteorites, but it does not eat the small meteorites themselves. However, even so, the small meteorites still start to run away in panic when they see it. But Rayquaza thinks that this kind of thing cannot be told to Dragonite, otherwise it will destroy its image as a great hero in their hearts. It was not a big deal in the past, but now, with this group of Pokemon who worship it, Rayquaza has a burden. Roar! After hearing Dragonite and the others talking about the little meteorite, Rayquaza nodded and said that he would not catch them again. He began to think about what to bring to these Pokemon next time. However, after thinking for a long time, Rayquaza could not come up with a good answer, so he prepared to go to outer space to take a look. Thinking of this, Rayquaza said goodbye to the Pokemon in front of him, turned around and flew away. Naoki just came back from the town on his Mount Goat, and there was still some distance to the ranch. As soon as he looked up, he saw Rayquaza flying out of the ranch. Looking at that scene, Naoki couldn't help but have a question mark on his head. What's going on? Why did Rayquaza come again? He quickly asked his goat to speed up, and just as he returned to the pasture, he saw Dragonite standing there with a happy look on his face, looking up at the sky. Naoki stepped forward and asked, "Did you call Rayquaza again?" Dragonite nodded happily, patted his chest and promised, "Awoo." It has told Senior Rayquaza everything Naoki told it to do, and Senior Rayquaza will never catch little meteorites again. Naoki was speechless, and looked up at the sky with Dragonite in a trance. "Rayquaza, are you so free?" After a while Naoki sighed. "Ah. Forget it, this is the business of the Pokemons, and he, a human, should not interfere." Naoki turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. In the afternoon, Naoki planned to go into the mountains to see if he could collect some mushrooms and hazelnuts, and by the way, visit the wild Pokemon he had rescued before. But a phone call disrupted his plan. "Hello?" The call was connected, but there was no picture on the other end. Naoki guessed that it might be because they were using a telephone instead of a video phone. "Is this Naoki?" A deep male voice came from the other end. "I am the owner of the antique shop in town. New Padia gold coins have arrived. Do you need any more?" Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he remembered the treasure chest in the tavern. He nodded quickly. Yes, I go there now." "Okay, then I wait for you in the store," the antique shop owner said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Naoki temporarily requisitioned a part-time Dragon Knight and rushed to Jichin town. The Dragon Knight landed in front of the antique shop, and Naoki walked in with it. When he saw him come in, the antique shop owner took out a treasure chest and grinned. "I'm lucky this time. I received 28 ancient gold coins at once. It's a great harvest." The treasure chest opened, revealing a pile of golden coins with the logo of the ancient kingdom of Padia. 28 coins? Naoki was surprised by this number. How can there be so many? The antique shop owner chuckled and lowered his voice. "The guy who sold me these coins is a professional tomb robber. These ancient coins were all stolen from the same ruins." Naoki was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Isn't this behavior illegal?" He didn't know much about the laws of the Pokemon world. The antique shop owner explained, "It's hard to say about this kind of thing. In short, it's a gray industry. It's really immoral to rob people's tombs." Naoki, But don't worry. In addition to the cemetery, there are many ancient ruins in the Padia area, all left over from the previous kingdom period, such as castle ruins, which also have many treasures." The antique shop owner added, "Don't worry about this kind of ancient castle ruins." Indeed, Naoki thought. In that case, he would be relieved. "I want all these gold coins." Naoki paid the money without hesitation. Suikaling had already collected 3 gold coins, and with these 28, the total number of gold coins reached 31. It was another big step forward from the 1,000 mark. But this progress was still too slow. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He counted the number of gold coins in the treasure chest, then packed them up and prepared to take them away with the treasure chest. Before leaving, Naoki asked, "Logically speaking, this kind of gold coin was a circulating currency during the ancient kingdom of Parthia, so there shouldn't be a small number of them, right?" The antique shop owner nodded. "Of course, I heard from those explorers and tomb robbers that the most abundant thing in tombs and ruins is this kind of gold coin." Naoki suddenly became interested. What will those people do with the gold coins after getting them? Do they sell them all? No. The antique shop owner thought for a while and said, "Some people will collect them specifically, or sell them to antique collectors who are willing to buy them at a high price to make money." "Is that so? Oh, by the way, I see you don't seem to be short of money." The antique shop owner looked Naoki up and down and said, "I recommend you a forum, where many people are selling antiques. If you are willing to pay a high price, there may be many people willing to sell to you." "Forum?" Naoki was stunned. "You don't know?" The antique shop owner was surprised. "Since you are younger than me, I thought you know more about this new thing than me." Naoki, The boss laughed and said, "You are out of date. Forums are places where some netizens post comments. Just buy a computer and log into the forum website to join the discussion. Isn't the internet magical? People from all over the world can communicate through it." "This is too backward," Naoki complained in his heart. "The internet in this world is still in its initial stage." "I see. I will buy a computer and take a look later," Naoki said. "Well, then I wish you good luck." The boss wrote the forum's URL on a piece of paper and handed it to him. Naoki looked down and put the paper away. He took Dragonite out of the house and walked on the streets of Jichin town, looking at the shops on both sides of the road. As for computers, Naoki really hadn't thought about buying one, at least not now. Because the computers of this era all have big butt monitors, and the host performance is also very backward. There are no games on them. People in this world basically only use them to send emails or work. Naoki didn't have many people to send emails to, and he wasn't interested in those spider solitaire games, so he never bought one. But now it seems that he still needs to buy one to take back to the ranch. Thinking of this, Naoki went to the department store to buy a computer that day. The host monitor and other things were installed by the staff on site, and finally the network cable was pulled, so that the most basic internet function could be realized. The computer was installed in the study on the 2nd floor. Naoki pressed the power switch and debugged the function. Seeing that there was no problem, he temporarily placed the computer there. Then, he took the treasure chest and went to the Pokemon Tavern. The treasure chest-shaped Sokai Ling looked exactly like the treasure chest. It was quietly placed on the beverage rack for placing drinks, serving as a decoration of the tavern. Naoki knocked on the treasure chest and said, "Sokai Ling, I have collected more gold coins here. Do you want to come out and see?" The Sokai Ling in the treasure chest heard this clearly. Its heart was pounding, and then it used its head to prop up the lid of the treasure chest, and its eyes observed the situation outside through the gap. As soon as Naoki turned around, he met the eyes of the Sokai-ling. Just when he thought that the Sokai-ling would hide like it did at the beginning, it turned out that the Sokai-ling was not frightened and hid, but showed an excited and expectant look. "Well," Naoki smiled and asked, "are you not afraid of me anymore?" The Sokai-ling cried out, and the sound sounded like the sound of gold coins colliding, which was very strange. During this period of time, it has been staying in this tavern, and every night it can hear the voices of the Pokemon guests coming from outside. Gradually, its courage was tempered. And the human named Jishu not only did not hurt it, but also helped it collect gold coins, and gave it food. This made Sokai-ling very grateful. Over time, it was not so afraid of this human, and it would not think of running away or hiding when it saw him. "Okay, then come and take a look at these gold coins." Jishu came forward and carried Sokai-ling in the form of a treasure box to the bar. When Sokai-ling saw the box of shining gold coins, his eyes immediately turned into stars. He looked like a money grubber. "There are 28 gold coins here, plus the 3 you have, so the total number is 31. Naoki calculated a little, and then said, "You still need 969 gold coins to evolve into a rich man. Although the number is a lot, don't worry, I will help you collect them." Dingling. The money grubber made a clear and pleasant cry to express its inner happiness. Naoki smiled, and then began to put the gold coins into the treasure chest where the money grubber was. After everything was loaded, Naoki waved goodbye to Sokai-ling. "I won't bother you anymore, see you later." Dingling. Sokai-ling returned to the shelf, serving as a treasure chest decoration for the tavern. Naoki went to the study on the second floor, turned on the computer, and entered the URL given by the antique shop owner. Soon, a forum called Secret Garden was loaded. Although the name is Secret Garden, the content has nothing to do with flowers. Naoki took a glance and found that most of the posts on this forum were about treasure hunting in tombs, exploring ruins, selling antiques, etc. For example, the king's crown used by King Henry III of the ancient kingdom of Parthia, now sincerely looking for a buyer. Naoki clicked in and found that it was not a crown at all, but a pot for cooking rice. Looking through the comments, there were indeed many netizens who pointed out the mistakes of the poster. What a crown! Naoki couldn't help but complain in his heart. He felt that this person and Linjiuma, who wore the trophy as a crown and still didn't want to take it off, must have a lot of topics. After a few simple glances, Naoki registered an account, named Wing King, and then imitated those people to post a post. Wing King, buying a large number of ancient gold coins from Parthia at a high price, those who understand come. Chapter 376. I didn't receive a reply immediately after posting the post. After all, the internet in this world is not yet developed, and mobile phones have not yet been upgraded. If you want to surf the forum, you can only use a computer. Naoki was not in a hurry. He went downstairs to do housework while using the computer to browse the forum. The weather was very good today. Naoki took the quilt on the bed, the clothes in the closet, and the plush nests of the Pokemon outside, and hung them on the clothesline to dry. Eevee and Frosty chased and played around the clothesline, running around Naoki's feet. Butterfree landed on the clothesline, looking at Naoki's actions, with a confused look on his face. "Fui? I'm drying the quilt." Naoki replied with a smile. "The quilt that has been dried in the sun will be more comfortable to cover at night, and you can also smell the scent of the sun." "Fui, okay, Frosty, take Eevee to play nearby. If you run around here, I will accidentally step on you again." Naoki looked down at the 2 Pokemon that were circling around his right leg, and said helplessly, "Ma." In response, Frostmilk trusted Naoki immensely, and it didn't believe that Naoki would step on them, so it continued to play here. 2 little naughty ghosts. Naoki picked up the 2 Pokemon, poked their foreheads with his fingers, and then walked more than 20 meters, and handed them to a salt stone. The salt stone scratched the back of its head in confusion, but still reached out to catch Frostmilk and Eevee. After hanging up the quilt, Naoki went to the wine cellar in the basement, and carefully checked the brewing of the batch of fruit wine. Coincidentally, his sister Ai Guancher came to tell Naoki that the fruit wine in the Pokemon Tavern was sold out. So Naoki moved a barrel of brewed peach fruit wine to the Pokemon Tavern to replenish the stock. After all this was done, Naoki stopped busying himself, and went back to the living room to sit and rest for a while. Drinking the black tea brewed by his sister Ai Guancher, looking at the Libe tea, and the boozy pot floating in the air in front of him, Naoki felt that his life was extremely fulfilling now. This is life. Cool. Naoki drank the tea in one gulp and curled up on the sofa to watch TV with the Bud Crown King. Time passed by minute, and soon, the sky outside the window gradually darkened. Dusk had arrived, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the chimney of the house. It was the Sister Ai Guancher, who was using the flames of the lava worms to prepare dinner for everyone. Naoki, who had watched TV all afternoon, stretched himself. It was already 5:20 in the evening. Calculating the time, Zack would soon arrive at the ranch. So Naoki got up and started to sort out the goods to be shipped today. Milk from a large milk tank, rock salt from the Saltstone Giant, goat milk from the Mount Goat, more than 20 barrels of fruit wine, and a truck of large pumpkins. When Zack arrived, Naoki had just moved the goods out of the warehouse. Zack stopped the car, jumped off, and helped Naoki move the goods onto the truck. Looking at the fresh vegetables and fruits, Zack grinned and said, "It's another harvest season." "Yes." Naoki nodded. The power of Pokemon is really amazing. Using grass energy to cultivate crops and accelerate crop growth. These effects are too abnormal. Even the best fertilizer in Naoki's previous life did not have this effect. "Okay, this is today's money. Keep it." After moving the goods, Zack wiped his sweat with a towel hanging around his neck, and then handed over today's money. Hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins arrived at once, and Naoki's heart was not disturbed, because he was used to it. The braided sheep ranch has been built, the apple orchard has been opened up, and the truck for transporting goods has been bought. There is nothing else to spend money on the ranch. Therefore, Naoki plans to save the money first and buy it when he sees what he needs in the future. Oh no! Naoki suddenly remembered that there is another thing that costs more money, buying the ancient gold coins of the rich man in the Sokailing evolution competition. After sending Zack away, he immediately went to the second floor and sat down in front of the computer. Refreshing the forum page with the mouse, there are indeed a few more replies under that post. King Wing, buying a large number of ancient Padia gold coins at a high price. Come if you know how to do it. Treasure Hunter, first floor no help. Garnado's Master, second floor what do you want to do? Ancient Explorer, third floor how high is the price? How much do you need? Naoki's eyes swept through them one by one, and finally stopped at the reply of the user named Ancient Explorer on the third floor. He tapped the keyboard a few times and replied, "The price is negotiable, not lower than the market price. I will take as many as you can get." Next, it was time to wait for the other party to reply. Naoki looked at the reply time, and found that it was 3 p.m. I wonder if this person is still online now. But it seems that I won't be able to wait for a reply for a while. After a little thought, Naoki prepared to go downstairs to have dinner, but just when he got up, a private message from Ancient Explorer suddenly popped up. Ancient Explorer, oh, you are so arrogant. Can you eat such a large amount of hundreds of coins? Hundreds of coins? This person has so many. If this is true, then the evolution of the wealth-snatching spirit will take a big step forward. Resisting his excitement, Naoki typed on the keyboard to reply. King E, of course I can eat it, but the question is, do you really have so many? Ancient Explorer, I never lie, and I have a great reputation in the entire tomb-robbing world. King E, I haven't heard of it. When can I trade? Tell me the time and place. Naoki waited for a while, but the other party did not reply immediately. After a long while, he replied a message. Ancient Explorer, where are you? King E, Padia region, Zichin town. Ancient Explorer, Zichin town. I'm in Zhuotai City now, and I can't leave for a while. If you want, I'm afraid you have to come to Zhuotai City yourself. Zhuotai City. Naoki was slightly startled. It is the largest city in Padia region, and Padia College is located in it. He thought for a while, then went back downstairs, and took out the map of Padia region to find the location of Zhuotai City. Well, Zhuotai City is in the center of the Padia region. If Dragonite flies at full speed, it should be able to arrive in less than an hour. Naoki murmured. Anyway, it won't take long. He will go there tomorrow, after finishing his work at the ranch. If he is fast, he can be back before noon. Thinking of this, Naoki replied, Okay, I have time tomorrow. The other side also gave a reply quickly. Ancient Explorer, okay, but you must bring enough money tomorrow. As for the location, let's meet at the Welcome Cafe. As for the time, 11 a.m. is fine. Naoki replied with a okay. Just when he thought the chat was over, another private message came from the other side. Ancient Explorer, King E, have you also read the exploration notes left by Haija? Looking at the message on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but be a little surprised. Haija's exploration notes. Kingy, this person knows a lot. He thought about it, and replied conservatively, yes. There was no reply from the other side, so Naoki turned off the computer and went downstairs to eat. The next morning, after finishing his work at the ranch, Naoki told several Pokemon that he was going out. He wanted to ride Dragonite over, but he didn't expect that Golden would come up to him stickily. Naoki looked at it, then looked at the motor lizard not far away, and asked with a smile, don't you want to stay at the ranch this time? He still remembered that Golden had a bad temper because of taking a bath, and didn't want to go out with him to participate in the insect catching competition. Golden hung his head, looking very aggrieved. Ah gah. Okay. Naoki reached out and touched Golden's head, and couldn't help but kissed it on the forehead. Then let's go together. Golden's eyes lit up. Ah gah. Naoki rode on it, and said to the Pokemon in the ranch, I'm going to the table market, and I should be back around 1 p.m. As he said that, Naoki looked at his sister Ai Guancher and said to it, Sister, I leave everyone's lunch today to you. Sister Ai Guancher nodded happily. Aiya. Well, let's go. After saying that, Naoki patted Gillerton's neck gently, and flew into the sky under the gaze of all the Pokemon in the ranch. At 10:30 in the morning, Gillerton arrived in Juatai City. After landing on the street, Naoki suddenly remembered something very important. Oops, I forgot to ask what the other person looked like. After leaving the computer, he had no way to contact the other person, and even if they met, they might not be able to recognize each other. What should I do? Should I hold up a sign to find someone? Naoki was a little embarrassed for a moment, but since he had come this far, there was no way back. He could only bite the bullet and stop an old man wearing a Grape Academy uniform on the street and ask him where the Welcome Cafe was. The old man was over 50 years old, his hair had already turned gray, and he looked inexplicably out of place in the Grape Academy uniform. Welcome Cafe? Go straight along this road and you will see a crossroads, then turn right, and the Welcome Cafe is on that street. As the old man answered, he cast his eyes towards Gulton. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, a Pokemon I've never seen before. You are also a trainer, right? Do you want to have a Pokemon battle with me? Naoki, He shook his head quickly. No, I'm in a hurry. I've already made an appointment with someone. The old man looked regretful. Then can you tell me the name of this Pokemon? Of course. Naoki nodded. It's called Gulton. Padia College really has no age limit for admission. Walking on the streets of Juatai City, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. The fact that the old man could come to this ancient college to study really lived up to the old saying, live and learn. Following the direction pointed by the old man, Naoki found the welcoming coffee shop on the street after crossing an intersection and turning left. He walked in with Golden. It was lunchtime, and there were many customers in the coffee shop. Most of them were students of Padilla College. When they saw Golden coming in, they all cast curious eyes on the Pokemon they had never seen before. Naoki found an empty seat and sat down, looking at the entrance of the cafe from time to time, hoping to find a netizen named Ancient Explorer in this way. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no one who could match the number. Just when Naoki was hesitating whether to find a computer to log into the forum to check the news, he suddenly heard several voices greeting. Huh? Teacher Leha, are you here to eat too? Hello, Teacher Leha. Hearing the voice, Naoki looked up and saw a purple-haired woman wearing a blue top, brown-red skin, and a pair of yellow-framed glasses walking in. The woman had a gentle face and smiled at the students, responding one by one. Her eyes swept around the cafe, and finally stopped at Naoki and Golden, who were sitting in the corner. Then, Naoki saw the other party walking towards him, and asked openly, You are Kingy, right? Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Leha, currently a history teacher at Padilla College. Naoki, He saw Leha's eyes linger on Golden for a while, and then she showed a surprised expression. Hello, Leha, I'm Naoki. Naoki finally told the other party his name. Leha smiled slightly, and then said, Let's go, let's talk in the box. Naoki nodded, followed with Golden, and at the same time, some information about this woman emerged in his mind. Leha, a history teacher at Padilla College, has a fanatical curiosity about the legends and history. In the plot of the game, she is investigating 4 treasures of disaster, and entrusts the task of finding the treasures of disaster to the players, so that the players can help capture the 4 Pokemon that once caused disasters in the Padilla area. Ancient Gin Snail, Ancient Sword Leopard, Ancient Ding Deer, Ancient Jade Fish. Before becoming a history teacher at Padilla College, Leha was doing some work like tomb robbing. In layman's terms, it means tomb robbers and profiteers. So, the gold coins that Leha mentioned on the forum before were the spoils of her previous tomb raiding? He should have thought of it earlier. Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. He followed Leha into the box, sat down on the chair, and asked curiously, "How did you recognize me?" Leha pushed her glasses and smiled. "It's very simple, because I am very familiar with this cafe. Most of the people who eat here are my students, only you are different." Naoki, He was convinced. Leha looked at Golden next to him and asked, "Wing King, is this your Pokemon? It looks wild. It has a wild beauty, just like those ancient mysteries and legends in the past, which makes people want to explore." "Yes," Naoki introduced. "It's called Golden. Did you bring those gold coins?" Leha temporarily shifted her attention away from Golden, patted her bag, and unzipped it. The next second, Naoki saw the pile of gold and ancient gold coins inside. The space bag was filled to the brim. Naoki was surprised. "So much?" Leha smiled, of course. Naoki looked up and asked in disbelief, "Were they all stolen from tombs?" In fact, what he wanted to ask more was that Leha, a tomb robber, had become a history teacher. "Isn't this too weird? Tomb robber?" Leha shook her head and corrected, "No, I was just doing necessary historical research." Chapter 377. Naoki, What the hell is historical research? Naoki's eyes were on the bag of gold coins. The ancient gold coins were golden, and exuded the fragrance of money. "You took away other people's burial objects in your research, right?" As if she noticed his eyes, Lehi smiled slightly and said, "In professional terms, my behavior should be called archaeology. To be honest, I am very interested in the legends that have been passed down in the past. And the reason why I took these ancient gold coins was to study the monetary system of the ancient kingdom of Parthia thousands of years ago. You know, I am a history teacher." Naoki couldn't complain. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, it sounded weird. "What are you doing now?" he asked. Leha spread her hands and said, as a matter of course, "I finished my research. These gold coins are no longer meaningful to me, so I plan to give them to people in need. Like you." Leha smiled. Okay, Naoki didn't ask any more questions. After all, he really needed these gold coins. So he changed the subject and talked about business. "How many gold coins are there here?" Naoki asked. Leha shook her head. "I'm not sure, because I didn't get these gold coins all at once. I brought them out from more than a dozen tombs and ruins." "Naoki, how much do you plan to sell one for?" Leha thought for a while and smiled. "According to the price of the antique market, the price of an ancient gold coin is 50,000 alliance coins. But since you bought so many at once, I can give you a discount, but the premise is that you have to tell me what you want to use them for." Naoki asked back, "Have you heard of a Pokemon named Sephiro?" "Sephiro?" Leha was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "Are you talking about the Pokemon that evolved from Sokaling in the legend?" Naoki hummed. "Someone told me that if you want Sokaling to evolve into Sephiro, you need to collect a certain amount of gold coins." Leha understood. She pondered slightly, and murmured, "So you plan to try it?" She had heard of the Pokemon called Treasure. It is said that it was born from the passion of explorers for treasure thousands of years ago. As a history teacher, coupled with her own interest in ancient legends and history, Leha knows these things very well. "Right." Naoki nodded. "I understand." Leha said softly, "In that case, I will give you a 30% discount, just to verify the legend of Treasure. So, if your treasure evolves, you must bring it to me to see." "No problem." Naoki agreed readily. Now, he was a little convinced that Rai was not robbing tombs for money. If it was for money, she could have offered a higher price. And judging from Rai's background in the game, she was very interested in those historical legends. Although she was in school, she often wanted to run out to rob tombs. If Principal Clavel hadn't been watching her, she might have run out to solve the mystery of the legend by any means. "Now you believe that I don't rob tombs for money, right?" Leha saw through Naoki's thoughts and asked with a smile. "I believe it." Naoki nodded. Leha smiled slightly and continued, "Besides, what I said on the forum before was not a lie. Even in the entire tomb-robbing world, I am very famous, because I once reached the deepest part of the famous underwater ruins in the Unova region in one breath. Although I am now in a semi-retired state, my legend is still circulating in the tomb-robbing world." Naoki, semi-retired? So Ryo still occasionally goes out to rob graves, right? Naoki couldn't help but complain in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. He nodded, and cast his eyes on Ryo's outfit, and then found something particularly interesting. The prototype of the tag on Rayo's chest is very similar to the legendary Pokemon Articuno, and the headdress she wears looks very much like the Phoenix Messenger Machado. And the bracelet she wears on her hand obviously has the elements of Tapu Kokoro. Come on, let's count them together. Leia poured the gold coins in her bag onto the table. Suddenly, a golden hill appeared in front of Naoki. His first reaction was that if Suokaling saw so many gold coins, he would be very happy, right? Then, the two began to count the ancient gold coins in front of them together. Time passed by minute, and after about 3 minutes, Naoki finally got the specific number of these gold coins. 142. There are 142 coins in total. Including the 31 coins in the treasure chest of the money-seeking spirit, there are 173 coins in total. It's still not enough. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I don't know if there are any other ways to get gold coins. A total of 142 alliance coins. The original price is 7.1 million. After the discount, it is 4.97 million. Leia calculated it with the calculator she carried with her. Naoki came back to his senses and nodded. He had already taken a big advantage, and could no longer bargain. Okay, I don't have that much money on me. I transfer it to you when we get to the bank, he said. Fortunately, before he came here, he sold the goat milk and crops in the warehouse, plus the savings at home, so he barely had that much money. Okay. Leia smiled and nodded. The two left the cafe, and went directly to the bank. Naoki transferred the money to Leia. And Leia also handed him the bag of gold coins. I give you the bag as well. Naoki took a look and saw that it was just an ordinary mountaineering bag, so he didn't care. Thank you very much. Leia yawned. She read those ancient books in the library of Padia Academy until very late last night, and now she is a little sleepy. Okay, I have to go back to sleep. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly on the forum. Okay. Naoki looked down at the bag in his hand, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 1 gold coin is 50,000, and 1,000 coins are 50 million. If he relies on money alone, he will have to work hard to save for several years to earn enough. Worthy of being Saifuhao. But when he thinks of the rare Pokemon like Saifuhao, Naoki feels that all these efforts are worth it. Especially after the Suokaling evolves into a Saifuga, he can also make gold coins by himself. At that time, he can take some out and slowly sell them to make back his investment. Gold Rush, Saifuga's exclusive move. It is a bit similar to Meowth's treasure-gathering skill, both of which can make money. After saying goodbye to Rayo, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Naoki and Golden hadn't eaten lunch yet, so they simply bought 2 sandwiches on the roadside and returned directly to the ranch after eating. Naoki pushed open the wooden door of the Pokemon Tavern with his mountaineering bag on his back, then unzipped it and turned the bag upside down. Clatter! A pile of gold coins fell onto the bar like rain. Hearing the sound, Suokaling immediately poked his head out of the treasure chest. When Suokaling saw that Naoki had brought so many gold coins at once, he was shocked. Then came a burst of ecstasy. Dingling. Take it, Naoki said with a smile. Suokaling was so excited and surprised that he was overwhelmed by these two emotions. He completely forgot the fear in his heart and jumped out of the treasure chest. Suokaling, who had transformed into a walking form, jumped hard and landed on Naoki's shoulder, kissing him hard on the cheek. Ah. Naoki quickly reacted and smiled. Suokaling was really happy. Happy? Naoki asked. Suokaling. Okay, let's put these gold coins into the treasure box first. As he said that, Naoki carried the treasure box that Suokaling usually stayed into the bar, then opened the treasure box, and started putting the pile of gold coins into it. Suokaling watched excitedly on the side. When all the gold coins were put in, Suokaling jumped in with a plop, and all the parts except the head were buried in the pile of gold coins. Suokaling looked like he was swimming in the ocean of gold coins. Naoki stood aside and watched the scene, and couldn't help but smile. I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a rest first. See you later. Suokaling turned her head to look at him, and said happily, Dingling. Naoki put Suokaling's treasure box back to its original place, and then got up and left the Pokemon Tavern. He returned to the house and drank a glass of water, then went to the second floor and turned on the computer to check the status of the acquisition post. Now the collection of ancient gold coins has only been completed by 1/10, and Naoki plans to keep the post hanging. Maybe other tomb robbers, who are short of money, will see it and contact him in the future. After roughly flipping through the posts on the forum, Naoki opened the private chat interface again. Looking at the private chat column of Ancient Explorer on the private chat interface, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Leha, the treasure of disaster. Naoki still remembers the legend and origin of the 4 treasures of disaster. Legend has it that in the distant era of the kingdom of Padia, a merchant brought 4 treasures from the east: tripod, sword, pen and jade, and sold them to the king. However, that night, the 4 treasures suddenly turned into Pokemon and started a riot, eventually destroying the entire royal city. Later, the surviving king investigated the merchant and the 4 treasures. In the end, it was learned that the 4 treasures were not real treasures, but Pokemon in their true form, but because they had been traveling around for a long time, they absorbed many desires and curses. When it was handed over to the king, the desires reached a critical point, and because of the absorption of the king's desires, the power broke through the critical point, causing the 4 disaster Pokemon to revive and destroy everything. The king finally invited a Pokemon trainer to suppress the 4 disaster Pokemon and seal them in 4 ancestral halls, which were located in 4 places in the Padilla region. It is said that only those who have no distractions in their hearts can unlock the seal and summon the 4 Pokemon. That is, the ancient tripod deer, the ancient jade fish, the ancient bamboo snail, and the ancient sword leopard. In the game, Leha has been investigating this matter. She consulted a large number of ancient books, historical disaster records, personal diaries, and finally confirmed the authenticity of this legend. She told the protagonist of the game the location of the ancestral hall and the method to unlock the seal, and asked him to help free the 4 Pokemon. Naoki had some ideas about the 4 Pokemon a long time ago, but because they would bring disaster to the ranch, he gave up. Now, he used the water from Giratina's house to make a series of reverse dishes, and maybe he could reverse the characteristics of the 4 Pokemon that brought disasters. Reverse them into auspicious beasts that can bring auspiciousness and abundance. Let the Giratina, which absorbs the energy of grass and trees, causing the surrounding forests to dry up instantly and the crops in the fields to fail, become a fertility Pokemon that provides energy for grass and trees, making the crops in the fields abundant. Let the Giratina, which causes earthquakes and cracks the ground, become a farming Pokemon that is good at controlling the energy of the earth, turning the land, and making the fields suitable for growth. Let the Jade Fish, which controls 3,000-degree flames, melts rocks and gravel to create a lava sea, and swims leisurely in it, become a fire Pokemon that can make fire and cook, bringing warmth to the ranch Pokemon. Let the Sword Leopard, which can cause avalanches and control ice and snow, become a guardian Pokemon that exorcises evil and protects the ranch. If you want to capture these 4 Pokemon, you need to have a good relationship with Reo, because only Reo knows the specific location of the 4 shrines and how to remove the seal. The 4 disaster treasures were the treasures that Rai had always dreamed of. Her goal was to investigate them and take them for herself. But Naoki couldn't do such a thing as deliberately attacking someone just to capture these Pokemon. And this feeling was too fake, and he would feel guilty for deceiving the other person. After a little thought, Naoki gave up this plan. Forget it, let's just let it go. Thinking of this, Naoki prepared to turn off the computer and go downstairs to take a nap. However, at this moment, his chat bar suddenly jumped. Naoki was slightly stunned, then clicked with the mouse to check. Then, he saw several messages from Rihi. Ancient Explorer, surprise! Ancient Explorer, I just went to the library to check the information and found the ancient notebook that records the legend of the Winged King. Based on the description above, I found that the Pokemon named Guillerton, who was with you today, has very similar characteristics in some places. Ancient Explorer, where did you capture it? These 3 messages made Naoki a little confused. He thought for a moment and replied, it broke into my ranch, I treated its injuries, and it has stayed in my ranch since then. Ancient Explorer, what do you mean? Naoki wondered if he could tell anyone about the research conducted by Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu. After a moment of silence, he replied conservatively, I'm sorry, this matter involves some privacy and confidentiality, I can't disclose it. Shuatai City, Padilla College, Teacher's Dormitory. In the dim room, Leahy frowned, eyes widened, mouth slightly opened, and looked at the reply on the computer screen with a look of shock. Winged King, but I can tell you that Golden is not a Pokemon of this era. It is from the distant past, just as you thought. Not a Pokemon of this era? Leahy murmured, what does this mean? Has Golden traveled through time and space? Or has it been sleeping in some ancient ruins until it woke up in modern times? Or is it an ancient Pokemon resurrected from a fossil? At this moment, Leahy thought a lot in her mind. But what made her feel even more incredible was that the content recorded in this ancient notebook that fell into the second-hand market was actually true. Chapter 378. June 23rd, 199th year of the Lee calendar. The Padilla region ushered in the hottest summer season. The air was filled with heat, and because it was too hot, all Pokemon such as Babu, Eevee, etc. ran to the ice cave of Glacian to escape the heat. Because their fur was thick and dense, if they ran outside in this weather, they would sweat profusely if they were not careful. In this weather, even traveling trainers stayed in the town honestly, and only rushed to the next town when the temperature was not so hot in the evening. There were no trainers coming to challenge the trial at the ranch for a while. After all, the weather was too hot, and no one wanted to run around in the wilderness. Naoki was happy to be free, so he simply finished his work at the ranch before the temperature rose in the morning, and then stayed at home. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the sound of cicadas could be heard faintly from the back mountain. The air conditioner was on in the house, and Bud Crown was watching TV on the first floor. Babu, Dodecanese and Eevee had just been invited to the ice cave by Glacian. Sister Ai Guancher and brother Ai Guancher helped to tidy up the living room that was messed up by other Pokemon. Naoki sat in front of the computer on the second floor, checking the post he had posted before to see if anyone wanted to sell the Padilla ancient gold coins. In the past month, he has gradually purchased some scattered ancient gold coins from other people on the forum. Adding the previous savings, the current progress of the gold coin collection of the Socaling has reached 230/1000. There are still 20 coins left, and the progress has reached a quarter. If I can keep up, I should be able to collect enough by this time next year. Naoki calculated in his mind. But he didn't dare to guarantee it, because the process of purchasing gold coins was not smooth. In addition, there are many antique lovers lurking on the forum. Whether it is ancient crowns or ancient gold coins, they are within their collection range. Those people have become Naoki's strong competitors. They even competed with him for those gold coins on the forum a few days ago with higher prices. This gave Naoki a headache. Although the ranch's current income was not bad, it was not enough to support his extravagant spending. At this time, a message popped up on the private chat interface. Naoki clicked it and found that it was from Leia. Ancient Explorer, how is it? Is the acquisition process going smoothly? Leia had just finished lunch at this time. She didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so she simply returned to the dormitory, turned on the air conditioner, browsed the forum to see if she could find some information about ancient legends and relics from it, and chatted with Naoki. Kingy, it wasn't going very smoothly. A few days ago, someone offered a higher price to snatch away the sellers who contacted me. Ancient Explorer, this is normal. After all, if these antiques are circulated on the market, they are mostly sold through auctions, and only the highest bidder can buy them. Naoki naturally understood this truth. He couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Leia's message coming. Ancient Explorer, are you thinking about any other way to get more gold coins? If so, I might be able to help you. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then an incredible idea came to his mind. He typed on the keyboard for a while and replied, You don't want me to go tomb raiding with you, do you? Ancient Explorer, yes, that's it, want to go. If you're lucky, you might get a lot of gold coins at once. To be honest, Naoki was a little tempted, but his reason told him that this behavior was impolite. After a moment of hesitation, he gave up the idea of following Lei to rob a tomb. Forget it, robbing someone else's tomb is too immoral. However, the other side quickly replied, Ancient Explorer, cemetery, this time it's not a cemetery. This time my goal is an ancient relic buried deep underground. Padilla College, in the teacher's dormitory. Leahy pressed the send button, and then cast her eyes on the ancient book on the computer desk. Her eyes flickered slightly, revealing excitement. She found this ancient book deep in the library. As one of the few ancient schools in the world, Padilla College has a very long history and profound heritage. There are many books in the library here, including many ancient books handed down from ancient times. One of the reasons why he came to this college to be a history teacher was to borrow the library here. And now, she finally found information and data about the Treasure of Disaster. This ancient book records in detail the great disaster that occurred thousands of years ago. Although the characters used are all ancient characters, this does not bother Leia at all, because she is in this line of work and is very good at interpreting ancient characters. The book says that 4 Pokemon that caused the disaster destroyed the royal city. In order to protect his country, the king called the famous Pokemon Messenger. The Pokemon Messenger fought fiercely with the 4 disaster Pokemon and successfully sealed them. However, at the moment when it was about to be sealed, the ding in the Treasure of Disaster exerted all its strength to cause a terrible earthquake. The earth cracked, and the destroyed royal city was buried deep in the earth due to the earthquake, and its whereabouts disappeared. After that, the king gave up the old royal city that was destroyed and chose to rebuild a new royal city somewhere else. This time, Leia's goal was the ruins of the royal city, and she planned to go there to investigate the treasure of disaster. As for why she asked Naoki for help, it was because from the conversations over the past month, Rai knew that he was a very powerful trainer. The ruins of the royal city deep underground might be inhabited by some powerful Pokemon. At this time, if there were a famous and powerful trainer next to her, her investigation would be more smooth. Not a cemetery. Seeing the message sent by Rai, Naoki immediately became interested. Wing King, tell me in detail. Ancient Explorer. That is the ruins of an ancient royal city. It was once buried deep in the earth for some reason. Before the disaster, the people there did not have time to pack up and evacuate. At that time, as long as you find the castle's treasury, you will definitely be able to collect a lot of gold and silver treasures there, and maybe you can get hundreds of gold coins at one time. The treasury of the kingdom castle? Hundreds of gold coins? Naoki was very touched. If this is true, doesn't it mean that he can evolve the wealthy soul into the richest man in one go? Lee was also very honest, and directly told Naoki the reason why she was looking for him. Ancient Explorer. There may be some powerful Pokemon living in that place. If there is a champion-level trainer present, my investigation will be much more convenient. Naoki was slightly startled when he saw this message. After a while, he replied, How do you know? Ancient Explorer. Naoki Ranch, Shichin Town. That magical ranch is also a little famous in Padilla College. I have heard my students discuss it. Although I didn't realize at first that you were Naoki from Naoki Ranch, but later, you told me that you run a ranch in Shichin Town, plus the mysterious Gulton, so I guessed it. Wing King. Okay, when do we set off? Ancient Explorer. Next month, July 20th, when Padilla College will have a 2-month summer vacation. I don't have to stay in school as a teacher. I can go out to investigate the ruins. How about it? July 20th. There are still 27 days from today. For the birth of Saifuhao, he did it. Thinking of this, Naoki agreed directly. And Leia also expressed his gratitude to him. Ancient Explorer. Thank you very much. If you can't find the gold coins in the treasure house, I will try my best to help you collect gold coins from other tomb robbers after I come back. King Yi, I feel relieved with your words. Double insurance, he won't lose anyway. And if he agreed to help Leia, he might be able to gain her trust and get information about the treasure of disaster from her. Seeing that no one contacted him to sell the ancient Padilla gold coins, Naoki simply turned off the computer and went downstairs. In the living room downstairs, the Bud Crown King was watching TV while sipping black tea in an elegant posture. Seeing Naoki coming down, the Bud Crown King cast a glance over here. Naoki looked at the Bud Crown King, who was addicted to TV, and thought that if this continued, the Bud Crown King would become myopic, right? But then again, can Pokemon become myopic? After a little thought, Naoki asked, Bud Crown King, do you feel any discomfort in your eyes? The Bud Crown was a little confused. What do you mean? Naoki gestured. My eyes are sore, and I can't see things far away. I can only see a blurry scene. Hearing this, the Bud Crown pondered for a moment, as if feeling something, and then shook his head gently. I have never had this feeling. Naoki, It seems that Pokemon will not get myopia. Naoki glanced at the clock on the wall, and found that it was already 11:30 in the afternoon without realizing it. It's time to prepare lunch. Naoki stretched himself, then went to the kitchen, took out the ingredients from the refrigerator, and began to prepare lunch for the Pokemon. AI. Seeing this, his sister AI Guancher also came forward to help Naoki. The weather was quite hot today, and Naoki planned to cook a refreshing mung bean soup for the Pokemon. He soaked the mung beans for 10 minutes, then took them out, washed them, put them in a pot, added water, and started to boil. There were no mung beans planted on the ranch, and these mung beans were bought by him in the town before. Under the stove, seeing Naoki was about to cook, the lava worm living in the heating pipe crawled under the stove early. Seeing this, Naoki smiled slightly, then took out a few tree fruits and squatted down to feed the lava worm. The lava worm happily ate the tree fruits, and then concentrated on releasing the heat from its body to help cook the soup. After practicing day after day, the lava worm has reached a very skilled level in controlling the temperature. Now it has become a good helper in the kitchen, helping his sister AI Guancher and Naoki a lot. While the mung bean soup was cooking, Naoki started frying steaks for the 3 carnivorous Pokemon, Golden, Motor Lizard, and Flutter. Naoki had already mastered this technique. When the steaks were fried to golden brown, He raised his hand vigorously, and the steaks in the pan, which were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fell into the white porcelain plate beside him. Then, Naoki started steaming sea bass for Dragonite, and making sandwiches for Yuriko. When all the Pokemon's food was prepared, the mung bean soup was also cooked. Naoki took the pot aside, then squatted down and began to use the iron hook to help the lava worm clean the coke blocks in its body. These cokes are all formed by the fruit eaten by the lava worm. The pulp inside is digested by the lava worm, and the core is transformed into coke blocks by the high temperature like magma and excreted from the body. Lava worms have no hands, so it is not easy to clean them by themselves. Therefore, every time Naoki helps it clean, the lava worm will make a happy cry, which means that it feels very comfortable. After the cleaning was completed, Naoki asked Motor Lizard to go to the ice cave to call the group of Pokemon to come for lunch. Motor Lizard ran out of the door obediently. After a while, accompanied by a lively cry, a large group of Pokemon ran into the house. Naoki brought the food to the table, and at the same time looked down at the effect of the mung bean soup, and then he regretfully found that the effect of this thing was really cooling and relieving heat. Yes, it means literally. Mung bean soup, see cooking effect, cooling and relieving heat. After humans and Pokemon eat it, they will feel a cool feeling, avoid heat stroke, and it is very suitable for drinking in the hot summer. At the dinner table, the Pokemon have already started to happily eat the food Naoki prepared for them. As Naoki ate, he looked at the group of Pokemon in front of him with an apologetic look on his face. In his previous life, he was not a chef, but just a social animal who worked overtime until late every day. Due to his limited cooking skills, the food he made all along was the same. Sandwiches, fried steaks, steamed sea bass, and occasionally some home-cooked dishes such as chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork, braised eggplant, pork rib soup, pork stewed with vermicelli, etc. At this moment, Naoki regretted that he did not go to New Oriental to study hard in his previous life. However, Golden and the others didn't think so at all. Because as long as the food was made by Naoki, they would eat it happily. Even if it was the same dish, they would never get tired of it. After all, life now is many times better than when they were in the wild. In the wild, no one would make delicious food for them every day, except for tree fruits. And Naoki would change their menu every day. In addition to food, there were also delicious baofan and sweet energy cubes to eat. At 4 o'clock in the evening, the temperature slowly dropped, not as hot as at noon. Taking advantage of this time, Naoki came to the ranch and began to check the crops in the field. Nearly a month had passed, and all the green onions he had planted for the onion duck last time had grown. I don't know if it was because they absorbed the grass energy of the Mount Goat, or because they had mutated, but the size of these green onions soared to 2 meters, almost several times the normal green onions. This reminded Naoki of the Shandong green onions that were taller than humans in his previous life. When he came to the onion garden, the onion duck was holding the original green onion and patrolling the ridges with blood boiling. Its eyes were cast towards the green onions that were taller than it, and its eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement. If these green onions were used as weapons, then the power of its moves would definitely be greatly improved. Super green onion, a special crop, a green onion that is mutated after being cultivated by the grass energy of the Mount Goat. It grows to 2 meters in size, and has greatly improved its toughness. It is a veritable super green onion that can be used as a weapon by a certain Pokemon, and can also be used to stew soup. It tastes very delicious, and is still 1 day away from full maturity. Sure enough, looking at these green onions, Naoki didn't know how to complain. With such a big green onion, can Onion Duck really use it as an ordinary sword? Or is Onion Duck going to change its weapon and use this super green onion as a spear or a great sword? Chapter 379. Quack! In the onion garden, the onion duck excitedly shuttled through the more than 2-meter high onion forest. Even though it was calm, it couldn't hold back its excitement at this moment. With so many onions, this was the ideal country that the onion duck had always dreamed of. It couldn't even imagine how happy the onion duck would be if it was born here. No, it couldn't let its guard down like this. The onion duck's eyes instantly became alert, and it turned its head to look around, fearing that other onion ducks would be attracted by these perfect onions and compete with it for them. Because this kind of thing happens in the wild, onion ducks often fight each other for better onions. However, the other onion ducks didn't see it, but they saw Naoki coming to the onion garden at some point. Jie! The onion duck immediately cried excitedly, and it knocked the onions next to it with the small onions in its hand, as if to let Naoki see how perfect these onions were. Naoki, calm down, they will be ripe tomorrow. Wait until tomorrow to pick them. The onion duck has been waiting for nearly a month, and now it doesn't miss this little time. It suppressed its inner emotions and calmed itself down. Gaw! Got it. However, at this moment, Farfetch saw a few yellow-feathered, stupid-looking Psyducks wandering over. The construction location of the onion garden is close to the river, and it happens that the other side of the river is where Psyduck lives. They usually hang around here. Because Farfetch had been practicing sword skills in the wooden dummy area before, he was not familiar with these Psyducks. So when Farfetch saw those Psyducks coming, Farfetch became alert. Naoki helped introduce. Don't worry, these Pokemon are water-attributed Psyducks. They don't eat or use onions. They should just come here to play for a while. Hearing this, Onion Duck relaxed a little. It watched the Psyducks run into the onion garden, turning around among the thick onions, looking up through the gaps, not knowing what they were looking at. Soon, one of the Psyducks was attracted by Onion Duck. It pranced in front of Onion Duck, holding its head with its hands, and staring at Onion Duck with a dull look. Onion Duck, ? Onion Duck was startled. Quack. Psyduck quack? Then, there was an encrypted call, with duck sounds everywhere. Naoki, forget it, these green onions won't be ripe until tomorrow anyway, so I talked to Onion Duck about the details tomorrow. Naoki waved goodbye to the group of Pokemon in front of him, then turned around and went to the warehouse to sort out the agricultural products and fresh milk that he planned to sell today. When everything was ready, Zack arrived at the ranch. Naoki helped Zack load the goods into the car, and then heard Zack say, "It's almost time for the fireworks festival. Don't forget to participate when the time comes." "Yeah, it will pass," Naoki said with a smile. "It's just right to take Yuruk-chan to experience the local customs and practices of Jachin Town. In addition to Yuruk-chan, there are also those Pokemon that have just arrived at the ranch this year. For example, Eevee, Farfetch'd, and Lavaworm. All the goods were moved to the car." Zack closed the door of the car, returned to the cab, and said to Naoki through the window, "Let's go." Naoki nodded and watched Zack drive away. Zack's life is actually quite busy. He travels back and forth between ranches in various rural areas every day, transporting the purchased vegetables and fruits to the town and other cities for sale. He hurried to the ranch and left in a hurry every day, and most of the time he just said hello and left. After dinner, Naoki sat on the sofa as usual and watched tomorrow's weather forecast. On the TV screen, the female host in uniform was reporting the weather forecast for the next few days. It is expected that from tonight, some areas of Padilla will usher in a thunderstorm, mainly in the northwest. Citizens are requested to prepare in advance. The southeast region is still sunny, and some areas will usher in high-temperature weather. Citizens who go out in this weather are expected to be prepared to prevent heat stroke. Naoki looked at the towns on the screen where it was about to rain, and suddenly found that Jachin Town was among them. A thunderstorm. After handing the remote control to the Bud Crown King, Naoki got up and went outside to collect the clothes. At night, it really rained outside. The raindrops hit the window with a crackling sound, accompanied by the sound of dripping rain, followed by bursts of thunderous thunder. Babu Tubo and Ibrahimovic leaned against the window and looked at the dark and depressing world outside through the blurred glass. Bammo. Boy. Compared to the terrifying environment of a thunderstorm, the room was filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere. The wooden floor was covered with soft carpets, and there were several plush nests for Pokemon to sleep on the bed. Under the bright warm light, Naoki was sharpening the claws of Gultun. Gultun closed his eyes comfortably, looking very happy. Naoki looked back and said to Babu and Eevee, "If you are scared, you can draw the curtain so that you can't see outside." Bammo. Babu Tuba was not afraid, but when he saw the little Ibra next to him with a terrified look on his face, he still flew up and closed the curtains. The little Ibra ran back, jumped onto the bed, and shouted, "Bye!" It sounded like he was trying to give himself courage. Naoki sharpened the claws for Golden, stroked the dragon head, and then got up and got on the bed. Has Ibra ever encountered such heavy rain when he was in the mountains before? Naoki asked while stroking Ibra. "Bye, bye!" Little Eevee nodded repeatedly. At that time, it was an Eevee living in the mountains. Whenever it rained, it would hide in a tree hole because rainy nights were really scary. It was dark and cold, and occasionally you could see fierce Pokemon running in the dark. Naoki felt that Eevee was a little scared now, so he stroked it and comforted it. "It's okay, the ranch is safe, you can live here without worry, and you don't have to be afraid of rainy days anymore." Eevee. Eevee acted coquettishly to Naoki. During this period of time, it has been very happy every day and has made many good friends. Not only that, Naoki also makes all kinds of delicious bofen and juice for it. It likes Naoki and everyone on the ranch very much. Naoki is the best person in the world. It likes Naoki and everyone on the ranch very much. At this moment, Ibrahimovic's affection for Naoki has reached the highest level, and it has completely begun to trust the human who will hold it to sleep on rainy nights. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Evie's body. The strong power of emotion intertwined with the night, turning into a powerful energy that poured into Evie's body. In this light, Evie's appearance began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at this scene, Naoki was slightly stunned. Is this evolution? When the light faded, a black Pokemon with yellow eyes, blue ring patterns on its forehead, in the middle of its tail, and on its ears appeared in front of Naoki. Shiny Luna Eevee is born. Naoki looked at the Luna Eevee in front of him in shock, and was unable to react for a moment. After evolving, the Luna Eevee's temperament changed a little. It looked at Naoki in front of it with its yellow eyes, revealing a unique calm temperament. It was like a hunter hidden in the dark. Luna Eevee? Naoki asked tentatively. The Luna Eevee in front of him smiled, and his cry was low, but it revealed obvious intimacy. Beau? Umbreon looked down at itself, and suddenly realized that it had not evolved into Sylveon as originally intended, but into Umbreon. This made Umbreon feel a little disappointed. On the contrary, Naoki reacted quickly and comforted it. It's okay, Umbreon is also very powerful. As expected, the genes in Eevee's body are too unstable. Although it is not Sylveon, shiny Umbreon is also very beautiful. Especially those blue ring patterns, which are emitting strange light at this moment, giving people a mysterious feeling. Naoki reached out and touched those patterns, and said to Moon Eevee, Glacier Eevee will be surprised to see you tomorrow. Sure enough, it was just as Naoki expected. The next morning, Glacier Eevee, who ran out of the ice cave, stayed where he was when he saw Moon Eevee for the first time. Moon Eevee jumped in front of it very lightly. Bui. Glacian finally reacted, and immediately looked at Naoki in disbelief. Beau? Naoki smiled and said, Can't you recognize it? It's Eevee. It just evolved into Umbreon last night. Umbreon nodded gently, proving the truth of Naoki's words. Beau? Glacian was stunned for a moment, and then began to accept the reality. It circled around Umbreon, and seemed to be very curious about Umbreon's appearance. Umbreon stood there, and let it look. Looking at the two Eevee playing on the floor, Naoki felt very satisfied. Very good, I have collected 2 Eevee, plus the normal form of Eevee, and I only need 7 more to collect all the Eevee attributes. In the morning, the rain outside was getting smaller and smaller, but it had not stopped yet. But Farfetch'd was already eager to harvest the green onions, and change to a new weapon. In desperation, Naoki had to let Gulton release the power in his body. The characteristic Crimson Pulse was triggered, and the next second, the rain clouds in the sky disappeared, revealing the clear blue sky and golden sun above. The sun is shining brightly. Naoki and Onion Duck came to the onion garden. Before officially harvesting the onions, Naoki asked uncertainly, Are you really comfortable with onions of this size? Quack! Onion Duck nodded confidently. This kind of onion is what every onion duck dreams of. As long as it has this kind of onion, it will not be afraid of any enemy. Naoki, okay. It had just rained, and the onions were still wet and felt wet. Naoki went forward and dug out a green onion that was taller than him, cleaned the roots with dirt at the root, and handed it to the onion duck. At the same time, he was a little curious about how the onion duck would use this super green onion. The onion duck moved. It quickly opened its mouth and ate the original small green onion into its stomach, and then walked to the super green onion aggressively. It stretched out its wings and grasped the extremely thick white root of the super green onion with force. With the weapon in hand, the onion duck swung the green onion forward like a combined mecha, and it seemed to be familiar with the feel of the new weapon. After a while, it seemed to have gradually gotten used to the weapon in its hand, and the Farfetch'd stopped and carried it on its shoulders aggressively. Naoki was shocked. My god, Farfetch'd directly changed its regional form, and turned into the Farfetch'd of the Galar region. How does it feel? Naoki thought and asked, Can the original sword skills still be used? GA. Farfetch'd nodded affirmatively. It carried the thick and strong super onion out of the onion garden, and came to the wooden stake dummy area. The onion duck concentrated and calmed down, holding the onion tightly in its wings, and then swung forward fiercely, using its best move, the one-word slash. A flash of white light passed by, and the wooden dummies in front of it were all cut in half. This scene was enough to prove the power of the onion duck's one-word slash. Sure enough, the power of the onion duck's move was increased after the onion was replaced. Naoki muttered. But soon, he noticed something. Waving this super onion seemed to consume more physical energy for the onion duck. After swinging the sword, onion duck began to breathe heavily. Because this kind of onion is too heavy. Seeing this, Naoki tried to say, "Why don't you try holding the onion with both hands? Maybe it will be better." Hearing Naoki's words, onion duck thought for a moment, and then began to hold the super onion with both hands. Looking at this familiar scene, Naoki suddenly had several thoughts in his mind. Sheathing ascending. Onion duck has already mastered the sword skills of the katana. Why don't he try to teach onion duck the skills of the great sword? What are sweeping slashes, straight chops, upward slashes, charge slashes, really charged slashes? In this way, in the future, onion duck can change the form of his weapon according to the opponent. Great sword or katana. Katana is as elegant as the wind, while great sword focuses on the burst of powerful attacks. The two weapons have different focuses. Onion duck, who changed from katana to great sword, is a little unfamiliar with this feeling. It held the scallion in its hand, felt it carefully, and then waved the scallion awkwardly. Sometimes, there is a big difference between holding the scallion with one hand and holding it with both hands. After observing Farfetch's movements for a while, Naoki quickly gave up the idea of teaching it the sword skills right away. Because Farfetch's current Farfetches has not yet fully adapted to this new weapon. More importantly, its strength and stamina are not enough to support it to swing this super onion for a long time. You don't have enough strength and stamina to support you to use it. Naoki pointed out Farfetch's current situation. Farfetch's also felt it. It looked at the onion in its hand, and didn't know what to do. This green onion is perfect, but it is very different from the green onions it was familiar with before. Onion duck felt confused. Looking at this scene, Naoki pointed out the way for onion duck. You feel it too, right? GA. Onion duck nodded. So, start training your strength from today, until you can fully adapt to the weight of this green onion. Fitness, and then become a big sword man. Chapter 380. In order to help Farfetch practice his muscles, Naoki found two very professional fitness trainers for it that night. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Pokemon Tavern was brightly lit. A group of Pokemon gathered here, toasting their glasses and drinking happily. Among them were Pokemon who lived in the town, and wild Pokemon who came here specially after hearing about the Pokemon Tavern. The two fitness trainers that Naoki wanted to find for Farfetch were among this group of Pokemon. He brought Farfetch into the tavern, and his eyes swept through the Pokemon, and finally stopped at two tall, muscular, and strong monsters. These two monsters are from Clea's family. They come to the Pokemon Tavern every night to drink and relax. Naoki walked up to them, and said hello. Hello, monsters. The two monsters turned their heads, and looked over with wooden wine glasses in their hands. They had worked on this ranch, so they knew Naoki, so they asked casually, "And I could?" Naoki glanced at the Farfetch beside him, and explained to the two monsters, "It's like this, Farfetch also wants to exercise a strong body like you, so I want to ask you for some fitness methods." The monsters understood. This kind of thing was easy for them. The simple and kind monsters happily agreed. So the next night, when they came to the Pokemon Tavern to drink again, they brought a few dumbbells. The two monsters found Naoki and Farfetch, and began to demonstrate their fitness secrets to Farfetch. The monsters raised their four sturdy arms high, each holding a dumbbell tightly, raising it high, then putting it down, repeating this. This kind of exercise can have a great effect on arm strength training. Onion Duck watched carefully from the side. After a while, Weird Power stopped, put the dumbbell in front of Onion Duck, and motioned it to follow him. Onion Duck looked at the special black dumbbell in front of it. It had never seen such a thing before. In addition, Weird Power could lift it up easily just now, so Onion Duck subconsciously thought it could do it too. So, Onion Duck stretched out its wings, tightly grasped the lever of the dumbbell, and tried to lift it. As a result, the dumbbells on the ground did not move at all. Gaw! The Onion Duck tried his best, but in the end, he was so exhausted that he was panting and couldn't lift it. Instead, he sat down on the grass and gasped. Gaw! Seeing this, Naoki went forward to check the specifications of the dumbbells. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked. My god, this is a 300-kilogram big dumbbell, almost as heavy as a gull, and the strange force holds one with each arm. Doesn't it mean that the weight held by 4 arms at the same time reaches 1,200 kilograms, 1,200 kg, or 2,400 Gen? As expected of a monster, it's really that terrifying. Naoki stared at the two monsters in front of him in amazement. The monsters looked confused. They looked at the dumbbells on the ground and scratched the back of their heads with their hands. After a while, they realized that the dumbbells they used were a bit too heavy for this duck Pokemon. The monsters fell into thinking. Soon, a light bulb lit up above their heads. An haiku. A strange force thought of another way to exercise. It bent down, supported the ground with its limbs, and then began to show Onion Duck how to do push-ups. Onion Duck watched for a while, and thought it could do it. Quack! Onion Duck nodded, and then imitated the strange force, supported the ground with its wings, and began to do push-ups. The two strange forces guided Onion Duck's movements. After Onion Duck learned it, they nodded honestly in haiku. Thank you. Naoki thanked the two Pokemons on behalf of Farfetch'd. You don't have to pay for the drinks today. I give you a free bill. When the Pokemon Tavern first opened, Naoki's plan was not to charge Pokemons, aiming to help Pokemons in need. And the Pokemons didn't have money. But he overlooked one point, that is, most of the Pokemons in the town have families. For example, Miss Junsa's Growly, Clea's Pokemon, the fire department's Carnival Duck. Both Miss Junsa and Clea quickly accepted the fact that Pokemons went to the Pokemon Tavern to drink every day after the initial surprise. After all, Grunt and Growlithe are their Pokemon, and they can't always eat and drink for free, so every day before the Pokemon sets out, they will give the Pokemon some change, and let them give it to their sister AI Guancher. The wild Pokemon are another case. They have no money, and after witnessing the Pokemon in the town paying, they also follow suit and find small things such as fruits and stones from the wild as money to give to their sister AI Guancher. Some narcissistic Pokemon will also keep the beautiful feathers that fall off their bodies. Over time, these Pokemon have developed a habit. Hearing Naoki's words, the two monsters smiled and turned to drink. And the Onion Duck officially started its fitness career. In order to help the Onion Duck better exercise its strength, Naoki went to Jichin Town the next morning and bought a pair of dumbbells suitable for it, and brought them back to the ranch. The Onion Garden is the gym of the Onion Duck. When it lifts dumbbells and does push-ups there, the Psyducks on the other side of the river will come over to watch. Their eyes still look very dull, and the other Psyducks ran away after watching for a while. Only one Psyduck remained. Naoki noticed that when Psyduck saw Farfetch'd, its eyes became a little different. It was just like the look that Ash's forest lizard gave Miss Joy's Big Daisy in the anime. Naoki was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that this Psyduck fell in love with Farfetch'd? This is incredible. Psyduck and Farfetch'd can't lay eggs, right? What egg sets are these two Pokemon from? To confirm, Naoki quickly ran back to the room and used the computer to search for the egg sets of Psyduck and Farfetch'd. As a result, he discovered something very scary. Both Pokemon are land-based and can lay eggs, but Naoki was not sure whether Psyduck really fell in love with Farfetch'd. In order to confirm this, he observed the two Pokemon in the next few days. Farfetch'd has a very regular routine. After eating a few fruits in the morning, it will go to the Onion Garden to patrol. After making sure that no bird Pokemon will come to steal vegetables, Farfetch'd will start its day's exercise. Lift dumbbells and do push-ups. When Onion Duck does this, Psyduck will come over to watch. Occasionally, it will catch small fish from the river and give them to Onion Duck, but Onion Duck doesn't like to eat fish, nor does it like Pokemon to disturb its fitness, so it refuses them all. Psyduck is very disappointed. Onion Duck is fully devoted to fitness, and doesn't notice Psyduck's abnormality at all. In the end, Psyduck, who didn't get a response for a long time, left disappointedly, returned to the river, and never went to the Onion Garden again. Naoki, Awuh! Suddenly, Dragonite's voice came from behind. It turned out that it saw Naoki sneaking around the fence of the Onion Garden, so it ran over curiously. Looking at the Farfetch'd exercising not far away, Naoki was deeply moved. The love of Pokemon is really pure. He suddenly remembered something, and then turned around and asked, "By the way, Dragonite, I remember if you liked a Dragonite before?" He remembered that Dragonite was too dumb to learn any moves, and couldn't beat anyone, so he went to the Big Pot Lake every day to look at the moon in sorrow. Naoki remembered this very clearly. Hearing this, Dragonite felt a little embarrassed. It howled for a long time, saying that it was all in the past, and it didn't like that Dragonite anymore. Naoki saw what Dragonite meant, and suddenly became curious about something, so he asked, "So you're going to be alone for the rest of your life, and not look for other Dragonites to lay eggs? A single dragon for life?" Dragonite blinked, then shook its head and said, "Awuh! No way, it still has Naoki and everyone. As for whether to lay eggs or not, Dragonite doesn't care." Although Naoki didn't understand the specific meaning of Dragonite's words, he could roughly guess it from its reaction. It doesn't pursue laying eggs, but lives happily as it pleases. It doesn't have a mating period, but it will lay eggs with its favorite Pokemon because of love. Pokemon is really a magical creature. At noon, after lunch, Naoki went to the second floor and checked the Dragonite egg placed in the crib. The egg laid by Dragonite has a light blue pattern like a mini dragon, and the egg is very large, giving people a feeling of strong vitality. This Dragonite egg is the fruit of love between the two working Dragonites in the ranch. Now he and the AI Guancher brother and sister are helping to take care of it. Every time he thought of this, Naoki couldn't help but complain in his heart. I don't know why the two Dragonites trust them so much and directly give them the eggs they lay to take care of. Logically speaking, shouldn't wild Pokemon parents want to watch over their children 24 hours a day? Naoki felt the trust of those Dragonites in him. He really wouldn't hurt their children, and would take good care of the egg. The bright sunshine at noon shone into the house through the window, and the sound of Pokemon playing came from downstairs. Naoki took off his shoes, sat quietly beside the crib, and reached out to touch the shell of the egg. It has been more than 2 months since it was born. The book said that the incubation period of Pokemon eggs, like Dragonite, is very long, and it takes nearly 10 months to hatch. It is already the end of June. Calculating the time, this egg may not hatch until January next year. Time goes by so slowly. Listening to the cicadas chirping outside the window throughout the summer, Naoki couldn't help thinking. He got up and went downstairs. As he walked up the stairs, he really hoped that by the time he reached the bottom of the stairs, time would have passed to the day when the rodent phone was born. However, that was impossible. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Zack came to the ranch to collect the goods as usual. When he parked the car, Naoki was calculating the goods to be sold today. Looking at Naoki counting the fruits, Zack wiped the sweat off his face with a towel around his neck and grinned. This ranch has developed. I can't believe that it has completely changed in less than 2 years. Naoki smiled, thanks to the help of the Pokemon. Hearing this, Gulton and Motor Lizard, who helped Naoki move things, smiled happily. Ah, gaw. Gaw. Haha, Golden and Motor Lizard are really capable. Zack laughed loudly. He looked around, and then continued, you are getting old. The next step is to find a wife to get married. After you get married, you can manage the ranch together, and your life will get better and better. Naoki, is Zack urging you to get married? He said helplessly. It's too early. Not too early. Zack suddenly started gossiping. Hey, do you have someone you like? No way. Naoki shook his head. Although people in the Pokemon world are all good-looking, it depends on how you feel. Since crossing over, the number of women who can chat with me is less than 10 fingers. Klee is 1, Mrs. Dantes is 1, Yessie is 1, and Dr. Olin is 1. But Klee is not suitable, the Chief is not suitable, and Mrs. Dantes and Dr. Olin are even less suitable. Oh no, I almost forgot someone. The figure of Chishu appeared in Naoki's mind. That energetic girl. The girl who met him by chance in Yangguang City, and enthusiastically took him to a Chinese restaurant to taste delicious food. Do you want me to introduce you to someone? Hearing that Naoki didn't have someone he liked, Zack's eyes lit up. The daughter of a friend of mine is also a trainer. If you feel it's possible, I can introduce you to someone, and then you can try to have a blind date. Naoki was shocked. Oh my god, there is such a thing as blind dates in this world. He was inexplicably terrified by this, and waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. Okay then. Zack had no choice but to give up this plan. If you have this plan in the future, you can tell me. Your grandfather must want to see you get married. Naoki, okay. Zack smiled. He went forward to load the goods onto the truck, then gave the money to Naoki, and then drove away from the ranch. Watching the truck go away, Naoki turned around and went home. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. Today was June 29th, and tomorrow was the date for the Summer Fireworks Festival. Naoki was thinking about taking Arohan and Umbreon to watch the fireworks, while preparing dinner for the Pokemon at home. The next morning, the sky was bright. Naoki was milking his mount goat when he saw his sister, Ai Guancher, running over in a panic. Ai. Naoki was slightly stunned, thinking something big had happened, and quickly stopped his work and asked, What's wrong? What happened? The sister Ai butler pointed to the entrance of the ranch, and Naoki stood up and took it to take a look. Then, there was a beautiful girl with long blue hair and a pair of ice blue eyes, who had come to the ranch at some point. The girl was originally looking at the Dragonite on the grass, and when she heard the movement here, she turned her head slightly. The next second, Naoki met the sight of the pair of ice blue eyes. He heard the girl say, Hello, I am Galaxia, the gym leader of Frost Mountain Gym, and I came here for special training arranged by the chief. Chapter 381. Guru Shah, so beautiful. Naoki was slightly startled. If he hadn't known the information of these gym leaders in advance, he would have mistaken Guru Shah for a girl. Not only him, but also his sister Ai Guancher beside him was surprised. It pulled the corner of Naoki's clothes and asked in a low voice, "Ai? Is this human really a boy?" Although he didn't eat the translation seeds, Naoki still magically understood what his sister Ai Guancher meant, because he had previously told his sister, the housekeeper, about Galusha's gender. Combined with the panicked look on its face just now, Naoki felt that his sister, the housekeeper, must have been shocked by Galusha's appearance and actual gender. "Hello, Mr. Galusha, I'm Naoki, the owner of this ranch. The chief has already told me about the trial." When Naoki came to his senses, he introduced himself to Galusha. Galusha nodded gently, and didn't say anything. He wasn't the kind of person who talked a lot. The atmosphere in the air seemed a little awkward for a moment. Naoki didn't know what to say. He carefully recalled Galusha's identity and background. If he remembered correctly, Galusha was once a very famous snowboarder, and he was very passionate at the time. But later, he was seriously injured in a competition, and could no longer go skiing like before, so he had to choose to retire. Since then, Galusha's passionate personality in the past seemed to be frozen, and he became untalkative, as cold and silent as an ice-attributed Pokemon. After a little thought, Naoki prepared to introduce several trials in the ranch to Galuxia. But at this moment, the ranch welcomed another visitor. "Hello, hello, is anyone there?" The energetic voice of the girl came from behind. Naoki and Galuxia turned around, and saw a girl wearing a beige short-sleeved shirt, with a lightning mark on her clothes running over. Galuxia was slightly startled, and Naoki couldn't help but open his eyes wide. How could it be such a coincidence? He just mentioned Chishu yesterday, and Chishu ran over. But then again, Chishu's sudden appearance was like a bug catcher that suddenly appeared in the game, unexpected and sudden. Chishu saw Galuxia, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. "Huh? Galuxia, you are also here to participate in the trial? What a coincidence." Galuxia nodded slightly. "Frost Mountain Gym is closed these 2 days, so I have time to come over." "I see." Chishu used the time to talk to Galuxia to look at Naoki and wave to him. "Good morning, Naoki, I'm bothering you again." Naoki couldn't help but smile. "That's perfect, Galuxia just arrived too. Let me introduce you to the trials that are now available at the ranch." Galuxia nodded. "Thank you for your help." Chishu laughed at the side. "I suffered a lot when I came here to challenge you last time, Galuxia. You have to be careful later." Hearing what Chishu said, Galuxia was a little surprised. He had something to say in his heart, but he opened his mouth, but didn't say it. "Sister, go and pour a cup of tea for the 2 guests," Naoki said to his sister Ai Guancher. The sister Ai Guancher nodded happily, and turned back to the house. Naoki took the 2 of them to visit the ranch. So far, there are a total of 4 trials in the ranch. They are the Green Grass Trial, the Lightning Trial, the Storm Trial, and the Ancient Doubles Trial. He didn't mention the Finger Swing Trial, because it was an entertainment trial, and only Pokemon who also mastered the Finger Swing move could participate. In the Green Grass Trial, challengers need to fight against my 3 Mount Goats. Naoki's eyes were on the 3 Mount Goats on the grass. Guru Shah looked over there. Mount Goats, a grass attribute Pokemon, are restrained by ice attribute Pokemon. And he is a trainer who is very good at ice attribute. Fighting under attribute restraint may not be effective. If he is allowed to choose, he would rather choose a trial that restrains himself, so that he can better hone himself. Therefore, Guru Shah passed the grass test in his heart. Chishu seemed to see through Gurusha's thoughts. She laughed and said, "These Mount Goats are not ordinary Mount Goats. It is said that even the chief will feel difficult when facing them." Naoki, Yes, he had indeed witnessed the scene of the Mount Goats performing the grass field. Hearing this, Guru Shah was slightly stunned, and then realized that these 3 Mount Goats are likely to be champion-level Pokemon. Sometimes, attribute restraint does not mean everything. He neglected it. "I understand," Galuxia said. Naoki continued to walk forward, and when he did not find Babutubo, he shouted in the direction of the chicken coop. The next second, Babutubo flew over here. "Naoki, next, I will introduce the lightning trial that Babutubo is responsible for." Babutubo flew in front of Naoki and looked at him with a puzzled look. "Bamo? This guest is going to challenge the trial in the ranch, and I am introducing him," Naoki explained. Hearing this, a beam of light suddenly lit up in the eyes of the Babutubo. It immediately stretched out its little arms to show its strength. "Bamo Bamo!" and looking at the special Babu Tupo in front of it, Gulusha was so surprised that he opened his mouth. A flying Babu Tupo? What's going on? And what is the hammer in its hand? Is it a weapon of the Babu Tupo? But does a normal Babu Tupo look like this? No way. At this moment, Guluxia had thousands of questions in his mind. He finally couldn't help but ask, how did this Babuto do it? Of course, it's electromagnetic levitation like Magnemite. Naoki said nonsense seriously. It relies on the interaction between the electromagnetic fields generated by electromagnetic induction to achieve the levitation of objects. An electric attribute Pokemon can control electricity itself, and Babuto has been conducting targeted special training. Guluxia, ? I lost to Babutobu last time. Chishu had seen how powerful Babutobu was, so she changed the subject and said with full of fighting spirit, but this time I have professionally trained my Pokemon, and I will definitely pass it. Naoki, He did not mention that Babutobu had obtained the power of the king, but instead introduced the next trial. The next one is the Storm Trial led by Dragonite. In this trial, the challenger has to face the special weather of the storm and defeat Dragonite in it. Hearing this, Guluxia nodded, indicating that he understood. Naoki smiled, and then turned his gaze to Golden and Flutter. The next thing I'm going to introduce is the ultimate hidden trial in the ranch, Ancient Doubles Battle. The challenger needs to face the attacks of those two Pokemon at the same time. This is the most difficult trial in the ranch. Only trainers who have reached the champion level are qualified to challenge. Hearing this, Guluxia and Chishu were both slightly stunned. Only trainers who have reached the champion level can challenge? It sounds amazing. Chishu's eyes lit up. And Guluxia was also very surprised when she looked at the two unknown Pokemon. No wonder the chief asked them to come to this small ranch to participate in a test. What Guluxia couldn't imagine was that such a powerful champion-level trainer actually lived in seclusion in such a place. Have you decided? Which trial do you want to challenge? Naoki asked. Guluxia fell into deep thought. Chishu, who was standing by, raised his hand first. Lightning test, we will definitely pass this time. That's not necessarily true. Naoki took Babu Tubo to the battlefield. Guluxia hadn't made a decision yet, so she watched the battle from the side. Naoki did not participate in the command of this battle, and was ready to let Babu Tubo play on his own. Chishu stood at the other end of the battlefield. She took out a red and white ball, and with a flash of white light, a large electric petrel appeared on the battlefield. The elder brother Ai Guancher blew the whistle in his hand, and the battle officially began. Chishu started with the wind, creating a field advantage in his favor. Babu Tubo swung his small hammer towards the big electric petrel, and the big electric petrel flapped its wings and used a storm. Strong wind surged wildly, and the airflow like a blade slashed towards Babu Tubo. Babu Tubo's forward steps were blocked. Seeing this scene, Chishu directly ordered the big electric petrel to chase. Discharge. At the command, a strong current burst out from the great electric petrel's body. Features: wind power generation. Triggered by the blessing of the favorable wind, the great electric petrel entered the charging state. With itself as the center, it released a sky full of yellow lightning in all directions. Babu Tubo's figure was immediately submerged in it. Chishu took the opportunity to look at Chishu. See my real ability. Distractions during battle are not a good habit. Naoki reminded helplessly. At this time, Gulusha, who was watching the battle, realized that something was wrong. No, it's not right. That Babu Tubo was absorbing the power of the big electric petrel. On the battlefield, the strong electric current began to flow into Babu Tubo's hammer and body. In the electric light, Babu Tubo's eyes glowed blue. There were flashes of light on its body, and then a golden helmet and armor appeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Chishu was panicked. Huh? What is that? Gulusha was shocked. Babu, who had transformed into the King of Hammers, raised the hammer in his hand high. The originally very small hammer suddenly became huge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Babu swung the giant hammer and rushed forward, smashing it towards the big electric petrel. The coverage of the giant hammer was too large, and the big electric petrel had no way to avoid it. In the end, it was hit to the ground by a hammer, and its eyes rolled up, and it lost its ability to fight. Ah, I lost again. Chishu looked hopeless, as if she could sense the trainer's mood, and the two magnetrons above her head also began to spin in circles in disorder. The light on Babu Tubo flashed, and it returned to its normal form. Naoki stepped forward to feed the life goat milk to the big electric petrel, and the big electric petrel woke up soon. Babu Tubo flew forward a little embarrassedly. The electric energy just now was too huge, and it was stimulated that it could not control itself for a while, and subconsciously used the power of the king to block it. Babutubo was relieved only when he saw Dadae and Haiyan recover. Seeing Chishu's expression of despair, Chishu couldn't help laughing. Chishu looked so cute. Compared with the paper anchor in the game, Chishu in real life was so lively. Chishu was still feeling despair because she'd lost the game again, but she didn't feel depressed for too long. She quickly cheered up and returned to her original energetic appearance. Then she raised her head and grinned at Chishu, showing a cheerful and lively smile. In the sunshine, the girl's smile was bright, full of life and energy. Naoki was stunned, and his emotions were infected by her. Chishu's lively and cheerful personality is indeed very suitable for being a host, because she can convey her emotions to others, make people smile, and become a little sun that warms others. It was with the encouragement of Chishu that Xiaodian in the anime mustered up the courage to walk out of the room, join the Ascending Volt team, and fly to all parts of the world to gain knowledge. At this time, Guluxia came forward. He looked at Babutubo with shock and confusion in his eyes. Naoki. What was the situation with Babutubo just now? Guluxia couldn't help asking. Naoki shifted his attention to Babutubo. He thought about it carefully, and then explained, well, how should I put it? That kind of power is not its own power. Hearing this, Guluxia and Chishu were both slightly stunned. What do you mean? Gulusha asked blankly. Faced with this situation, Naoki chose to preach, that is the power of the King of Plenty, Bud Crown. Chishu had been to the ranch before, had seen Bud Crown, and knew of its existence. Therefore, this time Naoki's missionary target changed to Gulusha. He told Gulusha the legend of Bud Crown in detail, and at the end, he added, Babutubo's inner courage and heroic heart to help other Pokemon were recognized by Bud Crown, and Bud Crown gave it a special power to help it become stronger. The King of Plenty. After listening to it, Guluxia couldn't help but murmured, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Chishu reminded, the legend of the Bud Crown King was broadcast on TV. He helped a mountain return to its original state. It's amazing. Guluxia then remembered where he had heard it. He looked at Babutubo and said in disbelief, such a thing actually exists in this world. Naoki smiled and asked, so have you made a decision? Have you decided which trial you want to participate in? Gurusha nodded. I want to participate in the green grass trial of the Mount Goat. Naoki, let me see the strength of the champion level Mount Goat. Even the chief would find the Mount Goat difficult, and he was very curious. Gurusha's choice was really beyond Naoki's expectations. He originally thought he would choose Babutubo or Dragonite. Okay. Naoki nodded, and then raised his hand to summon 3 Mount Goats. 2 of the goats stopped behind him, and the other one walked forward and came to the battlefield. The next second, a sea-like green grass energy surged out of it, covering the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye. Thousands of green grasses that seemed real and illusory suddenly appeared on the empty muddy land. They swayed gently with the breeze, looking like a real grassland. Looking at this scene, Gulusha showed a solemn expression on his face. Green grass field, releasing such a huge amount of energy from the body in an instant, ordinary Pokemon can't do this. This time, it was Chishu who brought the big electric petrel to watch the battle next to the battlefield. Her eyes were bright, and she introduced enthusiastically and excitedly like the referee in the gym. The one who is about to face off is the gym leader Gulusha from the Frost Mountain Gym, and the rancher from the Naoki Ranch. Who will win the final trophy? Let's wait and see. Now, the battle begins. Chapter 382. Looking at the green grass field in front of him with a strange glow, Gulusha slowly took out a poke ball from his waist. He pressed the button, and the red and white ball that had shrunk to the size of a marble immediately began to grow larger. A beam of white light shot out from it, and a huge Pokemon, with a huge body and strong muscles appeared opposite the Mount Goat. It was the Great Whale, an ice attribute Pokemon that lives on the snowy mountains. The battle officially began. Howdah Whale, use Ice Spin. Guluxia gave the order, and the snow-white body of the Howdah Whale began to spin at high speed, covered with a thin layer of ice, and attacked the Mount Goat. Wherever the ice spin passed, the green grass field on the ground was destroyed by the cold ice. Want to use the ice spin to destroy the green grass field? Naoki saw what Guluxia was going to do. It was not that easy. Mount Goat, Vine Whip. Naoki calmly gave the order. Me? The goat let out a cry, and 2 thick vine whips like giant pythons suddenly flew out from its body, facing the spinning whale, and whipped towards the target. In front of the vine whips, the whale's body was like a spinning top, and it began to spin in circles on the spot. Seeing this scene, Guluxia couldn't help but look surprised. That move is a vine whip? No, How can there be such a thick vine whip? But suddenly, Guluxia noticed another terrible thing. The half of the green grass field on the battlefield that was originally destroyed by the ice vortex actually gathered again. What on earth is going on? Guluxia couldn't help but exclaimed. Everything in front of him was beyond his cognition. At the same time, the huge whale that was whipped like a spinning top stopped dizzy. His eyes swirled like mosquito coils, and finally couldn't bear the dizziness and fell to the ground. Hold on. Guluxia put away the strange feeling in his heart and frowned and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Guluxia noticed something was wrong again. Because the green grass field did not restore the strength of Heo dodging, before he could figure out the reason, he heard Naoki on the opposite side order, Mount Goat, use your best move. Me? The Mount Goat responded with full of fighting spirit. Guluxia was slightly startled. The next second, he saw the Mount Goat leaning forward slightly, and the green light in its mouth surged wildly, and finally turned into a giant blade of grass. Guluxia's pupils shrank slightly. The goat held a sword in its mouth, and its sturdy body rushed out like an arrow. A white light flashed, and the dizzy Howdah whale was hit in the vitals, and fell to the ground with a plop. The goat stayed not far behind the Howdah whale. Its posture and expression looked so cool and confident. The Howdah whale has lost its ability to fight. Guluxia was stunned in disbelief. Chishu, who was watching the battle, also opened his mouth in surprise. Wow! Unfortunately, you didn't pass the green grass trial, Naoki said. Guluxia was silent. He was completely shocked by what had just happened. His brother Ai Guancher brought the life goat milk to help Hao Dying heal his injuries. Guluxia couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He had too many questions in his mind. For example, what moves did the goat use just now, why the green grass field didn't work on Hao Dying, and why the destroyed green grass field was quickly restored to its original state. Thinking about it, Guluxia finally couldn't help but ask. Naoki answered them one by one. That move is Leaf Blade, but it's a special version of Leaf Blade. I got the inspiration from a Pokemon named Song Xiang. As for the last two questions, it's because Mount Goat's control over grass energy has almost reached a level that ordinary Pokemon can't achieve. It can accurately control the surrounding grass attribute energy, making it only effective for itself. Similarly, Mount Goat can also release a steady stream of grass energy to repair the grass field destroyed by Ice Whirl. After all, his 3 Mount Goats grew up eating the leaves of the World Tree. It's not surprising that they can do all this. Hearing this, Guluxia stared at the 3 Mount Goats over there. At this moment, he finally understood why the chief asked them, the gym leaders, to come to this ranch for special training. The 3 Mount Goats are truly champion-level Pokemon. Fighting against champion-level Pokemon will indeed bring great benefits to them, the gym leaders. Awesome. Chishu's eyes showed admiration. Naoki, how do you usually train these Pokemon? How do you train? Naoki looked at Chishu and replied with a smile. I didn't train specifically, after all, life itself is a practice. Life itself is a practice. Guluxia murmured and repeated. Naoki nodded and explained. Integrate special training into daily life, such as letting Dragonite use the move of praying for rain to water every day. Maybe it won't work once or twice, but after 1,000 or 10,000 times, it will be so proficient in this move that it can instantly pray for rain, thereby changing the weather and gaining an advantage in battle. The same is true for the goats. I usually let them use grass energy to cultivate crops in the fields. This not only allows the crops to grow healthily, but also trains their ability to control grass energy. Hearing this, Guluxia couldn't help but put himself in the shoes of others. He was lost in thought, and could not come back to his senses for a long time. At this time, Gullerton, who was training on the other side, ran over with the motorcycle lizards and the Haxorus to find Naoki. Because one Haxorus did not control the strength during the sparring, the Haxorus on the other side was injured and lost the ability to fight. After understanding the situation, Naoki immediately took out the life goat milk to feed the Haxorus. The Haxorus quickly woke up and slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Naoki, it immediately stuck to him intimately. Naoki turned his head and looked around. Seeing that his Dragonite was not looking in this direction, he was relieved. He reached out and touched the head of the Haxorus and said to it, Okay, take a break first, and go to the Snorlax Park to play for a while. Woo! Several Haxorus flew away together. Chishu looked at their backs with bright eyes. She was about to say something, but suddenly she noticed a pair of eyes looking at her that could not be ignored. Chishu turned her head and saw Naoki's Gulton squatting on the grass and looking at her. She was slightly stunned, and then she greeted Gulton in a lively tone. Long time no see, Gulton. How are you doing recently? Ah, gaw. Gulton nodded his head repeatedly. Naoki noticed the scene. He looked at Gulton, then at Chishu, and suddenly found that his Gulton seemed to like Chishu. Chishu looked at the motorcycle lizard next to him. Then, she discovered something. Naoki, do Gulton and motorcycle lizard look a bit alike? They all look like motorcycles, and they have tire-like airbags on their chests. Naoki smiled and nodded. Yes, there is information saying that Gulton is the past appearance of Motor Lizard, but I don't know if it's true or not. But there is no Pokemon like Gulton living in the Padilla region. It is a Pokemon discovered by Dr. Olin in the Padilla pit. Although it looks fierce, it is actually very gentle. Hearing Naoki praising himself, Gulton immediately let out a happy cry. Ah, gaw. Naoki smiled and reached out to touch its head. Motor Lizard beside him looked at this scene with envy in his eyes. It also wanted to be close to Naoki like Curtin. Naoki didn't notice Motor Lizard's expression, but Chishu did. She narrowed her eyes and felt that she had discovered something incredible. Naoki has captured so many Pokemon, but Motor Lizard seems to have been ignored. Motor Lizard keenly noticed a gaze looking at it, and it turned its head and saw the human looking at it. Gale? Chishu waved at it and said hello. Hi, Motorcycle Lizard. The Motorcycle Lizard blinked and looked cute. Gale. At this time, Galaxia woke up from his thoughts, and he had a lot of inner feelings, and then he thanked Chishu solemnly. Thank you very much. I already understand why the chief asked us to come to you. Galaxia used honorifics. Chishu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's not that exaggerated. Just use you see. Chishu just called me by my name. Gurusha was very persistent. Naoki, It was noon before he knew it, and Naoki invited the two to stay in the ranch for lunch. When lunch was almost ready, the Pokemon that were playing outside ran back to the house. Looking at this group of Pokemon, Gurusha and Chishu were once again shocked by the rare Pokemon in the ranch. Even the King of Plenty, the Bud Crown, and his two beloved horses were in the ranch. Gurusha sat next to this legendary Pokemon, and felt an indescribable sense of confusion all over his body. Legend has it that Pokemon can watch TV like humans. Especially, but Crest smiled at him in a very friendly way. Gurusha was shocked. This made him more determined to believe that Naoki was a champion-level trainer with many years of travel experience. And Chishu noticed another thing. She observed how these Pokemon got along with Naoki. Pokemon like Gulton, Babbitt, Frostmilk, and Yuriko all expressed their love for Naoki in a very direct way. They would actively run up to interact with Naoki and let him touch them. But only one Pokemon would not do this. It would only stand not too far away and look at everything with envy. Motor Lizard is ignored. Chishu murmured in his heart. This situation often happens to some trainers. When a trainer captures too many Pokemon, some of them will inevitably be ignored. After all, there is only one trainer, and his love cannot be fairly distributed to every Pokemon. It is for this reason that all major leagues recommend that trainers only carry 6 Pokemon when traveling. Thinking of this, Chishu couldn't help but shout out, Motor Lizard. Motor Lizard turned around and looked over when he heard the voice. Chishu cheered it up. You can also take the initiative to go to Naoki. Just like Gillarden, he will definitely see you. Gale? Motor Lizard was stunned. Can it also become Gillarden? Chishu nodded seriously. Yes, believe in yourself. The Motorcycle Lizard felt a little embarrassed, but he finally couldn't resist the temptation and walked to the kitchen with courage. Naoki, who was cooking soup, was surprised to see the Motorcycle Lizard coming over. What's wrong? The Motorcycle Lizard imitated Gillarden and stuck close to Naoki. Seeing the Motorcycle Lizard's actions, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. The Motorcycle Lizard was acting like a spoiled child with him. Naoki smiled and stretched out his hand to rub the Motorcycle Lizard's head. Good boy. Gaw. The Motorcycle Lizard's eyes lit up and gradually became bolder. It stretched out its tongue and licked Naoki's palm passionately. Then Naoki was licked with saliva. Naoki, you and Gul'dan must be born in the year of the dog. Naoki couldn't help but complain. These two Pokemon really like to lick people with their tongues. He has never seen Gardevoir lick its trainer with its tongue. Motor Lizard heard that Naoki's tone was not to scold it, and it was immediately happier. Okay, go to the living room to play first, I'm cooking. Naoki touched the head of the Motorcycle Lizard helplessly. The Motorcycle Lizard walked away obediently. It returned to the living room and looked at Chishu happily. Chishu grinned and nodded to the Motorcycle Lizard encouragingly. Galaxia on the side noticed Chishu's little action. He looked at the Motorcycle Lizard calmly, without saying anything, still looking calm and composed. Naoki is so gentle to Pokemon. Chishu sighed. Guluxia nodded gently. Although they had not been together for a long time, he could feel the warm feeling revealed by Naoki. Guluxia looked around the living room, and saw the Pokemon all over the living room, chasing and playing with each other. These Pokemon must be very happy to be around him, right? Guluxia thought of the companions who were with him. His personality used to be as enthusiastic and lively as Chishu, but since the incident that led to his retirement, he could no longer laugh as happily as before. Every day he stayed in the Frost Mountain gym, he tried to suppress his emotions, and was often complained by the assistants in the gym that he was as cold as ice. His companions, Ice Nightail, Snow Moth, Tundra, Great Whale, Magellar and Tanabata Bluebird, must be very worried, right? In the past, these ice attribute Pokemon would also laugh happily with him and ski with him enthusiastically. But since he retired, unknowingly, everyone's faces have lost their smiles. Those Pokemon just silently accompany him. Thinking of this, Guluxia looked at his right leg. In that accident, his right leg was almost broken. Although it was saved later, he could no longer ski. What are you thinking about? Naoki brought the dishes to the living room, and saw Guluxia staring at his right leg in a trance, wondering what he was thinking about. Guluxia came back to his senses, and said calmly, "No, nothing." "Then come and eat." Naoki could roughly guess the reason in his heart, but he didn't ask more. Instead, he smiled and asked his sister Ai Guancher to take the guests to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. Guluxia nodded, got up and left behind his sister Ai Guancher. The remaining Chishu looked over, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. Naoki raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Chishu explained, Guluxia wasn't like this before. He was a very good skier, but he was forced to retire because of a serious injury, and his personality changed drastically. No one knew how to comfort him. She had encouraged Guluxia before, hoping that he could move on from the past and look forward, but it didn't work. That's why Chishu didn't speak just now. "My leg is injured." Naoki nodded thoughtfully. He suddenly remembered something. Is the life milk produced by the Mount Goat also effective for human injuries? But seeing how serious Guluxia's condition was, the accident must have injured his bones. In this case, I wonder if the life milk is still useful. After all, goat milk is not omnipotent. After a little thought, Naoki said to Chishu, "I think of a solution after dinner. If the life milk doesn't work, then let's use the power of Pokemon. The crescent dance of the sister Ai Guancher, the life drops and healing waves of the Bud Crown, combined with the life milk and some special dishes, may be able to help Guluxia." Chapter 383. Find a way? Find a way? Hearing what Naoki said, Chishu was a little confused. She just introduced Guluxia's situation to Naoki, and didn't mean to ask him for help, and, can this kind of thing be done? Naoki didn't think too much. He went back to the kitchen and served the prepared food on the table. While eating, Naoki and Chishu looked at each other, and with Chishu's expression of wanting to say something but not saying it, Naoki asked Guluxia, "I heard that your leg was injured not long ago. How do you feel now?" Guluxia was stunned. He didn't quite understand what Naoki meant by this. After a moment of silence, he still answered, "I can walk normally, but I can no longer do strenuous exercise. If I force myself to do this, my right leg will hurt." "Is that so?" Naoki nodded. "I come and see you after dinner." Guluxia was slightly startled. "Mr. Naoki is a doctor?" "No." Naoki shook his head. "I just want to try to see if I can help you, because I happen to have a very effective medicine for injuries, which is effective for both humans and Pokemon." Hearing these caring words, Guluxia's calm heart was moved. He knew Naoki wanted to help him, but his injury had been diagnosed by a famous orthopedic surgeon, and it was difficult to return to the original state. Although he had no hope in his heart, Guluxia remained calm on the surface. "I understand, thank you very much." Naoki smiled and said nothing more. After lunch, Naoki found the Bud Crown King and asked him to use his superpowers to check Guluxia's right leg. The Bud Crown King had nothing to do, so he agreed. He floated in front of Guluxia, a light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, a blue light climbed up Guluxia's right leg. The Bud Crown King closed his eyes, and all the traces perceived by his superpowers emerged completely from his mind. "Well, it's true that you have suffered a lot of injuries," the Bud Crown King said. "I saw traces of fractures on your bones." Sitting on the sofa, Guluxia opened his mouth slightly, with astonishment on his face. He looked at his right leg controlled by superpowers, and then looked at the legendary Pokemon in front of him that was emitting a blue halo. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Can it be cured?" Naoki asked. The Bud Crown King nodded. "I can use healing waves to repair that bone." "Naoki, go get a bottle of goat milk." The combination of the two can completely heal the hidden injury in his leg. I know. Hearing this, Naoki turned around and took out a bottle of live goat milk from the refrigerator and came to Gulusha. Gulusha was still in disbelief. What did the Bud Crown King just say? Can his leg recover? But how is this possible? But what if it is true? Gulusha's inner emotion suddenly became excited. Chishu, who was standing by, also heard what was said just now, and she also showed an incredible expression on her face. Can Gulusha's injury really be cured? Chishu asked. Chishu hummed, put the goat milk on the table, and said, the Bud Crown King said it is possible. Next, the Bud Crown King will use healing waves to help you repair your bones. Now drink this bottle of goat milk, it can help you recover better. Guluxia recognized the goat milk in front of him. The bottle had a cute head of a lamb as a mount. He remembered that Naoki gave the Pokemon that lost its ability to fight this morning. The Pokemon that drank this kind of goat milk recovered almost instantly. Seeing Guluxia in a daze, Naoki smiled and said, this is a specialty of Naoki Ranch. This is only for this time. If you want to drink it again, you have to pay for it. Guluxia finally came back to his senses. Thinking that his leg injury could be healed, his long-frozen heart trembled for the first time. Gulusha picked up the goat milk and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, the king of the flower crown also began to treat him. His mental power turned into a magical healing wave, and these pink waves spread like ripples. Gulusha's right leg was submerged in it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The king of the flower crown stopped and showed a kind smile on his face. It's okay now. Gulusha stared at his right leg blankly. At this moment, he could clearly feel a warm energy flowing through his entire right leg. This feeling is like a long blind person regaining his sight. A beam of light burst out from Gulusha's eyes. He stood up tentatively, feeling the right leg that had regained its life. Looking at this scene, Naoki was also very curious. Do you want to go out for a run? Gulusha nodded heavily. Then, the group came to the ranch. Under the watch of a group of Pokemon, Gulusha began to run and jump on the grass, doing various difficult moves. His cold and pale face finally showed a long-lost smile. Seeing this scene, Naoki knew that Gulusha's leg had fully recovered. He couldn't help but sigh. If this continues, I will soon become a famous doctor in Padilla. He helped ADK's Vulcan Moth to heal his wounds and Gulusha's legs. Hearing this, Chishu turned her head and looked over. From her angle, she could only see Naoki's profile and the smile on his lips. Just at this time, Naoki turned her head and looked over. Seeing Chishu looking at her, Naoki was quite surprised. What's wrong? Chishu giggled and said, your hairstyle is very handsome now. Naoki blushed. This was the first time he was praised for being handsome. Fortunately, Chishu did not continue the topic. She asked, have you ever treated other people's injuries before? Naoki straightened his face and replied, no, Gulusha was the first one, but I have helped other trainers treat their Pokemon. That Pokemon was also seriously injured. There is no way to cure it with current medical technology. If we continue, it will die. Chishu understood, and she grinned and said, the trainer must be very happy, right? Naoki recalled ADK's appearance and nodded. Well, he also helped me a lot to thank me. At this time, Gulusha ran back. His face was ruddy, and his expression was excited. He rushed up and gave Naoki a big hug. Naoki? ? Gulusha let go of his hand and said gratefully, thank you, Naoki. Naoki realized why Gulusha suddenly did this. He smiled and said, you're welcome, it's just a small favor. Guluxia insisted and shook her head. No matter what, I have to say thank you. Just when Naoki was about to say something, he saw that Guluxia's Pokemon also surrounded him with excitement. Naoki pointed at them and said, your Pokemon are also worried about you. Guluxia turned around and looked at the group of Pokemon in front of him, who had been with him for a long time. Glacier Ninetales, Snow Moth, Tundra Bear, Great Whale, Mara, Tanabata Bluebird. Every Pokemon's eyes were filled with joy, and they looked at their trainers with bright eyes. Guluxia was moved. He wiped the mist from his eyes and said, everyone. I'm sorry, I made you worry during this period of time. Woo! The Ice Ninetale in the front stood up and uttered a melodious cry. Guluxia reached out and gently stroked the head of the Ice Ninetale. Seeing this, other Pokemon also gathered around, and they were all happy that their trainer had recovered. Gulusha had a smile on his face from beginning to end, and he reached out to touch his Pokemon one by one. It was a happy ending. Naoki stood behind and watched this scene, and couldn't help asking, is this Gulusha's true character? Chishu smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. Gulusha is actually very lively and cheerful. It's really surprising. Naoki sighed. After comforting the Pokemon that accompanied him, Gulusha walked up to the two. Chishu grinned at him. Congratulations, Guluxia. Naoki asked, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to continue to be the gym leader of Frost Mountain Gym, or return to the ski resort to be an athlete? There is no need to dwell on this question any longer. Guluxia glanced at Naoki, then at Chishu, and smiled softly. I remember you once comforted me, let the past go, people should look forward. Chishu hummed and said, that's right, have you thought about it now? Gurusha nodded gently. The past is over. Now I am just Gurusha, the gym leader of Frost Smooth Mountain Gym. I want to live with everyone and face the challenges of trainers together. The Pokemon standing in a row behind Gurusha responded to him with calls. I understand. Naoki joked, if this is the case, I feel relieved. To be honest, I was just worried that you would quit your job as gym leader and return to the competition. Frostmooth Mountain Gym would be unmanned, and the chief would come to teach me a lesson. Gulusha burst out laughing. Chishu imagined the scene and laughed. The chief is not that kind of person. She will just drag you to the Frost Mountain Gym and let you work for Gulusha there. Forget it. Naoki shook his head. It's too cold over there in Frost Mountain. The motor lizards can't get used to it. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Padilla Alliance, Yessie, who was busy and exhausted because of the wild Pokemon messing around and destroying the power system in the city, suddenly sneezed several times. Yessie's eyes were dark, but she didn't care. Behind her, Exile leaned against the door frame, hugged her arms, looked at the crystal buds wrapped around Yessie's hair, and couldn't help saying, Chief, you should go and rest. Yessii didn't even turn his head and said, there are still some things that haven't been dealt with. By the way, did you see the power outage in Weimu City yesterday? Exile, you had already given this matter to Qingmu in the morning. He should have been there by now. Oh! Yessii then put down the work in his hands and smiled a little embarrassedly. In that case, then I really should go and have a good rest. Exile helplessly held her forehead. Their immediate boss is really too stubborn. Guluxia and Chishu left the ranch and returned to their respective gyms to continue working. Life went on, as if nothing had changed. But Naoki found that the motorcycle lizard became more clingy. After the motorcycle lizard ran over to lick him for the 38th time, Naoki could no longer hold back. Don't learn bad things from Golden. Golden. The motorcycle lizard looked pitiful. Golden looked innocent. Ah gah. It obviously didn't do anything. No, it's not that it didn't do anything, because it had done everything the motorcycle lizard did before. Thinking of this, Golden immediately turned his head away with a guilty conscience, facing his butt towards Naoki, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. Naoki, He saw through Golden's guilty conscience at a glance, thinking that the motorcycle lizard's licking skills must have been taught by Golden. Motor lizard, prepare for battle, Naoki said. Motor lizard was confused. What battle? It turned around and looked around, but it didn't seem to find any enemies. Golden was also awakened by the sound and looked up. Naoki gave Motor Lizard an order, lick Golden. Gah? Motor Lizard looked incredulous. It looked at Golden over there, and Golden was also looking at it. The two Pokemon looked at each other, their eyes full of disgust. The Motor Lizard didn't want to lick Golden, so it screamed and turned and ran away. It ran to a shaded place and lay down leisurely there. It was so nice to be able to cuddle with Naoki. The Motor Lizard was extremely grateful to the human named Chishu. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he watched the Motor Lizard running away. Golden ran over and stretched his body. Seeing Naoki staring at the Motor Lizard, he couldn't help but ask, Ah gah? Naoki thought, have you noticed that the Motor Lizard has become naughty recently? Could it be that Pokemon also have a rebellious period? No, Motor Lizard doesn't look like it's in a rebellious period. It's more like a human child growing from an ignorant, innocent, and cute childhood to a mischievous teenager. After hearing this, Golden immediately understood what was going on. Ah gah. At this time, it should be trying to attract Naoki's attention and play with Naoki, right? At this time, the video phone in the corner of the living room rang. Naoki turned around and walked forward to take a look. It was Yessie who called. After pressing the answer button, Yessie's face appeared on the screen. She smiled with satisfaction, and the first sentence she said was, You did a good job, Naoki. Naoki was a little confused. What? Yessie, I have heard about it from Chishu and Guluxia. You asked the Bud Crown King to help Guluxia heal his leg injury, untie his knot, and strengthen the strength of the Frost Mountain Gym. I am very happy that you are willing to help him. Tell me, What reward do you want? I can give it to you on behalf of the Padilla Alliance, as a reward for helping me receive these gym leaders. Naoki, What? He didn't even think about the reward when he helped Gulusha. However, you see, I encouraged. Come on, tell me what reward you want. Pokemon, training tools, evolution stones, or something else. If the Padilla Alliance doesn't have it, I can also use my personal belongings to give it to you. Chapter 384. Chief, do you know? What you said reminded me of a dragon that can make wishes. You see, I was slightly surprised. Dragon? Is it also a Pokemon? Probably. Naoki said, it's just a legend. You see, I on the other side of the screen nodded slightly and continued. Then come on, do you have any reward you want? Naoki thought for a while, then shook his head helplessly. To be honest, I don't have anything special. He has no shortage of money, and he doesn't need Pokemon breeding props, because Baby Bear has picked up a lot of them before, and the ranch has everything. Hearing this, you see, I nodded slightly, thinking, then do you want the Padilla Alliance to help you build a professional gym in the ranch? I heard that you often receive challenges from passing trainers, and your ranch is also well known in Padilla Academy. If there is a gym, this work will be more convenient, just like Chishu and Galaxia. Naoki, He knew it. But if this kind of thing is formalized, he will need to be serious at that time, whether it is receiving challengers or communicating with the Padilla Alliance, so he can't do whatever he wants. Therefore, Naoki shook his head and rejected Yisei's proposal. Forget it, it's good now. Okay then. Yisei couldn't help but look regretful, and she continued, what about other rewards? If you can't make up your mind, I will prepare it for you according to the rules and regulations of the Alliance. Naoki, So this reward must be given away, right? Yessie smiled slightly. Please take care of the next gym leaders. Naoki understood. Yessie meant that there will be many gym leaders coming to his ranch to participate in the trial. This time, he did not refuse again. Considering the current situation of the ranch, Naoki asked curiously, is it really okay to ask for anything? Yessie nodded, as long as we can do it. Naoki, then I want no less than 1,000 Padilla ancient gold coins. Hearing this, you see, I was stunned. Padilla ancient gold coin? Because I captured a sovereign not long ago, I want to try how many ancient gold coins can make it evolve into a Sepphoris. Sovereign and Sepphoris. As the top champion of the Padilla League, Yisei has naturally heard of these two Pokemon, and she immediately understood Naoki's plan. Okay. Yisei agreed. We will try our best to prepare for you, but I can't guarantee that we can collect so many gold coins. It doesn't matter, whatever you have, I'm collecting it here too. Yisei was so generous that it made Naoki feel a little embarrassed. Should he agree to Yisei's gym certification and help Yisei do something? Just when Naoki was about to speak, Yisei hung up the phone because he had to deal with other things. Naoki swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Forget it, he should thank the Padilla Alliance in another way. It just so happened that Yisei hoped that the gym masters who came to the ranch could grow through the trials and become stronger. Then, he will receive the remaining gym leaders seriously according to Yesie's wishes. In addition, he can also give them some extra fruit wine that can enhance poison resistance, paralysis resistance, and burn resistance as a thank you. After hanging up the phone, Yessie immediately contacted Qingmu, a sales staff member far away in Jinhui Town. In Jinhui Town, in Bao Canteen, Qingmu, who was eating lunch, took out the communicator from his suit pocket and looked at the caller ID with a tired face. It's time to start working again. Aoki put down his chopsticks, picked up his briefcase, and left Bao Canteen. On the way, he answered the phone. Hello? Padilla ancient gold coins. I know, I will help collect them. Yisei on the other end of the phone nodded with satisfaction. In addition, after this work is completed, the Alliance will give you a week's vacation. Then you can go to Naoki Ranch to experience the pastoral scenery and have a good rest. It just so happens that he can also deliver the collected Padilla ancient gold coins. A week's vacation. Hearing these 5 words, Qingmu's eyes lighted up slightly. For ordinary people like them, the most favorite time is vacation. Thinking of this, Qingmu's tone began to fluctuate. I know, I go to work now. Yisei, well, go ahead, I leave it to you. After hanging up the phone, Yisei sat in the recliner and rubbed her temples. After a while, she called the Shuangmashan gym again. Soon, Gurusha's voice came from the phone. Yisei asked, when you visited the ranch that day, did you notice what Naoki liked? The Padilla ancient gold coins were collected by Naoki to evolve the Souza, and they were not his favorite rewards. In addition to those rewards, Yisei planned to give Naoki another gift in his personal name. Not only to thank Naoki, but also to win his favor and prevent such talents from running to other regions and being lured away by other Pokemon leagues. Although UCI was busy, he also heard that Naoki was close to the Galar champion Dante next door, and the champion of the Unova region, ADK. It would be bad if those two guys took the opportunity to kidnap Naoki. Guluxia on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned, and then realized what the chief was talking about. Naoki likes things. Pokemon counts? Guluxia recalled carefully. Pokemon? UCI was not surprised by this answer, because everyone likes Pokemon, especially rare Pokemon. Guluxia hummed, and slowly said, Eevee, Naoki likes Eevee very much. That day, Chishu and I saw 2 Eevee in his ranch. At that time, Naoki told us that his dream was to collect Eevee with all attributes and build an Eevee paradise on the ranch. Eevee. After getting the answer, UCI smiled. I understand. Thank you very much for the information, Gulusha. Gulusha, you're welcome, Chief. After hanging up the phone, UCI stood up and prepared to go to the Pokemon Breeding Center of the Paideia Alliance. This place is specially used by the Paideia Alliance to breed Pokemon. There lived all kinds of Pokemon, playing together and laying eggs together. After hatching Pokemon, the eggs would receive special training and then be sent to children over 10 years old in various places to be taken care of. It was for this reason that the trainers of the Paideia Alliance could appear continuously. There happened to be Pokemon like Eevee in the training center. However, when UCI arrived there in the parrot flying taxi, he learned from the Pokemon keeper that the Eevee eggs had not yet hatched. Seeing the chief standing there staring at the Eevee eggs in deep thought, the keeper beside him said cautiously, There is still more than half a month before these eggs hatch. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait for a while. UCI was not in a hurry, but she thought of one thing. That is, Pokemon hatched from eggs will be more intimate with the first human they see. Thinking of this, UCI made a decision in her heart. Leave these eggs to me. I will send them to a trainer who can take good care of them. Yes, yes. The nurse next to him nodded subconsciously, and then began to put the eggs into a bag specially for eggs. Then, put the eggs on the flying taxi of the angry parrot. UCI wanted to call Ching Mu and Xianli to deliver the eggs, but when she took out the communicator, she suddenly remembered that Ching Mu and Xianli were sent out to work. So UCI turned to call another person. Soon, the call was connected. UCI smiled and said, Hello, Basaku. Do you have time? Come to the Alliance headquarters. I have something to ask of you. Chapter 385. In the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, in mid-July, when the cool breeze from the Big Pot Lake blew to Jiqing Town, it officially announced the arrival of autumn. The leaves on the back mountain began to turn yellow, and the branches were heavy with plump fruits. The farms outside Jiqing Town were full of golden wheat fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. In this beautiful season, the farmers' faces were filled with the joy of a good harvest. That afternoon, Naoki had nothing to do in the pasture, so he carried a basket into the back mountain. This season is the most juicy season for mountain products. At this time last year, the back mountain was full of various mushrooms and wild fruits. He picked a lot and made a chicken stew with mushrooms for the Pokemon. Unfortunately, the fire that happened later devoured everything in the mountain, and all the mushrooms, fruits, flowers and plants were burned to ashes. Fortunately, the Bud Crown King helped to revive the forest. More than half a year has passed, and I don't know if those mushrooms and berries have grown again. With this in mind, Naoki entered the back mountain. He hadn't been here for a long time, but he could see that the vegetation and flowers in the entire back mountain were now more lush and vigorous than last year. This was because of the forest fire. The flowers, plants and trees that were burned to ashes turned into nutrients for the earth and re-entered the cycle of nature. Thinking of what happened last year, Naoki couldn't help but sigh for the wild Pokemon that had passed away. From time to time, the cries of wild Pokemon could be heard in the deep jungle. Along the way, Naoki encountered fewer wild Pokemon. Probably because the Pokemon ecosystem that was destroyed here has not yet fully recovered. Soon, Naoki came to the forest that he and the Pokemon planted together in the spring. Here, Naoki saw several old acquaintances. The chinchilla, the giant blacksmith, a family mouse. The chinchilla was picking fruits from the fruit trees, and it held the picked fruits with its fluffy tail, leading them to jump quickly on the big tree. It was not until returning to its nest that the chinchilla carefully stored the fruits it had picked. Looking at the tree hole full of fruits, the chinchilla's little face showed a satisfied smile. The giant forger was sitting under a big tree, using steel energy to polish his hammer until the hammer shone. A family of small mice stood in front of a fallen leaf. The father and mother mice were lifting the fallen leaf as a quilt and gently covering their 2 children. Looking at this beautiful scene, Naoki couldn't help but smile. Just then, the chinchilla who was going to take a rest spotted him with his sharp eyes. The chinchilla immediately screamed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Then, it quickly slid down the trunk of the tree to the grass, and ran towards this side with its big tail swinging. Squeak, squeak. Long time no see, chinchilla. Naoki smiled and greeted it. Squeak, squeak. Other Pokemon also gathered around after hearing the noise. Naoki's eyes swept over them one by one. The 4 families of mice were still the same, and the 2 mice stayed beside them holding their parents' hands. The electric petrel grew stronger and bigger than last year. It looked like it would not take long for it to evolve into a large electric petrel. What surprised Naoki the most was that the giant forger also evolved. Giant forger, you evolved? He asked. Woo! The giant forger nodded happily, and waved the hammer in his hand confidently. Now it is the guardian Pokemon of this forest. Last year, the Pokemon rescued by Naoki formed a deep friendship in the ranch. Even after returning to the wild, they did not separate, but stayed in this place. Just like good friends. Awesome. Naoki praised, you have become more reliable. He chatted with this group of Pokemon here, and then planned to go to the mountains to pick mountain products. But after hearing Naoki's intention, several Pokemon immediately patted their chests to express their willingness to help. So, with the help of the chinchillas who were very familiar with the forest, Naoki picked a lot of fresh mountain mushrooms and wild berries very smoothly. In the end, Naoki's basket was almost full and overflowing. Okay, you guys have worked hard today, and now let's go back and have a good rest, Naoki said. But the Pokemon didn't feel tired. They happily ran around Naoki, picking berries and giving him mushrooms, in this way repaying Naoki's help. Naoki was slightly touched. Coincidentally, several new trainers, who came to the back mountain to visit the Bud Crown Shrine, discovered the situation here. They were all surprised and said in surprise, Pokemon are helping people pick mushrooms. Hearing the voice, Naoki turned around and saw a pair of trainers, 2 men and 1 woman, standing not far away and looking at this place. They were not very old, and looked at most about 12 years old. The girl in the team asked puzzledly, are those Pokemon specially trained to pick mushrooms? No, Naoki replied with a smile. They are wild Pokemon living in this forest. I helped them before, and they came to help me pick mountain products to thank me. Wow! Hearing this, the 3 boys and girls looked surprised. One of the strong boys looked incredible and said in surprise, wild Pokemon can be so close to humans. As long as you trainers treat Pokemon with your heart, whether they are wild or not, they will definitely be able to feel your heart. Naoki chuckled. The 3 boys and girls were slightly startled, with a thoughtful look on their faces. Naoki smiled and prepared to take the mountain products back to the ranch. But just as he was about to leave, the boy behind him suddenly called him, Hey, sir, please wait a moment. Naoki turned around. What's wrong? Are you a forest ranger living nearby? A boy asked. No. Naoki shook his head. I'm a rancher. Rancher. The boy's eyes lit up, and he asked again, Have you ever seen Bud Crest? Did Bud Crest really revive this forest? Did he really show up here at that time? Hearing this question, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked, Do you like Bud Crest very much? The boy hummed and nodded seriously. Yes. Bud Crest is so powerful, his power is so great, and he has helped so many Pokemon. Is that so? Naoki smiled and replied, Bud Crown did appear in this place at that time, and many people witnessed the process of his miracle. Wow! The 3 new trainers did not expect the legend to be true, and their eyes suddenly showed excitement. If you want to see him, you can wait until the last day of autumn to come to the town of Jichin. At that time, the town will hold a harvest festival, and people will go to the Shrine of Harvest to worship. Maybe Bud Crown will appear at that time. Naoki plans to invite Bud Dream to come over when the time comes. If Bud Dream appears at the festival, the townspeople and tourists will most likely think that Bud Dream sensed their intentions and appeared, and then promote the King of Plenty even more vigorously. Not only that, Bud Dream sensed the intentions of humans and appeared in front of believers. This kind of thing sounds like a beautiful story of humans and Pokemon running to each other. And then it will be passed down in this place from now on until it becomes a new legend. Chapter 386. After saying goodbye to the 3 people, Naoki returned to the ranch with the basket. He took out some of the mushrooms and prepared to make a delicious chicken stew with mushrooms in the evening, and the other part was prepared to be made into dried mushrooms to be eaten when it snowed in winter. In addition, Naoki told the Bud Crown what he had just encountered in the back mountain. Naoki, I met another human trainer who admires you. The three of them came here specifically to visit the Shrine of Abundance. Hearing this, the Bud Crown King smiled. Thinking back to what happened in the past 2 years, even he was filled with emotion. Life now seems like a dream. Humans who worship him, pursue his legends, and trust him are being born in this land. Who could believe that a year ago, he was still suffering from loneliness and sadness alone on the crown snowfield? I feel very happy, the Bud Crown King said. Naoki said with anticipation, by the way, this is the first time the Harvest Festival is held. I wonder what the scene will be like then. He also participated in the Harvest Festival last year. There were many people attending the festival at that time. Now the fame of the Bud Crown King has spread in the Padilla area. I don't know how many people will be attracted by then. I'm afraid the whole back mountain will be packed with tourists, and they will be crowded in front of the Harvest Shrine. But Crown King nodded slightly. I am also looking forward to it. In this season, the weather is not as hot as in summer, and the Pokemons all left the air-conditioned room and ran to the ranch to play. After packing up the mushrooms, Naoki walked out of the room and prepared to pick some onions from the farmland to cook. But as soon as he came outside, he saw a parrot flying taxi slowly flying over. Naoki was very surprised. Who is this guest at the ranch? The parrot flying taxi landed on the grass, and then a blond man in a brown coat jumped out of the car. His expression was serious, and he seemed very meticulous. Naoki was slightly startled. Is this Yasaku? Yasaku, one of the 4 kings of the Padilla region, is proficient in dragon-attributed Pokemon. He is the young master of a dragon trainer family, and also works as an art teacher at Padilla Academy. Hello, Mr. Naoki. I am Yasaku. I came to the ranch to give you a gift on behalf of the chief, the man said. Naoki was startled. Gift? What gift? Could it be that Yesi helped him collect 1,000 ancient Padilla gold coins so quickly? Naoki was confused, but he replied politely, Hello, Mr. Yasaku. Then, he saw Yasaku carrying 7 Pokemon eggs with brown patterns from the flying taxi one after another. Seeing this scene, Naoki felt extremely confused. What are these? Yasaku, these are the gifts that the chief commissioner has sent you. They are EV eggs. Wait, EV? How did Yesi know that he wanted to collect all the EV attributes? Naoki's brain was working fast, and he soon thought of that afternoon when he told Chishu and Guru Shah that he planned to build an EV paradise. Yesi, isn't this too exaggerated? No merit, no reward. Naoki felt that she could help him collect the ancient Padilla gold coins, and now suddenly gave him 7 EV eggs. What is Yesi planning to do? I have already delivered the gift. I have something else to do at the academy. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Yasuo was about to take the flying taxi to leave. However, the next second, he spotted many Dragonites and Haxorus in the ranch. Yasuo paused slightly, his eyes flickering. How come there are so many Dragonites in this place? Yasuo was a little shocked and a little absent-minded. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9. As the young master of the Dragon Master family, there are only 5 Dragonites in their entire family, and now, there are more Dragonites in this place than in their entire family. At this moment, Yasuo couldn't help but think in his heart, who is the Dragon Master families? Naoki didn't notice Yasaku's look. His attention was originally on those EV eggs. Now when he heard Yasaku was leaving, he immediately politely asked him to stay. So soon? Don't you want to stay for a cup of tea before leaving? Yasaku came to his senses. It was already late. No, I have something else to do. I have to go back as soon as possible. I won't bother you, Yasaku said. Okay. Seeing that Yasaku really had something to do, Naoki didn't continue to keep him, but just said, Thank you for your hard work. Yasaku took the flying taxi and left the ranch. Naoki was left alone, looking at the pile of EV eggs on the grass in front of him. AI, huh? The sister AI, who came out of the room and was about to go to the Pokemon Tavern to clean up the ingredients, was shocked to see so many eggs suddenly appearing in the ranch. Its cry attracted a large group of Pokemon again. Frostmilk, Babu, Dragonite, Haxoruba, Umbreon and Glacian and other Pokemon all gathered around and looked at the eggs in surprise. These eggs were sent to me by the gentleman just now, and asked me to take care of them. Naoki explained. The Pokemon in the eggs are all EV. Hearing this, the Pokemon looked different. Frostmilk and Bubblehead were confused. Each egg was an EV. Looking at so many eggs in front of them, they suddenly felt that they were surrounded by EV. The Hacken were curious about these eggs that had not yet hatched. They flew up and circled around the eggs, and from time to time, They approached to smell the smell of the eggs with their big noses, and put their ears close to listen to the sounds inside the eggs. Ice EV showed a shocked expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe it. What's going on? How can there be so many EVs? Doesn't that mean that 7 more EVs will come and share Naoki's favor? For a moment, Ice EV felt like the sky had fallen and the world had turned dark. Moon EV on the side didn't think too much. Its ears moved, and then it quietly walked forward and observed the eggs of these same species. Okay, let's take these EV eggs back to the house first. Naoki waved his hand, and the Pokemon started to work. They all took the eggs back to the room, and placed them on the bed in the incubator on the 2nd floor. Looking at so many EV eggs, Naoki was confused. Although he was happy that he had collected enough EV at once, he was a little worried that he couldn't take care of them all at once. Naoki almost expected the scene of 7 EV babies that had just hatched from eggs hanging on him and asking for milk and hugs. Is he going to become the nanny of the EVs? No, he needs to find Pokemon to help take care of them. Naoki turned to look at the Glacian and Moon EV who followed him in, and said to them seriously, "From now on, you are the boss of these EVs. Glacian, you are the eldest sister. Moon EV, you are the second sister. When the time comes, I will ask you to take care of these EVs together with me." EV? The 2 adult EVs stared at each other speechlessly. Chapter 387. Glacian and Moon EV never thought that they would become mothers one day. After giving them the task of taking care of the EV eggs, Naoki went downstairs to answer the phone. Suddenly, there were only 2 evolved EV eggs and a bunch of EV eggs that had not yet hatched on the 2nd floor. Moon EV walked up and gently patted one of the EV eggs with her claws, her yellow eyes full of curiosity. "Bew? Can EV really be hatched from this?" Glacian sighed and nodded helplessly with a look of resistance. "Bew. That's right." Moon EV imagined the scene and couldn't help but say happily, "Bye? Will the hatched EV consider us as mothers?" Hearing this, Ice EV was slightly stunned and asked in disbelief, "Bye? You want to be a mother?" Moon EV nodded and answered while looking at the egg in front of him. "Bye. I didn't have a mother since I was a child, and these little EVs don't have mothers either. I want to be their mother and take care of them." Ice EV was stunned and didn't know what to say. After a long time, he could only whisper a meaningless murmur, "Bye." Downstairs, Naoki was talking to Yessie. Yessie on the other end of the phone smiled. "Have you received the gift?" Naoki, "Yes." "Oh, that's good." Yessie smiled slightly. "I heard from Gulusha that you were going to build an EV paradise, and there happened to be EV eggs in the Pokemon Breeding Center of the Alliance, so I sent them to you." Naoki looked as if he was about to say something but stopped talking. "Chief, this is too exaggerated." Yessie made him feel a little embarrassed. He was helping to find ancient gold coins and giving EV eggs. Naoki felt that if he needed it, Yessie would probably even arrange a marriage for him. Not exaggerated. Yessie was full of sincerity. "For Padia, you are a real talent with champion-level strength. Although you are unwilling to join the Padia Alliance, I sincerely hope that you can stay in the Padia area." Hearing this, Naoki was a little confused. "I don't plan to move to other regions to live, and my home is here. Where else can I go?" Yi Cixin said that although you don't have this intention, the alliances in other regions may not be the same. She heard that the Galar region next door has begun to issue a special preferential policy for foreign talents. Thinking so in her heart, I didn't say it out loud. She just smiled softly and said, "Just think of it as a personal gift from me as a friend." Friends. Hearing this word, Naoki's heart moved slightly. He has been dealing with Pokemon since he came to this world, and he doesn't have many real human friends. Thinking of this, Naoki smiled. "In that case, I accept it." "Yes." Yi smiled and nodded, and then reminded, "By the way, those EV eggs were laid 2 months ago, and it will take about half a month before they hatch. You will need to take care of them next." "Half a month?" Naoki nodded. "Okay, I understand." "That's it, I have something else to do. I hang up first." Yessie waved with a smile, and then hung up the phone. Naoki stood there and pondered for a long time. He appreciated Yessie's kindness, but as a friend, he couldn't just accept without giving anything in return. After a little thought, Naoki decided to give Yessie a few cups of his own special coffee. The effect of that coffee is insomnia. After drinking it, the drinker will not fall into a sleep state again. If it is a human, he can concentrate and do something with full energy. This kind of coffee must be very useful for Yessie, who works overtime for a long time. Naoki originally planned to ask Dragonite to help deliver the gift, but after thinking about it, Dragonite might not know the location of the Padilla Alliance headquarters. So Naoki went to the town instead, gave the packaged coffee to the postman Ivan, and asked him to help deliver the gift to the Padilla Alliance headquarters. When the work was done, and they returned to the ranch, it was gradually getting dark. Naoki washed his hands, and went to the kitchen to make dinner for the Pokemon. Washed the mushrooms picked from the back mountain, put them in a casserole, and stew them with the processed chicken. During this time, Naoki saw Glacian and Moon Eevee running down from upstairs together. Naoki called the two Eevees over and asked with a smile, "How about it? Do you want to agree to take care of those Eevees with me?" Eevee. Moon Eevee nodded happily, and Glacian beside him nodded after a brief hesitation. Naoki. Very good, those Eevee eggs will take another half a month to hatch, and I will trouble you then. Eevee? The Moon Eevee was a little confused. How long is half a month? Naoki saw what he meant and explained. When the apples in the apple orchard on the other side of the river are ripe, the Eevee eggs will hatch. He went to the field to take a look in the morning. After being nurtured by the goat, the apple trees grew very fast. In just a few months, they grew tall and strong, and the trees also produced green apples. At present, it is estimated that it will take half a month for the apples to mature. After getting the answer, Umbreon ran away. It was going to go to the apple orchard on the other side of the river to look at the apples on the tree. Glacian stayed in the house. It felt a little hungry, so it ran to the small bowl that Naoki prepared for them, and ate the energy cubes and Poffin inside. It was dark, and the other Pokemon playing in the pasture also ran back to the house one after another, and began to lie around the living room, waiting for dinner. Looking at this scene, Naoki smiled slightly, and then began to plan the next action in his mind. Today is July 15th, and there are only 5 days left until the date he and Rai agreed to meet, which is July 20th. On that day, Padilla Academy will have summer vacation, and Rai, as a teacher, will also take a vacation. The two agreed to explore an underground ruin together, which would probably take a day or two to complete. Thinking of this, Naoki said to the AI Guancher brother and sister, "I'm going out later, and will be back in about 2 days. I leave everyone at the ranch to you." The AI Guancher brother and sister nodded happily. AI. Don't worry, Naoki, go out. They will take care of everything at home. The next day, it was another clear and cool autumn day. Early in the morning, Naoki got up and went to the ranch to work. Milking the goat, collecting the sweet honey brewed by the 3 bees, watching Dragonite watering the land, taking Psyduck to harvest the ripe crops in the land, and going to the orchard with Dragonite to pick fruit, feeding energy cubes to Snorlax. After many days, the wool on the braided sheep has grown again. This time, Naoki did not trim his hair with an electric trimmer himself, but found the onion duck who was working out. Seeing that Naoki needed help, the onion duck, which had grown stronger, immediately stopped and took the onions to the braided sheep ranch. Looking at the group of white and soft braided sheep in front of him, the onion duck concentrated and calmed down. A white light flashed, and the wool on a braided sheep was completely trimmed and slowly fell to the grass. Me! The braided sheep, who had not yet reacted, was startled. Seeing that he was not injured, his emotions calmed down. Then, the second one, the third one. In just 5 minutes, the wool on all the wool-braided sheep was trimmed. Onion Duck confidently put away the onions, and carried them back to the onion garden to continue his fitness. Naoki, who was standing by, was stunned. Damn! If he had to trim the wool with an electric trimmer by himself, it would not only take several hours, but he would also be so tired that his back would ache, and he couldn't straighten his back. Now, Onion Duck alone can complete the wool trimming work in 5 minutes. The power of Pokemon is too great. After being shocked, Naoki picked up the wool that fell on the ground and prepared to sell it to Zack in the afternoon. When all the work on the ranch was completed, it was 9:30 in the morning. Naoki was going to go back to the house to drink some water and rest for a while. But before he had sat down for just a few minutes, a phone call came in. Huh? Who could it be? Naoki got up to check, and when he saw the name of the caller, he was very surprised. It turned out to be Uncle Ali from the cherry orchard next door. What did he call for? Confused, Naoki pressed the answer button. The phone on Ali's end was not a video phone, but a landline, so his face did not appear on the screen. The moment the call was connected, Uncle Ali's anxious voice came from the phone. Naoki, are you at the ranch? Can you come to the cherry orchard? A wild Pokemon broke into my cherry orchard and injured my Pokemon. Hearing this, Naoki was stunned for a moment, and then replied, Yes, I'd be there right away, don't get close to that Pokemon. In this world, it is not uncommon for wild Pokemon to break into farms and cause damage. Not all farmers have the strength to fight bad-tempered wild Pokemon like him. Therefore, Naoki immediately realized that Uncle Alif was asking for help. After hanging up the phone, Naoki immediately found Golden, who was training Motor Lizard and Haxorus, and after briefly explaining the situation, he rode it to Alif Cherry Orchard. When they arrived, Uncle Alif was already waiting there. Seeing Naoki and Golden coming, Alif breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, finally a trainer is here. Where is that Pokemon? Naoki asked. In the cherry orchard. Alif hurriedly led the way. On the way, Uncle Alif told Naoki the whole story of the incident. Yesterday morning, when he got up and went to the cherry orchard to take care of the fruit trees, he saw a ferocious wild Pokemon in the orchard. The Pokemon occupied his cherry orchard and cut down several cherry trees. Not only that, the Pokemon would not let them get close. Once someone got close, it would attack. That's it. I really have no other options. I can't find a trainer to help me drive away that Pokemon. I have to ask you for help, Iris said. Naoki figured out the whole process. He shook his head and comforted him. It's okay. You're welcome. We are all neighbors. As they talked, the two came to the depths of the cherry orchard. Here, Naoki saw the wild Pokemon that occupied this land. It was a Pokemon that looked like a mantis. It had 3 separate horns on its head, 2 large sickles flashing with cold light on its arms, and 2 pairs of small wings on its back. That's Scyther. At this time, the Scyther that was resting with its eyes closed also noticed their arrival. It suddenly opened its eyes, and looked over here with a vigilant expression. The Scyther's eyes swept over the 2 humans, and finally stopped at Golden. The next second, the Scyther stood up from the ground, and the pair of small wings behind it began to flap at a high frequency, carrying its body off the ground. But the Scyther did not attack, but seemed to be warning them not to get close. Alif was a little scared. Naoki saw the Scyther's bluff at a glance, and also noticed its drooping right leg. Obviously, the Scyther was injured. Is it so vigilant because it is injured? Naoki thought to himself. Normally, wild Scythers will not enter human territory at will. They live in groups in deep mountains and forests, and practice by cutting trees with sickles. The trainer's illustrated book clearly states, if you find a large number of trees cut down in the forest while traveling, it means that it is the territory of Scyther. Naoki thought for a moment, and began to negotiate with the Flying Mantis. Flying Mantis, we have no ill intentions, and will not hurt you. If I am not mistaken, you have been staying here because you are injured, right? The Flying Mantis was still full of vigilance and tension, staring at Naoki with its sharp eyes. But this won't work. You have caused a lot of trouble for others here. Looking at the felled trees, Naoki said. Next, I will make some medicine for you. After you eat it, your injuries will recover, and then you can walk normally. This trip was very hasty, and Naoki didn't bring any healing items. He thought for a moment, and prepared to make it on the spot. Uncle Alif, do you have orange or apple fruit or other tree fruits here? Naoki asked. Alif was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. I need 2, and a bottle of moo milk. Before Naoki finished speaking, he heard a childish voice behind him. Big brother, are you going to heal that Pokemon? Naoki was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw a cute little girl about 5 or 6 years old hiding behind a cherry tree and looking at this side. Seeing the girl, Alif couldn't help but frown. Anna, it's dangerous here, you can't come here. The little girl named Anna was scolded like this, and immediately became tearful. I'm just worried about my dad. Alif, He sighed helplessly and introduced to Naoki. Sorry Naoki, this is my little daughter Anna. Alif has 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Gina, is already 10 years old. She went on a trip last year, leaving only the youngest daughter, Anna, to accompany the couple. It's okay. Naoki smiled, looked at the little girl, and answered her question. Yes, the Flying Mantis was injured. I thought that if I healed it, it would leave here. Anna blinked and repeated Naoki's words. Do you need moo milk and orange fruit? Naoki nodded. Anna's eyes lit up, and she said with joy, Anna knows she will. Anna will help Big Brother get orange fruit and moo milk. After that, the little girl turned and ran away. Alif looked helpless. This child. She cares about you very much. Naoki smiled. Well, Anna has always been very sensible. Talking about his daughter, Alif's face was full of red, and his whole body was filled with happiness. The Flying Mantis on the opposite side remained vigilant, but because it was injured, it could not leave. Soon, Anna came back with a tree fruit and moo milk. Naoki took it and started mixing it on the spot. Squeeze the juice of the orange fruit into the moo milk, and a portion of fruit juice milk with healing effect is ready. Although the healing effect is not as good as the life goat milk, it is much better than the ordinary medicine sold on the market. Alif held Anna in his arms. Anna sat in her father's arms obediently, watching Naoki's actions with a pair of bright eyes, and asked curiously, "Big brother, are you going to feed the milk to that Pokemon?" Naoki smiled and nodded. Yes, milk can help Pokemon heal their injuries. As he said that, he took the juice milk and walked up to negotiate with the Scyther. Scyther, this bottle of milk can help you heal your injuries. After you drink it, your injuries will recover, and then you can leave this place. Scyther tensed up. Naoki took a few steps forward and put the juice milk on the ground. Don't worry, I won't get close, come and drink it yourself. The flying mantis was stunned for a moment, watching the human not approaching again, and its tense spirit relaxed a little. At this time, Anna cheered for the flying mantis. Flying mantis, don't be afraid, Mom said that drinking milk can make you grow taller. Listening to the childish words, the wings behind the flying mantis gradually stopped shaking rapidly. It slowly fell back to the ground, and its steps seemed a little staggering due to the injury of its right leg, and its speed of advancement was very slow. Seeing the flying mantis start to approach the milk, Anna's eyes suddenly lit up, and she seemed very happy. Come on, Scyther! Anna shouted. As if infected by her innocent words, Scyther's steps became much lighter. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, it came to the milk. It held up the milk with its huge sickles, and gulped it into its mouth. The next second, the injury on Scyther's right leg began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at this scene, Alif finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 388. Paw, paw, paw! Seeing that the flying mantis was fine, Anna immediately began to applaud it. As a father, Alif looked helpless and couldn't be happy in his heart, because this flying mantis cut down several mature cherry trees that he had worked hard to plant. But his daughter was happy, and Alif couldn't say anything. He could only hope that the healthy flying mantis could leave as soon as possible. After the flying mantis calmed down, it saw the fruit trees around it that it had destroyed. That was when it was injured and on alert, and it was bluffing to warn others not to get close. Now it seems that it must have caused a lot of trouble to the 2 humans. Cha! The Scyther felt very sorry for its behavior. It looked at the humans in front of it for a few times, then turned and flew away. Anna waved her little hand and said goodbye to the Scyther. Goodbye, Scyther. Naoki and Golden stood aside and watched the scene. Seeing the Scyther leave, Alif was relieved and invited him. Thanks to you this time, Naoki, come and sit with me for a while. I will bring you a few bags of cherries that I just picked a few days ago. Naoki thought that he had nothing to do anyway, so he took Golden to Alif's house to sit for a while and chat. After passing through the cherry orchard, a 2-story house located on the grass appeared in front of him. There was no doubt that this was Uncle Alif's house. The whole house was built with wood. There were several pieces of wood piled on the land outside the door, and an axe was stuck on the wooden stake next to it, which seemed to be used for chopping wood. The 2 entered the house, and Uncle Alif's wife Mana gratefully poured Naoki a cup of tea, brought a plate of bright red cherries, and brought Golden a Pokemon snack. Excuse me, Naoki said. Mana smiled. You're welcome, just treat this place as your home. You must be bored living alone on the ranch, right? Not really, after all, I have a lot of Pokemon to take care of. With them around, I basically won't feel bored, Naoki replied with a smile. Mana nodded slightly, then left and went upstairs to pack things. Alif sat on the sofa with Anna. Little Anna seemed very curious about Pokemon. She squatted on the wooden floor and watched Gul'dan eating cherries. While watching, she asked, Big brother, this Pokemon is so strong. What's its name? Naoki smiled and replied, It's called Gul'dan, a Pokemon with dragon and fighting attributes. Wow, so powerful. Anna asked again, Is Big brother also a trainer? I can barely be considered one, but my main job is still running a ranch. Hearing this, Anna turned around and threw herself into her father's arms, saying coquettishly, Dad, I want to be a trainer as powerful as Big brother in the future. Uncle Alif teased his daughter. Who said that you would stay in the cherry orchard with your parents forever? Little Anna quickly covered her mouth and shook her head. It wasn't Anna who said that. Ha ha! Arif laughed out loud. Naoki smiled and sat on the sofa watching this scene. Arif also has several Pokemon at home. The foam squirrel was cleaning the floor with its tail on the stairs. The Mahua dog was sleeping next to the sofa. The Mahua dog looked very old and looked listless. There are also parrots standing on the lampstand, spiders nesting in the Pokemon nest, and so on. The Elif family lives with these Pokemon in this cherry orchard. At this time, Naoki's eyes noticed the photo hanging on the wall of the living room. It was a photo of Uncle Elif and his family of 4 with Pokemon, and they looked very happy. Thinking of what Zach and Mayor Thomas said before, asking him to find a wife to run the ranch together, take care of Pokemon together, and have a child to pass on the ranch, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little envious. Family. In his previous life, he was a social animal, busy in the steel jungle made of reinforced concrete every day, earning a meager salary, and couldn't even afford a house, let alone get married. At that time, he often thought that this life would just pass by like this, without getting married, it would be fine to be alone. And now, those previous concepts seemed to be shaken again. Looking at little Anna, who was acting coquettishly to her father, Naoki suddenly thought, what would happen if he had a child? If the child didn't want to go out to travel, he would teach her to run a ranch. If she wanted to go out, he would pass on the children born by the Dragonites to her, and let her travel with the Hatch-Stratony. Elif noticed Naoki's gaze. He also looked at the photo and said happily, the 2 in the photo are my daughters. The eldest daughter is called Gina. She just turned 10 last year, and went on a trip with Pokemon. Naoki still had some impression of this name, because Zach had said a few words to him last year. You had a big fight at that time, right? Naoki asked with a smile. Did you hear all this? Uncle Elif was shocked, then sighed helplessly. I didn't plan to let Gina go out to travel so early because it was so dangerous outside, but she was so childish that she locked herself in her room and cried. Why not send her to Padilla College? Naoki asked curiously. Arif smiled bitterly. Gina doesn't want to go to school. She thinks it's better to experience it herself than to learn those boring knowledge in school. Naoki understood. No wonder. Arif wanted to say something else, but there was a knock on the door. Little Anna, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately ran to open the door. However, when the door opened, it was not a human who came to visit, but a flying mantis holding a tree fruit and looking apologetic. Seeing this scene, Naoki and Elif were slightly stunned. The flying mantis gave the tree fruit to Anna. Little Anna asked with surprise, Are these fruits for Anna? Cha. Scyther nodded. Little Anna cheered, then rushed forward and hugged Scyther's waist. Anna! Arif's heart almost jumped into his throat. Scyther was startled, and then felt a little embarrassed, but it did not make any other attacking moves. Anna likes Pokemon like Scyther because she thinks Scyther is so cool. Perhaps because she had seen the process of catching Pokemon from her sister, Anna asked with anticipation, Scyther, are you willing to be my Pokemon? Hearing this, Naoki and Elif were stunned. And Scyther looked down at the little human girl. It already felt sorry for destroying other people's farmland before, and the little girl named Anna encouraged it before. Scyther's heart was slightly touched, and then nodded happily. Cha! It was ready to stay, and work to make up for the fruit trees it cut down. Yeah! Little Anna cheered and looked back at her father. Dad, I have captured Pokemon. From now on, I am also a trainer like my sister. Elif looked like he had seen a ghost, and he still hasn't recovered. On the contrary, Naoki accepted this kind of thing well. After all, he grew up watching Pokemon, and Pokemon is such a magical creature. Congratulations, Anna, Scyther is a very powerful Pokemon. It is very good at weeding and chopping firewood. It will definitely help you. Yes, then from today on, the task of chopping wood will be handed over to Scyther and me. Anna patted her chest, her little face full of seriousness. This way Dad can rest. Scyther nodded and said, Cha. Arif covered his chest with a blank look on his face. Naoki. Is this true? Naoki saw it more clearly and nodded. The Scyther must have felt sorry for cutting down the fruit tree before, and it may be making up for it in this way. Huh? Arif smiled bitterly. I have never encountered such a thing. Perhaps to prove his ability, Scyther followed Anna to the land outside and started chopping firewood. 2 flashes of white light flashed, and a piece of wood was cut into 4 pieces, becoming firewood that could be burned. Elif looked at this scene and opened his mouth in surprise. Great, amazing. Beside the firewood pile, Scyther chopping firewood tirelessly, and little Anna watched from the side. When all the wood became firewood, Scyther stopped, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead and heavy breathing. Seeing this scene, little Anna ran back to the room, took out a tissue and a glass of water, stood on tiptoe, fed the water to Scyther, and then used a tissue to wipe the sweat off Scyther. Scyther had never been treated like this before, and his affection for this little human girl soared. It seems that everything is fine now, Naoki said with a smile. In this way, in order to make up for the trouble he brought to others, Scyther stayed in the cherry orchard to help work. and Naoki also returned to the ranch with Golden. Before leaving, Uncle Leaf gave Naoki several bottles of cherry wine and a large bag of fresh cherries as a thank you. Chapter 389. On July 23rd, 199 of the Alliance calendar, there were still 2 days before Naoki set out to explore the ancient ruins. That morning, Naoki began to check the results of the special training that Motor Lizard and Haxorus had received from Golden. The Haxorus were fine, as they were training through playing, and each of them had learned 1 or 2 new moves in the past half-month. But Motor Lizard was different, as it had always been very hard-working. When Golden first proposed to teach, Motor Lizard was very surprised, because Golden never approached it or stayed away from it. Motorcycle Lizard originally thought Golden was joking, but after seeing that Golden was really teaching it seriously, it also put its mind at ease, and tried hard to learn from Golden. Now, a long time has passed since its special training. Standing on the grass in the pasture, Motorcycle Lizard confidently showed Naoki the moves it learned from Golden. Rushing towards the opponent, jumping high, and using the whole body to press the opponent to attack. It looks like a normal Taishan Yatting. Naoki observed the movements of the Motorcycle Lizard and guessed in his heart. He watched the process of the Motorcycle Lizard using Taishan Yatting, and suddenly felt that the movement of this move was a bit similar to the full open slam of Golden. Both jumped high and rushed towards the opponent. Very good, continue. Naoki wrote down the new move that the Motorcycle Lizard had learned in his notebook. The Motorcycle Lizard began to show the next move. Time passed by minute, and the whole process lasted about 10 minutes. When Motorcycle Lizard finished showing the last move, the page recording its information had a few more lines of text. Name, Motorcycle Lizard. Temperament, cute, immature, inexperienced, silly, recently seems to want to be like Dragonite and Bubo, and become stronger. Hobbies, sunbathing, chasing butterflies in the grass, happy to work with me. Favorite food, fried steak, Naoki's secret sandwich, juice milk. Moves learned, collision, shouting, high-speed rotation, dragon tail, high-speed movement, wide area destruction, lightning flash, acrobatics, swallow return, Taishan pressure, tail cut, gear shift, dragon wave, dragon dive, reverse scale, iron head, ultimate impact gear shift. High-speed movement. Looking at these 2 speed-enhancing moves, Naoki suddenly wanted to know how fast the Motorcycle Lizard could go if it got serious. Thinking of this, Naoki said to the Motorcycle Lizard, "Show me how to shift gears once." "Gaw!" The Motorcycle Lizard nodded. The next second, the tire-like part on its chest suddenly glowed with white light, and it turned quickly like a high-speed motorcycle. "Run!" Naoki said. The Motorcycle Lizard immediately ran wildly on the grass. Sure enough, the speed has increased a lot. Naoki called a halt at the right time, and then asked the Motorcycle Lizard to use gear shifting and high-speed movement to increase the speed to the maximum. The Motorcycle Lizard tried hard to buff itself. When the buff effect was fully stacked, it ran again according to Naoki's request. A shadow flashed by, and the Motorcycle Lizard's figure instantly disappeared in front of Naoki. Naoki was slightly surprised. What a fast speed! It seems that the record in the Motorcycle Lizard's illustration that its maximum speed can reach 120 km per hour is not a joke. In this way, the Motorcycle Lizard can make full use of its speed advantage during the battle. For example, it can dodge the opponent's attack, close the distance with the opponent, and then use moves such as Dragon Tail and Iron Head to attack. Seeing that it was almost done, Naoki once again called the Motorcycle Lizard to stop, and then explained his thoughts to it carefully. Speed is your advantage. In the battle, you must learn to use your speed and high mobility to pull. In professional terms, it can also be called kiting the opponent. Gale? The Motorcycle Lizard seemed to understand. Just as Naoki was about to explain, he saw Golden yawning lazily. A good idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Instead of explaining word by word, it would be better to have a real-life exercise. Thinking of this, Naoki said, "Golden, please be the Motorcycle Lizard's sparring partner next time. I will command the Motorcycle Lizard to fight you." "Ah, Jie." Golden blinked and looked a little speechless, but he still agreed to Naoki's request, stood up and stood on the grass, ready to meet the challenge of his past self. Looking at Golden, Motorcycle Lizard's face was full of fighting spirit. The battle officially began, Motorcycle Lizard versus Golden, who used continuous gear shifting to increase his speed to the highest level. Naoki let Motorcycle Lizard start with the dragon-attributed move of wide area destruction. The next second, Motorcycle Lizard rushed out, and its tough tail swept towards Golden. Golden stood still, cooperating very well, and acting as a living target. After a hit, Naoki immediately said, keep your distance, don't let your opponent have the chance to catch you. After the order was given, the motor lizard immediately pulled back and moved around Golden with its speed advantage. One more time, this time use the dragon claw, and then quickly retreat. The motor lizard rushed towards Golden again, and flew away after the dragon claw hit it. These two brief confrontations made it realize something. At this time, Naoki said, "Do you understand? This is the kite tactic. Speed is your advantage. You must learn to use this advantage and maximize it in battle." Gah! The motorcycle lizard was not stupid, it quickly figured it out. "Try it yourself?" Naoki said. The motorcycle lizard nodded, and then found the right time, and in a flash, it came in front of Golden. The dragon claw with flashing light was raised high, and then waved towards Golden. But this time, Golden moved. The motorcycle lizard was very fast, but Golden was obviously faster. Before the dragon claw landed on it, Golden grabbed the motorcycle lizard's arm and threw it away. Golden's speed is so fast, Naoki couldn't help but marvel at it. He had never seen this Golden use its full strength before. But if you think about it carefully, Motor Lizard's speed race value is 121. Although this number exceeds a large number of Pokemon, it still does not exceed Golden, a legendary Pokemon. If you remember correctly, Golden's speed race value was as high as 135. That's enough, let's stop here. Naoki called a halt to the battle, and then saw Motor Lizard walking over with a dusty face. KO. It still couldn't beat Golden. Naoki smiled and touched the motorcycle lizard's head. "It's okay, you are only 1.5 years old now, not yet 2 years old, and there is still a lot of time to slowly become stronger in the future." KO. The motorcycle lizard was comforted, it rubbed its head against Naoki's palm happily, and then looked at Golden with full fighting spirit. Gashi. Golden couldn't help feeling complicated. After a moment, it said to its past self, Gashi. Motor Lizard was stunned. Naoki stood between the two Pokemon, looking at this and that, and then said with a smile, "That's right, you two should get along well in the future." Thinking of how Gillerton had been guiding it seriously during this period of time, Motor Lizard nodded happily. Gayo. Although Gillerton looked scary, it could feel that this Pokemon's heart was as kind as it was. Motor Lizard wanted to make friends with Gillerton a long time ago, but at that time Gillerton was always fierce to it, until recently it got better. Gillerton looked at Naoki, then at Motor Lizard, and nodded helplessly, Ga. Naoki had never robbed a tomb before, nor had he explored underground ruins. So that night, when he logged into the forum, he specifically asked Lei He, who had rich experience in tomb robbing. King E, there are only 2 days left before the agreed time. Do I need to prepare anything? Lei He happened to be online, so Naoki received her reply quickly. Ancient Explorer, no, I prepared everything here, you just need to bring your ace Pokemon with you. Wing King, okay, where shall we meet? Ancient Explorer, just in Glass Bottle City, because I found out from ancient documents that the capital of the Padilla Empire was buried under the yellow sand of the Hot Desert. Hot Desert? Isn't that just to the south of Zichin Town? In the game, it is a large desert with an extremely wide range, and the Earthquake Masters Zionwaya and Tizaji ran there after breaking through the defense line of the Padilla Pit. But at this time, the two paradoxical Pokemon may not have escaped from the Padilla Pit. Wing King, okay, I got it. I will wait for you in the Glass Bottle City. The two made an agreement, and Naoki went offline. The desert is not like the outside. Although Reo said she would make preparations, Naoki went to the town to buy some items for the expedition before setting off just in case. Like dust goggles to prevent sand, enough drinking water and food, a compass to identify directions, and cold-proof and warm clothes. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is very large. The temperature is hot during the day, but it drops sharply at night. Naoki has always been cautious. After careful consideration, in addition to Gulton, he plans to bring lava worms, a goat mount, and a water-attributed Psyduck. In case of a sandstorm or something that causes the luggage to be lost, they can also use lava worms to keep warm, drink goat milk to restore physical strength, and let Psyduck use a water gun to replenish water. After all the preparations were completed, the time came to the agreed deadline. On July 25th, 199th year of the Alliance calendar, after arranging the work at the ranch, Naoki rode Gulton to the Glass Bottle City, known as the Water Town. When Naoki arrived at his destination, Leia was already waiting there. She stood on the top floor of Glass Bottle City, with her back against a landscape fountain, holding a telescope and looking at the hot desert in the distance. Naoki followed Leia's gaze, and saw a desert landscape with yellow sand all over the sky. Leia was wearing a brown and yellow expedition suit and dust goggles, looking fully dressed. "Here you are?" Seeing Naoki and Golden, Leia smiled slightly, put away the telescope, and asked, "Are you ready?" "Naoki, let's go now." Leia looked him up and down, then took out an expedition suit from her bag, "Put it on first, and we go when you're ready." Naoki didn't say anything, took the clothes, and went to the changing room on the side of the road. When he came out after changing his clothes, he saw Rihi watching Gul'dan with shining eyes. "The Winged King who lives in the past. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see such a Pokemon in my life. Maybe you will see more Pokemon from the past in the future." Naoki smiled. After all, if the defense line of the Padilla pit is lost in the future, those ancient and future paradoxical Pokemon will run out of the pit and break into the Padilla area. But Rihi didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "Naoki, nothing. I just thought that if Gul'dan could travel through time and space to the Padilla region, then maybe there would be other Pokemon coming." "Is that so?" Leia nodded slightly. But she didn't dwell on this topic for too long, because the next thing concerned her more. If she finds the lost royal city of the ancient Padilla Empire, she might be able to find more information about the 4 disaster treasures. In this way, she can use this to determine the location where the disaster treasures are sealed and then collect them. "Let's go!" Leia said. Then, Naoki saw her driving a black off-road beach car like a wild bull out of a small alley. Naoki was almost shocked. This is too exaggerated, right?" Leia smiled and patted the seat behind her nonchalantly. "You too, get in." Naoki sat on it tremblingly with Golden. Leia stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed straight out of Glass Bottle City. After crossing a section of asphalt road, the two officially entered the desert. The 4-wheel drive beach car was driving very fast on the sand. The engine made a rumbling sound, and the 4 huge tires turned, leaving an exaggerated trail of yellow sand behind the car. "Too fast!" Naoki shouted. He couldn't stand it, and felt that the car would overturn at any time. Leia raised the corner of her mouth. "Relax, trust my driving skills." "Moo!" Suddenly, yellow sand flew in the distance, as if something was running towards this side. Naoki picked up Ryo's telescope to check the situation, and then saw a group of strong wild Pokemon with rough black fur running towards this side. "Kintaro, that's Kintaro. It's the most hot-tempered fire-type Kintaro." Kintaro ran very fast in the desert, and soon closed the distance with the car. This group of rough and violent Pokemon seemed to regard this rumbling off-road vehicle as a provocateur who broke into their territory, and they all looked angry, and vowed not to stop until the car was overturned. "Kintaro is catching up," Naoki shouted. Even with Golden around, he still felt very nervous when facing this kind of speeding gang. Rai looked back through the rearview mirror, and then raised the corner of her mouth. "Wear goggles." Naoki quickly put on dust goggles for himself and Golden. Rai stepped on the accelerator, and turned the handlebars. A rumbling sound like a monster's roar came from the engine. The next second, the entire off-road vehicle rushed forward and instantly distanced itself from the group of Kintaro behind. Chapter 390. As the sun sets, Leia drives the off-road vehicle forward in the desert, with dust rising all over the sky behind her. The dry and hot wind blows with the yellow sand. Although it is already evening, the temperature has not dropped completely, and there is still a trace of heat in the air. It has been nearly 10 hours since they entered the desert. During this period, they only stopped once to eat, and the rest of the time was spent on traveling. Along the way, Naoki saw a scene in this place that was completely different from the outside world. The red sun in the sky illuminated the entire desert. Most of the Pokemon species that inhabit here are ground-based, and the common bird Pokemon and grass-based Pokemon in the outside world are all gone. The Dongia family wandered aimlessly in the desert, and the little elephants that have not grown up yet ran around their parents mischievously. Dozens of sand hippos were crawling on the sand in groups. They were digging sand pits to hide in, because the desert would cool down at night, and they planned to hide in the depths of the sand to sleep. The huge boulder stands motionless in the desert, and several boulders form a natural circle. If you don't look carefully, passers-by may mistake them for desert ruins left by ancient civilizations. It's really spectacular. Looking at the vibrant and completely different ecology in the desert, Naoki couldn't help but murmur. Leia in front also nodded and said, "Yes. When I first saw such a scene, I was also deeply shocked. Nature is so vast, and we are so small in it." She had witnessed a horrible sandstorm before. The natural disaster came suddenly, and the sandstorm connected the sky and the earth, as if the whole desert was in a rage. "How long will it take to reach the destination?" Naoki asked. Leia glanced at the radar on the car and replied, 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the off-road vehicle stopped behind a sand dune. Leia jumped out of the car and neatly took out a very professional detection equipment from her backpack. Naoki curiously leaned over to take a look. The image on the screen seemed to be a radar map, and the radar on it was flashing, as if it was conducting an investigation. "Is this the machine you use to rob tombs?" Naoki asked. "It's archaeology," Leia corrected. Naoki, At this time, the radar map seemed to have detected the target, and a straight red dot began to appear on it. "Found it." Leia took out a poke ball from her waist, and with a flash of white light, a sturdy Zoroark appeared next to it. "Zoroark, go ahead and explore the road," Leia said. Zoroark nodded silently, turned around, and ran forward skillfully, disappearing in a few jumps. "Next, let's wait here for Zoroark to come back," Leia said. Naoki nodded, no objection, just took this time to prepare dinner. He released the lava worm, took out the frying pan from the backpack, and placed it on the lava worm. Then he poured oil into the pan, and when it was almost done, Naoki put the eggs in. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted through the desert. After a day of hard work, Golden couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Huh? I didn't expect your cooking skills to be quite good." He was very surprised. "It's all acquired through practice." Naoki put the fried eggs and cutlets into the bread slices. In this way, the sandwiches were ready. Naoki distributed several sandwiches to the Pokemon in front of him. Golden reached out to take it, and happily ate it. Golden has a good appetite. It looks like it is eating a delicious food when eating a sandwich. It makes people salivate. Leia also took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up, praising, "Sure enough, I didn't find the wrong person this time." Naoki was speechless. "I'm not here to be your professional chef." Leia smiled and said, I know, when Zoroark comes back, you and Golden will be needed to help." As the two talked, Zoroark also returned to the campfire. Rai handed the sandwich to it and asked, "How is it?" Zoroark nodded. "This means that it has successfully explored the way forward and can set off." Seeing this, Rai raised her mouth and showed an expectant smile. "Very good, we will set off immediately after you finish eating." Naoki felt that Rai was a little excited and lost. He looked up at the darkening sky and reminded, "It's getting dark." Rai said excitedly, "It's okay, my poo-poo pig can use the flash technique. No matter how dark the environment is, it can be illuminated, and don't you think it's exciting to explore the ruins at night?" Naoki, "Okay." Anyway, he was just a hired thug this time, and his only goal was to get the ancient Padia gold coins scattered in the ruins. Everything else could be left to Rihi. After dinner, it was completely dark. The desert temperature dropped at night, and Naoki and Rihi both put on a layer of warm clothes. Naoki was afraid that Golden would be cold, so he brought a warm vest for it when he came. He bought the vest and cut it himself, cutting off the cuffs and removing the extra buttons, so that Golden could wear it just right, and it was very suitable for it. While Naoki was putting warm clothes on Gillerton, Rai also released her Poo Pig from the poke ball. Poo Pig used flash. At the command, a dazzling light burst out from Poo Pig, as if a strong flashlight was suddenly turned on, and everything around was illuminated. Rai clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Now we can set off with peace of mind." Naoki was powerless to complain. Although Rai looked gentle and refined, like a scholar. However, in fact, this woman is a real tough girl. She is a tough person, who can dive into the deepest part of the underwater ruins in one breath. Zoroark led the way in front, Poo Poo Pig acted as a light, and Leia and Naoki followed with Gillerton. After about 15 minutes of walking on the sand, Zoroark stopped. The surrounding environment was very empty, with nothing. Leia looked around, puzzled, strange. Is there no entrance to the underground? Zoroark's eyes were cast on the depression in front. Leia took a closer look and immediately found something different. It's quicksand. Could it be that the entrance is below? Zoroark nodded with certainty. Leia immediately became excited. Very good, put on your goggles and dust masks, we're going down. Naoki's eyes widened. Leia was going to jump into the quicksand on her own initiative? But can it really lead directly to the underground ruins? Isn't it dangerous? Trust me. Leia had already put on her equipment. She put Zoroark and Poo Poo back into the poke ball. I jump first, you follow. After saying that, she took the initiative to jump into the quicksand terrain. Leia's body was quickly swallowed by the quicksand, and it looked like she was eaten by a desert monster. Naoki was terrified. Would Leia die? After all, in the plot of the game, it was not shown that Leia had ever explored such a place. And now, because of his joining, Leia bravely ran over. Just when Naoki was worried, he suddenly heard a shout from underground. Listening carefully, it was Leia. "Hey! Come down quickly." Naoki heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Reo was fine, he no longer hesitated, covered Golden's mouth and nose, and jumped down with it. The quicksand slowly swallowed them. Soon, Naoki felt a lightness under his body, and a sense of falling came. He and Golden fell on a pile of soft sand. When Naoki opened his eyes, he saw Reo standing in front of him with Zoroark, and the glowing Puff Pig with a smile. Puff puff. Naoki had just eaten a lot of sand, and he spit it out quickly. "It's always like this the first time," Leia said with a smile. "You get used to it in the future." Naoki was very upset, and after he made sure that all the sand in his mouth was spit out, he said, "This is the first and last time. After collecting the gold coins of the money-seeking spirit, I will never go to rob tombs again." Hearing this, Leia stared at his eyes with interest. "Oh, really?" Naoki stood up from the ground and helped Golden pat the sand off his body. "Of course. Even if you can get a bunch of priceless gold and silver treasures by robbing a tomb? I'm not short of money, so there's no use for that. At most, he can buy a few more villas, but judging from the current situation, he probably can't leave the Pokemon in the ranch to go on vacation in the villas unless he takes everyone there." "I understand." Leia smiled and stopped asking, then turned to look forward. "Keep going. There is a different world under the quicksand, and the scene here is another look. Ancient buildings buried under the sand, ruined watchtower ruins." Naoki looked at them for a few more times, but Rai didn't seem interested in them. She went down the passage, and after walking for an unknown period of time, there was only the light of the Puff Pig, and the air around them began to become thinner. This meant that they had come to a very deep place. Suddenly Rai, who was walking in front, stopped. Naoki was slightly stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Come and see." Leia waved. Naoki walked forward, and saw that the narrow and messy tunnel in front of him suddenly came to an end. And in front of him was a vast space filled with darkness with no end in sight. "This is..." Naoki was slightly startled. Leia explained, "If I am not mistaken, this should be the underground cavity formed by the movement of the Earth's crust 2 million years ago. I have seen relevant information in the library of Padilla College. This land had an unprecedented earthquake a long, long time ago. This large cavity was formed at that time. It is said that there is more than one in the Padilla area." "Big hole," Naoki repeated in a murmur. Reo looked thoughtful. During the Padilla Empire, a disaster Pokemon named Goodingla caused a major earthquake in the royal city, and a crack appeared in the ground, causing the prosperous royal city at that time to sink into this place. Naoki thought of another thing. Could the crustal movement 2 million years ago be caused by Regichika's dragging the continental plates at that time? Naoki remembered that in the Regichika's illustration, it was described like this. Regichika's, a huge Pokemon, is said to have once dragged a huge land with a rope, forming today's major regions. However, the time when Regichika's dragged the continental plate is still unclear, and Naoki is not sure whether the great earthquake in the Padilla region at that time was affected by Regichika's. "It's right below," Leia suddenly said. "Now we have to find a way to get down to the bottom." After a little thought, she took out another Pokeball from her waist. A white light flashed, and a warrior eagle with sharp eyes appeared in the pit. Leia put Zoroark back into the Pokeball, and rode on it with the Poke Pig. And Naoki also rode on Golden. The two of them went down along the dark cave. The terrain inside the cave was extremely complex, with various cliffs, caves, and bottomless ravines. It was unknown how long it took before Golden and the warrior eagle landed at the deepest point. Here, the flash of the Pup Pig alone could not allow the two to see the whole picture around them. Just as Naoki was thinking about how to find the ruins of the royal city, he saw Leia take out 2 special helmets from her backpack. "Put it on." The helmet equipped with night vision goggles will allow you to see the surrounding environment clearly. Naoki reached out to take it. When he put on the helmet, everything around him was instantly presented clearly in front of them. They were currently at the top of a raised cliff. An ancient and dilapidated royal city was quietly located under the cliff, in the endless darkness. Perhaps it was damaged when it fell that year. The originally majestic royal city is now only a piece of ruins, full of traces of erosion by time. "Found it." Looking at the ruins of the ancient royal city in the distance, Leia's eyes lit up. "It's right there." She rode on the warrior eagle and flew over there. Naoki was forced to catch up on Gulton. He was not as excited as Leia. He was not very interested in the ruins of the ancient royal city. His eyes were cast on the surrounding terrain full of ancient atmosphere. This big hole seems to have collapsed more than once. Rainwater and groundwater eroded the soil and rocks, causing this place to collapse many times. At this moment, Naoki suddenly saw several strangely shaped stones on the ground. He asked Golden to stop and land there to investigate. Golden landed obediently, and Naoki jumped off it and reached out to grab the stones from the ground. After wiping off the thick layer of dirt and dust covering it, Naoki was able to see the whole picture of this thing. This is a fossil? There are more than one. Naoki's eyes wandered over these stones with a little surprise, and soon, he noticed something. Except for the first piece he dug out, the other mysterious fossils were not complete. Some were broken in half, or only had a corner left. What puzzled Naoki even more was that the shape of these stones was like a gem. Strange, is this a Pokemon fossil? But Naoki had never seen such a fossil. In his impression, neither the fossils of Ammonite nor the pterosaur looked like this. Or is it a gem that fell out of the ruins of the royal city? Naoki guessed randomly. But then again, can gems also become fossils? Golden, who was standing by, looked at the stone in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, Leia in front saw that Naoki had not caught up, so she stopped and called him, "Naoki! Here I come!" Naoki responded, threw away the other incomplete fossils, took only a relatively complete stone, and put it in his pocket, and rode Golden to catch up with Leia. Chapter 391. What were you doing just now? Leia asked in surprise while waiting. Naoki took out the stone from his pocket. I just found a lot of these stones that look like gemstones here. Leia took a look and guessed, maybe it's the fossil of some ancient creatures? The crustal movement there 2 million years ago once caused the extinction of many ancient Pokemon. Ancient Pokemon. Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As far as he knows, there are 15 kinds of fossil Pokemon discovered so far. Ammonite, Fossil Helmet, and Fossil Pterosaur in Kanto. Tentacle Lily, Ancient Feather Insect in Hoenn, Craniopagus, and Scutosaur in Sinnoh. The corresponding fossil Pokemon are found in Unova, Kalos, and Galar. Only Alola and Paidia regions have no fossil Pokemon. This ancient stone is very valuable in the eyes of some fossil lovers. Lee smiled and said, I suggest you keep it first. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can use it to exchange collections with other collectors. Naoki thought about it carefully, and found that it was right. And there was no organization in the Paidia region that could revive fossils. If you wanted to revive, you had to go to the Kanto region or the Hoenn region. But he didn't have that much time next, because after he went back, the little Eevee would hatch in a few days, and he would have to take care of Eevee then. In that case, let's put this stone away first and try to revive it when there is a chance in the future. I just don't know if the technology of resurrecting fossils has been popularized at this time. The two continued to move forward and soon arrived at the entrance of the ruins of the royal city. The stairs leading to the royal city were full of cracks, covered by boulders and dust. Leahy stepped forward and gently touched it with her hand, then blew away the dust on her fingers. It seems that no one has visited this place for a long time. It's just right. I don't have to worry that what I want will be taken away by others in advance. After saying that, Leahy raised her head and looked up at the ruins of the royal city standing in the darkness in front of her. She turned around and smiled slightly. Let's go. First, I have to find the secret room used to store secrets during the Pardine Empire. Naoki nodded, walked up the ancient stairs, and entered the city after passing through a broken archway. Compared to the outside, the houses in the city were all in ruins. Just from this scene, one could feel the destructive power of the disaster treasures during the Pardine Empire. It seems that they are called disasters for a reason. At this moment, Naoki suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Just as he was about to look back, Golden reacted before him. Ah! Accompanied by a roar, a breath of oppression surged out of Golden's body, and the strong wind repelled the night watchers, who tried to sneak up on their prey from behind. Naoki accidentally made eye contact with one of the night watchers, and the next second, he felt a chill. Be careful, night watchers will absorb human biological energy, so try to avoid looking at them. Leia's voice came. Naoki quickly came to his senses. He glanced and saw that there were 8 night patrol spirits in front of him. They had been living in this place, and rarely saw humans. Therefore, even if Golden released pressure, it would not have much effect on them. The 8 night patrol spirits pressed forward step by step. Naoki ordered in a deep voice, "Spray flames." Ah, hiss! Golden immediately opened his mouth wide, and the blazing fire attribute energy gathered in it, turning into a beam of hot flames that drowned the night patrol spirits. Nightwatch felt pain and made a dull cry. They felt fear and drifted into the darkness. Be careful, there seems to be more than just Nightwatch here. Leia received the information from Zoroark and warned. I know. Naoki nodded. Leia looked around and observed the structure of this place. She said, this is the entrance to the royal city. According to the royal city buildings at that time, the main castle of the royal city should still be up there. The two continued to move upwards, with Reiho in charge of identifying the direction and finding the target. Naoki and Golden were responsible for guarding the surroundings to prevent the Pokémon living in this place from suddenly attacking. As a tomb robber and history teacher, Reiho seemed to know a lot about such things in the past. Gradually, the two successfully arrived at the small wooden door next to the main hall of the castle. It's here. Reiho looked at the small door with excitement. Just as she was about to run up and push open the door to find the purpose of this trip, Naoki suddenly noticed that there was something unusual happening in the pile of ruins on both sides of the road. The next second, accompanied by two violent vibrations, the dust on the ground flew up, and two huge Pokémon that looked like golems suddenly jumped out. It was a clay giant. One of the clay giants kept turning its head, and a yellow light flashed in its eyes, focusing all its attention on Rihi in the secret room. The clay giant suddenly rushed towards Rihi with 100,000 horsepower, and it clenched its right fist and raised it high. Be careful! Naoki shouted, and Gulton next to him immediately rushed forward and repelled the clay giant with a dragon tail. Leia's Zoroark faced another clay titan. As an evil attribute, Zoroark naturally had an attribute advantage over the clay titan. Although the battle did not end as quickly as Golden, he quickly knocked down the clay titan with his agile movements and attribute restraint. The light in the eyes of the two knocked-down clay titans dimmed. Leia breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. Thanks to you, it seems that I didn't find the wrong person this time. Naoki pointed to the front with his chin. Business matters are more important. Leia then walked forward and pushed open the door. Naoki looked inside from the outside, and found that the place seemed to be a room used to store books and files. Dusty books and yellowed parchment scrolls were scattered all over the floor. Leia plunged in and began to look for information about the treasure of disaster. Naoki had nothing to do, so he took Golden to sit on the stairs in front of the castle hall and waited. While waiting, Naoki took out the gem again. He played with the stone in his hand. Golden, who was standing by, stared at the stone. Naoki raised his eyebrows and asked, Does Golden know what this is? Ah, gah. Golden was a little uncertain. Seeing this, Naoki knew that Golden didn't know. He thought that Golden, who lived in the past, would know something, but then again, after wiping the stone clean, it really didn't look like a fossil, but more like a gem, a bit like amber. Maybe I can make it into a pendant and hang it around my neck as an ornament. Naoki suddenly had an idea. He picked up the stone and gestured on his neck with his hands. It was quite suitable except that it was a little big. At this time, Leia's excited voice came from behind. Finally found it. The parchment scroll that records the treasure of disaster. With it, I can find the 4 disaster Pokémon. Naoki turned his head and thought of the legend of the treasure of disaster. He asked, Are you sure you want to unseal them? What should we do if those Pokémon suddenly go crazy and bring disaster to the Padilla region after the seal is lifted? Leia was suddenly stuck. After Naoki's reminder, she suddenly thought of something. In the legend, the 4 disaster treasures that are Pokémon in their true form became disaster treasures because they absorbed human desires and greed. Thinking of this, Leia hurriedly lowered her head to check the contents recorded on the parchment scroll. She was already proficient in ancient characters, so it didn't take long for her to decipher the text on it. The parchment scroll said, in order to suppress the 4 Pokémon, the king invited a very famous Pokémon trainer. The trainer used 8 stakes to suppress the disaster Pokémon and sealed them in 4 ancestral halls. People with greed should not unseal, otherwise disaster will come to the world again. When people with no distractions unseal, the disaster treasures can show their original appearance. Leia murmured the ancient text on it. Only people with no distractions can unseal. Is she a person with no distractions? Ahem. She shouldn't be counted, right? The purpose of her finding the treasure of disaster is to take the precious treasure for herself and collect it. Leia suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but since she had come here, she would not give up so easily. After putting away the parchment scroll, Leia looked at Naoki, who was waiting. Ahem, I finished my work, and the next step is to help you collect gold coins. Come on, if I'm not mistaken, the way to the treasure house is here. Naoki took a look at Leia's parchment scroll, and didn't ask much. After all, the purpose of his trip was just to help the wealth-sucking spirit collect enough ancient gold coins to evolve into a wealthy man. The two walked along the dilapidated road, and after passing through most of the ruins, they finally found the treasure house of the castle. Perhaps to prevent theft, the door and walls of the treasure house were built with a very solid material. For thousands of years, rainwater and groundwater have not corroded them, and this place still retains its original appearance. The door was locked, and Naoki wanted to ask Golden to forcefully unlock it, but he saw Rai took out a small piece of iron from her bag and fiddled with the lock twice. With a click, the lock opened. Rai pushed the door open, and before Naoki could be surprised by Rai's unlocking skills, his eyes were attracted by the pile of golden treasures in front of him. Damn! So many gold coins. Rai stood in front of the door and smiled. It seems that your wish can also be fulfilled. Thinking that the rich man was about to be born, Naoki couldn't help but grin, and then walked forward with Golden and began to put the gold coins into the bag. After loading twice, he stopped again and laid down on the pile of gold coins. Leha? ? Naoki closed his eyes and said, when I watched movies before, I was curious about what it felt like for pirates to sleep on a pile of treasure. Leha couldn't help but ask, do you know now? Yeah. Naoki sat up. It's hard and not comfortable at all. Puff. Leha chuckled. And Naoki started to load the pile of gold coins into the space backpack again. In addition to the golden coins, there are some other gold and silver jewelry here. Like a golden crown, a golden necklace, a ruby as big as a pigeon egg, a golden king's scepter. Naoki is not very interested in these things. Things like crowns and scepters may have been used by dead kings, and they are a bit disgusting. Therefore, Naoki said, I only want gold coins, you can take the other things. You don't want it? Leha was a little surprised. She glanced at it and said, a golden scepter like this can be sold at a high price of tens of millions outside. Tens of millions? Hearing this number, Naoki's heart moved slightly. But when he looked up and saw Rai's eyes full of special meaning, he suddenly understood something in his heart. Good fellow, Rai is testing him. Just now, Rai read out the contents of the parchment scroll without telling him, so Naoki also heard the information that only people with no distractions can lift the seal. Choose a lifetime of wealth and glory, or 4 disaster Pokemon. With almost no hesitation, Naoki had the answer in his heart. He wants the treasure of disaster, he wants to have a snow leopard Pokemon of his own. Therefore, Naoki firmly refused the other gold treasures. No, I just want these gold coins. After all, the purpose of his trip was these gold coins. After hearing this, Lehi showed a look of realization on her face, and her tone was full of emotion. You are so courageous. Okay, I understand. In this case, I will accept these. After I go back and interpret these parchments in detail, I may need your help again. Please take care of me then. Okay. Naoki nodded with a smile. The underground ruins exploration ended successfully. Naoki and Leha left the underground cave along the way they came, and returned to the hot desert. It was already light. The two of them were tired after not sleeping all night. Leha drove Naoki and Golden directly back to Glass Bottle City. The two stood at the intersection and said goodbye. Leha, what are your plans next? Naoki yawned. Go home and have a good sleep. What about you? I'm going to find a hotel to sleep for a while, so thank you for this time. We cooperate again if there's a chance next time. See you later. Let's go! Leha waved her hand, turned around and left, and soon disappeared on the streets of Glass Bottle City. And Naoki also rode on Gulton and started to return to the ranch. Gulton was also a little sleepy, so in order to get home as soon as possible, it went as fast as possible. So in less than 10 minutes, it took Naoki back to the ranch. After returning home, Naoki released all the Pokemon in the Pokeball. Naoki wanted to give the gold coins in his backpack to Saifuhao, but he was too sleepy. He threw the backpack full of gold coins into the living room, went back to his room, and fell asleep. In a trance, Naoki felt something hard and prickly in his pocket. He closed his eyes and touched it, took it out, threw it away, and then fell asleep. After a while, his brother Ai Guancher came in with a cup of hot milk. But seeing that Naoki had fallen asleep, his brother Ai Guancher did not disturb him. It collected the messy clothes on the floor and prepared to wash them in the washing machine. Just as the elder brother Ai Guancher was about to turn around and leave, it saw the stone that Naoki had thrown on the floor. The elder brother Ai Guancher walked up to pick up the stone, then left the room and put the stone into the pile of props that Naoki used to store the stone of invariance, the stone of fire, the stone of water, and other props. Chapter 392. Naoki slept until 7 in the evening. After waking up, he ate a few bites of food, then couldn't wait to open his backpack and began to count the gains of this trip. Clatter! Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant sound of gold coins, The pile of golden Padia ancient gold coins piled up on the floor into a small mountain of gold coins. The surrounding Pokemon were attracted, and their eyes were full of shock. Bammo! Ma! Naoki grinned, stretched out his hand to scratch Babutubo's head, and asked with a smile, "How are they? Aren't these gold coins beautiful?" Bammo! Babutubo's eyes reflected the glittering golden light, and he nodded repeatedly. "Let's go to the side and play for a while. Then I'm going to start counting the gold coins." Naoki rolled up his sleeves and began to count the number of gold coins in front of him one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Time passed by minute, and it was unknown how long it took before Naoki moved the pile of gold coins to the other side piece by piece. 723, 724, 766. A total of 766 coins? After getting the number of coins, Naoki immediately calculated the total number he currently had. In addition to these coins, I have already collected 230 coins. 230 plus 766 equals 996. Faced with this answer, Naoki couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and couldn't help but swear. Fuck, only 4 coins away from 1,000 coins? Are you kidding? Naoki was a little skeptical about life, looking at the gold coins in front of him with an uncertain expression. Could it be that he counted wrongly? Did he miss 4 coins? Naoki didn't believe it, so he spent more than 10 minutes to count them carefully and seriously twice. The result was still 766 coins. Adding the 996 coins he had collected before, he was only 4 gold coins away from 1,000. Naoki felt a strong sense of suffocation, and he lay on the floor and began to doubt his life. Damn the king, there are so many gold crowns, gold necklaces, and gold toilets, but not a few more gold coins. Naoki covered his face and sighed. Bammo? Several Pokemon around came forward to check the situation. I'm fine. Naoki sighed. Now it seems that he can only pin his hopes on Yessie. I hope the Padilla Alliance can help him collect the last 4 gold coins. Thinking of this, Naoki cheered up again. The most important thing now is to give these gold coins to the money-seeking spirit and let it put them in the treasure chest. So Naoki got up and went to the Pokemon Tavern and brought back the treasure chest where the Socaling was hiding. As if sensing that he was moving, the Socaling quietly used his head to push up a crack in the treasure chest and secretly observed the outside from the crack. After seeing that the person holding it was Naoki, the Socaling immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Dingling. Naoki looked down at it and said mysteriously, "Are you ready? I have prepared a surprise for you." Dingling? Hearing the word surprise, the Socaling's eyes immediately lit up. It had received a surprise from Naoki before, which was the gold coins it had always dreamed of, and now Naoki said he would give it a surprise again. Did Naoki find another shiny gold coin? Suocaling was full of expectation. Naoki walked into the house. When Suocaling saw the pile of gold coins on the floor clearly, he was so excited that he jumped up and flipped the lid of the treasure chest. "Go!" Naoki said with a smile. Suocaling was filled with a sense of fantasy. Looking at the pile of shiny gold coins, he felt that he was dreaming. Because only in dreams can such wonderful things happen. After all, it is just an ordinary money-seeking spirit. Although it has been collecting gold coins, it has never realized its dream. And now, there are really so many gold coins in front of it. The first reaction of the money-seeking spirit is disbelief. It did not run forward immediately, but turned back uncertainly and asked, "Dingling?" Naoki saw what the money-seeking spirit meant. It was asking if those gold coins were really to be given to it. Naoki smiled and nodded. "Yes, they are all yours." Dingling. Hearing Naoki's reply, Suocaling jumped up excitedly, jumped out of the treasure chest, and then fell face down on the pile of gold coins with a thud. Suocaling's face was full of happiness, biting this and smelling that, like a fish in the water, starting to swim in the ocean of gold coins. Huh? Looking at this scene, Naoki also showed a smile on his face. It was worth it for him to jump into the quicksand and run to the big hole underground. After the excitement, Suocaling began to work hard to move the gold coins into his treasure chest. Seeing this, Naoki also stepped forward to help. "I don't know what this treasure chest is made of, but it can hold so many gold coins." From the outside, the volume of the pile of gold coins is obviously larger than the treasure chest. However, this treasure chest is like a bottomless pit, eating up all the gold coins. Finally, Suocaling jumped hard and jumped into the treasure chest. Half of his body was submerged in the pile of gold coins. Maybe this is the magic of ghost Pokemon? Naoki couldn't help but guess. As far as he knew, in addition to the treasure chest-shaped treasure hunter, Jengar also had the ability to store items. This Pokemon's body is an extra-dimensional space, which can hold many things. It is said that before the space backpack technology was born, some trainers would put the luggage they carried with them when traveling into Jengar's body. Bathing in the sea of gold coins, Treasure Hunter only felt a force coming out of the gold coins and constantly pouring into his body. He could clearly feel that he was slowly becoming stronger. But the power only lasted for a while, and then disappeared. It was almost there, and this thought instinctively emerged in Suakaling's mind. It looked at Naoki and told him about this. Dingling. Naoki understood and explained the reason to Suakaling. That is evolution. As long as you collect 1,000 gold coins, you can evolve into a more powerful Pokemon. People call it the richest man. Dingling. Suakaling's eyes turned into stars, like the ones of eruption. It wants to evolve into a wealthy man. Naoki felt the mood of Suakaling, smiled and nodded. Well, it won't take long. The next step is to wait for Yi Si's reply. However, this wait lasted until August. On August 10th, 199 of the Alliance calendar, Aoki hurried to the ranch with a briefcase. His eyes were dark and his face was tired, as if he hadn't rested for a long time. Seeing Naoki, Aoki was not surprised at all. He put the package behind him on the grass and said weakly, Naoki, right? I have found the ancient patty gold coins you need. What? Aoki's voice was as small as a mosquito, and Naoki did not hear it clearly. Aoki, he repeated, these are the ancient patty gold coins you want. It took me more than a week and I traveled to 6 cities to collect these coins, but I still can't collect 1,000. I'm sorry, I have tried my best. The package was opened, revealing the pile of golden coins inside, which seemed to be no less than 100. The money-seeking spirit can finally evolve. Naoki was extremely excited and quickly said to Aoki, It's okay, these are enough. I trouble you this time, Mr. Aoki. This is my job. Aoki's body began to shake. Naoki, ? He couldn't help asking, How long have you not rested? Aoki said weakly, Almost 4 days. On the way to purchasing ancient gold coins, he also received several other jobs temporarily, and had almost no rest. Naoki, why don't you take a rest in the ranch first? Aoki shook his head. No, go do your thing, don't worry about me, I just sit here and bask in the sun. As he said that, Aoki sat on the grass, looking at the ranch full of autumn and those rare Pokemon, and sighed weakly. This ranch is really full of vitality. For an ordinary person like me, your place is really exciting. Naoki, please wait a moment. Looking at Aoki's appearance, he might not even have time to drink a sip of water on the way. Naoki turned and went to the living room, and poured a cup of black tea for Aoki to replenish his spirit and energy. However, when he came out again, he saw Aoki lying on the soft grass, already asleep. Aoki, shock, Naoki, Never mind, he still didn't bother Aoki, just let him have a good rest here. So Naoki carried the bag of gold coins, and turned and went to the Pokemon Tavern. The Pokemon Tavern is closed during the day, and there are no customers inside, only the money spirit is there. Naoki put the treasure chest on the bar, and then excitedly took out 4 gold coins from the package. These are the last 4 gold coins. As long as you accept them, Money Spirit can evolve into a rich man. Money Spirit also feels what is about to happen. It looks at the gold coins in Naoki's hand with excitement. Take it. Naoki put the 4 gold coins into Money Spirit's treasure chest. The next second, the Wealth Spirit felt a strong feeling of longing rushing into its body. Dingling. The Wealth Spirit couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Then, the 1,000 gold coins began to entangle the little Wealth Spirit and circle upwards. The light of evolution burst out. Unlike the light that bursts out when ordinary Pokemon evolve, the light of evolution of the Wealth Spirit is golden. This golden light instantly submerged the Wealth Spirit and the treasure chest. Naoki looked at this scene with a fiery gaze. It is indeed the Pokemon ranked 1000th in the Noble Pokemon Guide. Is it so impressive when evolving? At this moment, Naoki only regretted that smartphones had not yet been invented. Otherwise, he would have to record the whole process and post it online to show off, because this Sai-Fu Hao may be the only Sai-Fu Hao in this era. There is only one in the world. When the golden light covering the Sokai-Ling disappeared, the weak Sokai-Ling had completely disappeared, replaced by a brand new Pokemon about 1.2 meters tall with a dazzling golden body. Sai-Fu Hao was born. Naoki looked at Sai-Fu Hao in front of him with excitement. And Sai-Fu Hao also raised his head, looking at Naoki with a face full of longing and bright eyes. The next second, Sai-Fu Hao jumped up high and hugged Naoki's neck, revealing obvious enthusiasm and intimacy in his voice. Dingling. Naoki immediately felt what Saifuhao meant. He was thanking him for helping him collect the gold coins needed for evolution. Good, good, good. Naoki said 3 good words in a row. Congratulations, Saifuhao. Please take care of me in the future. Dingling. Saifuhao nodded happily, indicating that there was no problem. Next, it was the question of where Saifuhao would go. Before the evolution, Sokai Ling was timid by nature and didn't like to go out in front of humans. After the evolution, Saifuhao's temperament would change drastically. The illustration said that Pokemon like Sokai Ling are lively and cheerful, and are very friendly to people and Pokemon. With such a personality, Saifuhao can no longer hide in the Pokemon Tavern like he did during the Sokai Ling period. Thinking of this, Naoki said, let's go out together. It's time to formally introduce you to everyone. Dingling. Saifuhao knew that there were many Pokemon living in the ranch, and he discovered them through secret observation before they evolved. Frostmilk, Babu, Dragonite, Yurako. Saifuhao also wanted to play with them. So, Saifuhao let go of Naoki's hand, walked in front of him, ran out of the tavern with expectation, and looked back at the door. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then realized that Saifuhao wanted to contact the outside world. He smiled slightly, raised his foot to follow Saifuhao's pace, and walked into the pasture with it. Standing on the grass, Naoki whistled around. Soon, a large group of Pokemon came running from all directions. Gulton, Motor Lizard, Babu Groundhog, Frostmilk, Dragonite, Haxorus, 2EV Oliva. When all the Pokemon arrived, Naoki cleared his throat and introduced them. From now on, this Pokemon is also our new companion. Its name is Saifuhao. Pokemon reacted differently to their new companions. Dragonite and Hacken were attracted by the golden glow of the body of the Saifuhao, and felt it was magical. Golden stood outside with his arms folded, looking accustomed to it. Frostmilk and Yurako happily welcomed Saifuhao, and Yurako happily jumped twice on the grass with the addition of a new companion. Babudog scratched his head, and his face also showed a happy expression. For it, the more companions the better, so that the ranch will become more and more lively, and Babudog likes lively places. As for the Pokemon who welcomed him, Saifuhao also showed his friendliness. He was seen dancing mysteriously on the ground, like a boy doing hip-hop dance. The next second, a magical scene happened. A cool rain of gold coins suddenly fell from the sky. Those golden coins were particularly dazzling under the sunlight. The Pokemon looked up at the sky and stretched out their hands. The gold coins in the sky fell on their palms as if guided. Saifuhao's face showed a cheerful smile. Naoki was stunned by this scene. Wow! So amazing! Giving out gold coins when there is a disagreement. Is this what a rich person is? No wonder the illustration says that Saifuhao can get along well with anyone immediately. Now it seems that what they said is really true. Because Naoki has seen the Yurako and the others holding Saifuhao's hand, surrounding Saifuhao in the middle, and taking him to the Snorlax Park to play. Naoki lowered his head, and looked at the brand new gold coin in his palm. He bit it hard with his teeth. Yeah, it's true. Now it seems that the rich man can really make gold coins on the spot. Is it made of steel attribute energy? Naoki guessed in his heart. This kind of thing is really unscientific. What does it feel like to suddenly have a rich man in the ranch? Naoki vaguely realized that he might never have to suffer from poverty again. At 4 o'clock in the evening, Aoki woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes, and found himself lying on a bed. Aoki stood up in a daze, left the room, and went downstairs. Awake? Naoki, who was making tea on the sofa, saw Aoki and asked. Aoki was slightly stunned, and then realized what happened. After a nap, he finally recovered some energy. Thank you, Naoki, for disturbing you today. You're welcome. Come and have a cup of tea and some snacks, Naoki said with a smile. Aoki, a poor brother who was exploited. Looking at Aoki's dark circles and listless look, Naoki thought of himself as a social animal before crossing over, and couldn't help but feel full of sympathy for Aoki. Will the gold coins I brought be useful? Aoki sat on the sofa. Even though he saw an extraordinary Pokemon like Bud Crown, he was not too surprised. As a member of society, years of work have helped him to develop a heart that treats everything as normal. Naoki hummed, it has been used up. Speaking of which, I have to express my gratitude to you. Thanks to the gold coins you sent, I solved my urgent need. Before, he was only short of 4 gold coins, which almost made him anxious to death. Aoki took a sip of tea. You're welcome. After all, it's the job the chief gave me. Naoki smiled. Aoki continued, next, I have another thing to ask of you. Naoki was slightly stunned, then said, "Tell me, if I can help." "Aoki, I want to have a Pokemon battle with you." Naoki was a little unresponsive. "Huh?" Aoki explained, "For me, this is also part of the job. After all, this was arranged by the chief, and as the gym leader, he also had to come to participate in the trial." Naoki understood, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Don't you need to rest for a while?" Naoki asked. Aoki shook his head. "No, let me finish this work quickly. I want to finish work quickly." Naoki, "Okay." Aoki drank the tea in the cup, then stood up and followed Naoki to the ranch. Naoki was going to introduce Aoki to several trials in the ranch. But when he saw the figure of Saifuhao, he suddenly changed his mind. Because Naoki thought of something very interesting. Then, let him see if the hard support used by social people is effective on Saifuhao. Chapter 393. Hold on, a general move, has a power of 70 in the game, but if the user is in a state of poisoning, burns, or paralysis, the power will be doubled. For a social animal, holding on is also a necessary skill. However, when facing a rich man covered in gold, this move will be completely restrained by a rich man with ghost and steel attributes. An emoticon package was even born. Aoki took out the Pokeball of Mukok. "Is it okay for me to use moves that social people are good at?" The opponent's Mukok used his strength to hold on. It seemed to have no effect on the rich man. Thinking of this, Naoki nodded and said, "Let's start." Aoki nodded. The two came to the battlefield in the ranch. Aoki took out a red and white ball from the pocket of his suit. "In this case, let's have a round to decide the winner." Naoki called the rich man, who happened to hear what Aoki said, and nodded with a smile. "Okay." When Aoki saw the Pokemon made of gold, his face, which was always expressionless due to fatigue, couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion. He stopped throwing the Pokeball. "What is that Pokemon?" Naoki, "Safel, a Pokemon evolved from the Well Slayer." Safel. Hearing this, Aoki instantly realized the purpose of Naoki collecting those gold coins. He glanced at Safel for a few times, and then moved to Naoki. "You are really not an ordinary person. No wonder the chief took a fancy to you. I should have known it earlier." Naoki, Aoki didn't say much. He threw his Pokeball directly. "Start working. Please give me your advice." Accompanied by a flash of white light, a strong Mukok appeared in front of Aoki. Looking at that scene, Naoki was a little surprised. Good guy, Aoki is also serious. He originally thought that Aoki would send out a Pokemon to deal with this battle, but now Aoki directly sent out his ace Mukok as a gym leader. Very good. Naoki was rarely inspired to fight. Although the Savage had just evolved, during the time when Aoki hadn't woken up yet, he also briefly understood the moves that the Savage currently mastered. Although not much, in terms of attributes, Steel plus Ghost Saifu is still too much of an advantage over Flying plus Normal Smookowl. I just don't know if the power gap between the two Pokemon can be made up. Naoki is not very clear about this matter, but he can tell from Sokaling's words that it has lived in this world for a long time. Even if it has not evolved, its level is probably not too low, and once it evolves, it will undergo a drastic transformation like Dragonite evolving into Dragonite. Moreover, from Aoki's look, this seems to be his first time seeing a Pokemon like Sefuluo. The last time Sefuluo appeared was 1,000 years ago, during the Great Exploration period of the kingdom. In this case, he would take a gamble and bet that Aoki didn't know the attributes of Sefuluo. The elder brother, Ai Guancher, who acted as the referee, walked to the center of the battlefield, waved his right hand, and then blew the whistle hanging around his neck. Swoosh! The whistle sounded, and the battle officially began. Mukok, use Lightning Flash. At the command, the Mukok on the opposite side spread its wings and flew up, its body turned into a white light, and attacked the Sefuleo with lightning speed. Sefuleo stood still, and the lightning of Mukok flashed through it directly. Normal-type moves are ineffective against Ghost-type Pokemon. Seeing this scene, Aoki and Mukok were both slightly stunned. Is that Sefuleo a Ghost-type Pokemon? No, not only Ghost, but probably also Steel-type. I should have thought that Sokaling is a Ghost-type Pokemon. Aoki shook his head secretly. After all, in daily life, Pokemon like Solitaire are still too rare. The flash of lightning had no effect. Years of battle experience made Mukok habitually distance itself from Sefuleo. However, Naoki did not intend to give it this opportunity. Sefuleo, use Metal Sound. Dingling. After the command was issued, Sefuleo suddenly reached out and grabbed Mukok's feet. The next second, the 1,000 gold coins that made up its body suddenly trembled violently. So many gold coins collided with each other, and an extremely harsh sound exploded like thunder. Mook Eagle only felt the devilish sound enter his ears, and almost blew off his head, and all the feathers on his body stood up instinctively. Mook Eagle, stay calm. Aoki's voice came from behind. Keep your distance and use Brave Bird to attack. Saifuhao, don't give it this opportunity. Use your best move, Gold Rush. Naoki's voice sounded immediately afterwards. On the field, the two Pokemon moved at the same time. Mookhawk had not yet completely escaped from the state of metal sound. It flapped its wings hard to distance itself, and then used its powerful Brave Bird Fierce attack to attack. However, Saifuhao did not give it this opportunity. It stretched out both hands at the same time, and threw forward like a magic trick. I saw a dazzling golden light flashing, and a sky full of gold coins appeared around Mookhawk, attacking it wave after wave like a tide. Aoki felt that he was blinded by the scene, and couldn't help muttering, "Wow, so many gold coins." Mookhawk's body was hit hard by countless gold coins and staggered. Thanks to its excellent physical fitness, this move of Gold Rush did not make it lose its fighting ability. Sure enough, there is still a gap in strength between the two Pokemon, Naoki thought. Seeing the state of Mookhawk, Aoki frowned slightly and ordered, "Hold on, use Swallow Return." The command was given, and milky white air gushed out of thin air around the body of the Mook Eagle. It flapped its wings and rushed towards Saifuhao swiftly. Saifuhao immediately crossed his arms in front of him to try to resist, but the Mook Eagle suddenly stopped, turned around, and cut off from above with its wings. Ding! The sharp wings hit Saifuhao's golden body, and immediately made a crisp sound. Judging from Saifuhao's appearance, it was obvious that it had caused considerable damage to it. After hitting the target, the Mook Eagle immediately withdrew, not giving the Saifuhao a chance to get close. Although the Saifuhao's attributes restrained the Mook Eagle, its overall strength was still not as good as that of the Mook Eagle. Aoki keenly noticed this situation, and his tone was calm. Next, use the Brave Bird to attack. Saifuhao, hold on, and regenerate yourself, Naoki ordered at the same time. The Mook Eagle folded its wings, and tried to launch a surprise attack on the Saifuhao by flying at low altitude. A white light appeared on the Saifuhao's body, and its injuries immediately began to heal. Seeing that MK Hawk's Brave Bird attack was about to hit, Naoki calmly gave the order, "Substitute." The next second, MK Hawk's Brave Bird attack hit Saifuhao fiercely. Aoki frowned and looked at the scene. Naoki also focused all his attention on the battlefield. Did Saifuhao use the substitute just now successfully? On the field, Saifuhao, who was knocked away by MK Hawk, suddenly emitted a puff of smoke and turned into a substitute dinosaur, which withstood MK Hawk's attack for Saifuhao. The stand succeeded. Naoki's eyes lit up. Aoki realized the danger. "Mookhawk, watch out." Hearing the trainer's voice, Mookhawk turned back subconsciously. But it was too late. "Pursue the victory, and use the Power Stone," Naoki shouted. The Saifuhao burst out with a dazzling light like a gem, and then the light completely swallowed Mookhawk. When the light dissipated, Mookhawk's eyes rolled up, and his body fell to the ground powerlessly. Metal Sound greatly reduced its special defense, and with a super move of 120 power, Gold Rush, and a power gem that restrained Mookhawk, he successfully defeated the Mookhawk. After the battle, Saifuhao posed in a handsome pose. Aoki took a deep breath, took out the Pokeball, and took Mookhawk back. "I lost. For an ordinary person like me, you are too exciting." Naoki shook his head and said with a smile, "Mr. Aoki is also very unusual. I took advantage of the information gap in this battle. If you knew Saifuhao's attributes in advance, I'm afraid the result would be unknown." If he remembered correctly, in addition to Mookhawk, Aoki also had Pokemon such as Tropical Dragon, Flower Dance Bird, and Tanabata Bluebird. However, these were the Pokemon that Aoki would use when he was one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. "Anyway, you win." Aoki looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Today is not a day for overtime, so I take my leave." Naoki, good guy. Aoki really didn't drag his feet at all. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, and then invited, "It's almost dark. It's so late that the parrot flying taxi may have stopped operating. Why don't you stay at the ranch for the night?" The chief also told him that he could enjoy the rural scenery in Naoki Ranch after finishing his work, but he had his own ideas. Thinking of this, Aoki shook his head and refused. "Forget it. Traveling to other places may be pleasant, but it is most comfortable to go home, isn't it?" Naoki was slightly startled, and then he understood what Aoki meant. It really fits Aoki's personality. "Okay." Naoki nodded, and before Aoki left, He picked up a gold coin left over from the gold rush by Sai Fuhao from the ground and handed it to Aoki. Give it to you, to thank you for helping me collect the last few ancient gold coins. Aoki looked down at the gold coin, he recalled what had just happened, and then reached out to take this commemorative gold coin. This Sefuru is probably the only Sefura in the Padilla region. Aoki suddenly said, at least before today, I have never seen a Pokemon like Sefuru. After all, it is not easy to evolve a Souza into a Sefuru. Naoki sighed. Aoki nodded, then picked up his briefcase and walked out of the ranch. Walking on the country road outside the ranch, Aoki stopped for a long time, looking up at the vast sky and the distant horizon. After working in society for a long time, he almost forgot the feeling of venturing into the world when he was a teenager. At this moment, Aoki seemed to understand. People, they should be like those flying Pokemon, soaring in the blue sky. But now, he is no longer young, and those things are more suitable for energetic young people. Thinking of this, Aoki smiled, then took a step and strode forward. The work was over, and there was no need to work overtime today, so he should go home. The sky gradually darkened, and the lights of the Pokemon Tavern were bright at night. The Pokemon gathered here to celebrate the arrival of a new member in the tavern. Naoki sat on a chair with Golden and several other Pokemon, looking at the rich man surrounded by a group of enthusiastic Pokemon, and then enthusiastically waving gold coins to everyone, and didn't know what to say for a while. Is this the world of the rich? Give gold coins when you disagree. Give gold coins when you first meet, give gold coins when you are happy, and give gold coins when you make friends. Isn't the Pokemon like Sai Fuhao too exaggerated? The Babutubos beside them were also stunned when they looked at the enthusiastic Sai Fuhao. After living with Naoki for a long time, they more or less know some human rules. For example, when humans want something, they will not snatch it but use money. Come and buy. Seeing Naoki's expression, the Pokemon also knew that the money that Sai Fuhao threw out was money. They had never seen so much money on Naoki. Bammo. How exaggerated. Babutubo couldn't help but say. Moon Edie used its paw pads to find a gold coin from the crack in the floor, and then held it in front of Naoki. Naoki took it in his hand, and suddenly had a feeling that as long as Sai Fuhao passed by, he would definitely be able to pick up gold coins. If a Meow, who likes to collect gold coins, is here, wouldn't he be so happy? Naoki Ranch, a paradise for Meows. For an ordinary gold coin like this, almost two are needed to equal the size of a gold bead. And in the market, a gold bead can be sold at a high price of 10,000 alliance coins. This means that such a gold coin is worth 5,000 alliance coins. Today, Sai Fuhao gave away at least 100 gold coins. Naoki calculated in his mind, and was shocked to find that the turnover of Sai Fuhao alone today was as high as 500,000 alliance coins. Sai Fuhao, although it can't destroy the world like those legendary Pokemon, but with its power, it can definitely disrupt the economic system of an entire area in a short period of time. For this, Naoki can only use 4 words to describe it, so terrifying. In order to avoid such a thing from happening, Naoki found Sai Fuhao when the Pokemon Tavern closed at night. Sai Fuhao, we can't throw gold coins casually like now, Naoki said to it earnestly. Dingling. However, Sai Fuhao felt very embarrassed about this. But he likes to give gold coins to everyone. Naoki saw what Sai Fuhao meant. He shook his head and explained, it's not that I don't allow you to give, but I don't want to make so many gold coins at once. Naoki pointed to the gold coins scattered on the floor of the tavern. Look, so many gold coins are wasted. Dingling. Sai Fuhao looked at the gold coins and didn't want to waste them, but he didn't know what to do, so he could only look to Naoki for help. Naoki then said, so in the future, you should do this, only give gold coins to people or Pokemon you like as a proof of your friendship, so that you can avoid extravagance and waste. Dingling. Sai Fuhao's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. It nodded repeatedly, patting its chest to assure that it already knew, and would never waste again in the future. That's right. Naoki touched Sai Fuhao's head. Then let's stop here today. Do you want to stay in the tavern, or go back to the room with us? Hearing this, Sai Fuhao looked back at the tavern he was more familiar with, and then decisively chose to stay here. Dingling. Okay. Seeing this, Naoki was not surprised. After all, Sai Fuhao liked this place at first sight. He nodded and said, then from today on, your job is to stay in the tavern and be the lucky cat of the whole ranch. Although he didn't know what a lucky cat was, Sai Fuhao liked this job. It nodded happily. Dingling. Naoki smiled. Good night then, I'm going to go back to sleep. You should also go to bed early. Dingling. Naoki left the tavern, But when he returned to the living room, he saw that the Pokemon in the house had several gold coins. Even the Bud Crown had one. Naoki, Frosty Milk Fairy explained happily, Ma. Bud Crown helped it translate. This is a gift from the rich man. That Pokemon is really magical. It can do such a thing. It reminds me of an old friend. Forget it. Since it's a gift from Saifuga, you should keep it well. After saying that, Naoki looked at Butcrest and asked, Old friend? Butcrest nodded slightly, and then explained to Naoki, it's a Pokemon named Melmetal. When I was the king of Galar, I saw the future in advance and summoned 200 warriors. But the 100 warriors didn't have a suitable weapon at that time. It was Melmetal that gave us enough iron at that time, which helped Song Xiang and Zangmarant to forge swords and shields, allowing them to successfully repel the Dark Knight. But after that, I fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion, and when I woke up, I lost my memory. I don't know where Melmetal went. Is that so? While recalling Melmetal's information, Naoki comforted her. Don't worry, Melmetal has a long lifespan and must still be alive in this world. Maybe he is sleeping at a ruin. And, from the setting of Melmetal, it will never disappear. Because when Melmetal's lifespan is about to end, its body will slowly rust and disintegrate. In the end, Melmetal will become tiny fragments, and then those fragments will be resurrected as the initial stage of Meltan and start their life again. Chapter 394. I hope so. The Bud Crown King sighed. Seeing the Bud Crown King, Naoki suddenly had the idea of looking for the Melmetal and inviting it back to live in the ranch. He provided iron to Song Xiang and Zong Marant, helping them to repel the Dark Knight. In that incident, Melmetal was also an unknown hero, who was not recorded by the world. Naoki didn't know what Song Xiang and Zong Marant were going to do, and he didn't know whether they would come to look for the Bud Crown King after defeating Mugio Taina. But if there is a chance, Naoki hopes that they could all come to the ranch, including Melmetal. Although Naoki also has a little idea of collecting legendary Pokemon in his heart, he still hopes that these heroes can live in the ranch and the World Tree. Thinking of this, Naoki said, if we have time in the future, let's go to the Galar region to look for Melmetal. The Bud Crown was slightly startled, and he looked into Naoki's eyes, and then saw through his thoughts. His little believer wants these heroes to live a better life. The Bud Crown King smiled softly. Okay, I also hope to meet Melmetal again. Well, it's settled then. Naoki grinned and made a promise with the Bud Crown King. The next day was another bright and refreshing autumn day. In this golden season, the whole countryside was filled with the joy of harvest. Another batch of fruits in the orchard matured. Early in the morning, Naoki took Gulton and Motor Lizard to the orchard to pick fruits, and packed the excess fruits into the pickup truck for sale. The other Pokemon, who had nothing to do all day, gathered in Snorlax Park. Babu, Ursula, Frostmalax, Glacian, Umbreon and other Pokemon jumped onto Snorlax's belly one after another. Dragonite, Saltrock and other larger Pokemon had no way to run onto Snorlax's belly, and could only stay in the open space next to it. In the middle of the Pokemon, there was a pile of golden coins. Today, everyone gathered here to discuss a very important matter. Naoki has always taken care of them, and occasionally he would bring gifts back from outside for them. Now, thanks to the help of Saifuga, everyone has money, so they decided to buy a gift for Naoki, just like Naoki gave them gifts. Babu Tubo looked troubled. Bamo. But I have never been to the town, I don't know how to buy things from humans. The other Pokemon didn't know either. They looked at each other for a few seconds, looking confused. At this time, Dragonite stood up and said confidently, "Awoo. I know. As long as you give them money, you can buy things, just like those humans buy milk from the ranch." The younger sister AI Guancher's eyes lit up and asked, AI? Then who should be sent to complete this task? This is a difficult problem, because everyone is Pokemon, and other humans except Naoki can't understand what they say. The Pokemon look at each other. Suddenly Yuriko, who had been listening carefully to everyone's conversation, had an idea. Bony, why don't you let me go? I can wear a mask so that no one knows I'm a Pokemon. It used to do this when it was in Kitakami Township. Frostmilk, Mama. Good idea. Dragonite also nodded. Awoo. Then I take you there. Because it delivers goods every day, it is very familiar with the town. The elder brother Aisho looked at the other Pokemon calmly and said, Ai. In that case, let's stay in the ranch to avoid being discovered by Naoki. Sister Aisha was a little worried. Ai? But is this money enough to buy gifts? Other Pokemon have no concept of money, so they are naturally not clear about this question. At this time, Saifuhao patted his chest and said proudly, Dingling. Leave this to me. If it's not enough, I can make a lot of gold coins. So, after a careful discussion, a group of Pokemon quickly assigned their respective tasks to each other. Dragonite took Urukyo and Saphir to the town, while the other Pokemon stayed at the ranch to prevent Naoki from finding them. Sister Aisho found a small bag, put all the gold coins in it, and hung it on Urukyo's arm. While Naoki was still picking fruits in the orchard, Dragonite let Urukyo and Saphir ride on his back, and then quietly left the ranch from the back with them. The remaining Pokemon continued to stay in Snorlax Park, waiting for them to come back. Naoki, who was busy in the orchard, suddenly looked up at the other side of the river. "Why do I seem to hear Dragonite's cry?" he asked in confusion. Golden and Motor Lizard were at a loss. "Ah, gah. Gah? Forget it, it doesn't sound like they are quarreling." Naoki shook his head and didn't care. He asked Motor Lizard to help him move the large basket of fruits onto the pickup truck. At the same time, Dragonite, Urukyo, and Saifuhao had already arrived in the town. In order to avoid being discovered as a Pokemon, Urukyo put on the Eevee mask that Naoki had bought at the fireworks festival, and Saifor and Dragonite pretended to be its Pokemon. The three Pokemon walked in the streets of Zik Town, attracting the attention of passers-by. Urukyo was a little nervous, and asked in a low voice, "Bony? Why do I feel like everyone is looking at us?" Dragonite, on the other hand, had a familiar expression, a woo. "Maybe it's because I'm Dragonite. When it delivers goods, it often encounters humans staring at it in surprise, and sometimes they chase it across several streets just to see it. Dragonite doesn't understand humans, so it just ignores them." After hearing Dragonite's explanation, Urukyo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It thought its Pokemon identity had been discovered. On the contrary, Saifuhao, on the side, was full of excitement. Seeing those humans looking at it, it waved and greeted them enthusiastically. Dingling! People who had never seen Saifuhao cried out in surprise. "That Pokemon is greeting us! Wow, its body is golden and beautiful." Saifuhao nodded proudly. Yes, it is so powerful." The three Pokemon continued to move forward. Suddenly, a boy with fiery eyes blocked their way. Urgire was startled, and the face under the mask almost made a Pokemon cry. The boy looked at Dragonite and Spartan excitedly, then turned his gaze to Urukyo in the middle, and said, "You are also a trainer, right? So amazing. You can actually capture a Pokemon like Dragonite, and this golden Pokemon. I want to challenge you. Please have a battle with my Pokemon." Chapter 395. Fight? They are not here to fight today, so Urukyo subconsciously shook his head and refused, and then continued to move forward with Dragonite and Saphir. The boy was slightly stunned when he saw the masked girl reject his challenge. But that Dragonite looks very powerful. Now that he has met it, it would be a pity not to fight such a powerful trainer. The boy hurriedly chased after it, and followed the trainer. "Please have a Pokemon battle with me, just one, please." Urukyo, Dragonite, and Saphir stared blankly at the persistent boy in front of them. The three Pokemon looked at each other. It seemed that they could only move forward by defeating this human. Pooh! Urukyo was about to take off his mask and fight himself, but suddenly remembered that he was now playing the role of a human trainer. So Urukyo quickly put on his mask and nodded. Seeing the trainer in front of him agree, the boy's eyes lit up, and then he immediately took out a Pokeball from his pocket. "Please teach me." Ultraviolet also followed his example, and stretched out his hand. Dragonite on the side didn't react at first, until he noticed that Ultraviolet was looking at him in confusion, and then realized that it was his turn to appear next. Dragonite took a step forward aggressively. Ouch! Looking at this scene, a question mark appeared on the boy's head. What's going on? This trainer and her Pokemon give people a strange feeling? He couldn't help but ask, "Can't you speak?" Urukyo didn't know how to answer, so he could only shake his head. Can't speak? Is this girl dumb? The boy was confused, so how could she command the Pokemon to fight? The boy realized his abruptness and apologized to the girl in front of him. "I'm very sorry. I don't know your situation." Urukyo didn't understand why this person was talking to himself, so he waved his hand, indicating that the battle could begin. The boy had many questions in his mind, but in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation and brought this strange girl and her Pokemon to the battle square in the center of the town. Trainer culture is prevalent in this world, and trainers traveling abroad will have a Pokemon battle anytime and anywhere. Therefore, in order to deal with this situation, multiple battle sites are set up in almost every town and city. There are also some in Zikin town. At this moment, Urukyo imitated Naoki and stood at one end of the battle site, and Dragonite pretended to be its Pokemon and stood in front. The boy on the opposite side saw that the trainer was ready, and his fighting spirit was ignited in his heart. He held the Pokeball in his hand and threw it hard. Go, my friend. Dancer in the water, carnival wave dance duck. A white light flashed, and an elegant, dancing duck Pokemon appeared in the battlefield. You attack first, the boy said, and he was a little curious about how the mute girl would command the Pokemon to fight. But the next second, the boy saw the Dragonite on the opposite side move. It flapped its wings, creating a strong storm that swept towards the opposite side. Countless fierce winds hit the crazy wave duck, making it lose its ability to fight on the spot. What happened? The boy couldn't react for a while. The move just now was a storm. It was so powerful. Seeing that the opponent was defeated, Eruption couldn't help but let out a happy cry, and then turned around and left here with Dragonite and Saifuhao. This way they can continue to choose gifts for Naoki. The boy who stayed there was confused. What on earth is going on? The three Pokemon returned to the street, occasionally stopping in front of the glass window to look at the dazzling array of goods inside. This time no one came to disturb them, so the whole process of choosing gifts went very smoothly. Soon, Eruption selected an exquisite bouquet. The owner of the flower shop was a lady wearing a plaid apron. She looked at the masked girl and gently introduced, "This is the famous Gracitia flower." Bony? Hearing the name of this flower, Yurikyo couldn't help but murmur. The flower shop owner was slightly stunned, then looked at the masked girl in front of him in disbelief, and asked, "Are you a Pokemon?" Yurikyo realized that he was exposed, and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. This action made the flower shop owner laugh. "Don't worry, although I don't know why you want to dress up as a human, but you must buy this flower to give it to someone who is very important to you, right?" Seeing that the other party had seen through his identity, and didn't seem to have any bad intentions, Eruption simply stopped pretending and nodded happily. Bony Bony. Dragonite and Saifuhao beside him also echoed. Looking at the appearance of these three Pokemon, the woman showed a gentle smile on her face. She could see that these three Pokemon lived a happy life. In that case, then give this bouquet of flowers to that person. Its name is Gracitia, and its origin is the Sinnoh region, which is very far away from us. People there will make bouquets of these flowers to express gratitude to others on important days, such as birthdays or anniversaries. The three Pokemon listened quietly. Originally, Dragonite was a little dissatisfied with the flowers selected by Yurikyo, because there were many flowers in the ranch, and Naoki might not like them. However, after hearing this, it changed its original idea. Giving these flowers to Naoki is perfect. The rich man beside him had the same idea. Compared to flowers, Saifuhao prefers golden things. So it originally planned to buy a gift of this color for Naoki to thank Naoki for giving it so many gold coins to help it evolve. But now, this flower is perfect. After choosing the gift, it's time to pay. Eruption felt through his clothes and took out the bundle that his sister Ai Guancher gave him and handed it over. The flower shop owner reached out to take it. She originally thought that the things inside were the fruits collected by the three Pokemon, but as soon as she opened it, she was almost blinded by the golden light inside. The woman looked shocked. What are these? The three Pokemon looked at each other. The rich man thought that he didn't have enough money, so he quickly used steel energy to create more than a dozen gold coins. The woman was almost scared to death after witnessing this scene. Oh my god, what did she see? This Pokemon can actually create gold coins. No, these are too valuable. The woman quickly tied up the bag and handed it back. The three Pokemon looked puzzled and confused. What happened? Can't these gold coins be used to buy flowers? The woman explained. Forget it, I won't take your money. This bouquet of flowers is my gift to you. These gold coins are too valuable. You'd better keep them. Hearing this, the three Pokemon finally understood what happened. They looked at each other, and then happily left the dozen gold coins that Saifuhao had just made, turned around and ran out of the flower shop with the flowers. The woman was confused, and immediately wanted to chase after them with the gold coins. But she saw that the two Pokemon had already ridden on Dragonite and flew away. Chapter 396. When Naoki received the bouquets from the Pokemon, he was surprised and delighted. For me? He asked. Bony! Bammo! Awoo! The Pokemon in front of him nodded in unison, with expectant and happy smiles on their faces. Naoki had never thought that a man would receive flowers one day. In his impression, bouquets were often given to girlfriends, wives, mothers, and teachers. Naoki was very moved. He reached out his hand and touched and hugged the Pokemon in front of him one by one. He had raised these Pokemon for nothing. Naoki was so happy that he even walked more briskly. He hummed a little tune and returned to the living room, ready to put the bouquet in the most conspicuous place. Although the flowers will wither, His feelings for these Pokemon will last forever. However, just as Naoki's eyes swept over the bouquet, relevant information suddenly emerged in his mind. Gracitia flower, a very precious flower. If given to a Pokemon, it can change the form of that Pokemon. On birthdays or anniversaries, some humans will also make a bouquet of flowers to express their gratitude. Gracitia flower? Naoki was slightly stunned. Isn't that Shaymin's favorite flower? Shaymin, a mythical Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. They often live in groups in flower beds, and possess a very magical power that can decompose toxins in the atmosphere and turn barren land into flower beds in an instant. The legend of the Sinnoh region tells the legend of Shaymin. It is said that when people are happy that the harsh winter ends with a change of seasons and offer their gratitude to the heavens, Shaymin will appear and fill the barren land with flowers. Among all the flowers, Shaymin's favorite is the Gracitia flower, because this flower can transform them from land form to sky form. In addition, what Naoki cares about more is that Shaymin is a Pokemon that will migrate as the Gracitia flowers bloom. So the question is, if he plants a field of Gracitia flowers in the pasture, will it attract wild Shaymin? Naoki immediately wanted to try it, but unfortunately found that it was already autumn, and the next season would be the cold winter. By then, the whole land would be covered with ice and snow, which was not suitable for sowing. Spring and summer are the seasons when Gracitia flowers bloom. In that case, he will wait until next spring to plant them. As for now, there is another thing waiting for him to do. Naoki went upstairs, turned on the computer, and told Lei He the news that he had evolved Sokai Ling into Sai-Fu Hao through a private chat on the forum. Lei He replied quickly. She first congratulated Naoki, and then said that she would go and see the Pokemon in person when she had the chance in the future, and said that she was now investigating the location of the shrine that sealed the treasure of disaster, and waited for a chance to cooperate again in the future. Naoki replied with okay, and then went offline. Then, he called the owner of the antique shop in the town, and told him the news of the birth of Sai-Fu Hao. This was what he had promised him before. After hearing this, the antique shop owner immediately expressed his excitement that he wanted to meet Sai-Fu Hao. Naoki agreed, and when he went to the town to buy groceries in the afternoon, he took Sai-Fu Hao to the antique shop. It's incredible. This is Sai-Fu Hao. The antique shop owner's eyes were burning as he circled around Sai-Fu Hao. This golden body, this dazzling light, this powerful posture, this Pokemon is so perfect. It's worth my life to be able to see Sai-Fu Hao. Naoki was speechless. Isn't this too exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. The antique shop owner's tone was full of shock. It's been 1,000 years since Sai-Fu Hao last appeared, and now only the legend of that Pokemon has been passed down. Some people say that it is the treasure that all explorers dream of. Those who get the Sai-Fu Hao will have gold that they can't spend all their lives. Hearing this, Naoki nodded slightly. This is true, because the Sai-Fu Hao really has the ability to make gold. After completing the previous agreement, Naoki said goodbye to the antique shop owner and took the Sai-Fu Hao back to the ranch. Sai-Fu Hao's affairs were all resolved, and he had nothing to do next. Oh no, I almost forgot one thing. Calculating the time, the Eevee eggs upstairs are about to hatch. In order to witness the hatching of Eevee with his own eyes, Naoki began to wait in front of the 7 Eevee eggs from that day on. Time quickly came to August 15th, 199th year of the League calendar. That afternoon, Naoki was stewing chicken soup in the kitchen, and the Moon Eevee who was waiting for him upstairs suddenly ran down the stairs, shouting, "Bubabuboo." Naoki was amused by the funny running posture of Moon Eevee, but the next second, he realized something. The egg is hatched? Naoki asked hurriedly. Umbreon nodded. Eevee. Sister, come and help me watch the pot. Naoki shouted, and then took Umbreon upstairs. When they arrived at the room, the first little Eevee had already hatched. Big dark and clear eyes, light-colored fur that looked velvety and soft, and the light pink pads on the feet. Eevee was clumsily pushing out of the egg with an eggshell on its head. The newly hatched Eevee is so cute. At this moment, Naoki felt that his heart was about to be melted by cuteness. He hurried forward and took the Ice Eevee and Moon Eevee, who had been beside him, to guard the little Eevee. Soon, the little Eevee crawled out of the eggshell and looked at the 2 Eevees in front of him with a pair of big black and bright eyes. The tail is serrated. This is only a male Eevee. Naoki observed its tail and immediately recognized its gender. Looking at such a cute Eevee, Ice Eevee immediately threw away all the awkward little emotions in his heart. It looked at Eevee happily and whispered, "Booey." Moon Eevee was also curious about this Eevee. It walked up quietly, got close to Eevee, and sniffed its scent with its nose. Hello, Eevee. Naoki smiled and greeted it. The little Eevee looked at him with his black eyes, then looked at the two big Eevees next to him, and then responded unskillfully, "Bui bui." At this time, his brother, AI Butler, came over with milk prepared for the newly hatched Pokemon. They have received professional training, and know how to take care of newly hatched Pokemon. Seeing this, Naoki made way and watched his brother, Ibuta, feeding the little Eevee with a smile on his face. "From now on, it will be your third brother," Naoki said to the two adult Eevees next to him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 6 eggs next to him made the sound of eggshells breaking. Soon, one by one, the little Eevees emerged from the eggs with the eggshells on their heads. The newly hatched little Eevees are still very small, and they seem to be very curious about everything in the outside world. With so many Eevees, Brother AI Guancher couldn't take care of them all by himself, so Naoki quickly called Sister AI Guancher downstairs to help bring up a few more bottles of milk. As if they smelled the milk, the little Eevees, who had consumed a lot of energy trying to break out of their shells, gathered around one after another. They were hungry. "Eevees! Eevees!" The childish cries echoed in the room. These Eevees cried, and tried to climb onto Naoki's body. Naoki was in a hurry, holding a bottle of milk in one hand while dealing with these Eevees. Good man, he has to change his job to become a nani before getting married. In the end, Naoki could only sit cross-legged on the carpet, put all these little Eevees on his legs, and install the pre-prepared pacifiers in the milk bottles for them to suck. Although he was a little flustered, looking at these furry little Eevees in his arms, he unexpectedly felt happy. Naoki thought so. Chapter 397. The full-bellied little Eevees nestled in Naoki's arms, and began to feel drowsy. Some of them soon fell into a deep sleep, with their soft paws pressed against Naoki's legs. Although the others were also very sleepy, they did not fall asleep immediately, but leaned on their companions, squinting their eyes sleepily, and nodding their heads from time to time. Looking at this pile of Eevees, Naoki felt soft in his heart. He stretched out his hand to scratch the chins of these Eevees, and lowered his voice. "Go to sleep." The hatching of Pokemon in real life is not the same as the hatching in the game. Pokemon hatched from eggs cannot fight immediately, and their size is like a baby compared to normal Eevee. The book says that these newly hatched Pokemon need enough sleep and nutrition to survive the larval stage. However, unlike humans, the larval stage of Pokemon is very short, lasting only about a week, after which they can grow to their normal size. After all the Eevee fell asleep, Naoki lined them up and placed them on a soft blanket. Then, Naoki began to determine the gender of the little Eevees based on the patterns on their tails. Male, 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 female, male, female, female. Naoki murmured. There are 4 male Eevees and 3 female Eevees in total. Female Eevees are really rare. If he remembered correctly, the male-female ratio of Eevees is 1 to 7. It is already very good to have 3 eggs in this nest. Naoki looked back at the 2 adult Eevees beside him, and said to them, "From now on, you 2 are the leaders of this group of Eevees." "Eevee?" Glacian and Moon Eevee were shocked. They lay on the bed, and looked at the nest of little Eevees with embarrassed expressions on their faces. "But they have never been leaders, have they?" "You will find out slowly," Naoki said. He wanted to say something else, but his eyes saw his sister AI Guancher next to him, and suddenly a bad idea popped up in his heart. Oh no! Sister AI Guancher was called over by him, who was watching the pot downstairs. Naoki hurried down to check, and then saw Flutterfather frantically beating the stove with his wing claws. Naoki, good boy, my sister AI Guancher found in a littered person to look after the pot. He quickly took over the kitchen and checked the chicken soup in the pot. Seeing that it was not spoiled, he slowly stewed it over low heat. Seeing Naoki coming, Zenitha finally breathed a sigh of relief. The little Eevees slept soundly, and slept until the night. Seeing them wake up, Naoki and AI Guancher brothers and sisters fed them milk again. After drinking the milk, the Eevees began to curiously contact this new world. 7 little Eevees squatted on the wooden floor obediently, looking up at Naoki, AI Guancher and Babu Tudu in front of them with their big black and bright eyes. Naoki pointed at himself and said, "I am Naoki." The Eevees, "Eevee? This is Sister AI Guancher, and this is Brother AI Guancher." The Eevees looked at AI Guancher, and his sister next to them. AI. Sister AI Guancher greeted them warmly. Brother AI Guancher remained calm and nodded calmly. AI. The Eevees blinked their eyes, and cried out happily, "Bui!" The next Pokemon didn't need Naoki to introduce them, because Babu, Frostmilk and Urako were already eager to introduce themselves. However, after so many Pokemon introduced themselves, the EVs were confused. Soon, one or two EVs shook their heads, calling, "Bui, bui," and tried to escape from the recognition meeting. Influenced by them, other EVs followed closely and ran around the room. One EV ran under the bed, two EVs ran under the cabinet, and several EVs ran out of the room. The corridor outside the door connected to the stairs leading to the first floor. Naoki was startled, fearing that an EV would fall, and quickly directed the Ibutsu brother and sister next to him to help catch EV. As psychic Pokemon, this kind of thing is very easy for the brother and sister. A blue light flashed in their eyes, and they controlled their telekinesis and quickly caught the fleeing EVs. The little EVs were confused. Naoki put them on the blanket, thinking that these EVs had slept for the whole afternoon and might not be sleepy at all, so he simply took them downstairs and put them on the sofa. "Play here, EV." The next second, the little EVs climbed up the pole and climbed onto Naoki's shoulders and head. They seemed to feel very close to the human who took care of them. Seeing this, Naoki took out toys and played with them for a while. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, the group of little EVs seemed to be tired from playing and began to feel sleepy again. Naoki was also a little sleepy, so he took them back to his room and put them on the bed. "Let's sleep here tonight." The EVs didn't say anything. They trembled and looked at Guletin beside Naoki, looking very scared. Guletin was speechless. "Ah, gah." Naoki couldn't help laughing. "It's Guletin, and it's also our companion. It won't hurt you." "Bamo bamo." Babu Tubo also nodded repeatedly, echoing Naoki's words, and told them not to be afraid, and that it would protect them if they encountered danger. But the little EVs were still very scared, and when Naoki got on the bed, they all got into the quilt and hid in it. Naoki, It is well known that the quilt can isolate all monsters and demons. It seems that this is not only applicable to human society, but even Pokemon know this. Naoki turned sideways, circled the EVs in his arms, and said with a smile, "Go to sleep." The small but warm bed made the EVs feel very safe, so they soon fell asleep with a snore. Naoki looked at this scene with gentle eyes. Pokemon were also very cute when they were young. It was small, smelled fragrant and soft, and felt furry. The larval stage of the EVs passed quickly. As the days passed, their bodies gradually grew larger, and the fur on their bodies changed. During this period, Motor Lizard's birthday came, and Naoki brought a group of Pokemon in the ranch to celebrate its birthday, and let it eat the second birthday cake that increased the racial value. On the second day after Motor Lizard's birthday, EV grew up completely and became a normal EV. For trainers, this is the time to teach EV how to practice moves and try to fight. But in Naoki's opinion, EV, which was just born 7 days ago, is still very small, so he is not in a hurry to cultivate them towards the set evolutionary goal. After growing up, EV no longer sleeps for a long time every day like when they were young. They began to have a strong curiosity about the place where they live, and explored every corner of the house with great energy. Therefore, Naoki can always find them anywhere in the house. Under the sofa, under the bed, in the cabinet, in the heating channel of the lava worm, behind the TV. Sometimes when he goes to the toilet, he can also run into a little EV jumping out of the bathtub to scare him. Naoki, This is really terrible. Naoki is more determined not to let these little EVs go out and let them play freely in the ranch. Because he is very worried that with EV's mobility, he will run out of the ranch directly, and then get lost for other reasons, and never come back. Just like the Babu Turbot, who was sleeping on a rock, and was carried away by a rock bird and flew far away. However, he did not let the little EVs go out, so they began to explore the house more deeply. This morning, Naoki went out, and the food at home was almost gone, so he prepared to go to the town to buy some to replenish the stock. In the living room, 2 gentle female EVs were nestled on the sofa and took a leisurely nap. There were also 2 EVs chasing and playing around the sofa. Glacian and Moon EV squatted on the floor nearby, looking at the group of naughty little guys, looking at each other, and saying nothing. "Boy." Moon EV sighed maturely. It felt that it was not so naughty when it was a child, and it did not like to get into the horn and get covered in dust. At the same time, the other 3 most lively boy EVs formed an expedition team, and were exploring Naoki's treasure house. This is where Naoki stores props. Things like Mew and Bear Baby sent back, as well as some precious stones, were all placed here by Naoki. 3 brave EVs got into the pile of junk and buried their heads in the box to look for them. Soon, one of the EVs found several stones that kept attracting it. "EV!" The little EV screamed, and the other 2 EVs came over after hearing the sound. They used their front paws to grab the box, and looked down inside. One of the EVs used its claws to dig out the things in the box, but accidentally fell into the box. EV. In a panic, the claws of this EV accidentally touched an orange-yellow stone. The next second, before the other two EVs could react, a dazzling light burst out from the body of this EV. All the energy in the orange-yellow stone was absorbed into its body. When the light dissipated, a Pokemon with fiery red fur and a large, fluffy tail behind it appeared in front of the two EVs. Bwee! Seeing this, the two EVs were frightened and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. And hearing their voices, EV jumped out of the box with a bang. It was about to say something, but soon felt the changes in its body. Bwee! Flame EV looked down at itself in panic. The other two EVs looked confused, and one of them ran up and patted the creamy yellow hair on Flare EV's forehead with its paw. At this time, Flareon also got relevant information from the genetic genes in its body. Oh, so that's it. It has evolved into Flareon. It can use the fire-breathing move. Flareon was very excited to realize that it had become more powerful. It opened its mouth and let out an excited cry, Bwee! The other two EVs looked confused. They learned from Flareon's words that Flareon became what it is now through the stones in the box. Bew? An EV asked uncertainly. Bew? Flareon nodded repeatedly, saying that he felt so powerful now. Upon hearing this, the two EVs could no longer sit still. They all got into the box, and each picked a stone that attracted them. As the two stones were touched by them, two dazzling lights burst out from their bodies the next second. The two EVs absorbed the energy in the stones, and their appearance changed rapidly. When the light faded, a Jolteon with yellow fur and a Vaporeon without fur, but with fins and gills appeared in front of Flareon. Flareon looked at his two companions, and then at himself, and was surprised to find that they all looked different. B. The EVs were very happy about their changes. They ran out of the room one after another, ready to show Naoki their new looks. So, when Naoki returned to the ranch from the town with a lot of bags, he saw that there were 3 fewer EVs in the living room, and 3 more Flareons, Jolteons, and Vaporeon. Naoki, ? What's going on? The 3 brothers, Water, Fire, and Thunder, came over and happily told about their adventures. B. We encountered many magical stones during our adventure, and those stones made us become more powerful EV. Naoki didn't understand at first, but the Bud Crown happened to be watching TV in the living room, and helped him translate it casually, and conveyed it to him through telepathy. Naoki was very upset after hearing these words. What adventure? Who would explore in their own home? You 3 naughty ghosts. Naoki gritted his teeth helplessly, and poked their heads with his fingers. However, the 3 EVs looked aggrieved and sad. EV. Because Naoki always doesn't let us go out to play, we can only play in the room. Hearing this, Naoki immediately swallowed all the words he wanted to say. It was indeed wrong for him to do this, but he was just worried that EV would run away from the ranch. Even if there are Glacian and Moon EV to watch them, there are too many EV. If the 2 adult EV are not careful, some naughty EV may run away. Looking at the group of EV in front of him, Naoki finally compromised. He sighed helplessly and said, Okay, then from today on, you can also go to the grass outside to play like everyone else. EV? Hearing this, the little EV's eyes lit up. Naoki nodded, but be careful not to run out of the pasture and leave the fence. If you run into bad guys, you will never be able to return home. Hearing this, the little EVs were a little scared, but they couldn't help but be curious about the outside world. So they nodded and promised, EV. They will never run outside the fence. Naoki opened the door, and watched the group of EVs rush out of the room with Glacian and Moon EV. Flareon and Jolteon were running on the grass, while Vaporeon followed his instinct, and ran to the lake in the center of the ranch and jumped into the water. The remaining 4 EVs were also scattered in the ranch. Some were attracted by the flowers in the flower field, and ran over there, to watch the 3 bees collecting honey from the flowers. Some were attracted by the crops in the farmland, and ran along the ridges. 2 EVs ran under a fruit tree, and lay leisurely on the grass in the cool autumn breeze. Huh? Looking at this scene, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. We already have Water, Fire, Thunder, Ice, and Moon EV, and the next ones are Leafeon, Soul, and a Sylveon. Leafeon's evolution is relatively simple, as long as there is a leaf stone, or a place with abundant grass attribute energy, such as near a moss stone, it can evolve. Soleon and Sylveon are a bit more complicated. Soleon needs to meet a certain level of favorability, and then evolve in the daytime under the sun. Sylveon needs to learn fairy attribute moves, and the favorability must meet certain conditions before it can evolve. Chapter 398. But to evolve EV, we also need to respect their opinions and choices. Let's not talk about the EV that has already evolved. Even though Naoki wants to evolve the remaining EV into the EV that the ranch doesn't have yet, he still has to ask the EV's ideas before taking action. Naoki gathered his mind, and when the EV got tired of playing outside, he summoned all the EV in the ranch to the living room. Then, Naoki took out the book that recorded all the attributes of EV and introduced their future evolution forms to the group of EV. 9 EVs squatted on the floor in a row. Except for Glacian and Moon EV, the other EVs all looked curious. Ahem. Naoki cleared his throat and drew the attention of the EVs to himself. Golden brought out a small blackboard. Naoki cut out the patterns from the book and pasted them on the blackboard in different categories. Originally, I didn't plan to tell you about this now, but 3 naughty EVs accidentally ran into my treasure house and touched the evolution stone I put there, and evolved ahead of time, Naoki said. He originally planned to wait until these EVs were older, at least 1 or 2 years old, before evolving them. Hearing this, the other EVs all turned their eyes to Flareon, Jolteon and Vaporeon in the middle. Bew. The 3 brothers showed an embarrassed expression on their faces, stuck out their tongues, and finally chose to act like a spoiled child to Naoki, trying to use this method to make Naoki let them go. Bew bew. Naoki sighed helplessly, and then turned the topic back to the main topic. EV, that's you. Naoki's eyes swept over the EVs in front of him. Each EV has infinite evolution possibilities. Evolution is a process in which you become stronger and more powerful, just like Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. And currently, there are 8 types of EV evolution forms discovered by humans. The EVs listened attentively. Naoki tapped the picture on the blackboard. First, I want to introduce you to Flareon, just like it. As he said that, Naoki pointed at the Flareon in the team. Flameon, as the name suggests, has the ability to control fire. It can spray high-temperature flames from its mouth to attack, and it can also use flames to roast tree fruits. Booey! Under the gazes of all the EVs, Flareon nodded repeatedly, indicating that Naoki was right. To prove it, it took a big breath and then spit out a small ball of fire. The small flame hit the carpet, and the wool carpet was instantly ignited. Naoki, flame! Naoki felt his breath tighten. Looking at the burning carpet, Flareon realized that he had done something wrong. Boy. Fortunately, Vaporeon nearby used a water gun in time to put out the flames. Looking at the burnt carpet, Naoki gave a dark face to all the Pokemon. No one can use moves at home in the future. Boy boy! The already guilty Flareon nodded quickly, indicating that he remembered it. Since this is your first time and I haven't taught you before, let's forget about it this time. But you must never do this again next time, understand? Bew? Naoki then continued the small class. I believe you all know Flareon's abilities, and next I'm going to introduce Vaporeon. Unlike the lively and impulsive Flareon, the evolved Vaporeon has become much gentler, as gentle as flowing water. After hearing Naoki introduce himself, it happily swung its tail. After evolving into Vaporeon, Eevee lost its fur, but gained the power to live in water and freely control water. Vaporeon can also flexibly use water guns to attack opponents. In life, it can also help water fruit trees and put out fires. The EVs looked at Vaporeon curiously. Some EVs seemed very interested in Vaporeon, but others seemed not very interested. Then the next one to introduce is Glacian. Naoki turned his attention to Glacian again. Glacian, the new snow Pokemon, can use the power of ice and snow to attack. If you stay with Glacier in the summer, you don't have to worry about the hot temperature and heat stroke. In short, Glacier is also a very reliable EV. Glacian didn't speak, but nodded gently. Naoki's introduction to it was very special. The next one is Jolteon. Jolteon is the EV that evolved from EV through the Thunderstone. It can use powerful electric current attacks to paralyze the opponent. It is very powerful. Naoki looked at Jolteon. The illustrated book said that Jolteon was quite nervous, so it was very difficult for a trainer to get close to it. But at the moment, perhaps because he had hatched it from an egg himself, Jolteon didn't seem to be that nervous to him and was still very docile. For example, now, it took the initiative to store electricity and show the electricity in its body so that other EVs could see it more clearly. Then the fourth one I want to introduce to you is Umbreon. Naoki continued, Moon EV, an EV that evolved from the moonlight, is a nocturnal Pokemon that likes to be active in the middle of the night when the moonlight shines on the earth. At the same time, its black fur can also help it camouflage and prevent it from being discovered by opponents in the dark. Moon EV made a melodious cry, Bew. The blue halo on its body emitted a faint blue light, which looked extremely magical. Naoki smiled slightly, and then cast his eyes on the remaining 4 EV that had not yet evolved. The next thing I'm going to introduce to you is an EV that hasn't appeared in the ranch yet. Hearing this, the 4 EVs showed an expectant look on their faces. EV? What EV will it be? The first one is Leafeon. Naoki pointed at the Leafeon pattern on the blackboard. It's a grass-type Pokemon that can photosynthesize like a flower. And, because of photosynthesis, there's always a fresh air and a unique grass set around Leafeon. B? A little Eevee stood up and asked curiously. Seeing this, Naoki ate a few pieces of translation melon seed crisps, and finally understood its question. This little Eevee asked, "What does the smell of grass smell?" Naoki thought about it and asked Golden to call the Mount Goat over, and then let the Mount Goat release the grass field. The next second, the room was flooded with a green light. There was also a very unique smell of grass in the air. Looking at the little EVs moving their black noses to sniff, Naoki said, "It's probably this smell." "Bew?" One little EV liked it very much. The other little EV looked embarrassed. Seeing this, Naoki quickly asked his goat to collect its energy. "Then, I'm going to introduce you to Sun EV. It's completely opposite to Moon EV. It can absorb sunlight and convert it into spiritual power. Not only that, Sun EV is also very good at predicting the future." Several EVs looked at the EV with lavender fur in the picture, and their eyes suddenly lit up. "Bew? Wow! The beautiful fur shimmers with a velvety luster and looks extremely soft. Not only that, there is also a beautiful ruby on the head of the Sun EV. So beautiful." Naoki smiled and continued, "Next, I will introduce Fairy EV." Several EVs moved their eyes to the next photo. The EV in that photo is a beautiful EV with white and pink fur, a bow, and a beautiful ribbon on its head. This is Sylveon, a fairy-type Pokemon. Although it looks gentle and cute, Sylveon is also very powerful. Even if it faces a dragon-type Pokemon that is several times larger than itself, it will fly over without fear. Naoki introduced. He observed the reactions of the group of EVs, and then asked, "So have you thought about what kind of EV you want to become in the future?" At this point, Naoki suddenly remembered something, so he added, "Of course, it doesn't matter if it doesn't evolve. Although the EV that doesn't evolve can't spit fire and water, it can develop in the direction of partner EV. Also, EV can use a very powerful move, 9-color sublimation gathering top. In short, even if it does not evolve, EV's potential is unlimited. 9-color sublimation gathering top, the Z move of the Alola region, the effect is to summon the 8 Pokemon evolved from other EV, and then borrow their power, combining the power of EV's 9 forms into one, which is EV's ultimate move. In the game, this move will also give EV's attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed all increased by 2 levels. To use this move, the trainer needs to wear a Z band and possess a Z crystal exclusive to EV. The EVs listened to this carefully. They looked at the photos on the blackboard and couldn't help but look tangled, and they didn't make a decision for a long time. Naoki was not in a hurry. Although he wanted to collect all the EVs of each attribute, if EV didn't want to evolve into a certain EV, he couldn't force EV to evolve. In this regard, Naoki chose to respect EV's opinion. However, before the remaining 4 EVs could make a decision, the Flareon that had already evolved came up. "Bew bew? Naoki, I want to evolve into a partner EV." Naoki was furious. "You've already evolved. There's no way an evolved EV can degenerate." "Bew?" Flameon was so disappointed. Seeing its look, Naoki couldn't bear it. It was his fault. He should have introduced the evolutionary forms to the EVs earlier, or kept the evolution stones. But now that things have come to this, there is no way to change it. He could only comfort her. "Don't be sad, Flareon is also very powerful. When winter comes, you can help us make a fire to keep warm. You are also a very capable EV." Flareon was very excited. "Bew bew? Really? Does Naoki like me?" Naoki smiled and touched its head. "Of course, I will ask you to warm my bed when the time comes. Flareon in winter and Glaceon in summer, perfect." "Bew?" Hearing this, Flareon no longer wanted to evolve into other EV, it liked the way it was now. At this time, the remaining 4 EV had also made a decision. "Bew? I like the smell of grass. I want to evolve into Leafeon." "Bew bew? Can Sun EV really predict the future?" an EV asked. Naoki nodded. "That's what the book says. Such information is recorded in Sun EV's illustrated book. It is said that Sun EV originally had no abilities, but awakened the ability to predict in order to protect itself. Its body hair is very sensitive, and it uses its thin and short hair to feel the flow of air, detect small changes in the air, and accurately predict the next weather and the opponent's actions, etc. After receiving a positive answer, the little Eevee nodded happily. Buibo. Then I want to become Sun Eevee, so that I can know the time when Naoki will go home in advance. Naoki raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, Why do you know the time when I go home? Little Ibrahimovic answered subconsciously, Biu biu. This way, I won't be caught eating the ice cream in the refrigerator. Oops, I said it by accident. Ibrahimovic quickly covered his mouth, and Naoki was speechless. I don't let you eat too much because I'm afraid you get an upset stomach. If you do, your body will feel very uncomfortable. Ibrahimovic drooled, Biu. But the ice cream is so delicious. Naoki, forget it. If it gets sick, I ask my sister, Avatar, to do the crescent dance for it. If that doesn't work, I go to the Pokemon Center in town to find Miss Joy. What about you two? Naoki looked at the remaining two Eevee. One of the Eevee looked at Gurdon with fighting spirit in its eyes. Bui! I want to evolve into Sylveon. Naoki was curious. Why? Eevee's face was full of fighting spirit. Bui! Because Sylveon can defeat dragon Pokemon. As soon as he heard this, Naoki understood. Good guy, it turned out to be waiting for him here. He remembered that when he took Eevee to bed a few days ago, Golden saw so many Eevees on the bed, and he wanted to run up, but Naoki felt that the bed was too small, and was afraid of crushing the little Eevee, so he refused Golden. As a result, Golden was jealous and felt that the Eevees had taken away his Naoki, so he deliberately caught an Eevee off the bed, and let it sleep next to him. The poor little Eevee was almost scared. It wanted to go back to the bed, but Golden would not let it go, and finally Eevee burst into tears. The crying woke Naoki up, and it took Naoki a lot of effort to comfort it. Then the Eevee thought that Golden was a bad guy. Naoki looked at the speechless Golden, and couldn't help laughing. Okay, but Golden is very powerful, and it's not an ordinary dragon Pokemon. It's very difficult to defeat it. Bui! I will try hard. Eevee is still full of fighting spirit. Golden, ah gah. Naoki turned his eyes to the last Eevee. What about you? What kind of Eevee do you want to evolve into? This Eevee looked left and right, and seemed to have not made a decision yet. After a long while, it finally spoke. Biu? It seems that there is only partner Eevee, Naoki. What kind of Eevee do you want to evolve into? In addition to partner Eevee, you can also evolve into other Eevee, and I will train you in that direction. However, this Eevee shook its head, and after a while, it seemed to have made up its mind, and said firmly, Biu. I want to be a partner Eevee. Naoki was slightly stunned and asked, Don't you want to evolve into other Eevee? Eevee shook his head vigorously. Biu biu. No. I want to be the most powerful partner Eevee. More importantly, it doesn't want to evolve into the same appearance as other Eevee. It wants to be the unique Eevee in the ranch and in Naoki's heart. So, it plans to accompany Naoki in the appearance of Eevee all the time. Chapter 399. Naoki was slightly startled when he heard what the little Eevee said. He didn't expect the little Eevee to have such an idea. But on second thought, from a certain perspective, there is almost no difference between Pokemon and human cubs. Just like children living in the same family, every child wants to be unique. And every Eevee also wants to be different. So, they don't want to evolve into an Eevee that is exactly the same as other Eevees. Not only this Ibrahimovic, who wants to evolve into a partner Ibrahimovic, perhaps other Ibrahimovic also have this idea in their hearts. Naoki's eyes swept over the group of Ibrahimovic in front of him, and the Ibrahimovic also looked at him in unison. I know. Naoki exhaled lightly and said with a smile, Then next, I will help you cultivate in the direction of the target Ibrahimovic, but before that, you have to wear this stone first. As he said, Naoki took out the stone of unchange that he had prepared in advance, and put it on the remaining Ibrahimovic that had not yet evolved. The Eevees looked down at the stones on their necks, all with puzzled expressions. Eevee? Naoki explained, This is the stone of invariance. It can prevent you from suddenly evolving due to some environmental factors. After all, Eevee's genes are too unstable, and there are several environments in the ranch that can allow Eevee to evolve. For example, the World Tree with rich grass energy, and the Mount Goat, the Ice Cave of Glacian, etc. The cave contains the Ice Stone, the treasure of Glacian. Once the little Eevee touches it, there may be a second Glacian in the ranch. Therefore, the Stone of Unchange is very necessary for Eevee. As for the time of evolution, Naoki thinks it is too early for Pokemon to evolve just a few days after hatching. Therefore, he plans to wait until these Eevee are 1 or 2 years old before evolving them. But before that, he has to prepare in advance. The evolution of Leafeon is very simple. while Sun Evie and Sylvian are more special. I will find some time to teach Evie to learn round eyes later. Naoki thought to himself. Round pupils, a fairy-type move, is also one of the prerequisites for evolving into Sylvian. After arranging the affairs of the EVs, Naoki went out with a bag of things. He found Diglett, invited Budcrest, and brought the 2 Pokemon to the lake in the ranch. After passing through the passage prepared by Giratina, 1 person and 2 Pokemon entered the reverse world. In the chaotic and disordered reverse world, there stood a tall and lush towering tree. That is the World Tree. It has been more than 20 days since the last time the Bud Crown ripened the World Tree. If you calculate carefully, tomorrow is the day to ripen the World Tree again. Thinking of this, Naoki's eyes swept over the World Tree. The next second, relevant information emerged in his mind. World Tree, mature a seed sapling that absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on its mount, it has undergone a mutation during its growth. The majestic vitality is brewing in it, and it finally breaks out of the ground. It is said that it can support a world and use natural energy to nourish all things in the world. It will take 64,054 years to grow. The growth progress is almost halfway. Naoki took a deep breath. In the past few months, the Bud Crown King has come here regularly every month to cultivate the World Tree. The current Bud Crown King can shorten the growth period of the World Tree by about 4,000 years a month. According to this progress, 64054 divided by 4,000. It will take about 16 months. Naoki simply calculated in his mind. It is now August 22nd, 199th year of the Alliance calendar. 16 months later, it will be December of 200th year, and there is still more than a year. This speed is already very fast. After all, if he continues at the original speed, he may not see the day when the World Tree grows up until he dies. The time for cultivating the World Tree is tomorrow. Naoki came to the reverse world today for another thing. The season outside is not suitable for growing Gracitia flowers, so Naoki plans to plant a batch in the reverse world first to see. He did not disturb Giratina, who was sleeping in the flowers, and took the 3 shrews and the crown of buds directly to an undeveloped sky island. The 3 of them worked together, with Diglett cultivating the land, Naoki sowing the seeds, and finally the Bud Crown ripening the Gracitia flower. Soon, a beautiful pink sea of flowers appeared in front of the 3 of them. The 3 Digletts looked at this scene with twinkling eyes. Chi-Chi. So beautiful. Bud Crown's eyes were also moved. This is the first time I have seen such a beautiful flower. Yeah. Naoki nodded and said with a smile. After all, this is a magical flower that can attract mythical Pokemon. Although Shaman has little presence compared to Mew, Jirachi, Celebi, Diancie, and other mythical beasts, it is still a real mythical Pokemon. At this time, Giratina was also attracted. It looked at the sky island full of pink flowers, and asked in a low voice, "What are these flowers?" "Gracitia flowers," Naoki answered. He looked at Giratina, and suddenly thought of a plot in a movie. The movie was called Giratina, and the Bouquet of Ice Sky. At that time, a shaman will stray into the reverse world, and have a passionate collision with Giratina. Giratina was frightened by Naoki's half-smiley eyes. It widened its eyes and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Naoki came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something." Giratina wondered, "What is it?" Naoki did not say it clearly. "Protect this sea of flowers well. You will know when the time comes." At that time, I wonder what kind of expression Shaman will show after seeing this reverse world he has transformed. Naoki left with Bud Crown and Diglett. Giratina was the only Pokemon left, looking at the pink sea of flowers in front of him with a blank face. It flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of wind. Suddenly, countless petals were blown up by the wind, flying all over the sky, looking extremely gorgeous. Giratina stared at this scene in a daze, then flew forward and sniffed the flowers with its nose. It unexpectedly found that this kind of flower smelled quite good. So Giratina went up there carelessly, and then fell into a deep sleep. In the evening, Naoki was counting the fruit wine in the barrels in the Pokemon Tavern, and suddenly heard a siren outside. He walked out the door, and saw Miss Junsa passing by the ranch with Growlithe. "What are you going to do?" Naoki asked in surprise. Miss Junsa stopped the police car, and the Growlithe jumped out of the seat next to her. Miss Junsa also got out of the car and said to Naoki, "I parked the car at your ranch for a while, and I take Growlithe to patrol the back mountain later. Autumn is here again. In order to prevent the terrible forest fire last year from happening again, the police station of Zichin Town has strengthened the patrol of the back mountain. Just leave it there, I help you watch it." Naoki squatted down, stroking the head of the cater pie, and asked, "Didn't the town ask the forest ranger to come?" "Yes," Miss Junshaw replied helplessly. "But there is only one forest ranger, and the back mountain is too big, so he may not be able to take care of it. So we will help patrol together while we are free now, and the fire department has also sent people." Naoki nodded, knowing that they were also worried about a fire. "Thank you for your hard work." Miss Junshaw smiled slightly. "This is our job." "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. We are going to set off." Naoki nodded and watched Caterpie follow Miss Junshaw towards the back mountain. It seems that the work of the police and firefighters in this world is also very hard. Naoki shook his head, turned around and returned to the Pokemon Tavern, refilled the empty barrel of fruit wine, and brought some tree fruits and sandwiches. When the guests come, the tavern can start business. After doing this, Naoki went home. The time is now 4:30 in the afternoon. As far as he knows, Miss Junshaw will not be back until at least 9 o'clock in the evening. But the students of Padilla Academy should be on summer vacation at this season, right? No, this world is different from the world he lived in his previous life. Those students probably won't stay at home to rest during the summer vacation. They will definitely travel to major cities and challenge gyms. After all, the gym leaders in the Padilla region have no holidays before November. Only during the Alliance Conference in the Padilla region can the gym leaders finish their work for a year and have more than 2 months of vacation time. Naoki shook his head. Although Yusei was nice to him, he would never agree to Yusei becoming a gym leader. In comparison, the life of a free man is more comfortable. Thinking of this, Naoki took out a cooking book called 300 Kinds of Cooking from his bag and began to study it. He bought this in the town this morning, with the purpose of learning new dishes, making more delicious food for Pokemon, and developing more useful dishes. After all, with his own brain, the dishes he can make are really limited. It's the same few dishes all day long, and Pokemon are not tired of them, but he is tired of them. Mushroom juice. The ingredients required are shiitake mushrooms, button mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, bamboo shoots. Spicy meat soup. The ingredients are fat, salad oil, minced garlic, ginger paste. Wine braised Padilla tomatoes, vodka steamed Carlos eggplant, Padilla crab meat, and ham saimai, Padilla seafood rice. Looking at the pictures of the food above, Naoki thought it was quite delicious. Mushroom sauce, spicy broth, wine braised Padilla tomatoes, and vodka steamed eggplant were all available at home. But the ingredients for the crab meat and ham saimai were gone, because this dish required raw ham slices instead of saimai skin to wrap the meat filling, which looked very luxurious. Forget it, let's try the above dishes today. Naoki stood up, took out the ingredients from the refrigerator, and then started to cook. Time passed by, and when the sky outside the window gradually darkened, the Pokemon who had played outside all day returned home, and Naoki also prepared today's dinner. Mushroom juice. See, cook mushrooms in the way of juice, and make a thick soup. It is a special drink in a certain village, and a very appetizing soup. Effect of the dish. Mushroom Hunter. Pokemon with the pickup attribute will become better at finding mushrooms after eating it, and there is a high probability that they will pick up mushrooms for the trainer. Naoki. What is this? It is only effective for Pokemon with the pickup attribute. The only Pokemon with the pickup attribute in the ranch is Baby Bear. However, Baby Bear is still traveling outside, and has not returned for a long time. However, this dish gave Naoki a new idea. Maybe he could raise a group of Pokemon with the characteristic of picking up, and then assign them to go out and pick up mushrooms and props, just like the Phalanx Expedition team in Monster Hunter. The Phalanx hired by the hunter will form an expedition team to help the hunter collect herbs and mushrooms and bring them back. It always feels that there is not much difference from the Pokemon with the characteristic of picking up. Naoki continued to look at the next dish. Spicy meat soup. See, plus a thick soup made with meat. Chicken essence and soy sauce are added to the beef soup. After slow cooking over low heat, the spicy ginger is fully brought out. After drinking it, you can surge with unlimited endurance. Cooking effect. Spread LV1. After drinking it, humans and Pokemon will reduce stamina consumption when running and fighting for a certain period of time, which lasts for 15 minutes. Reduce stamina consumption? Naoki raised his eyebrows. The effect of this spicy broth is very good and can be used. The next one is the fully cooked Padilla tomatoes stewed in wine. Its effect is appetizing. As the name suggests, humans and Pokemon who have no appetite and don't want to eat can eat it, and then they will want to eat. Cook the cherry tomatoes quickly with white wine, and they taste sour and sweet. The sour and sweet taste of tomatoes and the fragrance of white wine are mixed together, which is indeed very appetizing. Naoki decided to wait for a Pokemon that didn't want to eat and then make this for it. The next dish was steamed eggplant with vodka, which warmed up the body, repeating the effect of hot soup noodles. The next dish was the last one, Padilla seafood rice. The food made with shrimp and mussels with heads and rice smelled very appetizing. Padilla seafood rice, be a food made with shrimp and mussels with heads, the rice fully absorbed the seafood broth, and the grace of the sea was full, a food full of Padilla characteristics. Cooking effect, grace of the sea. After humans eat it, the probability of catching rare fish when fishing is greatly increased. After Pokemon eat it, they will receive the grace of the sea, greatly improving the effect of special training in the sea, which lasts for 3 hours. Evaluation, paella, a special delicacy full of grace of the sea. Oh, it's shipped. Looking at this effect, Naoki was surprised. Finally, a new dish that helps Pokemon appeared. It's an all-purpose dish that works for both humans and Pokemon. After being consumed by humans, it increases the probability of catching rare fish, which is a godsend for fishermen. In the Pokemon world, rare fish are not just ordinary fish, but can also refer to fish Pokemon. Common fish Pokemon include Magikarp, Smelt, Goldfish, and Wild Bass, etc. Rare fish Pokemon include Water Leap, Chartooth, and Ancient Coelacanth. Maybe you can even catch powerful Pokemon like Gyarados and Milotic. If you are a little bolder, it is not impossible to catch Kyogre. After all, in the anime, Shuelian once caught a small Kyogre with a fishing rod. After Pokemon eat it, the effect of special training in the sea can be greatly improved. This may not be very useful for Pokemon on land, but it is completely different for those Haxorus who want to evolve into Dragonite. Chapter 400. Naoki immediately called the Hakrons, who had not yet returned to Dragonite Island, and fed them a few portions of Padilla seafood rice from the pot. The Hakrons looked at this dish full of the smell of the sea, and their eyes lit up. They moved their big noses forward to smell it, then opened their mouths, happily, picked up a shrimp and ate it. Woo! Delicious. At the table next to them, Golden and Ergian also began to enjoy this new dinner. The Padilla seafood rice was full of a big bowl, full of the taste of happiness. Whether it was eaten or looked at, it could make people feel deeply satisfied. Especially Dragonite, after tasting the taste of Padilla seafood rice, he immediately picked up the plate and gulped it down with big mouthfuls, licking the seafood rice in the plate clean. The other Pokemon also ate very happily. Naoki looked at this scene with a smile. This is the meaning of the existence of cooking. He turned his head and said to the few Haxorus in front of him, "Wait, I will take you to another place for special training tomorrow morning." Huh? The Haxorus were full of curiosity. Naoki deliberately kept it a secret, when the time comes. The next morning, after watching the whole process of the Bud Crown King giving birth to the World Tree, Naoki began to make Padilla seafood rice for the Haxorus. Although this dish can greatly improve the results of the special training in the sea, it only lasts for 3 hours. So before setting off for the beach in Jichin Town, he had to prepare enough Padilla seafood rice in advance. After hearing Naoki's plan to take them to another place for special training, the 5 Haxorus began to gather around Naoki early in the morning. "We can set off soon." Naoki packed the seafood rice into a box, and then took the fishing rod and a small bucket for fish. When the Haxorus were training in the sea, he couldn't just wait there. So Naoki planned to go fishing at the beach and test the effect of Padilla seafood rice on humans. This time, Naoki changed the instructor of the Haxorus special training from Golden to Dragonite. Because Dragonite can create storms and condense tidal waves in the sea to help Haxorus with special training. After packing up the things he needed to bring, Naoki rode on Gultrin and prepared to set off with Haxorus and Dragonite. However, before Gultrin took off, the Eevees playing in the pasture saw Naoki preparing to go out and surrounded him. "Booey!" Looking at the Eevees surrounding him, Naoki said to them, "I'm going out for a while, to the beach, to help the Haxorus exercise." "Bew, bew, bew. You guys want to go too?" Naoki asked. The Eevees nodded repeatedly. Naoki thought that these Eevees had never left the ranch since they hatched. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and nodded. "Okay, then we go to the beach together, but you can't run around there. You have to be obedient. Got it? Bew? Then come up." Naoki patted Golden's back. The little Eevees immediately jumped up, and soon, Naoki was covered with Eevees. "Hold on tight, we're going." Naoki stretched out his arms to hold the Eevee in his arms, and turned to look at the Dragonite and Haxorus next to him. "A gas." Golden also responded. Several Pokemon immediately flapped their wings, and took Naoki to the beach of Zikin Town. About 3 minutes later, the group arrived at the beach smoothly. Naoki turned around and looked around. There were not many people on the beach during the day, only a few scattered fishing uncles holding fishing rods and sitting on the beach to fish. The last time I came here, I brought Eruption and the others to attend the summer fireworks show. Gulton landed on the beach, and a group of EVs jumped off Naoki, looking at the sparkling sea and golden beach in front of them with curiosity. This was the first time they saw such a scene. Naoki took the small stool and folding fishing rod out of his backpack. He looked at Gulton, Glacian and Moon EV, and said to the 3 Pokemon, "These EVs are left to you to take care of. Take them to play with sand on the beach, and be careful not to fall into the water." "Boy. August." Several Pokemon responded, and then led the EVs to build sand sculptures on the beach behind Naoki. Then, Naoki took out the still hot Padilla seafood rice from his backpack and fed it to the Haxorus. "Dragonite, they will be in your care from now on. Take them to the sea, use your power to create a tidal wave, and let them do special training in it." "Awoo!" Dragonite patted its belly and promised, "Just leave it to it." So, when the Haxorus finished eating the seafood rice, Dragonite took them to the sea. It stopped only after it was some distance from the shore, and then plopped into the sea. Sunshine, beach, sea, and occasionally the cries of long-winged gulls could be heard in the distance. Naoki cast his fishing rod toward the sea level, quietly waiting for the fish to bite. The EVs behind him were chasing and playing on the beach, and Naoki squinted his eyes, enjoying this pleasant fishing time. Suddenly, the float floating on the sea surface moved. A fish has taken the bait. Naoki pulled the fishing rod hard, and a parabola crossed the sky, and a fish Pokemon with a white body and wavy yellow lines on its body was caught out of the water. "Is it Mama Fish?" Naoki saw the appearance of this fish Pokemon and immediately recognized its name. Mama Fish may not be a well-known name, but its evolved form, Mama Eel King, is very famous. Naoki remembered that Chishu liked to use Mama Fish evolving into Mama Eel King to describe a trainer who became more powerful. The Mama Fish in front of him struggled frantically and released a weak electric current to attack. Naoki was electrocuted by it and had no choice but to put the Mama Fish back into the sea. At the same time, a fierce whirlpool suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sea far away from the shore. Undercurrent surged under the sea surface, and the 5 Hakrons rushed into the whirlpool, trying to overcome the power of the water. The sea water tempered their bodies, and the world seemed to be left with only this whirlpool, and the ears of the Hakrons were left with only the fierce sound of water. Faintly, a wonderful feeling surged in the hearts of the 5 Hakrons. They seemed to be able to clearly feel the flow of the surrounding seawater. This feeling made a Hakron couldn't help but sway its body with the seawater. The next second, a violent wave erupted from its body, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be vibrating. Water wave, enlightenment. However, the vibrating seawater affected the other 4 Haxorus. The sudden attack caught the 4 Haxorus off guard. They were already in a state of concentration, and before they could react, they were swallowed by the whirlpool, and were beaten all over by the fierce water flow. The instigator of all this saw his companions being hit by his moves, and his heart was suddenly panicked, and he subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab them. "Woo!" Hakron cried out, and then rushed towards his companions. However, at this moment, Hakron suddenly realized something. It has no hands. No, in this case, just grow hands. Thinking of this, a white light suddenly burst out from Hakron. The rich evolutionary light shook away the vortex created by Dragonite. In the light, Hakron's appearance changed rapidly. Hakron, who successfully evolved into Dragonite, stretched out his hands and grabbed 4 companions in time, holding them in his arms. Time passed by minute, and when there were only 5 minutes left in the 3 hours, Naoki had already caught a lot of fish. The small bucket for fish was already full. Naoki glanced at it from the corner of his eye. 5 red carp kingfish, 2 dull-looking clowns. There were originally a few wild bass, but those wild bass had such bad tempers that they started fighting with him as soon as they were caught, hitting his chest. Naoki had no choice but to release them all. The only fish left now are these weak, dull-minded Magikarp and stupid Smelt. The temperaments of these 2 Pokemon are worlds apart from the savage base. Even if they are caught, they have no temper at all and are stupid and willing to be slaughtered. Looking at these Magikarp and Smelt, Naoki feels that he can cosplay as the Magikarp uncle who sells Magikarp at the festival. "It's a pity that I didn't catch Gyarados and Milotic," Naoki muttered. These 2 Pokemon seem to be hard to come by in the near sea. If you want to catch them, you have to go deep into the sea. But Naoki is already very satisfied with the current situation. With the blessing of Padilla seafood rice, his fishing skills have been greatly improved. Although it is luck that has been improved, it seems that there is no difference. In this way, he can participate in the fishing competition held next summer. Naoki did not go to the fishing competition last year, and he did not go this year either, because his fishing skills are very poor, and it was Golden who helped catch fish in the early days of the ranch. But the townspeople thought that all the fish were caught by him. Not only that, he was also given the title of fishing master. And now, if Padilla seafood rice is added, Naoki couldn't help but imagine that scene. In the fishing competition, he successfully caught a lot of fish, including many rare and precious fish Pokemon. The people in the town gathered around him and praised him. "You are really a fishing master." At this time, Naoki was awakened by the movement of the float in front of him. The float moved, and another fish was hooked. Naoki started to pull in the rod fiercely, but he couldn't pull the fish at the first time. This is a big fish. This thought immediately emerged in Naoki's mind. He immediately increased his strength, and used all his strength to start fighting with the big fish that bit the hook. The uncles who were fishing were attracted by the scene. They looked at the reaction of the sea, and immediately realized that the young man had caught a big fish. "Come on, young man. Don't give up. Fishing is about patience and perseverance. You can do it." The uncles began to cheer for Naoki. Naoki's confidence increased greatly, but at this moment, he suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand loosen. Then, there was a movement on the sea surface, and with a splash, a huge figure flew out of the waves. It was a dragonite, a simple dragonite with an orange body. At this moment, the dragonite was biting the fish hook and flew out of the sea with a happy face. The sun shines on it, and its smile is so lively and vivid. Naoki? Question mark. The fishing uncles behind him all opened their mouths into an O shape. "Oh!" The dragonite landed. The uncles were in disbelief. This young man actually caught a dragonite. Such superb fishing skills. Too scary, right? It's really unheard of. Naoki didn't recognize the dragonite at first, until he saw his own dragonite flying over from the sea with 4 Haxorus, and then he realized what happened. He asked in surprise, "Haken?" Dragonite spit out the hook in its mouth and responded happily, "Oh woo." Naoki, eh? He turned around and saw the shocked uncles behind him, and explained speechlessly, "This is my own dragonite. It's playing tricks on me." The uncles also saw the dragonite and Hakonite flying from the sea. One of the fishing uncles recognized the dragonite with sharp eyes. That dragonite is the town's mailman dragonite. "So, you are Naoki from Naoki Ranch?" Naoki smiled and nodded. "Yes. That makes sense." The uncle murmured, "I have heard of your name for a long time. I have heard of your reputation as a fishing master for a long time. I heard that last spring, in just half a month, you alone supplied half of the seafood market with fish." Naoki. "Those are all flattering. How can it be so exaggerated?" The uncles were so excited that they wanted to immediately pull Naoki to compete in fishing skills. However, it was already noon, and they should pack up and go home. "In the future, if you have time, you must come and compete with us." The uncles looked serious. Naoki, eh? The uncles left. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. These fishermen were too exaggerated. He turned around and put the Magikarp and a Chuyu he caught back into the sea. Then he put away his fishing rod and asked, "What did you gain from this special training?" "Woo!" The remaining 4 Dragonites, that had not evolved yet, nodded happily. They also felt that they were about to evolve, and the already evolved Dragonite was full of excitement. Because from today on, it can officially join the ranch delivery team and help Naoki with his work like the 3 Dragonite seniors. Seeing the look of this Dragonite, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. How can there be such a Pokemon that is willing to work actively? "Work is very hard," Naoki said. Dragonite number 5 shook his head, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Awoo. It is not afraid of hard work. Moreover, Naoki prepares delicious food for them every day to help them become stronger. So, they also want to help Naoki.